Super Devouring System Chapter 3722 to Chapter 3803. Roar. Squeak. For ingredients. Hearing this, the primordial porcupine and the primordial hairy tortoise immediately became excited. They raised their heads and roared excitedly. The hundreds of Star Lords and Universe Masters nearby were also extremely excited. They roared as if they had been injected with chicken blood. However, Brother Porcupine and Brother Turtle, you shouldn't go. Your levels are too high. You only need to stay in the rear. You'll be able to intimidate them. Otherwise, if you go for a walk, they'll probably all run away. That would be terrible. Although this was basically the truth, Xianxia more or less had the intention of flattering him. The primordial porcupine and the primordial hairy tortoise felt extremely comfortable when they heard this. They only felt that this little ape was truly too sensible, mature, thoughtful, and even had amazing barbecue skills. This time, they had really picked up a treasure. The primordial porcupine and the primordial hairy tortoise deeply agreed with Xianxia's suggestion. However, even if they were only going out to scout for information and not directly start a war, the little ape's cultivation was indeed too weak. They couldn't be reassured if he didn't go out with a team of guards. You should establish a team of guards. Don't have too many of them. 20 will do. That's right. Remember to follow the little ape closely. Don't let anything happen to him. Otherwise, I'll roast all of you if no one gives me barbecue. While talking, the primordial porcupine and the primordial turtle glanced at the group of Star Lords and Universe Masters not far away. In the end, their eyes fell on the 100 Star Lords. Although the Universe Masters were not weak, they still felt that it was not safe. After all, there was a Zone Lord Blood Serpent guarding the buffer zone of the Central Zone. It was a coward, but a Zone Lord was a Zone Lord after all. The primordial porcupine and the primordial tortoise weren't confident of winning without the protection of 20 local Star Lord beasts. A moment later, an escort squad of 20 Star Lord ferocious beasts was established. They were all enormous and intimidating. The auras they released from their bodies were even more shocking. Very quickly, Xianxia leaped onto the back of a Jing-shrouded earth dragon that was around 300 meters in size. With a wave of his hand, the Jing-shrouded earth dragon raised its head and let out a long howl. Its figure immediately dashed towards the dividing line that led to the buffer zone in the central region. 19 ferocious beasts of different sizes followed closely behind it. They were all Star Lords. It was an appalling lineup, the Central Zone's buffer zone, the root of all evil. Grandpa Mo and the other 2 Star Lords of the royal family had already changed their appearances. Although they were still human beings, their unique mental power had been concealed. Grandpa Mo looked like a crude unaffiliated human cultivator at this moment. The 2 Star Lords next to him were the same. They were 3 unaffiliated Star Lords from the human race, who had invited each other to compete for treasures in the root of all evil. At this moment, old Mr. Mo and his companions were sitting cross-legged in midair. There was a small table between them on which there was wine and fruits. They seemed to be in a leisurely mood. There weren't many of them, only 3 Star State experts, but they were all Star Lords after all. One of them was at the peak of the 9th rank, which meant that he was a half-step Zone Lord. In this central region buffer zone, only the old monster from the Blood Wyrm clan in the allied forces of the Second Universe was stronger than him. Of course, there were also a few half-step Zone Lords who were on par with old Mr. Mo in the fleets of the other races and major forces. Even though they were few in number and were simply inconspicuous, the corner of space they occupied seemed to be rather spacious because there was a quasi-region lord amongst them. The experts of the other powers frequently shot their gazes over, and they were filled with fear. All of them were privately guessing the origins and background of these 3 Star Lords. However, nobody dared to disturb them. It was also at this moment that an earth-shattering roar was suddenly heard from the direction of the Central Zone's boundary, which the major forces had been paying close attention to. Then, an astonishingly luxurious patrol team appeared. A thorn armor earth dragon, which was 100 meters long, rushed out of the Central Zone's boundary majestically and appeared in the sights of countless experts from the major forces in the Central Zone's buffer zone. That thorn armor earth dragon was clearly at the peak of the 9th rank, which meant that it was a half-step Zone Lord. Even if the countless fleets of the various powers of the 3 universes were gathered here, there were less than 10 existences at such a level. So, as soon as it appeared, it naturally drew the attention of everyone. Even more shocking was that there were actually 19 other native ferocious beasts of various sizes following behind this quasi-region Lord Realm earthworm, and all of them were at the Star-Lord realm. Such a luxurious group was simply terrifying, and the experts on the countless warships were practically instantly stunned. After that, numerous exclamations of shock that carried indescribable meaning resounded from the fleets of the Second Universe's allied forces. Look! That thorn armor Earth Dragon's back. My god! It's actually that little devil ape that killed the region lord of the multicolored Python clan. It's actually still alive? Didn't Ancestor Jiao Kong pursue it immediately? He was actually unable to kill it? There's something off about the situation. Not only is that little devil ape alive and well, it's even patrolling in such a high-profile manner, and it faintly shows the intention of displaying its might. Are the native ferocious beasts at the core of the territory about to take action? All of this isn't the crux of the matter. The crux of the matter is the background of that little devil ape. An entire 20 Star Lords are patrolling with it, and they clearly intend to protect it. Moreover, that existence that's being trampled upon by it like a mount is actually a thorn armor Earth Dragon at the quasi-region Lord realm. That's heaven-defying. Exactly. The information revealed is too shocking. It's merely at the peak of the 9th rank of the cosmic realm, yet even a quasi-region lord has been reduced to being its mount. How terrifying is that little devil ape's identity? Is it the crown prince of the native ferocious beast clans? If it's really like that, then what's the backing behind that little devil ape? What realm of cultivation is it at? My god! A realm. Realm lord realm existence? That's simply inconceivable. Along with these exclamations of shock, Jiao Kong, who resided within the flagship of the Blood Wyrm clan's fleet, opened his mouth wide with astonishment. At this moment, even he was slightly terrified. After a short moment of being stunned, he actually gasped and muttered to himself. Even a quasi-region lord has been reduced to being his mount? How could he have 20 Star Lords as guards in one patrol? It's too terrifying. This little monkey really has a frightening background. At the same time, Grand Elder Mo and the other 2 Star Lords were completely dumbstruck. They suddenly recalled what Yi Xian had told them, "I'm the one with 3 heads and 6 arms." What? This is the one who launched a sneak attack and killed the old monster of the colored Python clan? He's only at the cosmic light realm. What a joke. So what if he's only at the 14th great realm? So what if he launched a sneak attack? If you have the ability, ask a 15th Great Realm Universe mighty figure to launch a sneak attack on a Great Realm Domain Lord. I'm afraid he'll be tortured to death on the spot. That's right. It's a fact that the old monster of the colored Python clan was killed. This ancient ape demon has successfully defied the heavens. Monster. This is definitely a peerless monster. He's still in his infancy, but he has already killed a Supreme Domain Lord. He's too bold. With the bloodline of the ancient ape demon with 3 heads and 6 arms, once he grows up, he's destined to lead the world. Is he the 7th peerless monster today? He was actually born from the native ferocious beasts of the source of all evil. However, he deserves his reputation. After all, even young Master Linghu and young Master Netherworld have never killed a Supreme Domain Lord. Something that even universe mighty figures don't dare to think about was done by a junior ferocious beast. Along with the exclamations from the allied forces of the various races in the second universe, the powerhouses of the various forces in the surrounding void knew that the old monster of the colored Python clan, the old monster, had died at the hands of the young ancient demon ape, who had appeared in such a high profile. Some people even exclaimed at his battle achievements and determined that the young ancient ape demon that Yi Xian was impersonating was the 7th peerless monster today. When the exclamations reached Yi Xian's ears, he immediately rolled his eyes. He realized that the term peerless monster seemed to have stuck to him. He couldn't get rid of it no matter how hard he tried. He had just changed his identity, and now he was the 7th peerless monster today. There was no need to explain his valiant life, he wasn't the only one who felt this way. Even the 3-star lords of the demon race had the same feeling in their hearts at this moment. After the initial shock and disbelief, the 3 of them had basically accepted this fact now. Especially when they heard the words "the 7th peerless monster in the world," they were even more certain. Because others didn't know, but they knew very well that the previous 6 peerless monsters were all that brat alone. It didn't make sense that the 7th peerless monster who had just appeared was someone else. This time, this old man is thoroughly convinced. With a bitter face, Grandpa Emo shook his head and sighed. In a voice that only he could hear, he muttered, "It's one thing to have the true body of a demon ape with 3 heads and 6 arms. But there's also the prince of an indigenous ferocious beast. He has 20 Star Lords guarding him whenever he goes out. Such extravagance. Alas, I can't help but admire him." Ah. Nearby, the other 2 Star Lords looked at each other with weird expressions and also sighed. At this time, with the arrival of Xianxia, countless starry sky masters from various forces in the Central Territory's buffer zone all focused their attention on this luxurious patrol team with a strong sense of vigilance. After all, those were 20 Star Lords. "Hey, do you see that? That's the fleet, warships, and fortresses of the Void Rats. There's an enormous black rat engraved on them. It's easy to recognize." Yi Xian raised his finger and pointed to a corner of the void in front of him. He didn't lower his voice at all. The words that came out of his mouth were clearly heard by all the experts from the various powers in the surrounding void. "Trust me. The meat of such rats is definitely more delicious than that of pythons. The latter is still a bit rough, but the meat of the void rats is different. It's delicate and sweet. However, it's disgusting if there's a bit of filth left when it's washed and peeled. After all, they're rats, pew." Before he could finish, a lot of noises were heard from the fleet of the Void Rats. After only 1 or 2 sentences, the 3-headed, 6-armed ancient ape demons had become the target of the entire clan. He wasn't small, but his words couldn't have been more vicious. He was too infuriating. No matter what, the Void Rat clan was still one of the top 3 clans of the First Universe's slave clans, and they were equally as famous as the Demon Clan and the Hell Ant clan. But now, they were being criticized in front of almost all the great factions in the 3 dimensions. Not only were they said to be delicate and sweet, but they were also said to be dirty. It was more than a slap in the face, it was basically a slap to the face and a stomp on it. Before the noises from the fleet of the Void Rats could stop, the 3-headed, 6-armed ancient ape demons raised his hand and pointed in another direction. His words were as infuriating as ever. "As for the hellish ants over there, they're the ones with the enormous black ants on their warships. They're the hellish ants. The hell ant is not a good thing at all. Its black shell is extremely hard, and its insides are filled with disgusting grayish-white meat. If it's fried, it might be crunchy, and can barely be used as a snack. It's definitely impossible to roast them. They're too meatless. It's simply infuriating." As expected, a lot of noises were heard from the warships of the Hellish Ants fleet. The Star-Lord Hellish Black Ant almost couldn't hold himself back. He was about to charge out and fight the annoying ape. Unfortunately, he held himself back in the end. The enemy's lineup was too magnificent. There were 20 Star-Lords, and one of them was a peak 9th rank Star-Lord. He would probably be crushed and killed on the spot if he were to charge out. Then, before the noises from the fleet of the Hellish Ants were over, the monstrous ancient ape demons pointed in the direction of the coalition army of the Second Universe. "Hey, that's the fleet of the Second Universe's allied forces. Old friends, we've roasted a lot of them before, but there are some races you haven't tasted yet. Think of a way to get some later. Make a big pot of stew and stew them all together." While speaking, the primordial little demon ape began to introduce, the Second Universe's races have a top 10 ranking. Because these top 10 races have extraordinary bloodlines, the value of their flesh and blood is higher than that of other races. The blood dragons, the cyan rocks, and the battle lions are the best. Of course, the barbarian bull's meat is also good, it's chewy and chewy. The golden eagle clan and the colorful python clan were fine, but the silver eagle clan and the greedy wolf clan could not be eaten. The experts of these clans could only be thrown away as garbage if they were killed. The former was a birdman, disgusting to eat, and the latter was suspected to be a weasel close relatives. The meat is either smelly or sour. Oh woo, before Yi Xian could finish his words, an angry howl suddenly came from the flagship fortress of the greedy wolf clan's fleet. In between, there was a faint aura of a universe master. Obviously, this was a universe master in the 15th realm of the greedy wolf clan who was enraged. This was indeed the case. Although there were many clans that were criticized by Xian at this time, none of the top 10 clans in the second universe were spared, including the Dark Turtle clan that had not come this time. However, compared to other clans, the Greedy Wolf clan had a violent temperament. In addition, Yi Xian said that he was suspected to be a close relative of a weasel and that his meat was either smelly or sour. This was not the first time that the Greedy Wolf clan's powerhouses had heard such words. Back then, young Master Ling Hu had humiliated the Greedy Wolf clan like this and killed the clan's young master, Lang Gang Lai. This kind of shame and humiliation had appeared again this time. With the violent temperament of the Greedy Wolf clan, it was obvious that they could not hold it in. Although the Star-Lord Old Monster in the clan's fleet did not say anything, the Greedy Wolf clan's Daoist son, Lang Gang Lai, who was accompanying the fleet, could not hold it in and roared angrily. "Little monkey, you are relying on a group of Star-Lord Old Monsters to support you. What kind of ability are you to talk nonsense? Is the bloodline of the ancient ape demons so despicable? I, Lang Gang Lai, am also a young descendant of the Greedy Wolf clan. Do you dare to fight? I will definitely suppress you." A woo, as the voice sounded, a figure rushed out of the flagship fortress of the Greedy Wolf clan's fleet and floated in the void in front of the fortress. He immediately activated the bloodline in his body and showed his bloodline true body. This was a greedy wolf with a height of 1,000 feet and a body full of blood-colored hair. There was not a single strand of mixed hair. Ferocious flames filled the sky. He raised his head and roared toward the sky. "Lang Gang Lai? The Daoist son of the Greedy Wolf clan? He is indeed extraordinary. Although he is a young descendant, his cultivation realm is not weaker than some of the clan's elders. He has stepped into the 15th realm. In the 3 Great Plains, I reckon that only the Taoists of the various clans can possess the cultivation level of the Universe Almighty in the younger generation. They are all hidden and nurtured with all their strength. They won't come out easily. I didn't expect that the Greedy Wolf clan would actually send out their Taoist this time. For such a young almighty being of the universe, I'm afraid that even in terms of talent, he's not weaker than Prince Xian, young Master Ling Hu, and the rest of the 7 peerless geniuses." "You can't say that. The Taoists of the various clans have been nurtured through years of accumulation. Although their cultivation realms are stronger than Prince Xian, young Master Ling Hu, and the rest of the 7 peerless monsters, the latter earned the title of monster with his own strength. In my opinion, if we're talking about talent, the Taoists of the various clans can't compare to him. There's no point in arguing about this because everything will be revealed very soon. Isn't there a Tao child and an unparalleled monster here? It seems that a great war is about to break out. After this war, whether the Taoists of the various clans who have been nurtured for many years are superior, or the 7 peerless demons are superior, we will soon know." Hearing these discussions, the eyes of Jiao Kong, the old monster in the flagship fortress of the Blood Wyrm fleet, flashed. He seemed to be moved as he muttered to himself, "This is an opportunity. It seems that this little demon ape must be the child of some ancient ape demon at the sector lord level in the core hinterland. Otherwise, why would he have 20 star lords guarding him? Even the 2 old monsters, the primordial porcupine and the primordial tortoise, are afraid of him? Besides, he's only at the cosmic state, yet he can run rampant in this star zone, the source of all evil. It's very likely that there's only one sector lord in the core hinterland ahead. Otherwise, his child wouldn't be so rampant. It seems that if we can capture this little demon ape and make the ancient ape demon at the sector lord level hesitate, we'll be able to take the initiative. After all, it's extremely difficult for such a being to have a descendant. Seeing that he sent 20 star lords to guard his child, it's obvious that he values him very much." Jiao Kong became excited as he spoke. He secretly sent a voice transmission to Lang Gongqiang, who had already rushed out of the flagship fortress of the voracious wolf clan and was provoking him. "Lang Gongqiang, I'm Jiao Kong. This kid's identity is very sensitive. The older generation like us can't do anything. Otherwise, it would be even harder to capture him. I'll leave this mission to you. Continue to provoke him with words and ask for a battle between peers. Capture him at all costs. As long as he's restrained, I'll take action as soon as possible." Lang Gongqiang's eyes glittered. He vaguely guessed what Jiao Kong meant. If they could capture the little demon ape, the Alliance army of the second universe would be able to enter the core hinterland again and obtain the treasures there. Lang Gongqiang would definitely be the first to take the credit then. Lang Gongqiang was both angry and greedy at the thought of that. He was afraid that the little demon ape wouldn't accept the challenge, so he shouted even louder, "Roar! Little monkey, are you scared? If you are, go back to your mother and drink milk. You shouldn't have come to the space battlefield. Roar!" This was no longer a clamor, it was clearly a humiliation. The 20-star Lord-level ferocious beasts protecting Yi Xian were instantly enraged, and a few of them were about to charge out. Wait. He claims to be a junior. How can we bully him? Before those Star Lords could rush out, Yi Xian sneered and dashed forward. You're just a cosmic state weasel. I can kill you easily. Roar. When he finished speaking, Yi Xian had already reached the battlefield in the void. Although he was much smaller than Lang Gongqiang's greedy wolf bloodline true body, he was only 30 meters tall. However, he was fearless. Among the 3 greedy wolf bloodline true bodies, the greedy wolf bloodline true body faced the enemy and punched out. You'll know who's going to kill who soon. Roar, Lang Gongqiang sneered. Without moving, he raised his head again and let out a long howl. There was no anger in his howl, nor was there any emotion. Instead, it seemed to be even longer. There was a strange rhythm within the howl, causing people's hearts to tremble. It was an indescribable feeling. Soon, a strange scene appeared. Following Lang Gongqiang's long howl, a bright silver moon slowly appeared in the sky of the buffer zone of the source of all evil, shocking the entire audience. It was obvious that this strange moon was related to Gang Chong. It was summoned by the mysterious wolf howl that he was currently emitting, or rather, it was condensed. Yi Xian's eyes glittered. The greedy wolf howls at the moon? It wasn't the first time he had seen such a scene. Yi Xian had experienced it from Lang Ganglai, the young patriarch of the greedy wolf clan, during the battle in the Shinong Cauldron. Obviously, the so-called Dao child of the greedy wolf clan was much more important than the young patriarch of the clan. But in fact, in any race, there is a hidden bloodline inheritance system, which is the Daoist bloodline. They are the true foundation of the bloodline inheritance of the entire race. Because of this, it was understandable that Lang Gongqiang's cultivation base was higher than the young patriarch Lang Gonglia's. Although both of them were well-known figures among the younger generation of the greedy wolf tribe, Lang Gongqiang obviously had more cultivation resources than the young patriarch Lang Ganglai. It can be said that for any race, the young patriarch can be abolished and replaced, but the Daoist absolutely cannot be lost. It is too difficult to cultivate them. At this time, Lang Gongqiang has indeed shown talent and strength that far exceeds Lang Ganglai. The same greedy wolf howls at the moon is displayed by him, and its power is clearly stronger than Lang Gonglia's. The greedy wolf's howl to the moon is an ancient divine ability passed down in the bloodline of the greedy wolf clan, but not every member of the greedy wolf clan can awaken it. Sometimes, it is normal that no one can awaken it in several generations. The bright moon in the sky is actually not a real moon, but a projection of the bloodline ability. It has a mysterious power. It is said that where the light of this bright moon shines, all the energy will be taken by the user of this bloodline ability, and it can be swallowed and controlled at will. In such a case, the members of the greedy wolf clan who boasted such bloodline techniques were almost invincible. They were like a real greedy wolf who could replenish their consumption endlessly in the battle and greedily loot all the energy illuminated by the moon, including those of their opponents. Previously, when Yi Xian was fighting with the younger generation of the second universe in the internal space of the Shinong Cauldron, he was quite moved by Lang Gonglia's greedy wolf howls at the moon. This kind of bloodline ability that can continuously devour energy in a large area for its own use in battle is indeed a bit heaven-defying. As long as the bloodline ability exists, it can continuously replenish energy, and it is simply in an invincible position, becoming an unkillable cockroach. In order to test the power of this bloodline ability, Yi Xian did not hesitate to wave his hand and throw out 2 spiritual lightning techniques. Of course, he was using one of his 3 true forms, the body of black fog, so it wouldn't arouse any suspicion. It was obvious at a glance that this body of black fog was proficient in energy attacks, not blood and chi power. Kacha! Kacha! 2 bolts of invisible lightning struck out toward the head of the greedy wolf in the void ahead. However, at the same time as these 2 lightning bolts crackled, the strange and hazy moon in the sky suddenly flashed. Immediately after, the moonlight poured down, and the outline of two thick lightning bolts vaguely appeared in the sky. As soon as the two lightning bolts appeared, they completely collapsed, turning into a faintly visible energy that quickly shot toward the bright moon in the sky. Sure enough, it was devoured again. Wherever the moon of the greedy wolf shone, all energy could be devoured. Lang Gongqiang's mastery of this divine ability was far greater than Lang Gonglia's, even though he had not reached the level where he could instantly devour all energy with the moon of the greedy wolf. However, in this moonlight zone, the more active the energy was, the more likely it was that the bright moon would sense and exert divine power on it. Then, it would decompose and devour the energy. The speed of these two lightning bolts was too fast and extremely active, so they were instantly captured, decomposed, and devoured. Yi Xian was not surprised by this scene, but most of the starry sky masters in the warships around the void all had their mouths wide open. Their faces were blank, and it was obvious that they were extremely shocked. The greedy wolf howls at the moon was indeed extraordinary. Even this kind of invisible lightning was defeated and its energy was devoured. Moreover, the bright moon manifested by this divine ability clearly had some kind of connection with Lang Gongqiang himself. It allowed him to replenish his energy at any time during battle through the bright moon of righteousness. This was a lost ground. Your lightning divine ability is useless against this Taoist. In the area illuminated by the moon of the greedy wolf, the more active the energy is, the more likely it is to be instantly sensed and captured, then decomposed and devoured. The more you use, the greater the benefits this Taoist will receive. Ha ha ha. Seeing that one of the three real bodies of Yi Xian, the black fog body, was decomposed and devoured as soon as it released two invisible lightning bolts, Lang Gongqiang laughed complacently and suddenly waved his hand. Now, let's test the power of your lightning divine ability. Crack! Crack! To everyone's surprise, two strange cracking sounds suddenly came from the strange bright moon in the sky at this moment. Then, two moon-white lightning bolts struck down at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, they were above the head of Yi Xian's devil-ape real body. In the void all around, exclamations sounded again at this moment. What? There's actually such a change? Not only did it decompose the opponent's attack, but it can also restore it and counterattack after devouring it directly? The moon of the greedy wolf is simply too amazing, okay? Or, Lang Gongqiang's talent can't be so abnormal, okay? Yes, it's really too abnormal. To be able to comprehend the bloodline divine ability of the greedy wolf clan to such an extent and trigger the transformation of restoring and counterattacking, this is too amazing. Even in the greedy wolf clan, there are very few people who can awaken this bloodline divine ability. In the younger generation, it seems that only the former young master of the clan, Lang Ganglai, has this talent. I didn't expect that Lang Gongqiang not only awakened the moon of the greedy wolf but also comprehended a new transformation. As expected of the Taoist of the clan. This time, the prince of the indigenous fierce beasts, this lawless little devil ape, is probably going to be defeated. Although the ancient devil ape's bloodline is heaven-defying and has three real bodies, in the face of such a powerful ability, all energy attacks are useless, and even have a reverse effect. His cultivation realm is lower than Lang Gongqiang's, so he can't fight at close range at all. It's like his hands and feet are tied, and all means are ineffective. The only result is that he can only be suppressed. Bang! Oh woo! As soon as the last discussion fell, an earth-shattering sound suddenly came from the void battleground in front of them, followed by an extremely mournful howl, full of unwillingness and pain. The primordial little devil ape, who was expected by the powerhouses to not dare to fight at close range, directly teleported to the side of Lang Ganglai without any scruples, dodging the two moon-white lightning bolts at the same time. Then, he flipped his hand and summoned a giant cudgel, which was 1,000 feet long, and held it in the right hand of the primordial little devil ape, which was covered with black hair, and smashed the cudgel on the head of the giant wolf. A woo, a long, mournful howl resounded. Lang Gongqiang's huge eyes rolled up as he passed out on the spot. On the top of its head, a suspicious bulge the size of a small hill quickly appeared. Obviously, it was directly knocked out by the giant stick in the hand of the small Archean demon ape. It could be seen that the strength of the stick was so great that it made people shudder. This cudgel was actually another component of the Shenong cauldron, the Shenong pestle. This pestle had already been refined by Yi Xian, so it could change its shape at will. It could be big or small. Right now, when it was taken out by Xian, it had deliberately changed its shape. It could not be seen at all. It had turned into a big weapon with a thin head and a thick head like a spiked cudgel. The small primordial ape demon was only about 100 feet tall, but it was holding a huge cudgel that was over 1,000 feet long. With just one strike, it knocked out the Taoist from the greedy wolf clan. Even the almighty expert's head was not able to withstand the blow, and a huge bruise appeared on his head. It was simply too ferocious. What a bullsh** Taoist. His head is too weak. Such a big bump appeared on his head after a light hit. He passed out immediately. I haven't even hit him enough yet. Just as the countless experts in the void opened their mouths in shock, the small archaic demon ape with 3 heads and 6 arms muttered in a human voice. It held the cudgel in its right hand and one of Lang Gongqiang's hooves in its left hand. It turned around and dragged Lang Gongqiang toward the 20 Star Lords behind it. This scene made countless people dizzy. The dignified Taoist of the greedy wolf clan, a mighty figure of heaven and earth in the 15th realm, looked like a prey that had just been hunted. He was dragged away in the void without realizing it. What made people even more speechless was that the guy who did this was still muttering to himself softly, complaining that his head was not hard enough and that he would pass out after a light hit. It was not satisfying at all. Pooh. Pooh. Far away, in the warships of the greedy wolf clan's fleet, the sound of vomiting blood could be heard clearly. Even the Star Lords who were commanding the fleet were infuriated by the abrupt scene. Seeing that the Taoist of his race was about to be dragged away, the Star Lord of the voracious wolf race could no longer care about anything else. After spurting out a mouthful of blood, he immediately rushed out of the flagship fortress. Roar. Little devil ape, let go of my clan's Taoist, or else we won't rest until we're dead. Roaring. The Star Lord of the greedy wolves simply activated his bloodline and revealed his true form, which was a silver-haired greedy wolf that was thousands of meters long. The terrifying pressure of a Star Lord spread out and turned into a wolf head that was thousands of meters long. It then bit Gongqiang, who was dragging the wolf, and was retreating. The little devil ape swooped down. Screech. Old wolf monster, don't you dare move. How shameless. You were the one who said that it was a battle between the younger generation, and now that you've lost, you're the one who's bullying the younger generation. Is the greedy wolf clan also shameless? Do you really think we're pushovers? If you want to fight, we'll annihilate all the members of the greedy wolf clan today. In the void up ahead, the 20 Star Lord ferocious beasts all moved. They rushed out and arrived in front of Xian in the blink of an eye, protecting him behind them. However, they didn't stop and rushed in the direction of the greedy wolf clan's fleet. They were ferocious all the way, and it seemed like they were going to take this opportunity to get rid of the entire greedy wolf tribe fleet. Boom. The Jing Armor Earth Dragon took the lead. He was a peerless old man who had reached the peak of the 9th rank. He was extremely fast. He had revealed his true form, which was almost 10,000 meters long. He then shattered the wolf head that the Star Lord of the greedy wolf clan had launched. Pew! The Star Lord of the greedy wolf clan suffered a backlash as soon as the technique was shattered. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Fellow cultivators, don't be agitated. This is a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Before the Star Lord of the greedy wolf race could react, Jiao Kong, who was in charge of the Second Universe's fleet, spoke. An invisible force wrapped around the Star Lord of the greedy wolf race and pulled him out of the battlefield, shooting back toward the greedy wolf race fleet. Jiao Kong was about to explode at that moment. He had never expected that the Dao disciple of the greedy wolf clan would be so useless. He had been knocked out by the little monkey in the blink of an eye. Not only had he passed out, he had also been dragged away in public. It was truly humiliating. However, the Star Lord of the greedy wolf clan was so impulsive that he even wanted to chase after the monkey, claiming that he would fight to the death. That old B***star gave the monkey an excuse to attack, and it was very likely that he would infuriate the ancient demonic ape at the center of the battlefield. That old monster was a terrifying being at the Sector Lord level after all. He wouldn't attack easily. However, the Star Lord of the greedy wolf clan had taken the initiative to claim that he would fight to the death. That was simply courting death. Jiao Kong was so angry that he could only try to mediate the situation, which was equivalent to forcing him to show weakness. After all, he was the commander-in-chief of the army of the second universe, and the strongest person in that army. Now, in order to ease the atmosphere, he had no choice but to say such words of weakness. This had a great impact on the morale of the entire fleet. Fortunately, the monkey had restrained himself in the end. Even though the 20-star Lord Realm native beasts were strong, there was still a gap between them and Jiao Kong, who was at the region Lord Realm. At this moment, when they noticed that the little monkey was unharmed and a region lord had shown weakness, they could be considered to have barely obtained an explanation, so they didn't continue pursuing relentlessly. All of the 20-star Lord Realm ferocious beasts stopped in midair after Jiao Kong spoke. After a few more cries of indignation, he turned around and retreated to a spot thousands of kilometers away from the other side of the void. Right when Jiao Kong thought that this matter had temporarily come to an end, Xian, who had retreated to a spot millions of kilometers away, turned around at this moment. The club in his hand vanished, and with a flip of his hand, he withdrew a ferocious black demonic blade. He didn't say anything and slashed at Lang Gongqiang, who was being dragged behind him. Ow! A shrill howl resounded once more. This strike had sliced off Lang Gongqiang's left hind leg, and it woke him up from the pain. He howled before falling unconscious once more. That hit was really too vicious. Even now, his brain was still buzzing incessantly. Suddenly, the pain woke him up for a moment. It was just a conditioned reflex. You want to fight to the death? Come, let's hurt each other. Roar. Owu, the Star Lord of the voracious wolf clan, roared furiously, his voice shaking the surroundings, but this time, he didn't continue to taunt. He had already realized how unwise his actions had been. However, watching the path chosen of the greedy wolf clan being chopped off by the primordial demon ape and roasted in public made him furious, so he decided to vent his anger in such a way. Sizzle, the Shinong flames that Xian had summoned from the space inside the Shinong cauldron started roasting Lang Gongqiang's enormous hind leg as soon as it enveloped it. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. It was the sound of the fat in the wolf's leg being roasted. Very quickly, a strong meaty aroma wafted out, gradually spreading far and wide in the surrounding void. Some of the experts in the void outside and not in the cabins of the battleships subconsciously sniffed the aroma, saliva flowing uncontrollably from their mouths. Xian was only joking when he said that the meat of the greedy wolf clan was either smelly or sour. As a matter of fact, the meat of the greedy wolf clan was delicious, and it was even more extraordinary after being roasted by the Shinong cauldron's dual-colored flames. It could definitely be called a meat medicine. After all, Lang Gongqiang was a Dao disciple of the greedy wolf clan. He had been nurtured since he was young, and the greedy wolf clan had used all of their resources to nurture him. It was unknown how many heavenly and earthly treasures had been thrown in, but his flesh and blood were even more precious than ordinary greedy wolf clan experts. At this moment, even Xian couldn't help it. He swallowed hard when he smelled the scent. It was only the hind limb of the true body of the greedy wolf. Naturally, it wouldn't have been enough for the 20-star lords to feast on it. At this moment, seeing that the wolf's leg was about to be roasted, the 20-star lords, including the thorned earth dragon, all shrunk their bodies to be much smaller than Xian's 30 meters tall body. They were clearly ready to share the roasted wolf's leg later. It was just a wolf leg, and they could only shrink their bodies to be able to taste a bit of it. Otherwise, any one of them could be swallowed into their stomachs in a single gulp. After a short while, the entire wolf leg was completely cooked. Xian waved his hand and withdrew the Shinong dual-colored flame back into his body. A golden and shiny roasted wolf leg appeared in the void, still dripping with golden grease. An exotic aroma assailed everyone's nostrils, making them instantly drool. At this moment, the sound of saliva slurping echoed from the warships of the fleets far away in the void. Even the Grand Cultivators and the Star Lords couldn't hold themselves back after seeing the golden, greasy leg of the roasted wolf. On the side of the allied forces of various races in the second universe, the sounds of drooling coming from the fleets were especially loud and clear. This made the higher-ups of the allied forces feel very awkward. This was a hind limb that had just been cut off from a Dao disciple of an allied race. Now, it was being roasted. All of them were drooling, and they really couldn't hold it in anymore. However, this awkwardness didn't last long, because as the Jing armor earthworm and the other 20 native ferocious beasts, along with Xian, began to eat the golden wolf leg at the same time. Perhaps affected by their wolf-like enjoyment, even the greedy wolf clan began to drool. The sounds of drooling also began to come out from the warships of the fleet. If the members of their own race were like this, what was there to be embarrassed about? This was really too speechless. The original awkwardness spread, and the higher-ups of the fleets of various races in the second universe were all embarrassed. However, this embarrassment was all concentrated on the experts of the greedy wolf clan. Some of them couldn't hold it in and swallowed subconsciously. They didn't expect to make a sound. This was tantamount to slapping their own faces, making the Star Lords of the greedy wolf clan angry out of humiliation. They couldn't wait to split open a space crack in the void and crawl in. It was really too embarrassing. Sigh, one wolf leg is really not enough to eat. It's gone before I've had enough. It was also at this moment that a large roasted wolf leg had been eaten up by Xianxia and the 20 gluttonous old monsters. Only a large leg bone was left in the air, and with a wave of his hand, he absorbed it into his body. Xianxia reached out and wiped his mouth. He rolled his eyes and said in a tone and expression as if he hadn't had enough, "It's a pity that we can't cut off another hind limb of his. It wouldn't be good if we really killed him." It seems that there was a misunderstanding in the past. Although the greedy wolf clan is a close relative of the weasels, their flesh is still very delicious. The meat is thick but not rough, thin but not greasy. We've just caught a greedy wolf, so we have to raise it well. When its hind limb grows out, we'll cut it off and roast it. That's the way of the king. Pooh. Hiss, as soon as Xianxia finished his proud words, a muffled sound came from the flagship fortress of the greedy wolf clan's fleet again. The old monster of the greedy wolf clan was so angry that he coughed up blood again. In the fleets of the other clans, there was a lot of gasps. The words of the little primordial demon ape were too vicious. It was as ferocious as ever. It captured the Taoist of the greedy wolf clan alive, cut off one of his hind limbs, and roasted it in public. It was fine if it was eaten, but in the end, it didn't intend to let him go. Instead, it wanted to raise Lang Gongqiang like a carnivorous pig or dog. It wanted him to regrow the hind limb that was cut off. Then, it would cut it off and roast it. That was the way of the greedy wolf clan. If the Taoist of the greedy wolf clan was reduced to such a state, although Lang Gongqiang was the only one to suffer, the entire greedy wolf clan would be humiliated and never be able to wash it off. Thinking of that, a lot of gnashing noises came from the warships of the greedy wolf clan's fleet. The entire clan had been humiliated by a little primordial demon ape that was only in the cosmic light realm. It made them so angry that they were all grinding their teeth. I seem to hear someone grinding their teeth, and it seems that there are more than one or two of them. Xianxia waved his hand in the direction of the greedy wolf clan's fleet. An arrogant smile appeared on the faces of his 3 true forms, who were made of flesh and blood. He shouted, "Is there anyone who doesn't agree? If you don't agree, feel free to come over. I'll fight all of you alone. After all, you're just chickens and dogs." If even the Taoist is so weak, it's not hard to imagine the combat ability of the entire clan. You'd better come. My 20 brothers and I haven't eaten our fill yet. The more welcome it is. We'll just treat it as someone delivering food to us. We can eat our fill, pooh. Old thing, are you threatening us? If you have the guts, make another sound, and this turtle will immediately destroy your entire fleet. Just as the greedy wolf clan Star Lord finished speaking, 2 responses came from the core of the source of all evil in front of them. Then, the primordial porcupine and the primordial turtle rushed out from the boundary line. They still looked harmless. The former was only about 1,000 feet in size, while the latter was only about 100 feet in size. The former was a little turtle that was about 10 feet in size, adding on the fact that the aura within their bodies was not obvious, it was simply impossible to detect them. With a cold glance, under the premise of not knowing anything, it was likely that no one would think of this pair as the old monsters of the domain masters. However, the words and tone of the pig and the tortoise instantly betrayed their identities. Although the elites from the various forces who were staying in the buffer zone of the central region had never seen them before, except for the allied forces of the various races of the second universe, they were still able to figure it out immediately. The commanders of the fleets were instantly vigilant, and the hairs on their backs stood up. The rogue cultivators in the void stood up one after another, not daring to show a calm and unruffled attitude of watching a good show. At this moment, the two old monsters in the core of the source of all evil had arrived. Not long ago, the allied forces of the second universe had invaded. If they had not taken action and severely injured Jiao Kong and Du Jiding, the situation today would have been completely different. It could be said that the two old monsters in front of them had directly and completely changed the direction of that battle, causing the allied forces of the second universe to suffer a crushing defeat. Even the old monster of the colored python clan, Du Jiding, if he had not been severely injured by the harmless primordial turtle, how could he have been so easily beheaded by the primordial little demon ape and died? Although Du Jiding was beheaded by the primordial little demon ape, in fact, the one who had truly caused his death was the primordial little demon ape. Now, these two old monsters of the domain had actually walked out of the core of the source of all evil in front of them and arrived at the buffer zone outside. No one could not be nervous. Once they showed their might, a bloody storm would immediately set off in this area. Who knew how many starry sky masters would die here with grievances? With the terrifying strength of this pig and turtle, even the Blood Wyrm clan's domain lord old monster Jiao Kong had to be wary of them. What they said just now was not exaggerated at all. A small fleet of the voracious wolf clan could be easily destroyed. Some rogue cultivators were vigilant, ready to turn around and escape from the buffer zone at any moment. The Star Lord of the greedy wolf race also realized this. When he was facing the 20-star Lord ferocious beasts, he didn't dare to show his face anymore. At that time, he chased after Yi Xian and rushed out of the flagship fortress. After being dragged back by Jiao Kong, he felt a lingering fear when he thought about it. Now, in addition to the 20-star lords, 2 more area lords had come from the depths of the native beast's nest. At this moment, he was so scared that his whole body was trembling slightly, and the hair on his back was standing on end. He didn't even dare to breathe, let alone make a sound. "Why are you here? Didn't I tell you just now? This ape can deal with this bunch of chickens and dogs outside by myself." Yi Xian, who had transformed into a 3-headed and 6-armed devil ape, walked forward slowly when he saw the primordial porcupine and turtle. He raised his hand and greeted them in an extremely casual manner. Obviously, their relationship was not ordinary. This scene made the experts in the surrounding void gasp once again. At this moment, practically no one had any doubts about Yi Xian's identity. He was merely at the 14th level of the cosmic realm, yet he was able to call 2 terrifying old monsters of the domain as brothers. His identity as the crown prince of the native ferocious beasts had been confirmed. At the same time, the guess that there was at least one ancient devil ape at the World Lord realm in the core area ahead had been confirmed. Otherwise, how could these 2 primordial porcupines and turtle act in such a manner towards a tiny little devil ape at the cosmic realm when they were at the advanced stage of the region Lord realm? A huge wave of sighs of emotion instantly resounded through the sky, and the gazes that shot at Yi Xian were filled with envy. Presently, it wasn't that the various powers of the universe didn't have any ancestors at the World Lord realm, but existences at such a level usually had very few descendants. Even if they did, they were born countless years ago when they were still comparatively weak. Now, they'd long since passed the age where they had to rely on their parents, and they'd grown up themselves. After all, the higher the level of evolution, the lower the possibility of giving birth to a bloodline descendant. Because once a bloodline descendant was born at such a time, then because the mother's foundation was too solid and high, it would possess an extraordinary bloodline and formidable strength as soon as it was born. This didn't conform to the laws of the Grand Tao. As it was said, it was natural selection. The height of evolution of any living being was directly proportional to the chances of giving birth to a bloodline descendant. It was precisely because of this that practically all the ancestors at the World Lord realm of the various powers of the universe didn't have young children. Yet now, an example had appeared. This little devil ape that was merely at the 14th level of cultivation at the cosmic realm actually had a direct descendant of an ancient devil ape at the World Lord realm. His luck was simply off the charts. A World Lord realm devil ape had only gotten a child at an old age, so the degree to which he doted on his child was obvious just from the fact that he had an entire 20-star Lord realm experts by his side when he casually roamed the territory of his clan. With such a background and backing, this domineering and arrogant little devil ape was practically bound to command the world and grow into an overlord in the future. After all, the lifespan of an ancestor at the World Lord realm was too long. So could anyone do anything to him when he had the protection of such a terrifying existence? Of course, only the experts of other powers who didn't know the true background of the little devil ape would have such thoughts. As for Grand Elder Mo and the other 2-star Lord Realm experts of the demon race, the only thing they could sigh in their hearts was Prince Xian's heaven-defying methods. Calculating the time, he had only set off a day or so earlier than Grandpa Mo and the others. Who could have expected that by the time Grandpa Mo and the others arrived, he would have already laid such a solid foundation among the indigenous ferocious beasts in the core hinterland? A random patrol had 20-star Lord Realm experts escorting him, and 2 random domain Lord Realm experts could casually call him brothers. This was simply 2F** King unbelievable. If it wasn't for Yi Xian's style just now that allowed Grand Elder Mo and the others to confirm his identity, they would have suspected that they had gotten the wrong person. Fellow Taoist pig, fellow Taoist turtle, what happened before was just a misunderstanding. It's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Previously, the Tao disciple of the Second Universe's greedy wolf clan was strong, and he was just sparring with you. Little devil ape. Jiao Kong, who had no choice but to show up, had a bright smile on his face at this time. He said very politely, it's normal for the younger generation to be angry because they were fighting. Who hasn't been young before? But speaking of this, Jiao Kong changed the topic, and his voice instantly became softer. He said tentatively, but now that kid has been taught a lesson, and he even had one of his hind legs chopped off by the little demonic ape. It can be considered a big loss. The 2 of you also know that the Tao disciple of a race is not a small matter. Why don't you let him go? Fellow Taoist, I promise that I will teach him a lesson later. Jiao Kong almost patted his chest when he said the last sentence. It was as if he was telling the truth. F***ck off. Who are you trying to fool? Did you get kicked in the head by a mouse? As soon as Jiao Kong finished speaking, the primordial porcupine and the primordial turtle's faces slapped on the spot. They didn't treat him as an old monster of the same realm at all. It was as if they looked down on the old monsters of the Star-Lord realm or even the almighty figures of the universe. It couldn't be helped. It was really because this so-called elder of the Blood Dragon clan had not performed well in the previous battle. He had long left the impression of a coward in the hearts of the primordial porcupine and the primordial turtle. The latter was so angry that he almost vomited blood on the spot, but he didn't dare to impulsively turn hostile on the spot. If that was really the case, the result of him facing 2 old monsters of the same realm was obviously destined, and that was that he would be miserably killed. This might be the reason why he left the impression of a coward in the hearts of the primordial porcupine and the primordial turtle. As an expert, if one did not have the heart of an expert, one could only show off their might in front of the weak and the younger generation. But if they were to meet an expert of the same level who was slightly more unyielding, they were destined to be looked down upon. That little wolf cub was captured alive by little devil ape. We don't have the qualifications to let him go. If you have the ability, you can ask him for it yourself. That's right, don't say that we didn't give you a chance. Weren't you the ones who clamored for the younger generation to fight? Sure. Then, the primordial turtle turned around and looked at the fleets in the void. He sneered and said, the so-called 3 planes of the universe must be full of powerful forces and unaffiliated cultivators. We won't bully you. Don't you want the fortune deep inside the core hinterland? Don't you want that little wolf cub back? Sure, as long as it's a junior, we won't interfere. As long as you have the ability, just go and find the little hairy ape. We'll give you a place in the core area. The edge of the land. The younger generation geniuses of any power can enter the core area. The little hairy ape will also wait for them at the edge of the core area. It will not enter the depths of the core area. The older generation like us will also retreat to the depths of the core area and not interfere in this battle. The little hairy ape himself said that he wanted to fight all of you by himself. What else can we not trust? Bring it on if you dare. The little hairy ape will challenge all the younger generation geniuses of the 3 planes on its own. However, let me make it clear first. The older generation like us won't enter the edge of the core area. None of you who aren't the younger generation are allowed to cross the line into the core area. That area will be left to the younger generation. If any of you disobey the rules, don't be afraid of us. We'll kill you mercilessly if you don't. Also, even the younger generation of your species will be responsible for their own lives if they enter the edge of the core area. You'd better think carefully before you enter. You might be able to enter alive, but you won't be able to cross the line. After that, the primordial porcupine and the primordial turtle turned around and waved at Xian, leading him and the 20-star Lord ferocious beasts to the boundary that would lead to the core area. The last words of the primordial porcupine only came from afar and were heard by every starry sky powerhouse on the scene before its figure disappeared. Remember, the time limit is only 3 months. This is already very lenient. It is enough for the major forces to send scouts back to their clans and dispatch the younger generation heavenly legends. If the little hairy ape is still safe and sound, all the forces will retreat from the root of all evil. Otherwise, we'll kill every one of you that stays. Yi Xian, who had been confused at first, was enlightened after hearing that. As it turned out, the primordial porcupine and the primordial turtle were trying to force all the fleets of the forces from the 3 planes to leave the central region's buffer zone. Most of the fleets that had stayed in the central region's buffer zone were the top forces from the 3 universes, such as the fleets of the races from the 2nd universe, the 1st universe, the official fleet of the Federation of the 3rd universe, and the 2 fleets of the human race and the cultivators. These top forces all cared about their reputation. Since they had made a bet with the native ferocious beasts of the root of all evil, then if they really lost this 3-month bet, they naturally wouldn't be so thick-skinned as to stay in the root of all evil star field and not leave. Even if they still didn't give up, they would at least withdraw from the central region's buffer zone. They wouldn't even stay in the outer region of the root of all evil. Basically, they would completely withdraw from the root of all evil star field and stay in the void of the universe outside this star field to come up with other plans. Although they didn't leave in the end, they had withdrawn from the central region's buffer zone and the outer region after all. Even if there were any subsequent actions, with the distance between these 2 regions as a buffer, the native ferocious beasts in the core hinterland would have enough time after receiving the information from the scouts at the front. They would have time to respond. The central region's buffer zone and the outer region were very vast. If there were scouts stationed at the edge of the outer region, once they made a move, it would take at least 5 to 6 days to reach the core hinterland if a large fleet approached. Even if a small group of domain masters and star masters entered in a hurry, they would still have about 3 days left for the native ferocious beasts in the core hinterland. 3 days was enough for them to make some arrangements. After realizing this, Yi Xian sighed faintly. The primordial porcupine and the primordial turtle had spent so much effort to make such arrangements because there wasn't a single sector master among the native ferocious beasts in the core hinterland. However, what Yi Xian didn't understand was how they could be so sure that he could single-handedly challenge all the younger generation geniuses from the various powers of the 3 Great Plains. Were they not afraid that he would lose the bet because of his carelessness? Yi Xian and the 20-star lords who were escorting him crossed the border, following the primordial porcupine and the primordial tortoise, and entered the core of the root of all evil from the central region's buffer zone. The 2 old men immediately grinned when they asked the question that they were puzzled about. "You little brat, do you really think we're senile? We wouldn't have let you take risks if we weren't confident in you. Not to mention the young geniuses of the major forces out there, even the experts of the older generation wouldn't be able to do anything to you as long as they aren't star lords yet." That's right. The Tao disciple of the Greedy Wolf clan was careless, but he was strong and had grasped the 2nd level of the Greedy Wolf's Howling Moon technique. His combat ability was quite shocking among the young geniuses. Even so, didn't you still knock him out? Kid, you're really amazing. Earlier, you utilized a starry sky treasure to kill that multicolored python that had fallen from the ranks of region lords. This time, the club you used to smash the wolf unconscious was actually a primordial treasure of the same rank as well. Besides, the dual-colored flame in your hand is also giving off a strong desolate aura. Hee, we don't know what you've gotten, but it's definitely not a problem for you to crush the so-called young geniuses of the major forces out there with those methods. You'll be fighting all of them by yourself. Stinking kid, don't lose face for us native ferocious beasts. Once you lose this bet, then the situation we'll face would be extremely severe. Because at that time, practically 1 or 2 region lords from the various powers would arrive here, and we wouldn't occupy an advantage in terms of overall strength. Even if those 2 fellows who were in closed-door cultivation 1,000 years ago come out, unless they successfully break through and enter the Sector Lord realm. Even if our native beast race has 4 old monsters at the Domain Lord level, we are absolutely unable to go against the top powers of the 3 universes. Of course, if we have no other choice, we can still retreat to the Netherworld furnace deep in the core hinterland. Then, there will be a lot of remains of realm lords along the way, which will stop the fleets of all the forces from moving forward. It's even possible that they'll be wiped out. After all, they're not protected by the Netherworld furnace like us. But in this way, the secret of the Netherworld furnace will be exposed to the world. At that time, it's hard to guarantee that the various powers won't send Sector Lords or even universe-grade experts that surpass Sector Lords. If the situation really develops to such an extent, the final result, not to mention us native ferocious beasts guarding the Netherworld furnace, even the Netherworld furnace that has existed for countless years will be in danger. Never underestimate the experts of the starry sky. Many old freaks don't make an appearance rashly because they seek the heaven Tao. But if there are sufficient benefits, then they'll arrive before anyone else. When they spoke up to hear, the primeval porcupine and tortoise actually sighed faintly at the same time, and they seemed to be sighing with emotion about how they were too weak and could only helplessly go with the flow. It had to be said that the feeling this scene brought to Xianxia was very strong. 2 supreme old freaks at the advanced stage of the Region Lord realm were actually sighing faintly before him right now, and they seemed to be in high spirits. This caused Xianxia to suddenly feel that it was laughable at the beginning, and then it was lamentable at the end. He was merely at the cosmic realm, and he was even a step away from attaining the cosmic realm. So, when compared to the primeval porcupine and tortoise, he was a true joke. Brothers, don't worry. Everything will be fine with me here. They're just a group of useless people, so they can dream of leaving. While feeling moved in his heart, Xianxia raised his hand to rub the tortoise's fur, and then he stomped forcefully on the back of the primeval porcupine beneath his feet before he spoke these words. At this moment, what he really wanted to tell them was the terrifying truth about the Netherworld furnace. However, he gave it a moment of thought and decided not to do so. He was slightly worried that the primeval porcupine and tortoise wouldn't be able to accept it in a short period of time. After all, the Netherworld furnace was practically equivalent to a form of belief or even faith to them and all the native ferocious beasts that lived at the core area of the root of all evil. On the other side, Xianxia and all the native ferocious beasts had heavy thoughts in their hearts. On the other hand, the higher-ups of the various powers in the buffer zone outside the core area were the same, and they all had their own thoughts. They actually set a 3-month bet? What do those 2 old monsters want to do? They're too arrogant. That little primeval demon ape alone wants to challenge all the young geniuses of the top powers in the 3 universes. Do they really think that all the Taoists of the various races are hotheads like Xianxia? They don't have any combat experience at all. They were knocked out and dragged away by a stick. Shh, keep your voice down. That Star Lord of the Greedy Wolf clan has been suppressing his anger for a long time and is looking for a place to vent it. This must be the intention of the ancient devil ape in the depths of the hinterland. Just from the battle just now, one could see the importance of battle experience. Xianxia was the Tao child of the Greedy Wolf race, and his cultivation was stronger than the little ancient devil ape. His talent was even more extraordinary. His race's Greedy Wolf Hells at the Moon divine ability was even more powerful than the little ancient devil ape. He has comprehended the 2nd level of transformation. But in the end, he ended up in such a miserable state and was knocked out by a stick. This battle has made the primeval demon ape feel something. These hidden Taoists really lack combat experience. The primeval demon ape is worried that the little primeval demon ape will also have this problem. After all, when it grows up in the future, it will definitely need to go out and travel. It's impossible to have a Star Lord protecting it all the time. It just so happens that this time, most of the top powers in the 3 universes are here. There are countless geniuses of various races. It's the best time to temper the little primeval demon ape. It's too overbearing and too arrogant. It actually used the young geniuses of all the top powers in the 3 universes as whetstones. This battle is already unavoidable. The Taoists of the various clans will definitely descend one after another. The primeval little devil ape is too arrogant and ruthless. Not only did it capture a Taoist and ridicule him like a clay chicken, it even roasted him in public. How can the Taoists of the various clans endure this? Time flew, and 7 days passed. This area lord was an elder of the Yingji clan, one of the top 10 clans in the second universe. He was a mid-stage area lord. The Daoist he was escorting was called Ji Jingfeng. Like Lang Gongqiang, he was also a Daoist of a clan. His cultivation was also at the 15th realm, the universe realm, and he had been hidden by his clan. With the arrival of the Yingji clan's domain lord, the powerhouses of the three major realms who were stuck in the buffer zone of the root of all evil immediately felt as if they had eaten a pill of reassurance. Their originally uneasy mood gradually calmed down. At the very least, from the surface, only the primordial porcupine and the primordial tortoise showed high-end strength in the core zone of the source of all evil. Before this, there was only the Blood Wyrm clan's old monster Jiao Kong, who was an old monster at the domain lord realm, and that was indeed a cause for concern. However, it was different now. In terms of strength, both sides were already equal. Furthermore, there would definitely be more domain lords from other races arriving. The reason why the Yingji race's domain lord was the fastest to arrive was because they were Yingji birdmen. This domain lord was originally proficient in speed, and in terms of comprehension of the void laws of the universe, his attainments were deep. Jiao Kong immediately sent out an invitation. The two area lords gathered in the flagship of the Blood Wyrm clan's fleet and had a secret discussion. In the end, they went into hiding and were not in a hurry to act. After all, they were indeed worried about Ji Jingfeng alone. That primordial demonic ape, which was only at the peak of the cosmic light realm, was truly too ferocious. On the 8th day, another one of the top 10 clans in the second universe, the Golden Eagle clan's area lord, arrived. He brought along the clan's Daoist, who was also at the 15th realm of the universe realm. His name was Xianxia. On the 9th day, one of the top 3 clans in the first universe, the Space Rat clan, finally had an area lord. He also brought along the clan's Daoist, the 15th realm of the universe realm of the younger generation, Shu Wushuang. At this point, there were already 4 area lords in the buffer zone of the source of all evil. Over the past 2 days, the Blood Wyrm clan's area lord, Jiao Kong, who had been acting with his tail between his legs and had almost no presence, was moving around frequently. It was as if he was going through doors. He would occasionally walk out of the flagship of the Blood Wyrm clan's area lord fortress and visit the Golden Eagle clan's area lord fortress. Even the Space Rat clan's area lord fortress, which was originally hostile to him, had been visited by him. This made the experts of the various large powers feel rather speechless. Compared to before the arrival of these 3 old monsters, Jiao Kong felt as if he was jumping up and down. The fact that 4 old monsters of the region lords were guarding the buffer zone of the central region made them extremely confident. On the 2nd day after the region lord of the Space Rat clan arrived with the Daoist child of the clan, which was also the 10th day of the 3-month bet, the 4 old monsters of the region lords discussed and spoke one after another. It's time. Let's enter the core area's edge. Bring that arrogant and despotic little demon ape to see us. He actually dared to use the prodigies and even the Daoists of the various large powers in the 3 dimensions as whetstones. This time, we'll let him taste the bitter fruit. This battle will be led by Ji Jingfeng, Xianxia, and Shu Wushuang, the 3 universe realm Daoists. The prodigies of the other clans and powers can participate. However, their cultivation cannot be lower than the void realm. Otherwise, they'll just be sending themselves to their deaths. My Blood Wyrm clan's Daoist hasn't arrived yet. Badian, you'll lead a few of your clan's prodigies and enter the battle. The Badian that Jiao Kong was talking about was Jiao Badian, the prodigy of the Blood Wyrm clan. He had fought with the Netherworld Young Master before. In that battle, Jiao Badian, Peng Jingxiao, and Shi Bafeng fought the Netherworld Young Master by themselves. In the end, Shi Bafeng was directly roasted. Jiao Badian and Shi Bafeng had to turn around and flee. At this moment, the 2 of them were also in their respective clans' fleets. Obviously, they would also participate in this battle. In addition, the other powers also sent 2 or 3 Void Realm prodigies to participate in the battle. The slaves of the first universe were all unfamiliar faces. However, in the second universe, besides Jiao Badian and Peng Jingxiao, there were also some old acquaintances of Yi Xian. For example, the little princess of the colored python clan, Medusa, was also a Void Realm prodigy. As for the human clan and the myriad Luo Federation, Gong Wuxin, Chou Doufu, Wu Chenzi, and Yu Xianlong were also close friends with Yi Xian. They were once captured by Yi Xian in the Shenong Cauldron in the Heavenly War Empire's Star Area, one of the three great empires of the human clan's technology camp. The first prince of the Everlasting Dynasty, Long Xiang, the two crown princes of the Heavenly Qin Kingdom and the Heavenly Battle Kingdom, Zhan Lingfeng, and Su Biqing were also participating in the battle. As for the fallen demon prince, the demon dust lady, the unfettered man, and the fairy Xianxia, who had appeared out of nowhere, they did not come this time. Ever since the four of them lost to Yi Xian in the system's competitive mission, they had completely disappeared. No one knew what they were doing. Yi Xian occasionally thought of them, but he was very suspicious. He's just a little primordial demon ape at the perfection level 9 of the cosmic light realm. How dare he challenge the prodigies of all the top powers in the three dimensions? He's simply courting death. Only that hothead Lang Gongqiang would suffer at his hands. This time, this Daoist will definitely capture him. Don't talk nonsense. This Daoist's blood is boiling. Who cares about the seventh peerless prodigy? I'll start from the last one and suppress him one by one. As Ji Jingfeng, Xu Wushuang, and Jin Haoxiao, the three universe realm Taoists, spoke arrogantly, the prodigies of most of the top powers in the three dimensions of the universe, as well as some young unaffiliated cultivators, formed an army of 100 people and rushed toward the boundary line in front of them. Soon, they disappeared. They entered the periphery of the core hinterland of the root of all evil. Crystal Ball Mirage. Gong Wuxing roared as soon as he entered the periphery of the core hinterland. This was the command and instruction of Gong Xingkai, the vice palace master of the Diju Palace, the commander-in-chief of the human clan's fleet. As this violent roar sounded, a silver-white brilliance instantly rushed out from his body. It went straight into the sky like a meteor, hanging in the void above the edge of the hinterland. It turned into a transparent silver ball with a diameter of a meter, pouring out a faint moonlight-like brilliance. This technique was very magical. At first glance, it didn't look like a technique at all. Instead, it looked like a silver-white spherical magic treasure. Gong Wuxin had used this technique in the space inside the Shenong Cauldron before. Gong Wuxin and the others still didn't know that the person they were going to deal with was young Master Ling Hu, who had made them suffer in the Shenong Cauldron. Otherwise, they would have turned around and fled immediately. At this time, as Gong Wuxin activated the crystal ball playback technique, all the scenes at the edge of the vast hinterland were transmitted through the silver-white crystal ball suspended at the top of the void, and all the experts of the major forces in the buffer zone of the central domain saw it. As for the depths of the core hinterland, the primordial porcupine, primordial turtle, and other indigenous ferocious beast experts were all paying close attention. They were also in the core hinterland and were not separated by the void barrier between the core hinterland and the buffer zone of the central domain, so they were not able to use the crystal ball playback technique. They could see through everything. The core hinterland of the origin of all evil was extremely vast. Just the edge of the hinterland was tens of millions of miles away. Previously, the tens of millions of battleships of the various races of the Second Universe had launched a large-scale space war here with the indigenous ferocious beasts at the edge of the core hinterland. Vast, the hundreds of young heavenly prides of various races who had entered the edge of the hinterland did not see Yi Xian's existence immediately. At this time, he had manifested his three-headed, six-armed demonic ape true form and was sitting cross-legged in the void in front of the edge of the hinterland alone. He was neither surprised nor happy. His entire aura had merged into the void, like an ancient well without ripples. Yi Xian was also very much looking forward to this battle. In his opinion, he had just advanced again not long ago, and now his cultivation base was already at the great perfection of the void ninth order. In the state of manifesting his three-headed, six-armed demonic ape true form, his cultivation base had directly increased by 2 realms, reaching the great perfection of the cosmic light ninth order. The great perfection of the cosmic light ninth order. But after all, he was still not a universe almighty. Yi Xian was preparing to temper himself in this battle, so that the qi and blood power in his body would surge to the extreme. Then, he would swallow a tube of level 13 liquid during the battle and break through in the battle, stepping into the 13th realm in one fell swoop, the Genesis realm. At that time, in the state of his three-headed, six-armed demonic ape true form, Yi Xian would step into the universe almighty realm in one step. The universe realm was a dividing line. Otherwise, those in the universe realm wouldn't be called universe almighties. Once the devil ape true body entered the realm of universe realm, Xian was confident that he would be able to capture the 3 universe realm cultivators who had entered the core hinterland, as well as the hundreds of young prodigies from various clans, without using any other means or abilities that might expose his identity. As long as he could take down all of them, Xian would be able to achieve his goal. And this goal was related to the level 14 and level 15 liquids that he urgently needed. Just as Xian was sitting cross-legged in the void, pondering, 100-man army divided into several groups and rushed over from several directions, finally arriving from 1,000,000 miles away. The first ones to discover Xian were Ji Jingfeng, Xu Wushuang, and Xianxia, the 3 universe realm Taoists. I see him. Little monkey, prepare to die. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Whoosh, Xianxia was the first to attack. With a roar, he activated the bloodline in his body and revealed the bloodline true body of the Golden Eagle tribe. With a flap of his wings, he released a rain of golden flames. It was the unique bloodline technique of the Golden Eagle tribe, the Flaming Eagle Plume Rain. The Flaming Eagle Plume Rain was a rain of energy arrows formed by countless golden feathers. After he revealed his bloodline true body, his wingspan was thousands of feet. Such a huge golden eagle was covered with countless golden feathers, and a small part of the sky was illuminated in an instant. Every energy feather was golden. Not only was there a light, but there were also faintly visible flames rising from them. It was as if even the void was being roasted, making a strange sizzling sound. This was clearly a powerful attack of a large area. However, at this moment, countless golden feathers were pouring down from the sky, all concentrated in a small part of the void and whistled toward the primordial little demon ape. Phoenix Dance. Immediately after Xianxia, the Yingji clan's universe realm Taoist Ji Jingfeng also suddenly launched an attack. After a roar, he instantly manifested a giant silver bird that was thousands of meters long. Its entire body was steaming with a layer of fiery red flames. It was like a phoenix bathed in flames. With a sharp cry, it rushed toward the primordial little demon ape. Phoenix Dance was a bloodline technique of the Yingji clan. This kind of technique could condense the power of the bloodline in the body into an invisible gang chi coat shaped like a divine bird phoenix, and it had an extremely high temperature. Not only could it play the role of a protective gang chi, but it could also cause additional damage to the enemy with the high temperature of the phoenix wings in battle. The first move of the rosy clouds. At the same time, the last Taoist, the Space Rat clan's Heaven and Earth Taoist, Xu Wushuang, also let out a sharp scream. His body swayed and turned into a giant rat that was 100 feet long. With a flip of his palm, he actually directly took out a long-handle saber. According to legend, the Rosy Cloud saber technique was a sword technique comprehended by a certain martial genius of the Spatial Rat clan when he was practicing his sword under the glow of the sunset. There were a total of 6 moves, respectively, Rosy Clouds, Rosy Clouds, Rosy Clouds, Rosy Clouds, Rosy Clouds, and Rosy Sunset. This saber technique was the inherited secret technique of the Space Rat clan, the 6-move saber techniques. Its power increased gradually. It was said that it could even split the void. Its power was extremely powerful. At this moment, a rat with a body size of 1,000 feet was waving a long-handled broadsword. The afterglow filled the sky in an instant, and it swept toward the primordial little demon ape in front of it. This scene was too weird. Not only were Gong Wuxin and the others behind the 3 Taoists dumbfounded, but even Xian, who was still sitting cross-legged in front of them in the void, opened his mouth wide subconsciously. He felt as if he had been struck by lightning on the spot. A rat waving a broadsword and commanding the wind and the clouds. It was simply amazing. No one else could do this. The 3 Taoists were all at the universe realm. At this moment, they all showed their huge bloodline true bodies. Almost at the same time, they used their bloodline divine abilities and inherited secret techniques. They formed a triangle in 3 directions and attacked the primordial little demon ape sitting cross-legged in the void. Behind the 3 Taoists, there were dozens of young talents from various clans in the 3 realms. All of them were extraordinary and powerful. More than 100 powerhouses joined forces to attack the primordial little demon ape, who was only at the universe realm, the 14th realm. This scene was so shocking that when it was transmitted to the buffer zone outside the root of all evil through Gong Wuxin's crystal ball projection technique, it instantly caused a lot of gasps. Old monster Jiao Kong and the other 3 old monsters who were guarding the buffer zone of the central region let out hearty laughter at the first moment. A flaming rain of eagle feathers came from all directions, a cloud of saber flames whistled through the air. There were also illusions of divine birds and fiery phoenixes that were surging with bright red flames appeared in front of the 1,000-foot-tall Yingji. Although the 3 Taoists were young, they were all experts in the 15th level of the starry sky. At this moment, they performed their respective bloodline powers and inherited secret techniques and surrounded the little primordial ape in a triangle formation from 3 different directions. In the blink of an eye, they had covered more than half of the distance of 1,000,000 kilometers. In a few seconds, they would be close to the little primordial ape. At this moment, the little primeval devil ape that was sitting cross-legged with its eyes closed finally stood up slowly. It had 3 heads and 6 arms, and its eyes emitted bright lights as it stood in midair like an invincible god of war that looked down upon the world. "You are just a bunch of chickens and dogs. How dare you come out and make a fool of yourself?" Seeing that the attacks from 3 directions were about to come, the little primordial ape was still fearless. The physical body of the 3 Taoists' true form spoke in human language. Then, before anyone could react, the true form of the primordial ape with 3 heads and 6 arms instantly disappeared from where it was as if it had teleported. What's going on? He actually used the void teleportation to escape? Isn't he always domineering and arrogant? Why did he change his style all of a sudden? Ha ha ha. He's scared after all. It's ridiculous that the native ferocious beast prince ran away without a fight. Especially when he was running away, he was so thick-skinned that he said such words to save his face. How disappointing. As the little primordial ape disappeared, the 3 Taoists, who had performed their bloodline powers and inherited secret techniques, were all stunned for a moment. Then, they laughed smugly and mocked. They were sure that the little primordial ape had run away without a fight, so they teleported and ran away in an instant. Because they couldn't detect any aura in the void in front of them at all. The 3 of them were Taoist-level existences of their respective clans. Although they were young juniors, their cultivation realms had already stepped into the universe realm, and they were almighty figures. The little primordial ape was only in the cosmic light realm. No matter how mysterious the concealment secret techniques it had, it couldn't escape from their perception. At the very least, he could still capture a trace of chi. Search. He probably hasn't escaped from the void at the edge of the hinterland. Otherwise, it would be no different from admitting defeat. That would be too laughable, and he would become the laughingstock of the 3 dimensions. The Golden Eagle clan's Taoist, Xianxia, sneered. He turned around and rushed in another direction. Ji Jingfeng, the Taoist disciple of the Yingji clan, did the same. Following behind him were more than 30 young heavenly talents from various clans. They rushed in another direction and could not stop laughing. Ha ha ha. That's not necessarily true. With 3 of us here, he has no chance at all. Other than running away, what else can he do? Let's be careful. Let's split up and search. That guy's void teleportation technique is a bit strange. I actually couldn't capture the aura of his teleportation. The Space Rat clan's Taoist waved the large blade in his hand, but the expression on his face was somewhat dignified. He warned, in addition, don't forget how he defeated Lang Gongqiang before. This little monkey likes to knock people out with a stick, so the big head in his hand should be extraordinary. Be careful of being backstabbed by him, bang. Owu, the Space Rat clan's Taoist disciple, Shu Wushuang, had just finished his words when a loud bang suddenly came from the direction where Ji Jingfeng had left. Then, an incomparably shrill scream resounded through the void, and more than 100 Taoists from various clans in the periphery of the hinterland were shocked. All the spectators of various clans in the buffer zone of the central region were so shocked that they trembled. Everyone's gazes subconsciously gathered in the direction of the miserable howls. The scene that entered their eyes caused their expressions to immediately change. The legendary big head stick had reappeared as expected. At this moment, it was in the right hand of the primordial little demon ape. No one knew whether this guy was too lucky or Ji Jingfeng of the Yingji clan was too unlucky. The primordial little demon ape should have performed 2 teleportations in a row. The first time, it disappeared and went somewhere in the periphery of the hinterland. Immediately after that, When the three Tao children of the universe led the dozens of heaven's prides of the younger generation of various clans to spread out and turned around to rush in three different directions at the same time, he once again performed a second teleportation and made a return thrust. Coincidentally, after this second teleportation, its figure actually appeared behind Ji Jingfeng of the Yingji clan, who had turned around to leave. Therefore, the latter immediately suffered a tragic fate. A huge black stick, which was 100 feet long and thin, was directly swung up from the void and smashed hard on the back of Ji Jingfeng's huge bloodline true body's head. The loud sound just now was the result of this attack. The shrill scream that followed was from Ji Jingfeng's mouth. On the back of his head, a suspicious protrusion the size of a small hill was rapidly becoming apparent. As for Ji Jingfeng himself, like Lang Ganglai, his eyes rolled back and he fainted on the spot. Moreover, before everyone could react, the three-headed, six-armed primordial little demon ape suddenly waved its hand and directly took him away. The huge bloodline true body of the Yingji clan disappeared in the void. The people who saw this scene most clearly were the more than 30 young geniuses of various clans who were originally following Ji Jingfeng. The primordial little demon ape appeared in the void not far in front of them, and then with a flip of its hand, a huge stick appeared and smashed hard on the back of Ji Jingfeng's head. Such a ferocious scene had long since stunned this group of fellows. Although they had a large number of people, their cultivation strength was not as good as Ji Jingfeng's. Only a few of them had reached the 14th realm, the cosmic light realm, and a small half of them were at the 13th realm, the Genesis realm. The rest were all at the 12th realm, the void realm. Facing the primordial little demon ape, whose cultivation strength was at the peak of the cosmic light realm, they were no match at all and did not even have the courage to fight. Otherwise, these hundreds of Taoists of other clans would not have been following behind Ji Jingfeng and the other two Taoists of heaven and earth. They originally thought that with a Taoist of heaven and earth in front, even if the primordial little demon ape appeared, there would not be a situation where they would be the main attacker. But now the scene clearly appeared. After knocking the Yingji clan's heaven and earth Tao child, Ji Jingfeng, unconscious and taking him away, the ferocious little primordial devil ape suddenly turned around. Its eyes were shining brightly as it held the famous black stick in its right hand and dragged it behind its back. With a leap, it rushed towards them. Looking at that posture, it was clearly a tiger in a flock of sheep. Run! It's coming, oh my god, it's over this time, it's so ferocious, even if we all go together, we can't withstand its stick. What? Ji Jingfeng, the Taoist of the Yingji clan, followed in the footsteps of Lang Gongqiang and was knocked unconscious by the primordial little demon ape? Oh my god, this is the second Taoist to be tricked by him. He is only at the peak of the 9th rank of the cosmic light realm, but he defeated the 15th ranked Taoist of heaven and earth in succession. This primordial little demon ape is going to defy the heavens. What a huge outsource. Too terrifying, too astonishing. That infamous big black stick is obviously not an ordinary object. It ruthlessly smashed the back of the head of that universe almighty expert. The latter was swollen, but it was completely unscathed. It is at least a quasi-starry sky treasure. Too shameless. This time it is obviously a shameless trick. Otherwise, how could our Taoist of heaven and earth be knocked unconscious by his stick so sullenly? The second time this brat teleported back, the location he appeared at was too coincidental. He was right behind Jingfeng, about 70 to 80 zhang away from the back of Jingfeng's head. The probability of that happening was so small that it was almost negligible. How could he have done that? How could he have such outrageous luck? It should be like this. If there is no accident, this little monkey did not teleport away at all. The hundreds of young geniuses who participated in this battle were all fooled by him. The little monkey just perfectly hid his figure and aura. In fact, he has been following someone all the time. But Jingfeng is too unlucky to be chosen by him and become the first target. What? There is such a powerful concealment secret technique? Even the Taoist of heaven and earth can't see through it? He can't sense the slightest trace of qi, otherwise it is impossible to determine that he has teleported away in the void. I technique. If I were Xianxia, the next time I encounter such a situation, I can only use my eye technique. The Yin-Yang Eagle Eyes is an amazing eye technique. I dare not say that I can see through illusions, but it basically has a similar effect. Yes, if such a strange teleportation appears again, Xianxia will have to use the Yin-Yang Eagle Eyes. If it is just a concealment secret technique, it will not be able to escape detection. Otherwise, we will lose this battle. As Ji Jingfeng was knocked unconscious and then put away, the experts of various races who were watching the battle in the buffer zone of the central region immediately exclaimed in surprise, especially the few Universe Realm experts and Star Lord old monsters of the Inji clan. They were so angry that their noses were crooked. Previously, it was only the greedy wolf clan who had lost a Taoist disciple, and they had secretly mocked them in their hearts. They did not expect that the tables would turn. Today, it was their clan's turn. In the blink of an eye, it was their clan's turn. Thinking of that, Ji Jingfeng, the dignified Tao disciple of heaven and earth, had a powerful divine ability and bloodline secret technique, but now, he didn't even have the chance to use them and had already become the captive of that little monkey. Every time they thought of this, the old monsters of the Inji clan had a kind of monstrous sullen feeling that wanted to vomit blood on the spot. In addition, some people saw a clue. They thought that the location of the little primordial demon ape's teleportation was too coincidental. The probability was almost negligible. Therefore, they suspected that the little primordial demon ape had not teleported away at all. It had just hidden its figure and followed them. At the back. Later, some people mentioned the bloodline magic of the Golden Eagle clan, the Yin-Yang Eagle pupil technique, and thought that this technique could restrain the little primordial demon ape. The Yin-Yang Eagle pupil technique was a very mysterious pupil technique. It belonged to the auxiliary bloodline magic of the Golden Eagle clan. It could see through, and have a certain degree of power to see through illusions. In addition, it was said that it also had a 360-degree view. Once this bloodline magic was activated, there was no blind spot in the whole view, and it was a comprehensive insight. Although it could not be achieved in the early stage, it could gradually approach the omnivision after cultivation. However, the range of this omnivision state would increase according to the level of the user, and it could not cover too wide an area at first. Unfortunately, although Xianxia had the Yin-Yang Eagle pupil technique, Yi Xian was not a pushover. His demon soul pupil was the supreme overlord of pupil techniques. If he really had a pupil technique duel with Xianxia, the latter would be the one to die. Of course, among the powerhouses of the major forces who exclaimed, there were still many people with discerning eyes. Some of their guesses were almost the truth. Yi Xian had indeed not left. His figure had only disappeared because he had activated the perfect oscillation of the secret mental technique. Now, in the true form of the three-headed six-armed demon ape, his cultivation had reached the peak of the 9th rank of the cosmic realm, and he was only one rank away from the universe realm experts. When he fully activated the perfect oscillation in such a state, the universe realm experts, who were only slightly stronger than him, naturally couldn't detect it. They could feel the slightest bit of aura. As a matter of fact, if Yi Xian fully activated the perfect oscillation in his 15th realm, the universe realm, not to mention the star lords, even the old monsters of the zone lords would be fooled by him if they didn't pay special attention. Under normal circumstances, they wouldn't be able to detect it at all. Yi Xian had already demonstrated all this to the primordial porcupine and the primordial tortoise when he left the core of the hinterland and entered the gambling battlefield at the edge of the hinterland. Therefore, at this moment, when they saw that he had indeed used this mysterious concealment technique to deal with his opponent, and that he had dealt with a heaven and earth Tao child with a strike of the stick, in the depths of the hinterland behind them, thunderous cheers instantly rang out, and the roars of beasts did not stop. At the same time, after knocking Ji Jingfeng out with a blow, Yi Xian had already turned around and rushed toward the 30 or so young geniuses of various races, who had been following Ji Jingfeng. As for the other two directions in the distance, Shu Wushuang, who was waving his saber, and Jin Haoxiao, who had manifested the true form of a 1,000-meter-long golden eagle, had also noticed the unexpected situation. Their expressions changed drastically, and they roared furiously. They led dozens of followers behind them and rushed over together. "You little monkey, don't run if you dare. I'll definitely cut off your dog head with one blow. You're too shameless, little demon ape. You're a descendant of the ancient demon ape, but you're always doing such a thing. Have you considered your mother's feelings?" These two fellows' mouths were too poisonous. One of them was clamoring to cut off Yi Xian's head, while the other directly cursed at Yi Xian's mother. causing the killing intent in his heart to instantly rise. Bam! With one blow, Xian directly knocked out 7 or 8 of the 30 or so young geniuses of various races who had just been chased by him. Then, after waving his hand and putting those guys into the Shenong cauldron in his body, Xian didn't pay any attention to the other 20 or so young geniuses of various races who were howling and fleeing. A fierce light flashed in his eyes, and he raised his hand and pointed at Xu Wushuang and Jin Haoxiao. Xian, who disappeared in the blink of an eye, still didn't use his teleportation ability and instantly left. Instead, he once again activated his mental secret technique to perfectly conceal his figure and aura, not leaking out in the slightest. He was very confident in the perfect oscillation mystic technique. On the one hand, Xian, in the form of the 3-head 6-arms demon ape real body, was infinitely close to the power of the universe realm. On the other hand, the perfect oscillation mystic technique had been upgraded twice and was now a high-level mystic technique. Its power was extraordinary. Even though he had not officially stepped into the universe realm, Xian was confident that even the Star Lords would not be able to see through it if they did not pay special attention to it. As for the junior Taoists of the various clans who were only in the universe realm, they did not even need to think about it, therefore, Xian did not feel any pressure when he used it. He had just used this mystic technique to knock Ji Jingfeng out, and now he wanted to use it again to knock Ji Jingfeng out. Of course, this was also because he did not know that the Golden Eagle clan had a kind of yin-yang eagle eyes that could see through illusions. Otherwise, with Xian's cautious character, he would not be so reckless. After concealing himself, Xian's figure flashed as he directly charged towards Jin Haoxiao. At this time, in the depths of the eyes of Jin Haoxiao's huge golden eagle real body, a black and white light suddenly flashed. At this moment, Jin Haoxiao activated the special auxiliary bloodline ability of the Golden Eagle clan, the Yin-Yang Eagle Eyes. Although with his attainments in the Yin-Yang Eagle Eyes, he could not clearly see Xian's figure after it was activated. However, he could see a blurry mass of energy, which was moving quickly toward him. It was about 30 meters tall, which was exactly the height of the primordial little demon ape. Jin Haoxiao realized what was going on and sneered. Just as I thought, the boy has never teleported at all. He has mastered a weird concealment technique. Under the illusion breaker of the Yin-Yang Eagle Eyes bloodline technique, all he can do is show up as a blurry cluster of energy. However, for Jin Haoxiao, this was enough. At this very moment, that mass of energy was rapidly approaching the direction behind him, making a small circle and approaching from the side. Jin Haoxiao did not change his expression and pretended not to know. He raised his head and roared, "Damn it, this guy used the same trick again." When he saw us coming, he immediately teleported away. At the same time, he secretly sent a voice transmission to Xu Wushuang in the other direction. Taoist Xu, the Yin-Yang Eagle Eyes bloodline ability, which was activated just now, and I saw the sky. No. I am the target now, but the next one must be you. Once the 3 of us kill him, it will be useless even if all the other Taoists come together. But now, he has been exposed. You and we can beat him at his own game and kill him in one fell swoop. After a few simple words of discussion, Jin Haoxiao and Xu Wushuang quickly decided on a plan to deal with Xian. After discussing it with each other, they agreed on a time and a secret signal, but they didn't immediately gather together. After all, if the 2 of them gathered together, the little primordial demon ape would most likely not dare to get close to them because of fear. But now, they had already grasped the other party's traces without the other party knowing. It could be said that they had the upper hand, and victory was already in their hands. Now, what they needed to do was to attract the opponent to them and lure the snake out of its hole. Damn it, did this guy escape to the depths of the hinterland? I can't find him anywhere. With a sneer in his heart, Jin Haoxiao led the primordial little demon ape, who was following behind him, to a small circle at the edge of the core hinterland. Along the way, he and Xu Wushuang, who was also searching, crossed each other from time to time, but they did not make a move. Because the primordial little demon ape was always in the void behind Jin Haoxiao, although the distance was not close, the 2 of them were not 100% sure that they could succeed. There was only one chance. If they failed, the opponent would know that their secret method of hiding their figure and chi was no longer effective, and they would not have a second chance. Therefore, Jin Haoxiao and Xu Wushuang were very cautious and cherished this one and only chance. The opportunity had finally come. In fact, Xianxia had been secretly observing the movement behind him. At this time, he was rushing in a direction, and the vague energy light mass behind him finally moved and slowly approached him. Xianxia was excited and immediately sent a sound transmission to Xu Wushuang, my fellow cultivator. The fish has taken the bait and is approaching me. It is only 5,000 miles away. When it is close, my figure will slightly pause in the void. You can lock the position at once and directly teleport to it. Then, come and chop off its head. After a while, when the vague energy light mass was close to the void 2,000 miles away, Xianxia stopped and pretended to think about which direction to start the search next. At this moment, the energy light mass behind him suddenly accelerated and rushed behind him in the blink of an eye. At this moment, the eyelids of Xianxia's huge golden eagle real body twitched violently, and the blood vessels under the back of his head suddenly jumped a few times due to psychological effects. It was really Ji Jingfeng's extremely shrill scream and the horrible situation of the back of his head that had left a deep psychological shadow in his heart. The one rapidly approaching from behind was indeed Yi Xian in his three-headed six-armed demon ape real body. The distance of more than 2,000 miles in the void was almost instantaneous for him, whose cultivation was infinitely close to the universe realm. At this time, Yi Xian was about 1,000 feet behind Xianxia. Without saying anything, he turned his hand and took out the Shenong pestle that had transformed into the big-headed black stick. However, at the same time, an anxious scream came out of Xianxia's mouth. Caught off guard, even Yi Xian, who hadn't appeared yet and hadn't taken out the big-headed black rod, was shocked. Xu Wushuang, now is the time. Chop off his head. Whoosh. Xu Wushuang, who had already locked on the position of the void in advance, arrived at the sound and teleported there directly. The huge long-handled broadsword in his hand directly slashed at Yi Xian's position. Yo! You saw through it? Among Yi Xian's spiritual power techniques, secret techniques, and divine abilities, the rest were all high level. Only the newly mutated slave seal was still at the elementary level. Apart from that, his spiritual lightning technique and spiritual reversal technique were still at the intermediate level. The former was only a spiritual power secret technique. The latter was a spiritual power divine ability. Therefore, even though spiritual reversal technique was only at the intermediate level, it was still a spiritual power divine ability. In addition, Yi Xian was now in his three-headed six-armed demon ape true form, and his cultivation was already at the half-step universe realm. When he used it now, its power was naturally extraordinary. However, it was not convenient for him to shout the words spiritual reversal technique out loud. It would make others think of the demon tribe. After all, spiritual power was the unique label of the demon tribe. After activating the spirit core that was suspended above his sea of consciousness, a large amount of level 8 mental energy instantly leaked out. At the same time that he used the spirit reversal divine ability, Yi Xian also shouted in a bewildered manner, magic saber divine ability. Gui Hai Dao was originally the name of a demon scout major under his command. Now that this person was in Triumph City, Yi Xian shouted the name of the divine ability. On one hand, it was because of a flash of inspiration. On the other hand, it was because of the scene that was about to unfold. The name of the divine ability was too appropriate. A continuous and weak high-frequency trembling sound rang out. Yi Xian, who had just appeared with the true body of the devil ape, suddenly shot out 2 rays of blood light from the blood-colored eyes of his 3 true bodies without any warning. It went straight up and hit the long-hilted broadsword that was slashing towards his head. The 2 blood-red lights were like liquid. They instantly spread along the huge saber's surface like a layer of blood-red dye rapidly spreading. In the next instant, a strange scene occurred. Xu Wushuang, who had been secretly delighted that he could cut off the head of the little primordial demon ape true form in the next instant, and even if he did not die on the spot, he would at least severely injure him. His entire body suddenly froze, and the light in his eyes became perplexed at this moment. Although it was only for a short moment, only half a breath of time, everything had changed. Originally, the enormous long blade was only half a meter away from Yi Xian's flesh and blood body when it was about to chop off the neck of Yi Xian's body. However, at this moment, as the layer of blood-colored brilliance that enveloped and spread over the blade flashed, the broad and sharp blade actually reversed in an instant. It followed the path of the slash and returned to the original path. When it reached the starting point, it did not stop and went straight for Xu Wushuang's neck. Pooh! With a muffled sound, Shu Wuxuang's giant head was separated from its body and fell into the void. The moment his head fell, Shu Wuxuang's eyes finally regained their clarity. There was a strong unwillingness and fear in his eyes. Unfortunately, it was too late. His eyes quickly dimmed and he died. Walala, in the headless neck cavity, a large amount of blood rushed into the sky, directly drenching Xianxia, who was in front of Shu Wuxuang. This scene looked very strange. Xianxia also saw it. At this moment, he was scared out of his wits, and his whole mind was in a mess. In addition, before he could recover from the shock, a huge pillar of blood gushed out of Shu Wuxuang's headless neck behind him, drenching his head and brain. The blood made him feel slightly hot all over. However, in the depths of his heart, there was an extremely strong chill that suddenly rushed up along his tailbone. In the blink of an eye, it reached the back of his head, making his scalp completely numb. In fact, it was good that he was numb, because at this moment, the infamous big-headed black stick had already been summoned by the three-headed, six-armed immemorial little ape demon. After a furious roar, it directly smashed into the back of Xianxia's head. This time, because the back of Xianxia's head had already been raised by the bottom of his heart, the whole back of his head was numb, so he basically didn't feel much pain. He didn't even let out a scream. He directly rolled his eyes and fainted on the spot. Of course, the back of his head was numb, and he didn't feel any pain. However, the suspicious bulge that was as big as a small hill was still there. After knocking Xianxia unconscious with a single strike, Yi Xian didn't hesitate any longer and immediately put away the big-headed black stick. Then, with a wave of his hand, the transformed withered demon blood blade appeared. With a slash, it directly cut off a huge right wing from Xianxia's 3,000-meter-long golden eagle true body. He just said that he would roast the void rat and cut off one of Xianxia's chicken wings to roast. Then, Yi Xian turned his hand again, and the withered demon blood blade disappeared. Xianxia, who had cut off one of the Jiqi's wings, was also directly put into the internal space of the Shenong cauldron in his body. Xianxia obviously wouldn't die just by cutting off one of the Jiqi's wings, but Yi Xian wouldn't let him go. This guy actually dared to greet Yi Xian's mother. When this sentence came out, his ending was already determined. This headless body of the void rat is thousands of feet long. I can't eat it all by myself. Previously, I said that I would treat Porcupine and Hairy Turtle to eat the void rat's meat, so I'd better keep it and roast it later. Anyway, the void rat had already been beheaded, so it couldn't escape the final fate of being roasted and eaten. Yi Xian waved his hand as he spoke loudly, and directly put Shu Wuxuang's headless body and huge head into the Shenong cauldron in the undying world in his body. Then, his gaze swept over to the Jiqi's wings that had just been cut off from Xianxia's golden eagle true body. Xianxia was a Taoist of the Golden Eagle tribe, a supreme expert of the universe. After manifesting the Golden Eagle true body, the Jiqi's wings had reached thousands of feet in length. If a complete Jiqi's wings were 3,000 feet long, Yi Xian wouldn't be able to finish it all by himself. The Jiqi's wings that he had cut off in the void was only a small part of the right wing of the Golden Eagle true body. Even so, it was still thousands of feet long. After roasting it with the dual-colored flames in the Shenong cauldron and removing the impurities, it would be at least 60 to 70 feet long. Yi Xian definitely wouldn't be able to finish it all by himself. However, it didn't matter. He was prepared to roast it all in one go for the sake of swallowing a tube of level 13 liquid and making the final preparations to break through to the 13th Great Realm, the Genesis Realm. Of the 60 to 70 feet of roasted chicken wings, he would at most consume 20 feet of them. The remaining 40 feet would be taken into Yi Xian's body and thrown directly into the Shenong cauldron. The purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, Zhao Chanru, and the 8 great guardian warriors were still inside, eagerly watching. Since the battle this time started when Lang Gongqiang was taken into the Shenong cauldron after being knocked unconscious, those fellows in the cauldron must have known that Yi Xian was causing trouble outside again. Whoosh! With a wave of his hand, a Shenong dual-colored flame was pulled out from the space within the Shenong cauldron in Yi Xian's undying world. It directly enveloped the 300-meter-long eagle wing that lay in the space to the right. As soon as the dual-colored flame touched it, the golden wing was completely burned, revealing the wing meat inside, and then began to drip. It sounded very comfortable, but in the eyes of the hundreds of geniuses around, it was no different from a soul-stirring sound. This group of people trembled violently at the first moment, turned around and fled in all directions while trembling. Everything happened too fast. Except for Xianxia and Xu Wushuang, no one knew that they had actually set a trap, waiting for the little primordial demon ape to fall into it. Until the roar came from Xianxia's mouth, followed by Xu Wushuang's teleportation, and the long-handled broadsword was about to chop off the little primordial demon ape's neck. The hundreds of young prodigies who had followed behind the two of them, as well as Ji Jingfeng who had fled in all directions, suddenly came to a realization. At that moment, everyone's faces were full of surprise. Sure enough, they were worthy of being the Taoist of heaven and earth. With the two of them working together, they could easily chop off the little primordial demon ape. However, what happened next was so strange that everyone's eyes popped out. Xu Wushuang seemed to have gone crazy. He was the Taoist of heaven and earth of the Void Rat clan. At the most critical moment, when the broadsword in his hand was about to chop off the little primordial demon ape's neck, he dropped the chain at this moment and directly cut off his own neck with the broadsword. Then, before everyone could react, Xianxia, who was drenched by the blood gushing out from the headless neck cavity of Xu Wushuang, was hit by the big-headed black stick on the back of his head, just like Lang Gongqiang and Ji Jingfeng before. His head swelled up like a mountain, and he fainted directly and was dragged away. This was too shocking. All of this was really hard to accept. If it was said that Lang Gongqiang and Ji Jingfeng were both ambushed by the small primordial demonic ape from behind, and that was why they were so pitiful. But now, Xu Wushuang and Xianxia had set a trap in advance to lure the little primordial demonic ape into their trap. Moreover, they had even succeeded. In just a moment, they would be able to cut off one of the 3 heads of the little primordial demonic ape, or at least severely injure it. However, the final result was completely the opposite. Xu Wushuang and Xianxia were killed and injured, while the little primordial demon ape, after receiving the captives and spoils of war, directly roasted chicken wings in front of everyone. What did this mean? It meant that everyone's previous understanding of this little primordial demon ape was wrong. He was merely at the grand perfection of the cosmic light stage 9th stage, yet he had already killed and captured 3 of the 4 Tao children of heaven and earth, as well as 7 or 8 weaker juniors from other races. This was definitely a fierce reputation, and no one dared to provoke it. At least the hundreds of young geniuses of the major forces who were still lingering at the edge of the hinterland absolutely did not have the guts to do so. Now, nearly 100 people were fleeing in all directions, their expressions changing drastically. They were simply like stray dogs. It was really because the little primordial demon ape was too ferocious. It was either directly chopping it off and roasting it, or smashing it on the back of its head. They did not dare to compete with the Taoist of heaven and earth. As for the cultivation realm and combat power, there was no need to compete. In the face of such a murderous god, was there any other choice except to escape? Unfortunately, even if the battlefield was only at the edge of the core hinterland of the source of all evil, it was still vast and boundless, spanning tens of millions of miles. The little primordial demon ape was guarding the only way to the buffer zone outside the central region, so these guys had no way to escape. Anyway, they did not dare to go deep into the core hinterland, where there were a large number of indigenous fierce beasts, including the primordial porcupine and the primordial tortoise, who were the old monsters of the region, were definitely more fierce than the little primordial demon ape. In desperation, the hundreds of young geniuses of the various clans could only wander around the edge of the core hinterland, trembling and extremely anxious. At this time, Yi Xian had already roasted the 1,000-feet-long golden eagle wing. After being burned by the Shenong dual-colored flame, the eagle wing was now only about 70 feet long. Yi Xian waved his hand, and the black demon blade cut through, leaving about 20 feet long, and the remaining 50 feet were divided into 3 parts. One part was about 10 feet long, and he threw it into the internal space of the Shenong cauldron, letting the 3 purplish warbler girls and the 8 great Vajras benefit from it. The other 2 parts were also about 20 feet long, and flew directly to the core hinterland in front of them. This was to show respect to the primordial porcupine and the primordial tortoise. Then, he turned his right hand, and the black demon blade was taken into his body. Then, he took out the big black stick, which was about 1,000 feet long, and dragged it behind him. Then, his left hand waved in the void, and the 20 feet long golden eagle wing flew up automatically and rushed in front of him. He held it in his left hand and bit it. Delicious, as expected of the eagle wing, it was much more delicious than the python meat. It was extremely tender, and it melted in his mouth. A wave of energy spread in his body, and some mysterious sounds of chains could be vaguely heard. This was the sign that the shackles of the human body's potential were being pulled by the essence of the flesh and blood, and were about to be torn apart. You can't escape. I have said before that this is the gambling battlefield. Either you don't come in, or you don't want to leave. Around the void in front of him, the hundreds of young geniuses of the various forces were all looking at him in horror, and there were many familiar faces among them. For example, Gongwu Xian, Chou Doufu, Wu Chenzi, and Yu Xianlong. There were also Jiaoba Tian, Peng Jingxiao, the two princes of the Heavenly Qin Kingdom and the Heavenly Battle Kingdom, Zhan Lingfeng, Su Biqing, and even Yi Xian's brother in name, the first prince of the Immortal Dynasty, Long Xiang, and so on. Seeing these guys, Yi Xian was even more delighted. At this moment, he, who had 3 heads and 6 arms, was holding a huge golden eagle wing that was 20 feet long in his left hand, which was made of flesh and blood. He was gnawing on it, while his other right hand was dragging a huge black club that was 1,000 feet long. As he ate, he walked step by step toward the hundreds of young geniuses of the various forces in the void in front of him. Don't struggle. It's useless. Why can't you obey me? At least, you can avoid being beaten by the black stick. This scene was too weird and too vulgar. At first glance, it was like a burly man holding a chicken drumstick in one hand and a huge mace in the other. He was gnawing on it while walking toward a group of defenseless girls with a lewd smile. And he was even smiling evilly. Don't resist. Obey me, or you will be beaten. Bang. 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 The small primordial demon ape was not polite at all. Without saying a word, it directly teleported away, waving the big-headed black stick in its right hand again and again. Every time, it landed on the back of the heads of the young geniuses of the various factions. As for those human clan experts, who did not have a huge bloodline true body, their entire bodies were hit. Smashed. Of course, the cultivation of these guys was below him. Only a few of them were in the cosmic light realm, but they had not reached the 9th stage perfection of this realm. They were still weaker than Yi Xian and could not withstand his full strength. Therefore, Yi Xian controlled his strength and only smashed these guys into long bumps on their heads or directly vomited blood. Their lives were not in danger. The reason why Yi Xian was anxious to attack was that the 200-foot-long golden eagle wing in his left hand was now visible to the bone. The energy in Yi Xian's body was surging endlessly. If he had not tried his best to suppress it, the countless pores on his body would have spewed out thousands of rays of light at this moment. In this realm, he had reached the peak and had to break through. However, there was still an extremely thick shackle of the physical body and blood in his body that had not been torn apart. The majestic blood and blood flow was not smooth, and all the obstacles made him very uncomfortable, as if there was a choke in his throat. Now, Yi Xian only wanted to take a tube of 13-level liquid as soon as possible, tear the potential shackles, and break through in one fell swoop. From then on, he would enter a new realm. Therefore, before that, he had to smash all the young geniuses of the various factions and take them into his body. At this time, as the giant eagle wing in his left hand was gnawed away, the 3-headed, 6-armed primordial demon ape swung the big-headed black stick in its right hand and smashed it down. In the blink of an eye, more than 40 people were knocked out and directly fainted on the spot. Then, Yi Xian took all of them into the Shenong cauldron in his body. There were only about 40 young geniuses of the various factions left outside, all of whom were acquaintances of Yi Xian. At this moment, they were all trembling in fear and repeatedly begging for mercy. In the face of such a ferocious lord, coupled with the fact that there was no way to escape, they had no choice but to beg for mercy. Little demonic ape, do you know who I am? I am Long Xiang, the first prince of the Immortal Dynasty, the future immortal emperor. You dare to use the black stick. I will fight with you. Perhaps he felt that blindly begging for mercy might be useless. This immemorial demonic ape was too ferocious, so he had to come up with something to make it fear him. As a result, when the first prince of the imperial dynasty, Long Xiang, steeled his heart and clenched his teeth as he announced his name when he saw Yi Xian approaching with the big head black rod in his right hand. After all, the Immortal Dynasty was one of the two major factions of the human race, and the human race could be said to be the dominant faction in the Wanluo Federation. Only when all the major races of the Second Universe joined forces could they contend with the human race's cultivation and technology factions. From this perspective, the universe Tao child of any race in the second or first universe could not compare to the first prince of the everlasting dynasty, no matter how great his background was. Long Xiang was quite confident in this point. In fact, after hearing Long Xiang's words, the three-headed, six-armed primordial demon ape was stunned for a moment, and its body suddenly stopped in mid-air, and the expressions on its three heads also became strange. Zhang Lingfeng and Su Biqing, the two crown princes of the Heavenly Qin Kingdom and the Heavenly Battle Kingdom, saw this scene. They were also stunned for a moment, then overjoyed. It seems that the Immortal Dynasty is quite famous. Since that was the case, in order to avoid being tortured by the big-headed black stick, he had no choice but to follow behind the first prince and get a free ride. Thinking like this, the two guys immediately jumped out with flushed faces. They patted their chests and spoke with certainty. Their tone was incomparably firm, and their expressions were extremely confident. And me? I am Su Biqing, the crown prince of the Heavenly Qin Kingdom, the first prince's trusted aide. As for me, I am Zhang Lingfeng, the crown prince of the Heavenly Battle Kingdom. Speaking of the first prince's most trusted aide, I am naturally ranked above Su Biqing. Fellow Daoist, this prince advises you not to be impulsive. Just as Zhang Lingfeng and Su Biqing finished howling, the first prince, Long Xiang, reached out his hand and pushed the two of them to the side. He walked to the front and tried to persuade Yixian with a pretentious expression. In the current world, in the three Great Plains, the Heaven's Legacy race has been defeated and fled. The Myriad Luo Federation is the dominant force, and in the Federation, it belongs to the human clan. In the human clan, the Immortal Dynasty is one of the two camps. This prince, as the future immortal emperor. Bang! 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 Without waiting for him to finish speaking, the little primordial demon ape had already lifted the big-headed black club behind it. With a swing of its right hand, it pointed at Long Xiang, Zhang Lingfeng, and Su Biqing's heads one by one. Pooh, the three of them spat out blood on the spot, and 70 to 80% of their bones were broken. This was the result of Yixian controlling his strength. Otherwise, with one hit from the black stick, they would have exploded into a bloody mist and died completely. Even so, under Yixian's mercy, the three of them were still heavily injured on the spot. Although they didn't faint, their eyes were confused and they couldn't find a focus at all. This was because their minds were rumbling, and their eyes were filled with signs of gold bursting out. They were stunned by a single hit from the stick. With a wave of his hand, Yixian put away Long Xiang and the others, and then turned to look at Gong Wuxin and the others, including the little princess of the colored python clan, Medusa, who was also one of them. Now, there were only a little over 40 people left outside who had not been hit by his black stick. All of them were extremely frightened, and felt that this little devil in front of them was simply stubborn, and no matter what they said, he would not listen to them. For a time, no one dared to make a sound. "Little brother, I am a woman, can you not be so fierce? You scared me so much that my heart is beating wildly." In the end, the little princess of the colored python clan, Medusa, removed her bloodline true body state and returned to her human form. She looked like a delicate little girl, and at this time a pair of big watery eyes were fixed on Yixian, and her expression was lovely and pitiful. This little girl had no other choice, and was afraid that she would also be hit by Yixian's black stick. If that happened, her head would be swollen or a horn would grow. Not only would it be painful, but it would also be very ugly. However, this little devil ape in front of her was stubborn, so she had no choice but to try a honey trap. Perhaps it would work. Bang! "Monster, you were a big snake just now, and now you have become a little girl who is bewitching everyone. You deserve to be beaten." Just as Medusa finished speaking, a 300-meter-long big-head black rod landed on her head, smashing her into the air on the spot. Although there weren't any bags on her head, nor were there any broken bones or tendons, she rolled her eyes and was directly taken away by Yixian. "Oh my god, that's too cruel." In the end, everyone, including Wu Chenzi and the other experts of the human clan, was sucked into the internal space of the Shinnon cauldron inside Yixian's body. However, Gong Wuxin was deliberately left behind, as he still needed to maintain the huge silver ball in the void above the edge of the hinterland. Without this crystal ball, the experts of the major forces watching the battle in the buffer zone of the central region would not be able to see what was happening inside. They would not be able to see with their own eyes how their Tao disciples and younger generation of heaven's prides were suppressed. It would not be good if they were to act shamelessly afterwards. Of course, Yi Xian did not let the hundreds of heaven's prides appear directly outside the space inside the Shinong cauldron. Instead, he threw them into the hinterland of a mountain. In this way, these people would not know where they were, so they would not expose the shocking secret that the primordial little demon ape was young Master Linghu. After all, except for a few people, Yi Xian would release the rest later to extort ransom from the major forces. He was about to use the 13th level liquid in his hands, and he urgently needed the 14th and 15th level liquids. Yi Xian had the 9-colored meat paste, all evil liquid, and the rare grade medium hellish amp liquid. After adding them, there was basically no chance of failure in refining. However, there were still some missing materials required for the 14th and 15th level liquids, which were extremely rare heavenly treasures and earthly treasures. This time, it was rare that almost all the major forces of the 3 major planes had gathered, so it was just right to solve this problem. Obediently maintain that silver ball above your head for this ape. Don't think about running away, or this ape will beat you to death with a stick. At this moment, Gong Wuxin was standing on a small planet near the edge of the hinterland, with his head tucked in. Yi Xian shouted at him, scaring Gong Wuxin so much that he hurriedly put on a smiling face and repeatedly said yes. At this moment, he suddenly thought of young Master Linghu. This master in front of him had the same temperament as that master. They were both gluttons, ferocious, and monstrous. In the end, he still remembered to maintain the silver ball above his head. He was really making the best use of everything. Even as a captive, he still had to do it. Coolies, don't be so pathetic, he didn't even think about escaping. The planet he was standing on was too far away from the central region's buffer zone. Before he could rush over, he would probably be suppressed midway. Yi Xian wasn't worried about this. After scolding Gong Wuxin a few times, he immediately sat down cross-legged in the middle of the void at the edge of the hinterland. He took out the tube of level 13 liquid that he had already prepared and drank it in one gulp. After that, Yi Xian hesitated slightly before he withdrew another drop of evil origin elixir. It floated before him, and he opened his mouth and swallowed it. At this moment, the primordial porcupine and primordial hairy tortoise shuddered at the same time. Although the drop of all evil origin elixir that Yi Xian had taken out had only stayed in the outside world for a very short period of time, it was almost negligible. However, as region lords, their divine senses were extremely formidable, so the primeval porcupine and primeval turtle were still able to sense it. The aura of that drop of liquid was clearly exactly similar to the aura of the nether furnace, and it was even purer. They had a feeling that it was definitely a precious treasure related to the nether furnace. But why has it appeared in the little ape's possession? He seems to be very familiar with it because he opened his mouth and swallowed it in a natural and smooth manner. He didn't hesitate or worry at all. Obviously, it wasn't the first time he'd consumed it. As these thoughts flashed through their minds, the primeval porcupine and primeval turtle exchanged glances, and then they revealed expressions of deep contemplation as they fell into deep contemplation. Fortunately, there was a boundary between the central region's buffer zone and the central area, so the divine senses of experts couldn't directly pass through the boundary and sense everything that was happening in the central area. Otherwise, Yi Xian would have probably experienced danger at that instant just now. The primeval porcupine and primeval turtle were able to acutely sense the aura of the all-evil origin elixir, so Jiao Kong and the other 3 region lords were obviously able to sense it as well. Although they hadn't seen the all-evil origin elixir before, they could basically deduce from its aura that all 4 region lords would probably go crazy and rush in to rob Yi Xian on the spot. It wasn't completely impossible. After all, the ultimate reason Jiao Kong and the other region lords had come to the star region where the all-evil origin elixir was because they hoped that the ancestors behind the various races of the second universe would reward them with a drop or 2 of all-evil origin elixir after they obtained the fortunes in the central area. Even the ancestors of the various clans were only given 1 or 2 drops each. How could they not go crazy when they were suddenly presented with such a thing, Yi Xian still didn't know that his actions just now were extremely dangerous. Fortunately, everything had gone smoothly and no unexpected changes had occurred. At this moment, after swallowing the drop of all evil origin elixir, he had already closed his eyes and sat down cross-legged, beginning to refine it in the air. He was going all out to break through to the 13th great realm, Genesis. The excruciating pain of having every inch of his flesh and blood being crushed and then reassembled quickly came. As Yi Xian sat cross-legged in the air, his three true bodies all revealed expressions of pain. This was the effect of the grade 13 elixir. It was truly breaking through the shackles of his original body's potential. This wasn't the first time Yi Xian had experienced this feeling, but what he felt each time was close to the limit of pain. After all, although his cultivation had increased, the amount of gene cultivation fluid he used would also increase. The medicinal effects would also increase time and time again. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to achieve the desired effect. He wouldn't be able to break through the shackles of his physical body's potential and tear apart the shackles that shackled his cultivation. Moreover, this time, Yi Xian had swallowed a drop of all evil origin elixir after swallowing a tube of grade 13 elixir. The latter also targeted the physical body and was a supreme treasure, so it strengthened the effects of the grade 13 elixir even more. With the two effects stacked together, the pain Yi Xian felt this time was particularly intense. However, he clenched his teeth and endured it in the end. The entire process didn't last very long. After all, he had already laid down his foundation beforehand. The wing that was almost 20 feet long contained a large amount of pure vital energy. It had already dissolved in Yi Xian's body and surged endlessly. Now that the effects of the grade 13 elixir had spread, coupled with the assistance of the all-evil origin elixir, the clanking of the chains in Yi Xian's body grew louder and louder. In the end, with a great clang, the shackles that shackled his physical body were finally completely torn apart, no longer binding him. At this moment, the rate at which the energy in Yi Xian's body surged suddenly increased. If it was a surging river before, it was now a roaring, surging river. It was completely different from before. In the next instant, the little primordial devil ape sitting cross-legged in the void opened its eyes. A gleam of light flashed through the eyes of all three true bodies. Ding! Congratulations to host, your physical body's blood chi realm has increased. Current realm, first level Genesis realm. The moment Yi Xian opened his eyes, a familiar system notification sounded in his mind. He clenched his fists and stood up in the void. His physical body's blood chi realm had finally broken through and entered the 13th realm, the first level Genesis realm. Then what about this three-headed, six-armed demonic ape true form? Previously, when his physical body's blood chi realm was at the peak of the 9th level void realm, Yi Xian's cultivation base was at the peak of the 9th level cosmic realm in his three-headed, six-armed demonic ape true form. Of the three true forms, the physical body was Yi Xian's original body, while the skeletal body and black mist body each increased his strength by an entire realm. Now that his body of flesh and blood had successfully broken through and advanced to the first level of the Genesis realm, if nothing unexpected happened, then the current Yi Xian, in the state of the three-headed six-armed demon ape's true body, should also have increased his cultivation and stepped into the universe realm in one fell swoop. The universe realm was a watershed in the cultivation base of a starry sky expert. Only after entering the universe realm could one be called a mighty figure. Although Yi Xian was only able to temporarily possess the cultivation of the universe realm after activating the true body of the three-headed six-armed demon ape, he was still very excited. After all, it could be said that he had felt the power of the universe realm in advance and had gotten over the addiction of the universe realm. Yi Xian tried to circulate the power in his body between his three true forms. That feeling of smoothness made him very happy. Compared to before, he was indeed much stronger. However, he didn't directly reveal the aura of the universe realm. Instead, he maintained the appearance of the peak of the 9th level cosmic realm. Because if nothing unexpected happened, the next round of battle should be coming soon. The bet was 3 months, and only 12 days had passed. After successfully breaking through, Yi Xian's mind was immediately focused on another matter. That was to deal with the 100 or so juniors of the various powers that he had captured, and use them to extort from the various powers in the buffer zone of the central region, in order to gather all the materials needed to refine level 14 and level 15 liquids in one go. heavenly materials and earthly treasures. However, Xian did not intend to get rid of the 3 captured heaven and earth path chosen from the top 10 clans of the second universe, namely Lang Ganqiang, Jin Haoxiao, and Ji Jingfeng. On one hand, it was because this kind of Tao disciple was not to be underestimated. In the future, it was very likely that they would grow to the point where they could pose a threat to Yixian. On the other hand, it was because in Yixian's eyes, this kind of universe realm Tao disciple was still very useful to him. However, this matter required him to personally enter the inner space of the farmer god Cauldron and discuss it with Ji Jingheng and the other young patriarchs who had long since submitted to him, so he could only put it aside for the time being. After all, he was still in the middle of the 3-month bet and was the center of attention. He really couldn't bring out the farmer god Cauldron and enter personally. After thinking through everything clearly, Yixian turned his head and looked at the silver crystal ball in the void above his head. First, he revealed a harmless smile, then raised his hand and waved gently, which was considered a greeting. Then, he opened his mouth and went straight to the point. Everyone, this ape has already finished harvesting the first batch of dishes you sent over. I've tasted a dish of braised chicken wings, and it tastes pretty good. Is there anything else? Pooh. Pooh, pu, pu. As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of people coughing up blood could be heard from the buffer zone of the central region outside. Almost all the higher-ups of the major forces were furious, and their faces turned green. In the blink of an eye, they turned green, and finally, they began to turn black. In short, they were colorful and wonderful. In particular, the higher-ups of the Golden Eagle clan were all furious. The Star Lord and Domain Lord of the clan almost could not hold back and wanted to directly rush in and slap this hateful little devil ape cub to death. Roar. This is too infuriating. He actually cut off one of the chicken wings of our heaven and earth path chosen, roasted it, and ridiculed it as braised chicken wings. This is too much. On the side, the Star Lord and Domain Lord of the Space Rat clan were also exposed. Squeak. He must be killed. He is simply lawless. Even our heaven and earth path chosen was beheaded with one slash. While talking, the Domain Lord of the 2 clans immediately rushed out of the fortress flagship of the fleet of their clans, wanting to rush to the edge of the hinterland ahead to kill the little primordial devil ape. Seeing this scene, the Domain Lords of the Blood Wyrm clan and the Yingji clan, Jiao Kong, became anxious on the spot. They hurriedly rushed out and stopped the 2 furious super experts in the void in time. They bitterly persuaded and patiently tried to tempt them. 2 fellow cultivators, don't be impulsive. Impulsiveness is the devil. We are still in the 3-month period of the bet. We still have a chance. That's right. Our path chosen of the Yingji clan was also knocked out. As long as we can capture that little monkey, all the hostages will be released. Then, all the races of the 3 universes will join forces. Do you think we won't be able to capture that little monkey? The heaven and earth path chosen of the other clans are about to arrive. The previous 3 path chosen couldn't do it. Next time, 5 or 6 path chosen will do it together. Anyway, he said it himself. Besides, this kid's concealment secret technique has been exposed. At that time, we'll send a Golden Eagle clan descendant. This generation of heaven's chosen will just go over. This plan is wonderful. This way, we are confident. The Golden Eagle clan's Yin-Yang Hawkeye has the effect of breaking through illusions. Didn't the little monkey rely on the concealment secret technique to knock out the stick? Breaking his concealment technique, with his cosmic light realm cultivation, 5 or 6 path chosen are enough to suppress him. As for the space path chosen of the Spatial Rat clan. Alas, what a pity. But he's already fallen, so it's useless to be rash. Once we win this bet and enter the depths of the core area, we'll be able to obtain compensation in the end. Fellow Taoist, my condolences. The crux of the matter is that there's an over 90% chance that a primeval devil ape at the World Lord realm resides in the depths of the core area ahead. Otherwise, how could that little monkey make those 2 region lords fawn over him like that? Even though we already have 4 region lords now, we don't have the slightest confidence in our ability to go against a world lord. If we want to obtain the fortune in the depths of the core area, then the only way is to capture that little monkey and make that world lord realm old devil ape hold back. Presently, they took the initiative to make the bet. Moreover, it's a one-on-one battle, and it's even 3 months of time. The old devil ape is too arrogant and intends to use the Tao chosen of all the top-rate powers of our 3 dimensions to temper its child. But this is our opportunity as well. It's our one and only opportunity to capture that little devil ape openly. Once we break the bet now, then we'll lose this opportunity. At that time, with that old devil ape at the World Lord realm guarding the front, not to mention 4 region lords, we wouldn't dare rashly take the risk even if another 4 region lords came. What? Could it be that this was the only dish? Nothing else? That's too boring, isn't it? I haven't had enough fun yet. I haven't even warmed up, and your people have already been wiped out. Besides, only 12 days have passed of the 3-month bet. Are you going to end it so hastily? What bullshit T3 universe planes? They're just a bunch of chickens and pottery dogs. They're too weak. How about this? In order to let this ape play to its heart's content, this ape can release the hundreds of people that were captured just now. You guys organize and train them well. Then, gather another army and continue to play with this ape. How about that? But I can't work for nothing. I can release the people, but I have to pay a ransom. Yes, a ransom. I'll give you 3 days to collect the ransom. If you don't redeem them in 3 days, I'll dispose of them and roast them one by one. I'll let the indigenous ferocious beast brothers in the depths of the hinterland have a good meal. As for the ransom, I don't want any cultivation. I don't need those things. I only want all kinds of heaven and earth treasures. You must collect the following items before you can redeem these captives. You can't do anything less. The deal is off. We'll eat in 3 days. At the end of his speech, Xianxia reported all the materials he still lacked to refine the level 14 and level 15 liquid. They included the 10,000 years lunar spirit erosion fluid, the phoenix blood 9 heavens sand, the serene green blood pearl, the soul accumulating grass, the 10,000 years bag bamboo, and many other extremely rare top-tier heavenly materials and earthly treasures. The leaders of the major forces outside the buffer zone were all dumbfounded and had cold sweat popping out of their foreheads. The level 14 and level 15 liquid was no ordinary item. Until now, in the immortal dynasty of the human race's science and technology camp, the major forces and families that researched the gene liquid could only refine the level 8 and level 9 liquid. Only the Tuoba family could refine the level 10 liquid. This was the result of Xianxia throwing a level 10 liquid formula to the Tuoba family as the young master of Linghu family when they were consuming their family's resources. This showed the preciousness of the level 14 and level 15 liquid. The level 14 elixir wasn't a big deal. After all, consuming a single vial would only result in the creation of a level 14 cosmic light tier elite. However, the level 15 elixir was incredible. Once a cosmic light tier elite took a vial and successfully broke through, a universe tier elite of the 15th level would instantly appear. That was an almighty figure of the universe. Just 1 or 2 vials of level 15 liquid could be created from a cosmic light tier elite. It was clear how frightening its medicinal effects were. From this, it could be seen how precious the various heavenly and earthly treasures required to concoct a gene fluid of this level were. Even though Xianxia had robbed, extorted so many times that it could be said that he had done all sorts of bad things, and his targets were all the top powers and clans of the 3 Great Plains. However, he still didn't have all the heavenly and earthly treasures required to concoct these 2 types of gene fluids. The 10,000 years lunar spirit eroding liquid, phoenix blood 9 heavens sand, serene jade blood pearl, soul winding silk grass, 10,000 years pouch bamboo, and other treasures of heaven and earth that he asked for were all the rarest and most precious treasures. Even if a top force or clan had them, they would store them in their family's treasure vault. They would not use them easily. Because of this, Xianxia's price directly scared the upper echelons of the major forces. After being stunned for a moment, they all flew into a rage and roared, "Bandit! Bandit! He actually wants the 10,000 years pouch bamboo. Is this little monkey crazy? He's been led astray. They've all been led astray. They've all been led astray by that damn young master Linghu. Since that little bastard Linghu Chong did the same thing in the Medicine King Cauldron, first the Netherworld young master followed suit, and now the indigenous ferocious beast little demon king in the first universe's source of all evil star field is doing the same thing. They've all been led astray. But Although it's infuriating, can we really not redeem them? We don't care about your clans, but the one captured by our dynasty is the first prince of the direct bloodline. No matter what, we must redeem him. Let's do it. Although this little monkey wants all the top-grade rare treasures, and in large quantities, all the top-grade forces and clans in the 3 major planes are here, and each clan can only offer 1 or 2 treasures, so we can still afford it. We can only gather as much as we can. Everyone has heard the words of that little monkey. Those who have hostages in his hands don't hide anything. He won't trade anything less than what he needs. Anyway, this little monkey will be caught by us in the end. No matter how good the treasure is, it's only temporary. He will just let it go for a while. For the sake of the younger generation of the clan, he will grit his teeth and endure. After some discussion, the Star-Lord old monsters of the major clans finally reached an agreement and decided to gather all the top treasures needed for the trade. Very quickly, the lists submitted by the various clans were gathered together. The items that Xianxia requested were gathered together by almost all the top powers of the 3 planes. In the end, they were all gathered together. However, these top treasures were basically all stored in the ancestral treasure vaults of the various clans or forces. It was impossible to prepare them in the provisions of such an expedition fleet. Therefore, the next step was to inform the various clans and forces to open the wormhole teleportation and send the required items. The treasures were sent over one by one. Although the first universe no longer had a level 1 star network signal that could cover the entire plane, there was still a level 2 star network signal. The level 2 star network could only cover a star field, but neighboring clans could still communicate and communicate immediately. The information of the various clans was sent out layer by layer. As for the information of the clans of the second universe and the human race of the third universe, after being sent to the demon race, they finally had no choice but to promise the demon race that they would rent the demon race under the premise of certain benefits. The communication and short-distance directional teleportation array were finally settled. Although 3 days was not a long time, these top treasures were all sent over through wormholes. Moreover, they were dead objects, not living things, so it was more convenient and faster. On the evening of the last day, all the heavenly materials and earthly treasures and top-grade treasures requested on the trade list were finally sent over. They were all sent to the source of all evil star field. The trade was quickly carried out. A small warship driven by an intelligent robot drove out of the buffer zone of the central region, crossed the boundary line ahead, and drove into the edge of the core hinterland. There was a small space box in the warship. Inside it were all the heavenly materials and earthly treasures and top-grade treasures that Xianxia had requested. They were all gathered together. Other than Ji Jingfeng, Jin Haoxiao, Lang Gongqiang, and the other 3 heaven and earth Dao children, as well as the little princess of the colored python clan, Medusa, Gong Wuxin was also left behind by Xianxia. Because there was still a second wave of food delivery army, Xianxia had to leave him behind to maintain the silver ball in the air above his head. As for the other 100 or so people, including the first prince of the immortal dynasty, Long Xiang, Xianxia released them all, causing them to fly and jump like dogs. They rushed out of the core area as if they were fleeing. After a short while, the Ingji clan, the Greedy Wolf clan, the Golden Eagle clan, the Colored Python clan, and the 5-star lords of the 10 ultimate celestial palace of the human clan almost roared at the same time, "Where is Ji Jingfeng? Our Ingji clan has also collected a portion of the 9 heavens sand of phoenix blood, which is also a top treasure. Why don't you release our Taoist disciple?" Lang Gongqiang, the Taoist disciple of the Greedy Wolf clan, is also not released. Our clan has offered 12 soul-winding grass. Little monkey, are you trying to take advantage of us? And Jin Haoxiao, the Taoist disciple of the Golden Eagle clan, has already been roasted by you. Why don't you release him? Our clan has also collected a jar of 10,000 years lunar spirit erosion liquid. As a human, no, as a monkey, you have to keep your word. Roar. This is too much. Indigenous ferocious beasts, are you breaking the contract? Release them immediately, including the little princess of our clan, Medusa. She is not the heaven and earth Taoist disciple. Little monkey, why do you keep her here? That's enough. Don't yell. I'll roast them all together if you keep yelling. The primordial little demon ape looked up at the silver ball in the sky and rolled its eyes. I'll play with them for a few more days. I didn't say that I would release them once the ransom was paid, so it's not a breach of contract. Anyway, I'll release them when the time is up. After that, Xian turned around and rushed into the depths of the core hinterland of the root of all evil, leaving behind an extremely arrogant sentence. When will the second wave of food delivery army be ready? Hurry up. I'm so bored. I'll go back and wait. Remember to be good this time. Don't let me down. Puff. Poo-pee-you, the sound of people coughing up blood once again resounded from the buffer zone of the central region. However, the upper echelons of the various great powers were powerless to do anything about it. Even the four old monsters of the domain lords were helpless. They could only grit their teeth and bear with it as they anxiously waited for the dowlords of the other clans to descend. Little hairy ape, the braised chicken wings just now were really delicious, much better than the python meat, sure. But isn't there still Ji-Chi? Hurry up and chop it off at the base. It should be at least 3,000 to 4,000 feet long. It should be enough for us to eat. Xian had just returned to the core hinterland when the immemorial porcupine and immemorial tortoise immediately came to greet him, drooling at the corners of their mouths. When they saw him, they immediately asked him to roast some chicken wings. Furthermore, it wasn't just the tip of the wing that was cut off. He had directly cut off the base of the wing. Only this side is missing a wing tip. You can't touch it anymore, or that brat will die. I still have other uses for it. Once I'm done with it, I still have to hand it over. At the very least, I have to ensure that it's still alive. We can't lose our trust. Xian rolled his eyes, but he didn't refuse. However, from the meaning behind his words, it was clear that he planned to leave Ji Jingfeng, Lang Gongqiang, and Xianxia with only one breath to ensure that they were still alive. He didn't care about anything else. Upon hearing that there was still at least 3,000 to 4,000 feet of braised chicken wings to enjoy, the immemorial porcupine and immemorial tortoise immediately nodded repeatedly. They didn't care at all that Xian planned to use these three guys for other purposes. After all, they were his spoils of war. Xian didn't say anything and directly settled this matter in the Shenong cauldron. The other side of Jin Haoxiao's wing was cut off at the base by him. His miserable howl shook the heavens, but it didn't come out. This brat deserved it. Originally, Xian wouldn't have been so heavy-handed. However, who asked him to have such a bad mouth before? He actually brought up Xian's elders when he burst out with vulgarities. He had to get his revenge. This time, Xian didn't draw out the Shenong's dual-colored flames. Instead, he directly roasted them in the central region's volcano. After being roasted, the huge golden wings that had shrunk to a length of around 300 feet were taken out. In an instant, a fragrance filled the air, and this corner of the void was filled with a strange fragrance. The immemorial porcupine and the immemorial tortoise roared and immediately pounced on it. The 100 or so Star Lords nearby were drooling. In the end, every Star Lord local beast was given a piece of the wing, which they then carried back to their own residences to enjoy. As for the other universe realm ferocious beasts, they did not have such luck. There were simply too many of them, and it was impossible to divide them all. While those foodies were enjoying the food, Xian asked some of the local beasts to keep an eye on the periphery of the hinterland. They were to inform him immediately if a second wave of food was coming. Now, he already had an extraordinary status in the core hinterland of the origin of all evil. He was brothers with the most powerful experts, the primordial porcupine and the primordial hairy tortoise. Previously, when he was on patrol, he was guarded by 20 Star Lords. Those local ferocious beasts were naturally submissive to his orders, and they didn't dare to be negligent in the slightest. After all, they were still hoping that Xian would be able to get more high-grade ingredients so that they could follow him and have a good meal. Soon, a nest of Universe Master-level ferocious beasts rushed out and closely monitored the periphery of the hinterland. As for Xian, he entered a remote corner in the depths of the hinterland. He didn't avoid the fierce beasts in the distance and waved his hand to summon the Shenong cauldron. However, it was only 30,000 meters long. Then, he took a step forward and entered the Shenong cauldron with his true body. Wow, what's going on this time? Don't think that we don't know that the mountains around the central area are moving. Something is clearly locked inside. Just tell us the truth. How many good things did you get this time? We'll get a share. Yi Xian regained his original appearance after he entered the Shenong cauldron. However, the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha and Zhao Qianru greeted him as soon as he reappeared. The 8 warriors were behind them. Their mouths were covered in grease. They had obviously been eating the roasted chicken wing and hadn't even wiped their mouths yet. They hadn't seen each other for a while. Not only did the cultivation of the purplish warbler and the 8 warriors soar, but it was also the same for them. It seemed that they were very satisfied with their life in the cauldron. At least, their cultivation wouldn't have improved so fast outside. Within the enormous space within the cauldron, there were exotic flowers and herbs everywhere, and spirit energy was constantly gushing out. This was indeed a treasured land for cultivation. Moreover, from time to time, there would be meat roasted by the Shenong unusual flame, and it was simply too comfortable. Stop fooling around. I'm here for serious business, and time is of the essence. There were more than 20 elites of the various races in the second universe imprisoned by Yi Xian at the bottom of the volcano in the Shenong cauldron region. Among them, Ji Jinghong, Jiao Ritian, Jin Haoyan, and Lang Ganglai were the leaders. These 4 guys were the young masters of their respective races. Of course, they were the previous ones. Ever since they were captured by young Master Linghu, the outside world thought that they had died. Among all the captives captured this time, Yi Xian had been released. Only 5 Yi Xian were left. Gong Wuxin was outside maintaining the crystal ball shadow technique, and the 3 Dao disciples of heaven and earth, Ji Jingfeng, Jin Haoxiao, and Lang Gongqiang, were imprisoned in the belly of the mountains in the cauldron space. They knew where they were. Only the last one, the little princess of the colored python race, Medusa, was imprisoned by Yi Xian in the mountain wall cage at the bottom of the volcano in the central region, next to Ji Jinghong and the others. Ji Jinghong, Jiao Ritian, Jin Haoyan, and Medusa. These 4 people were the foundation of Yi Xian to control the 4 races behind him. Among the top 10 races in the second universe, the Dark Turtle race was an ally. Aside from the Dark Turtle race, there were 9 other races. Right now, among the 9 races, 4 races already had candidates to nurture. As for the other 5 races, Yi Xian decided to choose from the other dozen or so experts of the various races in the second universe imprisoned at the bottom of the volcano in the central region. Among the top 10 races in the second universe, aside from the Dark Turtle race, these dozen or so young geniuses of the various races were all present. With a wave of his hand, the 20 or so young elites of the various races in the second universe who were imprisoned at the bottom of the volcano in the central region all came in front of Yi Xian. Although Yi Xian was only at the first stage of the Genesis realm, the 13th great realm, the strongest among the people present was only at the middle stage of the void realm. Even if Yi Xian did not activate the 3-headed, 6-armed devil ape true form, he could still suppress them. Moreover, apart from the newcomer Medusa, the rest of the 20 or so fellows had already sworn oaths of Tao because they could no longer endure the exploitation and torture of the 3 girls from the purplish warbler. They were practically crying and shouting that they would rather commit suicide than serve Yi Xian. Therefore, even if all 20 of them were to be released in front of him, Yi Xian was not afraid at all. He was not worried that there would be a riot. Long Xian, it's you? At this time, Yi Xian had revealed his original appearance. In addition, although the little princess of the colored python clan, Medusa, had not been imprisoned for a long time and was imprisoned in the mountain wall cage, so her movements were restricted. However, there was no problem in communicating verbally. She had already understood everything through Ji Jinghong and the others. The situation. Therefore, as soon as she appeared, she screamed when she saw Yi Xian. Her face was full of shock. Young Master Linghu is you, young Master Yuming is you, Baofeng Sha is you, and the invincible war god who is still tormenting the human world of cultivation is most likely your clone, as well as Tai Tai, ancient little devil ape. Heavens, there are 7 peerless monsters in the world, and you alone have taken 6 of them. Is there anyone as crazy as you? Do you still want us to live? You're not telling the whole story. Yi Xian shook his right index finger and said with a faint smile, I can add that the demon brother of the demon race, Mo Jeffing, is actually me. That is to say, the 7 great monstrous geniuses in the world that are rumored by the outside world are actually all this prince alone. Plop. Plop, hearing this, not only Medusa, but even Ji Jinghong, Jiao Tian, and the others were so scared that they sat down on the ground. The purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Chanru were also stunned. They looked at Yi Xian with their mouths wide open. As for the 8 great Vajras, needless to say, they were looking at Yi Xian with stars in their eyes. They were full of worship. Heavens, the 7 peerless monsters of the current era? Aren't there 5 of them? How long have we been in this Shinong cauldron? Your Highness, you actually caused such a commotion. There are 7 peerless monsters of the current era, and they are all you alone. I don't want to live, it's not that I don't want to live, but I have accepted my fate. The 7 peerless monsters of the current era are all him alone. What does this mean? This era belongs to him. Forget it. We were still unwilling to accept the oath of allegiance that we swore before, but now it seems that this oath is also the will of the heavens. This era belongs to him, so we can only follow him. We're destined to rise in the future. Prince Xian, take us with you. The 3 universes will belong to us in the future. At first, Ji Jinghong and the other 20 peerless geniuses of the various races in the second universe were only amazed and shocked. But later on, when they realized that Yi Xian was a peerless monster, they all accepted their fate and turned from sighs to excitement. Although this era belonged to the younger generation, it was still young. The competition between the younger generation was also extremely fierce. As for Prince Xian, he had already used facts to prove his monstrous strength. Instead of fighting alone and competing in this era, it was better to band together and follow behind this monstrous prince to conquer the world. When these words came out of Ji Jinghong and the others' mouths, the eyes of the 3 purplish warbler women sparkled. The 8 great guardian deities were even more excited. They had long been on the same side as Yi Xian. Now that they saw that Ji Jinghong and the others, who were originally enemies, had the same realization, how could they not be excited? In fact, even the little princess of the colored python race, Medusa, who had just been captured by Yi Xian, was looking at Yi Xian intently. Her eyes were full of splendor. Although she was the little princess of the colored python race, she would at most become the leader of the colored python race in the future. But even so, she would still be controlled by the race's hidden bloodline, which was the bloodline of a Taoist. The Taoists of each race were responsible for the bloodline of their race. Basically, they were above the bloodline of the leader, who handled the daily affairs of the race. However, the beautiful Taoist of the colored python race had always been at odds with Medusa. From Medusa's point of view, this was clearly an excellent opportunity for her to break free of her fate and control the entire colored python race in the future. She would no longer be controlled by the beautiful Taoist. In fact, if she grasped this opportunity and formed an alliance with Prince Xian and the others in the future, the current 3 dimensions of the universe would basically be controlled by this team. She was tempted. I called you here this time because I have a gift for you. Yi Xian's gaze swept past Medusa. He was certain, but his expression did not change. Then, he looked at Ji Jinghong, Jin Haoyan, and Lang Ganglai. He said, right now, I have 3 universe Taoists from the top 10 races in the second universe. They are Ji Jingfeng from the Yingji race, Jin Haoyan from the Golden Eagle race, and Jin Haoyan from the Golden Eagle race. Jin Haoxiao from the Golden Eagle race, and Lang Gongqiang from the Greedy Wolf race. Seize his Taoist foundation and become stronger? I think that's a good idea. Ji Jingfeng is different from me. We've been fighting since we were young, and I've always been the one being bullied. Hearing Yi Xian's words, Ji Jinghong was the first to respond. He was so surprised that he was about to cry. As the previous young clan leader of the Yingji clan, he was no stranger to Ji Jingfeng. They had been fighting in secret for a long time. However, Ji Jingfeng was the heaven and earth Taoist who was responsible for the bloodline inheritance of the Yingji clan. Ji Jinghong was destined to lose to him. Even if he became the future clan leader, it would be useless. He was bullied. Now that he heard that he could seize Ji Jingfeng's Taoist foundation and become stronger, it was a great joy. My situation is about the same. The Taoists in the clan who are responsible for the inheritance of the bloodline are basically the moon surrounded by stars. I've also suffered a lot from Jin Haoxiao, and I hate him to the core. Beside him, the previous young clan leader of the Golden Eagle clan, Jin Haoyan, said calmly. However, he looked at Yi Xian with gratitude. Just as he finished speaking, Lang Ganglai also began to gnash his teeth. Same for me. I still remember the last time Lang Gongqiang provoked me for no reason. He beat me up and broke one of my ribs. This was a happy ending. Since Ji Jingfeng and the other two heaven and earth Taoists were not on good terms with Ji Jinghong's group, it was naturally for the best. Yi Xian was very satisfied. He turned to Medusa and asked, "How about you? How's your relationship with the colored python clan's Taoist? She's called Pretty Lady, but in fact, she's as vicious as a snake. One of my childhood friends was tortured to death by her." Medusa raised her hand and tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. Then, without waiting for Yi Xian to come back to his senses, she made a Taoist oath on the spot. Finally, she extended her hand to Yi Xian. "If she comes, remember to help me capture her. I want to join." "Welcome." Yi Xian grinned. This girl was indeed different. She was sharp and decisive. She was the best choice to control the colored python tribe. "As for you." Yi Xian let go of Medusa's right hand and turned to look at the other dozen or so young geniuses of the various races in the second universe who had already sworn a Tao oath. He continued, "If a Tao disciple from your race comes, I will definitely capture him, seize his Tao foundation, and achieve you. Then, I will find an opportunity to let you. We will use a legitimate excuse to leave the Shenong cauldron and return to the clan. Everything in the future will depend on yourselves." He didn't mention anything like the restriction of a Tao oath, nor did he say anything like a warning. These people before him were all smart people, so they naturally knew what to do. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. Almost a month had passed since the date of the bet. During these 10 days, a few more old monsters from other clans had arrived, and they had brought along the hidden Tao children of their respective clans. There was a total of 6 region lords from the various clans that had arrived this time. Coupled with the 4 from before, there was a total of 10 region lords in the buffer zone of the root of all evil region. But even so, they still didn't dare to act rashly. After all, although the 10 region lords were in a terrifying camp, they still had a chance of fighting against an early-stage sector lord. However, if the ancient devil ape in the depths of the core hinterland was at the middle stage of the sector lord realm, then even if the 10 region lords attacked together, they wouldn't have any chance. If it was at the late stage of the sector lord realm, it would be easy to suppress it. What's more, the 6 old monsters who had just arrived had each brought a universe Taoist with them, making a total of 6 universe Taoists. In addition, they now had a countermeasure to break the concealment secret of the primordial little demon ape. In the eyes of the 10 region lords, this bet was already a sure win. As long as they captured the little ancient devil ape, the situation would be different. Therefore, they didn't act rashly. Instead, they waited quietly for the 6 Tao disciples of the various clans to adjust their states and prepare for another battle. With this battle, they would decide the universe in one fell swoop. The 6 Tao disciples were Tao disciple Jiao Xingrong from the Barbarian Bull clan, Tao disciple Mei Jianyang from the Colored Python clan, Tao disciple Ling Puzi from the Tree Spirit clan, and Tao disciple Shi Wanjin from the Battle Lion clan. The 4 Tao disciples above were from various clans of the Second Universe Federation, including Ji Jingfeng and the other 2 who were previously captured. Among the top 10 races of the Second Universe Federation, 7 of the Heaven and Earth Tao children had already arrived. Excluding the Dark Turtle clan, the 2 Tao disciples who hadn't arrived were the Blood Dragon clan and Green Rock clan, which were ranked first and second in the top 10 clans. The other 2 Tao disciples who had arrived were from 2 clans of the First Universe. They were Yi Jioming from the Hell Ant clan and Meng Moshan from the Giant Ferocious clan. As soon as the 6 Tao disciples arrived, they immediately rubbed their palms together. They couldn't wait to enter the edge of the land in front of them and capture the little ancient devil ape. However, to be on the safe side, Jiao Kong immediately gathered the 6 Heaven and Earth Taoists together after arriving at the Fierce Horse Mountain. Then, he showed them the video of Ji Jingfeng and the others being captured in the previous battle. In the end, he said solemnly, "That little monkey has some kind of strange concealment secret method. Even the powerful figures of the universe can't capture any of its aura." In the beginning, Lang Gongqiang and Ji Jingfeng suffered a great loss and were captured. In the second battle, the various clans won't send any other young geniuses with you. Apart from Gong Wuxin, who is still at the edge of the hinterland, only one Golden Eagle clan descendant with a cosmic realm cultivation will enter with the 6 of you. When the time comes, this descendant of the Golden Eagle clan will be responsible for using his clan's yin-yang eagle eyes to help you locate that little monkey at any time. So, try to protect him as much as possible. Otherwise, if something happens to him, to you, to lose both of your eyes, you will be in a passive situation. In addition, that little monkey has mastered another strange divine ability. Look at the scene before Xu Wushuang's death. His long-handled saber was clearly about to strike down, but at the last moment, he strangely withdrew and cut off his own head. From this, it can be seen how terrifying this divine ability is. You must be careful. Remember, there are only 6 of you in this battle. Any loss of any one of you is unbearable. The loss will affect the overall situation. Towards Jiao Kong's words, Jiao Zhenrong and the other 6 heaven and earth Dao children seemed to disagree, but after all, it was an old monster from the Domain Lord realm, and there were several other old monsters from the various clans listening on the side, so they all had expressions of deep agreement. They didn't dare to be careless and immediately nodded. Then, the group of 7 charged out of the Blood Wyrm clan's flagship fortress. They activated their bloodline and manifested their bloodline true forms. All of them were 3,000 meters tall and rushed toward the battlefield at the edge of the hinterland in front of them. Yi Xian did not want to be involved in such a sinister thing as stealing one's Dao foundation. Basically, all the major tribes had inherited this secret technique. Ji Jinghong, Jin Haoyan, and Lang Ganglai were the young masters of the 3 tribes, so they naturally knew this secret technique. Yi Xian sealed the cultivation of Ji Jingfeng, Jin Haoxiao, and Lang Gongqiang, and handed them over to Ji Jinghong, Jin Haoxiao, and Lang Gongqiang. After that, he left the Shenong cauldron and kept it in his undying world. Just as he finished doing all of this, a heaven and earth level ferocious beast arrived and reported to Yi Xian about the situation at the edge of the hinterland. There were already 7 juniors from various races that had entered the gambling grounds. Among them, 6 were heaven and earth supreme experts, and 1 was a Golden Eagle race expert of the cosmic light realm. 6 Taoists of heaven and earth? What a big move this time. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. At this time, he had activated his 3-headed, 6-armed demonic ape true form again, but his cultivation was still at the peak of the cosmic realm. There is actually a Cosmic Realm Junior from the Golden Eagle tribe. It seems that it was not a coincidence that we were exposed before. The Golden Eagle tribe must have used some kind of eye technique to see through the concealment effect of the perfect oscillation. Eye technique? Interesting. Unfortunately, all this is destined to be in vain. As he muttered to himself, Yi Xian's figure sped through the air. He quickly stepped into the battlefield at the edge of the hinterland. Gong Wuxin was still obediently staying on the abandoned planet, maintaining the normal operation of the silver ball of reflection in the void above. In the void in front of him, there were 7 figures. Behind them was a 1,000-feet-long golden eagle. In front of it, there were 6 other figures in a row. Except for Shi Wanjin of the Battle Lion tribe, who still maintained his human form, the other 5 figures were all thousands of feet long. They were a wild bull, a colorful python, a tree monster with countless vines and tentacles all over its body, and the Battle Lion tribe's Dao disciple, Shi Wanjin, who maintained his human form. In addition, there was a pitch-black hell ant and an extremely strong giant ferocious. Seeing the 3-headed, 6-armed immemorial demon ape, the 1,000-feet-long golden eagle immediately became nervous. However, the other party did not conceal himself, so he did not need to activate the bloodline ability of the Yin-Yang Hawkeye. The 6 Universe Dao disciples in front of him immediately roared and taunted him, 3 heads and 6 arms? This appearance is quite intimidating, but it's a pity that his cultivation is too weak. Otherwise, why would he only dare to sneak attack? Attack? If we were to fight head-on, I would be able to suppress him in a short time. Monkey, I'll give you a chance to surrender. Get over here immediately and surrender yourself. That way, you won't have to suffer so much pain. You, the Golden Eagle tribe's Golden Eagle was the demon ape demon. The Dao tribe's Daozas is a Dao disciple. You want to be the oneses? This. Cut the crap. I, the Daoist child, will be fighting in the first battle. You can all rest. First transformations. The first transformation. Transformation. Roar. An earth-shattering lion's roar resounded through the heavens and earth. Just as Shi Huanjin finished speaking, the phantom of a 100-meter-tall lion appeared behind him. Its angry mane was stained with blood, and its furious eyes were filled with killing intent. It caused the surrounding space to tremble slightly. Then, the bloody phantom of a 100-feet-long wild lion entered Shi Huanjin's body. His body suddenly expanded, and in the blink of an eye, his bloodline true body was revealed. This was a 100-feet-long bloody wild lion. Its eyes were as big as a mountain, and they were burning fiercely. It stared at the immemorial demon ape in front of it and had already locked on to his aura. The reason why Shi Huanjin did not directly reveal his bloodline true body was that once the 9 transformation of the wild lion was used, the battle blood in his body would instantly boil. It would not be activated until he saw his opponent. However, the second transformation was obviously far from enough. Second transformation of the blood wild lion. Before Yi Xian could recover from his shock, the second violent lion's roar sounded out. Behind Shi Huanjin, another 3,000-meter-long blood-colored lion phantom appeared. It instantly entered his body, causing his body to expand once again. In the blink of an eye, he revealed his true body of a 3,000-meter-long berserk lion. The bloodline progenitor of the battle lion race in the second universe was a bloodthirsty lion from the primordial era. His 9 changes of the mad lion was extremely powerful, and he had even shone brightly in the primordial era. Legend had it that every time the 9 transformations of the bloodthirsty mad lion erupted with a new transformation, their bloodline true body would grow 10 times stronger. Even if their cultivation aura did not change, the difference in the power of their blood and chi was like the difference between heaven and earth. Any opponent who could match them before would be instantly crushed. After reaching the 9th transformation, the terrifying degree of its bloodline true body would increase exponentially. It would reach the level of the void giant turtle, and when it raised its claws, it could create a star field. However, no battle lion had ever reached that level. Even the current patriarch of the battle lion clan had only reached the 3rd transformation of the blood wild lion. The previous young patriarch of the clan, Shi Feng, was known as the existence with the strongest bloodline talent in the clan in the past 10,000 years. However, many years ago, he had already reached the 4th transformation of the bloodthirsty lion's divine ability. The first transformation was 1,000 feet, the second transformation was 1,000 feet. The third transformation was 10,000 feet. The fourth transformation was 100,000 feet, with a body of 300,000 meters. It was comparable to a starry sky fortress. Even a starry sky fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters was just a small thing in front of it. However, Shi Feng had already been killed by the Netherworld Young Master. This matter was an eternal scar of shame for the Battle Lion clan. What the outside world did not know was that among the younger generation of the clan, other than the former young lord, Shi Feng, the heaven and earth Taoist, Shi Huanjin, had also comprehended the 4th level of the bloodline ability of the 9 changes of the berserk lion to the 4th level, which was the 4th transformation of the blood slaughter lion. The level 3rd transformation of the blood wild lion. 4th transformation of the blood wild lion. Roar. Roar. Roar, as Shi Huanjin's words rang out one after another, and as he roared again and again, 2 wild lion phantoms appeared one after another behind his 1,000 feet blood lion true body. First, it was 10,000 feet in size, then it was 100,000 feet in size, especially the last 100,000 feet berserk lion phantom. Its entire body was stained with blood, and its fierce eyes were overflowing with killing intent. Its powerful and ferocious pressure caused the space in this area to tremble slightly. This 100,000 feet berserk lion phantom quickly entered Shi Huanjin's body, causing his body to continuously expand. In just a few breaths of time, his bloodline true body had expanded to 100,000 feet in size. His entire body was no longer just a phantom, but had a physical body, like a small star that spanned across the void. Roar. Xiao Budian, die. Rumble, following Jiao Shenrong's stomp, the void resounded with rolling thunder, and a hurricane swept up. Even though it was still thousands of miles away, Yi Xian could already feel the strong wind blowing against his face. Even he couldn't help but change his expression when facing such power. The Battle Lion Race's 9 transformation of the Berserk Lion was indeed extraordinary. It was only the 4th transformation, but it allowed a universe realm expert to possess a bloodline true body that was 100,000 feet tall. It was so huge that it was like a star. With such a huge figure, just the pure strength of the physical body was already extremely terrifying. In fact, among the 6 great universe Dao children who came this time, the Dao child of the Berserk Lion race, Shi Huanjin, was the strongest. The other 5 were all at the 1st or 2nd level of the universe realm, but Shi Huanjin was at the 3rd level of the universe realm. Now, with the addition of the 4th transformation of the Berserk Lion bloodline, Shi Huanjin's cultivation had skyrocketed. He was now at the 5th level of the universe realm, close to the late stage of the universe realm. If Yixian used all his means, he naturally wouldn't be afraid, and killing him would be a small matter. His cultivation was a realm higher than Yixian's, and he had killed many opponents in a head-on battle. But now, he was in his true form of the 3-head 6-arms demon ape, so there were too many techniques that he could not use. Even if he did not hide his cultivation base and displayed the battle prowess of a newly advanced universe realm cultivator, he was only at the 1st level of the universe realm. Facing this terrifying lion, he simply couldn't face it head-on. Otherwise, he would definitely be severely injured, and the result would be him coughing up blood and running away. Therefore, facing Shi Huanjin's leg that caused rolling thunder to rumble in the void, Yixian's only choice was to avoid the attack and fight in a roundabout way. Whoosh! The sound of air braking rang out, and Yixian immediately used the void teleportation and disappeared. Almost at the same time, Jiao Zhenrong sneered, "This move again. Jin Jumping, drag him out immediately." In the distance, the Golden Eagle tribe's cosmic light realm prodigy, Jin Jumping, immediately activated his bloodline ability, Yin Yang Hawkeye. 2 rays of golden light flashed in his huge Hawkeye eyes as he turned his head and scanned the surrounding void. At this moment, Yixian was in the void 5 million kilometers to the right. When he performed the teleportation, he had activated the perfect oscillation of his mental power secret art. His figure and aura were completely concealed. With a wave of his hand, he summoned the electronic doppelganger that he had just refined not long ago. It also maintained a concealed state and flew into the distance without looking back. This electronic doppelganger was formed after Yixian's electronic consciousness entered the body of Di's doppelganger and refined it. Previously, it was only at the 13th Great Realm, Genesis Realm 9th perfection. But now, after Yixian's original body had broken through, this electronic doppelganger's cultivation had also reached the cosmic realm. Level 1. Although there was still a certain gap between it and the cosmic realm 9th perfection that Yixian's original body in the form of the 3-headed 6-armed demon ape, they were still in the same great realm. In addition, this electronic doppelganger had already changed its appearance. It also had 3 heads and 6 arms. Although it was not the true form of the demon ape and only had an illusory appearance, it should not be a problem to deceive Jin Jumping for a short period of time. At this moment, the electronic doppelganger in the form of the 3-headed 6-armed demon ape turned around and flew into the void ahead. It was precisely the area that Jin Jumping's gaze was about to reach. Yixian's original body instantly retreated. He specifically chose the blind spots that Jin Jumping's gaze swept and quickly approached the roaring Jiao Shenrong. "I found him. He's in the void 5 million kilometers to the right. He's running away quickly." Soon, Jin Jumping exclaimed in surprise. "He must be afraid. Brother Wan Jin's 4th transformation of the Berserk Lion is indeed amazing. Not only did the little monkey hide his figure, but he also hid his cultivation to the cosmic realm 1st level. He's afraid of being discovered and wants to run away." Roar. Screech. As soon as Jin Jumping's words fell, the gigantic lion Wan Jin immediately roared and chased in that direction. The other heaven and earth Taoists also did the same. Their bodies spread out to the left and right, surrounding the direction of the void. This was the rhythm of wanting to surround the target and block his escape route. Bang! A woo! Almost in the next instant, a huge bang came from the left side of the border, followed by an extremely shrill scream, which made one's heart tremble. Everyone was stunned and subconsciously turned their heads to look. They happened to see a 3-headed, 6-armed figure appear in the void thousands of kilometers to the left. In the right hand of his flesh and blood body, he was holding a huge black stick that was 100 feet long. He was lifting it from the back of Jiao Shenrong's head. The loud bang just now was the sound of the big-headed black stick smashing into the back of Jiao Shenrong's head. As for the mournful howl that followed closely behind, it came from Jiao Shenrong's mouth. With a heavy blow, a suspicious bulge could be seen with the naked eye in the middle of the two huge horns on his head. In the blink of an eye, it was like a huge mountain, and the two huge bowls on his left and right sides were like huge hills. The horns were all level. Originally, there were two horns on his head, but in the blink of an eye, a third horn grew out from the middle of his head. Indeed, he lived up to his name, Lofty Horn. With such a heavy blow, Jiao Shenrong's eyes rolled back and he fainted on the spot. He could be considered unlucky. He was already targeted by Yi Xian, but Yi Xian's electronic avatar was exposed, causing everyone to scatter. When they were about to surround him, Jiao Shenrong happened to be at the edge of the left side of the encirclement, making it extremely easy to attack. Under such circumstances, Yi Xian naturally wouldn't be polite anymore. The opportunity couldn't be missed, and it wouldn't come again. He quietly rushed behind him and instantly dealt with an opponent with a big stick. Swish! With a wave of his hand, the big-headed black stick and the unconscious Jiao Shenrong disappeared at the same time. They were taken into the internal space of the Shenong cauldron in Yi Xian's body. His figure also disappeared at this moment, and he immediately used void teleportation. Even if Jin Zhongping activated the Yin-Yang Hawkeye bloodline ability and scanned over, he would definitely not be able to see his traces. In the next moment, roars and roars sounded again and again. What happened? Why did this little monkey appear at the edge of Suji? Isn't it millions of miles away on the right? Jin Zhongping, explain it properly. Don't tell me that you suddenly went blind just now. Roar. It's too infuriating. He actually watched as Jiao Shenrong was knocked unconscious by a stick and dragged away in front of everyone. What is this? Do you think we are nothing? This is illogical. Facing the questioning and reprimanding of Shi Wanjin and the other four, Jin Zhongping stuttered. His mind was in a mess, when the loud bang and the mournful howl came from the edge of Suji. He subconsciously turned his head and glanced in that direction. He saw the three-headed, six-armed immemorial demonic ape holding a huge black stick, knocking Jiao Shenrong unconscious, and then dragging him away. Then, the figure of the immemorial demonic ape disappeared again. When his mind was blown and he turned his head back to look at the direction he had been staring at all this time, he could still clearly see a blurry three-headed, six-armed energy ball of light. It was still in that direction, and it was fleeing into the distance at high speed. Even though Shi Wanjin and the others who had been chasing after Suji had stopped because of the incident at the edge of Suji, that blurry ball of energy still didn't stop and continued to rush forward. Could it be that the little monkey suddenly teleported back and happened to appear behind Jiao Shenrong? After knocking him unconscious, it immediately teleported again and reappeared in the void on the right, continuing to run for its life? Jin Zhongping immediately voiced out this conjecture as it flashed through his mind. This was also the only possible explanation because in the void in front of him to the right, the energy light cluster with 3 heads and 6 arms was indeed still there. He immediately shouted with certainty, "Damn it, that little monkey is too lucky." He teleported back and appeared behind Jiao Shenrong. Don't worry, everyone. This time I will keep a close eye on him. As soon as he disappears, I will immediately warn him. This will not happen again. Although this explanation was a bit far-fetched, it did not exclude the possibility of luck. Although Shi Wanjin and the others were unwilling, they could do nothing but accept this explanation secretly. After all, Jin Zhongping did not need to lie to them. In the buffer zone outside, the old monsters of the Golden Eagle clan were all watching. If he dared to collude with the immemorial demonic ape, his end would be very miserable. It would be difficult for him to die even if he wanted to. Roar. We can't care so much anymore. Surround him immediately and suppress this little monkey. Screech, Shi Wanjin raised his head and roared. He was the first to rush over. Yi Jiuming, Meng Moshan, Mei Jialiang, Ling Puzi, and the other 4 Taoists of heaven and earth stood on his left and right. They formed 2 halves and surrounded him. Jin Zhongping followed closely behind Shi Wanjin. From time to time, 2 faint golden rays of light would shoot out from his huge eagle eyes. His gaze was locked on the fuzzy energy light mass that was thousands of miles away. This time, he didn't even blink his eyes. He was determined to keep an eye on the little devil ape. As long as the little devil ape disappeared from his sight, he would immediately warn him. At the same time, Xian, who had teleported to another direction, had been paying attention to the direction Jin Zhangping was looking at. He maintained a blind spot and quickly approached again. After a short while, he touched the back of Ming Ma Shan. Without saying a word, he took out the big-headed black stick and smashed it at the back of his head. Bang! A woo! Almost in the next instant, a huge bang sounded from the edge of the left corner again, followed by an extremely shrill scream, which made one's heart tremble. This scene had just happened not long ago, and now it reappeared, causing everyone to be stunned and subconsciously turn their heads to look. In the void thousands of miles away from Suiji, a figure with 3 heads and 6 arms appeared. In the right hand of his flesh and blood body, he was holding a big-headed black stick that was 100 feet long. He was just lifting it away from the back of Ming Ma Shan's head. The huge bang sound just now was still the sound of this big-headed black stick hitting the back of Ming Ma Shan's head. The latter still rolled his eyes and fainted on the spot. Then, the 3-headed, 6-armed Archean demonic ape took it back into its body along with the big-headed black stick in its right hand. It then disappeared. Roar. Jin Zhangping, do you have anything to explain? This is too much. What do you think we are? You used the same trick twice in a row to fool us? Kill him, this guy and that little monkey are in cahoots. Hateful, I was careless and mistakenly believed in a traitor, causing us to lose 2 heaven and earth Taoists and 1/3 of our combat power. We must kill him, in short, we can't believe it anymore. An earth-shattering roar sounded in an instant. This time, the remaining 4 heaven and earth Taoists stopped chasing in the void on the right. They had confirmed that there was no monkey hair there. It was clear that Jin Zhangping was misleading and diverting their attention so that the primordial little devil ape could take the opportunity to hit the stick. That little monkey, in fact, had been following behind. This. What is going on? This is not scientific. At this moment, Jin Zhangping was dumbfounded. Facing the angry roar of Shi Wanjin and the other 3, his body shook violently, but his eyes were always fixed on the right front. This time, even if there was a huge bang and a mournful scream in the direction of Suiji, Jin Zhangping's line of sight, he did not withdraw his gaze. Until now, the blurry figure with 3 heads and 6 arms in the void on the right front was still firmly locked by him, and had not disappeared even for a moment. This also ruled out the possibility of teleporting back and hitting the stick. But Fierce Horse Mountain had clearly disappeared, and the earth-shattering bang and mournful scream just now did not seem to be fake. Fierce Horse Mountain did not need to make such a joke. With this doubt, Jin Zhangping finally turned his head subconsciously. This time, he began to scan the void in all directions with the bloodline ability of Yin Yang Hawkeye. Soon, a blurry figure with 3 heads and 6 arms appeared thousands of miles behind him. Jin Zhangping's body shook violently, and he suddenly turned his head and looked to the right front. Soon, a similar blurry figure with 3 heads and 6 arms appeared in his line of sight. At this moment, he understood everything. His eyes lit up, and he immediately screamed, "2. Mother ****, there are actually 2 of them. We've all been tricked. They're acting shamelessly. They actually used this kind of trick." One of the immemorial devil apes attracted my attention and confused me, while the other one was behind me. This is too shameless. This is cheating. They lost the bet. This is blatant cheating. Hearing this, Shi Wanjin and the other 3 were stunned again, and their faces were full of suspicion. Now, they did not dare to completely believe Jin Zhangping's words. "Only now did you realize? You are as stupid as pigs." Bah, you are as stupid as pigs, that is an insult to pigs. Since you're so stupid, don't use the words of 2 demonic apes to slander me. Can't I have a doppelganger? Ha ha ha. While laughing, Yi Xian's original body directly teleported in the void. Although he couldn't pinpoint the exact location like the Space Mouse clan, he could guarantee the general direction. The next moment, his figure appeared in the void to the right, only 1,000,000 miles away from the electronic doppelganger. Yi Xian immediately rushed toward the electronic doppelganger, and the latter immediately turned around to face Yi Xian. After a short while, they met. After that, Yi Xian waved his hand and the electronic clone was absorbed into his body. After all, he was only at the first order of the cosmic realm, so it was still quite dangerous for him to face these universe realm Taoists. Yi Xian didn't refine this electronic clone to rely on him to fight. He had other uses for it in the future. For example, just now, he had successfully confused the enemy's vision. It could be said that this was a surprise attack, and he couldn't afford to lose it. To be safe, he immediately absorbed the electronic doppelganger. Only when the doppelganger was absorbed into the undying world in his body did Yi Xian feel completely relieved. At this point, the truth was revealed, and everyone was suddenly enlightened. The primeval little devil ape actually had a clone. Although it was only at the first level of the cosmic light realm, it played a miraculous role in that segment just now. It caused the two universe realm Tao disciples to be tricked because of it. The backs of their heads were swollen, and they were miserably knocked unconscious before being dragged away. This was really too vexing. In the buffer zone outside the central region, the roars of the barbarian bull clan and the ferocious giant clan's domain masters were instantly heard. Roar. Too despicable, too shameless. He actually used his doppelganger to divert the attention of the Golden Eagle clan's juniors, while his original body hid in a blind spot and took the opportunity to beat them from behind. Sigh, such a simple trick was successfully carried out by him one after another. Two universe realm Taoists were killed just like that. It's simply too shocking. Puff. Puff. At the end of the sentence, there seemed to be two muffled sounds. The barbarian bull clan and the ferocious giant clan's domain masters were very likely to be so angry that they coughed up blood on the spot. At the same time, in the void at the edge of the core hinterland of the root of all evil, Yi Xian raised his finger and pointed at Shi Wanjin, Beauty, Ling Piao, and Yi Jiuming, who were roaring like thunder. He warned them with a sneer, "Don't worry, clean your necks and wait. This ape will deal with you all once one by one." In the end, he turned to look at the flustered and exasperated Jin Zhamping and sneered, "My avatar has already been exposed, so I won't use it again. After all, my cultivation is a little too weak, only at the cosmic realm first order. It's not suitable for me to participate in this level of battle. However, your eye technique is still ineffective against me. I'm warning you one last time. While you're still in one piece, you'd better get the hell out of this void battleground. Otherwise, you'll die a horrible death. This ape can guarantee you that your Golden Eagle tribe's so-called eye technique is nothing but bullshit *T in front of this ape." After saying that, Yi Xian activated the perfect vibration of spiritual power again. His figure disappeared completely in front of everyone's eyes. No one knew whether he had used the void teleportation to leave the void, or if he had simply activated the concealment technique he had mastered to conceal his figure and aura. Shi Wanjin, Beauty, Ling Piao, and Yi Jiuming immediately looked at Jin Zhamping. They had misunderstood Jin Zhamping before, but now they trusted him again. At least there was a primordial little demon ape's doppelganger in front of them. The Golden Eagle clan's Yin-Yang Hawkeye eye technique was still reliable. Now, the primordial little demon ape's doppelganger had disappeared again. If they wanted to find him, they could only rely on Jin Zhamping. Poof. Just as the four of them turned their heads, Jin Zhamping opened his mouth and spat out a blood arrow. Because of his carelessness, the Yin-Yang Hawkeye eye technique had been foolishly locked on to the fake target, which eventually led to the loss of 2 Heaven and Earth sect disciples. For Jin Zhamping, this matter was already very frustrating. However, at this moment, the primordial little demon ape said such words in public. It said that the so-called pupil technique of the Golden Eagle tribe was just a piece of *T in front of it. This was simply unbearable, too arrogant. Screech, little monkey, you've gone too far. In grief and indignation, Jin Zhamping raised his head and roared. Then, 2 golden beams of light suddenly shot out from the head of the giant body. Compared to the previous dim and blurry appearance, it was obviously much brighter. This was obviously because Jin Zhamping was completely enraged and went berserk. Even the Yin-Yang Hawkeye eye technique was greatly enhanced. This was indeed the case. As Jin Zhamping twisted his head, the 2 golden beams of light shot out from his huge Hawkeye swept the surrounding void. After only a dozen breaths, in the void thousands of miles away to the left, a figure with 3 heads and 6 arms appeared. Previously, when Jin Zhamping spied on the traces of Yi Xian with the Yin-Yang Hawkeye eye bloodline technique, only he could see it, and no one else could see it at all, including when Xianxia used this technique, it was the same. But at this moment, because of Jin Zhongping's extraordinary performance and anger, the two golden beams of light shot out of his eyes were obviously much brighter, so when he locked onto Yi Xian with the Yin-Yang Hawkeye Eye technique, the latter's figure was directly released from the perfect state of vibration and passively released. His figure was completely revealed. Not only Jin Zhongping, but also everyone else, could see it clearly. Shi Wanjin, Mei Jianyang, Ling Puzi, and Yi Jiuming were immediately overjoyed and praised him without hesitation. "Mr. Jin, you are amazing." "Yes, that's it, as long as you use this concealment technique, you will immediately find him. This time, the little monkey can't escape, he is destined to be suppressed. What are you waiting for? Let's go together and crush him." Roar. After Shi Wanjin finished speaking, he let out a final roar, causing the void to tremble slightly. His terrifying figure, which was over 100,000 feet tall, leaped forward. At this moment, a faint sigh came from the void in front of him. "I told you before, it is best not to use this kind of bullshit eye technique again, otherwise you will die miserably. It's a pity that you don't listen to my advice. In this case, don't go, you are destined to die here today." Xiao. As soon as he finished speaking, a beam of scorching golden light suddenly shot out from between the eyebrows of the little primordial ape demon's fleshly body. A vertical eye appeared there strangely, blooming with golden light. Originally, there was only one ray, but it split into two in the middle of shooting, just in time to meet the two golden lights that represented the power of Jin Zhongping's Yin-Yang Hawkeye Eye technique. "Ah, my eyes. Bang bang." Speaking of eye techniques, the Yin-Yang Eagle Eyes of the Golden Eagle clan was indeed extraordinary. After all, it had the effect of prying into the void and breaking through illusions, which was extremely rare. However, if one were to compare it to Yi Xian's Demon Soul Pupil, it would be far inferior. The Demon Soul Pupil was the strongest eye technique. Yi Xian had only cultivated this eye technique to the intermediate level, but its power had already reached the level of prying into the origin. Once it was cultivated to the advanced level or even stronger level in the future, its power would definitely be even more terrifying. It wasn't an exaggeration to call it the strongest eye technique. In fact, even the intermediate level of prying into the origin had already surpassed the effect of prying into the void and breaking through illusions of the Yin-Yang Eagle Eyes. The difference between prying into the void and breaking through illusions and prying into the origin could be seen just by looking at their names. The reason why Yi Xian warned Jin Zhongping earlier was because he didn't want to expose this eye technique. At least, he didn't want to expose the strongest eye technique too early. After all, the current chaos in the source of all Evil Star region was only at the level of the younger generation. However, it would definitely be upgraded later on. The old monsters of various races would jump out one after another. This matter wasn't over yet. In fact, it was just the beginning of the curtain. At this time, it was necessary to preserve some trump cards as much as possible. Unfortunately, Jin Zhongping didn't listen to his advice and insisted on courting death. In that case, Yi Xian had no other choice. Although the Yin-Yang Eagle Eyes of the Golden Eagle clan was far inferior to the Demon Soul Pupil, it at least had the effect of prying into the teeth and breaking through illusions. Under such circumstances, Yi Xian wouldn't be able to easily approach Jin Zhongping, and if he were to directly charge over and forcefully kill him, he wouldn't be able to instantly kill him. Once the time dragged on for a moment, Shi Wanjin and the other three would arrive and surround him, causing Yi Xian to fall into danger. In desperation, he could only reveal the Demon Soul Pupil in advance and use the strongest eye technique to kill Jin Zhongping. The final result didn't disappoint Yi Xian. In the end, the battle between the two eye techniques ended with the complete victory of the Demon Soul Eye. After the vertical eye between the eyebrows of the three-headed six-armed demon ape shot out a dazzling golden light, it immediately disappeared, in order to prevent this ability from being revealed for too long. The longer they wait, the more they will be exposed. At this moment, Shi Wanjin and the other three, as well as the countless experts from the powerful forces and clans in the buffer zone outside, were all stunned when they saw Jin Zhongping's eyes explode. Then, they all exclaimed in horror. "What? Eye technique? The little monkey actually knows the eye technique? And it's so terrifyingly powerful. It's just a single ray of golden light, and it even split into two. When it met Jin Zhongping's Yin-Yang Hawkeye, it instantly caused his eyes to explode. What does this mean? This was clearly not the same level of power. Was the bloodline of the ancient ape demons so terrifying? Just in terms of eye techniques alone, he completely and utterly crushed the Golden Eagle clan. Vertical eye. It was actually a vertical eye. Just what was the origin of the ancient ape demons? To actually possess such a terrifying eye technique, it seems to be the legendary fiery golden eyes. Damn it, this battle has only just begun, and a third of the 6 Tao disciples of the universe have already been lost. Now, we don't even have the ability to break the primordial little demon ape's Yin-Yang Hawkeye. Instead, we're being restrained by our opponent. This battle is dangerous. This sudden and unexpected event was truly too unexpected. The Golden Eagle clan's Yin-Yang Hawkeye could be considered to be one of the rather renowned eye techniques. Never had they imagined that when it encountered the blazing golden light that shot out from the vertical eye between the primordial little demon ape's brows, not only did it retreat in defeat, even its eyes were directly blasted apart. This was simply inconceivable. In fact, it wasn't just them. It was even to the extent that the primeval porcupine, primeval tortoise, and the other ferocious beasts that were paying close attention to the development of the battle in the core area were extremely shocked at this moment. The 2 old geezers at the Region Lord realm even exchanged glances while they muttered in a light voice, and their gazes faintly revealed a wisp of doubt. Eh? This eye technique. Does the ancient ape demons possess such ability? Why didn't I know about it in the past? The little fellow is becoming more and more mysterious. Even this old tortoise has the feeling that I'm unable to see through him. At the same time, in the space at the edge of the core area. Roar. So what if he possesses a formidable eye technique? Little monkey, you're still a fearful little fellow in my eyes. If you dare fight me in a head-on battle, then I'll definitely crush you on the spot. Come on. Don't you have the big head black club? Don't you know how to strike from behind? My current size is over 300 kilometers long. Let me see exactly how strong your big head black club is and if it's able to shake my bloodline true body. Roar. Amidst his shock, the heaven and earth Tao child of the battle lion race, Lion Wanjin, raised his head and roared. His terrifying body, which was like a small star, instantly soared into the sky, bringing with it the rumbling of thunder in the void as he directly crushed over 10 million miles away. The other 3 Tao lords of the universe, Ling Puzi, Beauty, and Yi Jiuming besieged Yi Xian from 3 different directions at the same time. Swish, at the same time, the figure of the little primeval devil ape vanished while a weak sound of the air being torn apart resounded from the spot he stood on. As Shi Wanjin and the others surrounded him, he'd teleported away at the first possible moment. Although he couldn't accurately pinpoint the position of the Space Mouse clan's Heaven and Earth Tao Lord Xu Wushuang in such a hasty state of teleportation, it was still not a problem to ensure the approximate location. In the next moment, his figure appeared in the void about hundreds of thousands of miles away from Jin Zhongping, and he appeared in a state of perfect vibration after activating the psychic power secret technique. His figure was not exposed at all. Then, Yi Xian activated the power in his body and unleashed an extreme speed, chasing after Jin Zhongping who was fleeing to the dividing line ahead. The latter was only at the 14th Great Realm, the Cosmic Light Realm, while Yi Xian, in the state of the 3-head 6-arms demon ape true body, had already reached the first level of the universe realm, and his speed was much faster than Jin Zhongping's. In addition, he was intercepting and chasing from the side, so hundreds of thousands of miles of the universe void were left behind by him in just a dozen breaths. Screech, a sharp piercing sound rang out, and at this moment, the figure of the little primeval devil ape appeared. With a flip of its right hand, the withered demon blood blade, which had already changed its shape, was activated. It was 100 feet long, and it slashed towards Jin Zhongping's neck. Pfft! Screech, a muffled sound rang out, accompanied by a sudden mournful howl, and then it suddenly stopped. Jin Zhongping's head rolled down, blood spraying into the sky, and he fell. After killing this eyesore of a bird, it will be the 4 of you next. Don't be anxious, and don't think about escaping. This ape has already said before that once you enter this void battleground, no one will be able to return alive. As Jin Zhongping was beheaded, the buffer zone of the root of all evil was dead silent. Everyone's eyes were wide open as they stared at the silver light screen in front of them that was created by the power of the crystal ball mirage technique. Their faces were full of shock as if they had fallen into a daze. Only the time it took to eat a meal had passed since the second wave of battle teams entered the void at the edge of the hinterland. However, of the 7 people who fought, 2 had been captured and 1 had died. Now, there were only 4 Heaven and Earth Dao children left. Although there were only 3 Heaven and Earth pedophiles in the first battle team, the 4 remaining Heaven and Earth pedophiles were still stronger than before. However, Xianxia, who was sent by the Golden Eagle tribe to search for the traces of the primordial little devil ape, had died. As a result, there was no way to restrain the primordial little devil ape's strange concealment secret skill. The situation instantly became not optimistic. It could be said that the prospects of this battle were extremely gloomy. After a short silence, a noisy discussion sounded instantly, and there were roars and howls from time to time. Especially the higher-ups of the Golden Eagle clan, they watched Xianxia's head being chopped off. They were so angry that they almost vomited blood at this moment. Although Xianxia was not the Heaven and Earth pedophile of the Golden Eagle tribe, he had the cultivation of the 14th realm, the cosmic light realm, which was extremely rare. He was almost cultivated as a reserve pedophile by the Golden Eagle tribe. After all, even the young leader of the Golden Eagle tribe, who was in charge of the secular affairs of the tribe, had not reached the cosmic light realm. This showed the value and importance of Xianxia in the eyes of the higher-ups of the tribe. In fact, every tribe, in addition to the Heaven and Earth pedophiles, who were fully cultivated, there would be several reserve pedophiles. They were also fully cultivated since young. Although the cultivation resources they received were far less than the pedophiles of the tribe, they were second only to the latter. The death of such a junior was a heavy blow to any race, even though it wasn't something they couldn't accept, considering that pedophile Xianxia was still in the hands of the opponent and had not been released. It would be really troublesome if the shameless primordial little devil ape was angered at this moment. Otherwise, the Golden Eagle race's domain lord Old Monster simply wanted to immediately charge into the void battlefield ahead and kill to vent his anger, and just as countless experts of the major forces in the buffer zone outside the central region burst into cries of alarm, there was a new change in the battlefield void at the edge of the hinterland. Swish! Xiao, among the 4 surviving Taoists of the universe, Ling Puzi, the Taoist from the Tree Spirit clan in the second universe, suddenly grew in size. Countless thick roots that looked like tentacles suddenly shot out from the body of the gigantic tree monster that was like a giant tree that reached into the heavens. Like a net, with his original body as the center, it quickly spread out in all directions. In the blink of an eye, it enveloped a large area of the void that was 1,000,000 miles away. This is our race's bloodline ability, Vine Spirit Sealing Puppet. In the next moment, the hoarse voice of the Tree Spirit clan's Heaven and Earth Taoist, Ling Puzi, rang out, and entered the ears of Shi Yi Jiuming, and the beautiful woman. Of course, these words were said through sound transmission, and were not heard by the outside world, although these spirit vines can only cover a distance of 1,000,000 miles, in this space enveloped by spirit vines, as long as there is any strange movement, this sovereign will be able to immediately detect it and form a certain degree of sealing effect. Fellow Taoists, we have suffered repeated losses in this battle, and now there are only 4 of us left. Although we are not afraid of that little monkey, his strange concealment technique is truly a headache. Coupled with this kid's despicable methods, he stopped at nothing and utilized all sorts of underhanded moves. In my opinion, it's time to change our strategy now. We can't blindly launch sneak attacks like we did before. That's too passive, and it's no different than giving him a superb opportunity to launch sneak attacks and defeat us one by one. Let's change our strategy from offense to defense. In any case, there are still over 60 days before the bet, so we can completely shrink the circle of battle. Fellow Taoists, retreat to the space within 1,000,000 miles enveloped by my Vine Spirit Sealing Puppet and stand guard in one direction each. With that little monkey's temperament, he will definitely be unable to restrain himself after a long time. At that time, as long as he takes the initiative to attack and enters this space enveloped by spirit vines, this sovereign will be able to sense it at the first possible moment. Fellow Taoists, listen to my sound transmission at that time. Strike with all your strength, and the probability of killing him is at least 50%, far surpassing the current random pursuit. These words caused Yi Jiuming, and the beautiful woman to fall into deep thought, but after a short few breaths of time, they completely approved of it. Roar! Roar! Little monkey, don't talk big. If you have the ability to take the initiative to attack, Grandpa Lion will kill you immediately. Angry roars and violent howls rang out, followed by Shirwanjin's low but heaven-like roar. His enormous bloodline true body, which was 100,000 feet tall, like a small star, slowly retreated until it was 1,000,000 miles away from the original body of the Tree Spirit Clan's Heaven and Earth Taoist Ling Puzi. Only then did he stop at the edge of the void covered by the spirit vines. At the same time, Yi Jioming, who was 3,000 feet tall, and the beautiful woman of the colored python clan also retreated without hesitation, guarding the other two directions of the spirit vine void. In the blink of an eye, the four Heaven and Earth Taoists had already hugged each other. At the center was Ling Puzi, the Taoist son of Heaven and Earth of the Tree Spirit Clan. He had performed the unique bloodline ability of his clan, Vine Spirit Seal, and covered a large area of the void 1,000,000 miles away with countless green vines of different thicknesses. The other three Heaven and Earth Taoists, Shirwanjin, Yi Jioming, and the beautiful woman, revealed their respective bloodline true bodies, forming a triangular shape, guarding the edge of the 1,000,000 spirit vines void, attentively guarding. This was clearly the rhythm of changing from offense to defense. As a result, the strange concealment secret technique of the primordial little demon ape basically lost its usefulness. Anyone could see that in this 1,000,000 miles of void covered by countless spirit vines, as long as any existence approached, even if its figure and aura were completely wiped out. If the beauty went away, it would be discovered at the first moment. Seeing this scene, the countless experts of the major forces watching the battle in the buffer zone of the central region were slightly stunned, and all of them secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Because in this way, they at least didn't have to worry about the remaining four Heaven and Earth Tao disciples in the void of the battlefield ahead. Like Jiao Zhenrong and Meng Ma Shan, they would be defeated one by the shameless little primordial demon ape. Their attacks would be sneak attacks. Swish, the sound of air being torn apart resounded as Yi Xian teleported through space, and his figure appeared at the left of this expanse of space that was enveloped by countless spirit vines. He was 5,000 kilometers away from them. Moreover, he hadn't activated the secret technique, perfect oscillation, and he'd brazenly revealed himself instead. What? Are all of you afraid? Weren't all of you bragging about crushing this ape just now? All of you have started to act like cowards in the blink of an eye? Tui. Even describing all of you as cowards is giving all of you a high regard. That's an insult to the raven race. This ape takes back those words. It was a slip of the tongue. When he spoke halfway, Yi Xian suddenly recalled that a primeval turtle at the region Lord Realm was watching the battle from the depths of the core area ahead, and he hurriedly corrected himself. But at this moment, Yi Xian, who stood in space 5,000 kilometers away, faintly frowned. Because these four fellows had suddenly changed from offense to defense, and this caused Yi Xian to be in a very difficult situation. The comfortable feeling of being able to play to his heart's content and play as he pleased had vanished, and he felt fearful instead. This caused him to be extremely displeased. The tree spirit race was one of the top 10 races in the second universe. However, Yi Xian had very little contact with this race. But even then, he was still able to discern that the countless green vines of various thicknesses interweaved together and enveloped an area of 5,000 kilometers in space, and he absolutely couldn't enter rashly, even though his secret technique, perfect oscillation, could perfectly conceal his figure and conceal his aura. So long as Yi Xian moved over and slightly touched even a single vine, then he would be noticed at the first possible moment. It just so happened that these vines weren't just numerous in number, they were densely interweaved together. Moreover, every single vine actually had even finer tentacles stretching out from them, and they seemed to possess intelligence as they fluttered through space like strands of hair. Under such circumstances, even though there were gaps in this net of vines that enveloped an area of 5,000 kilometers in space, it was actually no different from being tightly stitched together. Those fine tentacles that fluttered about like strands of hair definitely possessed tactile abilities as well. However, once these boundless vines were dealt with, not to mention Yi Xian suppressing the world Tao disciple of the tree spirit race, Ling Puzi, it was even to the extent that Shirwanjin, Yi Jioming, and Beauty, who were lying dormant at the edge of this expanse of vines in space in the shape of a triangle, not to mention Yi Xian, was unable to make another move. These three fellows were all vines that fluttered about in space, so it was utterly impossible for him to approach them silently and launch a sudden attack. By surprise. Of course, if he didn't consider revealing his identity, Yi Xian had other methods to deal with these four fellows. For example, the Thunder Origin Bead, or directly taking out the Life Stronghold. For antimatter death light cannons with a diameter of 30,000 meters would be able to deal with this giant net of spirit vines. But that was obviously impossible. It was impossible for Yi Xian to pay such a price just to get rid of these four fellows as quickly as possible. Anyway, there was still plenty of time. Only 1/3 of the 3-month bet period had passed. Since the other party was not in a hurry, why should he be in a hurry? He could slowly think of a way to deal with them. Wasn't it just a competition of patience? This was his home ground. Moreover, he was waiting at ease for the exhausted. Let's see who could last longer. While thinking this, Yi Xian did not mind seeing that Shi Wanjin and the other 3 fellows were not responding to him at all. He grinned and directly sat down cross-legged in the air. You guys are not in a hurry, but this ape is not in a hurry either. This is a good opportunity for me to replenish my body. It's very fragrant. Bear with it for a while. If you want to eat it, just say the word. But, this ape will definitely not give it to you. After saying this, Yi Xian no longer paid attention to the 4 fellows in front of him. With a wave of his hand, he directly took out a golden bird's head that was hundreds of meters in size from the internal space of the Shinong cauldron. It was the head of Jin Zhongping that he had just killed. He was clearly planning to roast it on the spot and eat to his heart's content. The battle was not over yet, but the enemy was already roasting the flesh and blood of his comrades. This kind of thing was indeed torturous, especially for the proud and arrogant heaven and earth sect disciples like Shi Wanjin, Mei Jialiang, Yi Jiuming, and Ling Puzi. The 4 fellows' eyelids twitched wildly as they secretly gritted their teeth. They all felt that their faces were burning, as if they had been slapped in the face by Yi Xian in public. In the buffer zone of the central region outside, the fleets of the major forces were cursing like a tide, especially the fleet of the Golden Eagle clan. From time to time, there were muffled sounds of blood spurting out. Some existences were obviously enraged to the point of being unable to take it anymore. The next moment, Yi Xian waved his hand and pulled out a Shinong dual-colored flame from the Shinong cauldron in his body. In the blink of an eye, it enveloped the huge eagle's head and began to roast it. At the same time, an unexpected system prompt sounded in the mind of Yi Xian at this moment. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have found wood spirit essence. Effect: increase the grade of the Shinong unusual flame. Do you want to extract it immediately? Wood spirit essence? It can actually increase the grade of the Shinong unusual flame? Yi Xian was dumbfounded on the spot. He subconsciously looked at the void thousands of miles away, where the endless spirit vines were. The so-called wood spirit essence was obviously related to the large number of spirit vines that appeared when the Heaven and Earth sect disciple of the wood spirit clan performed his bloodline magic. This was simply a pleasant surprise. The densely packed green spirit vines that covered an area of millions of miles in the void originally gave Yi Xian a headache. He didn't expect to encounter such a turn of events and fall into his lap. He immediately carefully understood the situation and soon confirmed his guess. The so-called extraction was actually very simple. It was to use the Shinong unusual flame to burn the green spirit vines in the void ahead. During the burning process, the spirit vines would wither and turn into ashes. The wood spirit essence contained in them would be directly absorbed by the Shinong unusual flame and become the energy and resources for the growth and evolution of the Shinong unusual flame. The spirit vines in front of him covered a large area of the void with a radius of millions of miles. Even if each spirit vine only contained a trace of the so-called wood spirit essence, the key was that there was a lot of it. According to Yi Xian's estimation, without expecting too much, it was very possible to upgrade the grade of the Shinong dual-colored flame and let it evolve into the Shinong tricolor flame. Thinking of this, Yi Xian didn't even have the mood to enjoy Jin Zhongping's eagle head. After roasting the eagle head in a hurry, he directly waved his hand and sent the eagle head, which had shrunk to about 70 feet and was roasted to a golden color, to the depths of the core hinterland behind him for the 2 old guys, primordial porcupine and primordial turtle, to taste. Then he suddenly stood up, raised his hand, and pointed to the void thousands of miles away, where countless spirit vines crisscrossed, and suddenly shouted. You 4 guys, do you really think that this ape can't do anything to you if you hide like this? Isn't it just some green vines? This ape will burn them all to ashes. Let's see what kind of moths you can come up with. Who? The Shenong dual-colored flame that was shot out by Xian was like a cloud of flames, with a diameter of 1,000 feet. Its speed was extremely fast, and in an instant, it traversed tens of millions of miles of space, arriving at the edge of the millions of miles of space that was covered by countless large and small vines. Compared to the spirit vine void that was 1,000,000 miles in radius, this Shenong dual-colored flame that was only 1,000 feet in diameter was not very eye-catching. It was simply insignificant. Therefore, whether it was Ling Puzi, Yi Jiuming, Mei Jialiang, Shi Wanjin, or the countless starry sky experts from the various powers that were watching the battle in the buffer zone of the central region, almost none of them took Yi Xian's actions seriously. They thought that he was deliberately bluffing. A flame cloud that was only 1,000 feet in diameter, even if it was a bit strange, the flame seedlings were all dual-colored. However, no matter how powerful it was, its size was too small. How much of a threat could it pose to the countless spirit vines that covered millions of miles of space? It was simply a joke. However, just as the Shenong dual-colored flame reached the edge of the spirit vine void and finally came into contact with the green spirit vines of varying thickness, a scene that caused everyone to be shocked, without any warning, suddenly appeared. Huff, slash. Swish, the whistling sound of waves of flames rang out, followed by a dense, ear-piercing sound like boiling oil splashing on ice. The Shenong dual-colored flame, which was only 1,000 feet in diameter a moment ago, actually burst into flames the moment it came into contact with the edge of the spirit vine void. In less than a breath's time, it had already spread nearly 10,000 miles, and in an instant, it burned a large, dazzling hole in the spirit vine void that was 1,000,000 miles in radius. What the hell is this? Ah, save me, this ghost flame is actually absorbing my wood spirit essence. This is the life source of my wood spirit clan. In the central territory of the spirit vine void, the calm and composed Ling Puzi of the wood spirit clan, the heaven and earth sex Ling Puzi, suddenly paled. He let out a shrill scream of terror, and his entire body began to tremble at this moment. Shi Wanjin was stunned, Yi Jiuming and the beautiful lady were stunned, the countless star-state experts of the various races who were watching the battle in the buffer zone outside of the central domain were all stunned at this moment. Under the stunned gazes of everyone, as soon as the canopy descended, it spread from 1,000 feet in diameter to a radius of 10,000 miles. In just a short span of 1 or 2 breaths, it had already become overwhelming. The entire void of 1,000,000 miles that was filled with countless spirit vines of all sizes was completely burned in an instant. It began to burn. Seeing this, even Yi Xian was shocked. A saying suddenly appeared in his mind: dry wood meets fire. However, although the Shenong dual-colored flame could definitely be called a raging fire, these endless spirit vines of various sizes that covered an area of millions of miles were clearly not dry wood. All of the vines were green and full of vitality. There was only one explanation for this unexpected situation, and it was that the wood spirit essence contained within these spirit vines had some sort of special nature to the farmer god unusual flame. It was like the most flammable item, and as soon as it came into contact with it, it would be impossible to control the intensity of the fire. When the two met, this was destined to be the result. A single spark could start a prairie fire in an instant. Just as Yi Xian was in a daze, the void of 1,000,000 miles in front of him had already completely turned into a sea of fire. Shi Wanjin, Yi Jiuming, and the beautiful lady, who were originally standing in a triangular formation at the edge of this spirit vine void, immediately moved with a face full of horror and shot away, avoiding this strange sea of flames that was burning so fast that it was frightening. There were too many kinds of flames in the world. As the heaven and earth Tao children of a large race, the three of them had also seen many strange flames, but like this dual-colored strange flame in front of them, which was only about 1,000 feet in diameter at the beginning, and had spread to a radius of 1,000,000 miles in just 2 or 3 breaths, they had never heard of such a thing before. It was simply terrifying and frightening. Ah, save me! Save me! As Shi Wanjin and the other two left in fear, only Ling Puzi, the heaven and earth Tao child of the wood spirit clan, was left in the terrifying sea of flames of 1,000,000 miles. He had been struggling, and even wanted to cut off the connection between his body and these spirit vines, so that he could escape. Unfortunately, when the Shenong dual-colored flame encountered this kind of spirit vine that contained the essence of the wood spirit, the speed of the fire spread was too fast. He had no time to cut off all the spirit vines, and his body was completely enveloped in the sea of flames amidst a series of terrified screams. In less than 10 breaths of time, Ling Puzi's screams that were filled with fear came to an abrupt end and completely disappeared. The void of a million miles in front of him had been completely enveloped by the strange dual-colored flame seedlings, and this vast dual-colored strange flame also began to shrink rapidly at this moment. Starting from the edge of the sea of flames, the blazing dual-colored strange flame quickly rolled inwards. During this process, as the dual-colored flame that had reached a radius of a million miles became smaller and smaller, the color of the flame seedlings was also constantly changing. At first, the original two colors of the flame seedlings became more and more intense, and in the end, the third color finally jumped out. At this time, the entire sea of flames that had just spread to a radius of a million miles a few moments ago had also shrunk to the original radius of 100 feet, small and inconspicuous. It was almost no different from when it was summoned by Xian with a wave of his hand. The only difference was that there was an additional color. From the dual-colored flame, it became the current tricolor flame. It was also at this moment that the familiar system prompt that made Xian ecstatic finally sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the Shenong Strange Flame has successfully evolved. Current level, Shenong Tricolor Flame. Tricolor Flame, it finally succeeded. Xian was overwhelmed with emotions, tightly clenching his fists, and then waving his hand. The Shenong Tricolor Flame that was floating in front of him was absorbed by Xian and returned to the Shenong Furnace. Although the Shenong Strange Flame in the central region volcano in the inner space of the Shenong Furnace was still a dual-colored flame, but the dual-colored flame that Xian had just summoned was of the same origin as the Shenong Strange Flame in the central region volcano. Now that it had returned to the Shenong Furnace, it was like a fire seed that would immediately affect the Shenong Strange Flame in the central region volcano. Flame. It caused a qualitative change, transforming into a tricolor flame in the shortest amount of time. After doing all this, Xian turned his head and swept his gaze across the void in the distance, just in time to meet the gazes of Shi Wanjin, Yi Jiuming, and Mei Jianyang. This ape said that if you come here, don't think about leaving. I will suppress you one by one. Just now was just the beginning. Now, it's your turn. Guess, who was this ape's target this time? Screech. With a flash of light in his eyes, Xian suddenly let out a fierce roar. With a slight shake of his shoulders, his figure suddenly disappeared. No one knew whether he had used the void teleportation or just activated the strange concealment secret technique again. His aura was hidden, but his figure was still in the same place. Shi Wanjin, Yi Jiuming, and Mei Jianyang's eyes flickered with a faint light, and their faces were all filled with resentment. Before this, they had been ridiculing Xian, mocking him for only daring to use underhanded methods, hiding behind the back to attack, but not daring to fight head-on. However, he could not say such words now, for he lacked confidence. This was because just a moment ago, the other party had already dealt with a heaven and earth Dao child in broad daylight. Ling Puzi of the Wood Spirit race did not even have the chance to struggle before he was completely dealt with in an incomparably swift manner. Now, they finally realized that this primordial little devil ape was extraordinary. Not only was he ferocious, but he also had extraordinary means. After careful calculation, the number of heaven's prides of various races that had died in his hands had already exceeded 100, and there were even 6 or 7 heaven and earth Paozi. This was definitely not a coincidence. The sudden appearance of the Shenong Strange Flame finally made Shi Wanjin and the others realize that they had encountered a strong enemy this time, and the pressure of this battle increased sharply. Now, the primordial little devil ape had once again hidden his figure, but not only did they lose Jin Zhamping, who had the Yin-Yang Hawkeye magical ability, even Ling Puzi, who had activated his bloodline ability and evolved a void spirit vine that covered a radius of 1,000,000 miles, had also died in an instant. The situation for Shi Wanjin and the other two was extremely grim. Roar. Two fellow Taoists continued to shrink the defense line. The opponent's concealment technique is too strange. In this situation, it is really disadvantageous for us to fight with him. We can only continue to defend. Shi Wanjin raised his head and let out an angry roar. At this moment, Shi Wanjin had become even calmer. He didn't try to hide anything and said bluntly, "We should hide together and guard our own areas. Once that little monkey makes a move, we will naturally have a way to suppress it." Even though this seemed to be passive, it was also a helpless action. Under the situation where they were unable to lock onto or even find out the whereabouts of their opponent, this was obviously the only choice. But, however, the beautiful universe Dao child of the colored python clan clearly had some misgivings. On the other side, Yi Jioming, who was in the void, had already rushed towards Shi Wanjin's location. However, she was still standing in the void. His face was full of fear, and he hesitated. But if we just gather together and defend the void, what if that guy sets fire again? Wouldn't that be terrible? Moreover, our colored python clan also has an eye technique called Furious Python Blazing Rainbow. Although it doesn't have the effect of breaking through illusions, it can ignore physical defenses and instantly petrify the target. However, this kind of eye technique can only be used to attack from a distance. It can't be used at close range. Its power needs a certain distance to accumulate during the shooting process to maximize its power. Why don't you defend and be the bait? I will conceal my figure and hide in the void. As long as that little monkey appears, we will immediately attack with the eye technique of our colored python clan. In this way, we will have a much higher chance of keeping it in a pincer attack. The beautiful universe Dao child discussed these words with Shi Wanjin and Yi Jioming via voice transmission. After pondering for a moment, the two of them quickly agreed with this plan. Immediately, the beautiful universe Dao child of the colored python clan concealed her aura and concealed her figure. At the same time, she performed the void teleportation and left the place. This was to prevent the primordial demon ape from sneaking up on her and attacking her with the big-headed black stick. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian, who was hibernating in the void in the distance, almost burst out laughing. Just now, he displayed his strongest eye technique, the demon soul pupil. The light it emitted was extremely scorching. It gave people the feeling that it was an offensive eye technique. As a matter of fact, the power displayed by the scorching golden light was exactly the same. After all, the Golden Eagle clan's cosmic light realm expert, Jin Zhongping, was blinded by the scorching golden light. His eyes were instantly blasted apart. It was this scene that had unknowingly misled Shi Wanjin, the beautiful universe Dao child, and Yi Jioming. Generally speaking, the power of an eye technique could only be displayed at a certain level. For example, the yin-yang eagle eyes of the Golden Eagle clan had a certain effect of void glimpse and illusion breakers. However, it was only an auxiliary eye technique. It didn't possess any offensive ability. As for the colored python clan's Furious Python Blazing Rainbow, it was an offensive eye technique. It didn't possess any auxiliary ability such as void glimpse and illusion breakers. The demon soul pupil that Yi Xian displayed just now had already displayed its offensive ability. Moreover, the scorching golden light only flashed for a moment. It didn't stay exposed for too long. This directly led to the misunderstanding of the beautiful universe Dao child and the others. They believed that the little immemorial devil ape's eye technique was only an offensive ability. Just like the Furious Python Blazing Rainbow of the colored python clan, it didn't have the effect of void glimpse and illusion breakers. In other words, after the beautiful universe Dao child concealed her aura, the little immemorial devil ape wouldn't be able to see through her because its cultivation base was lower than hers. Therefore, if there were no accidents, even if she didn't have a strange concealment secret technique like the little immemorial devil ape, it wouldn't be able to see through her. In this way, her own safety would be guaranteed. At the same time, she could hide herself and wait for an opportunity to make a move secretly. At least this would form a certain degree of deterrence, which would make the primordial demon ape fearful. It was indeed wishful thinking. Unfortunately, she miscalculated the most crucial point. Yi Xian's demon soul pupil was the strongest eye technique. Not only did it have offensive abilities, but it was also very powerful in some auxiliary abilities. Void glimpse and illusion breakers were simply a piece of cake. Its auxiliary ability even had the effect of peering into one's origin. It could see through one's essence through one's appearance. It was simply heaven-defying. At this moment, Yi Xian directly activated his strongest eye technique again without hesitation. However, this time, he didn't activate its offensive ability. Instead, it was an auxiliary ability. Moreover, he deliberately controlled it so that the light from his eyes wouldn't leak out. With a sweep, the beautiful figure of the colored python clan's Dao child of heaven and earth appeared in his field of vision. Yi Xian didn't hesitate anymore. He directly moved to the back of the beautiful universe Dao child. Then, with a flip of his hand, he took out the 300 zhang long big-headed black stick and smashed it at the back of the beautiful universe Tao child's head, asterisk bang. Asterisk roar. At the next moment, an earth-shattering sound rang out, followed by a long, mournful howl that hadn't been heard for a long time. As a colored python, the beautiful universe Tao child was in so much pain that she let out a wolf howl. It was indeed difficult for her. In the distant void, Shi Wanjin and Yi Jiuming, the two Tao children of the universe Tao child, who were waiting for a battle, trembled a few times as if their bodies were conditioned reflexes when they heard the familiar loud noise and wolf howl. Whoosh! With a wave of his hand, the beautiful lady, who had a large bump on the back of her head and had already fainted, was directly stored by Yi Xian into the inner space of the Shenong cauldron in his undying world. Including Jiao Xingrong, who was taken away by Yi Xian not long ago, Yi Xian took advantage of the fact that they were unconscious to seal their cultivation and hand them over to the group of geniuses from the various clans of the second universe. These people had already submitted to Yi Xian and could be considered as his own people. Jiao Zhenrong and the beauty would be handed over to the prodigies of the same race as Ji Jingfeng, Jin Haoxiao, and Lang Gongqiang to steal their Dao foundations. In the end, as long as they were alive and Yi Xian kept his promise, it would be fine. As for the ferocious race's Dao child, Meng Moshan, he didn't belong to the races in the second universe. Yi Xian didn't have any ferocious race members that he had already subdued. Furthermore, the slaves of the first universe weren't part of his plans for the races in the second universe. Thus, Meng Moshan was temporarily imprisoned in a cage at the bottom of the volcano in the central region. Counting in this way, Yi Xian had a total of 5 Dao children of the second universe, excluding Ling Puzi, who he had already killed. As long as he captured Shi Wanjin, Yi Xian would have a total of 6 Dao children of the top 10 races in the second universe. However, Shi Wanjin and Yi Jiuming weren't easy to deal with. Otherwise, Yi Xian wouldn't have left them until the end. The former Shi Wanjin had the Battle Lion race's Berserk Lion 9 transformations bloodline ability. Although he had only comprehended the 4th transformation, he already had a bloodline true body that was 1,000,000 zhang tall. It was like a small star, which was a huge headache for Yi Xian. As for Yi Jiuming, as the Hell Ant race's universe Dao child, his black shell was so hard that it made one's hair stand on end. He wasn't an easy character to deal with either. Little devil ape, you have such a powerful bloodline, but you only dare to attack people from behind. Aren't you afraid of bringing shame to the name of the ancient devil ape bloodline? That's right. If you have the ability, then fight us fair and square. Seeing the colorful python race's universe Dao child being dragged away with a swollen bump on her head, Shi Wanjin and Yi Jiuming were so angry that they almost lost their temper. They weren't in a hurry to roar. Instead, they calmed down and stood in the void in the distance, provoking Yi Xian. Fair and square. What a joke. This ape already said I will fight you all of you alone. You're still not satisfied with that? Could it be that it's only fair that I allow myself to be captured and be killed by you? Yi Xian sneered. He rolled his eyes and pointed his finger at the two of them, mocking them without any trace of politeness. I think your heads aren't damaged, but your hearts are filled with fear. Are you scared by this ape's supreme might? You two are the only ones left. This ape will take it slow and deal with you one by one. After he finished speaking, Yi Xian's shoulders shook as he once again activated the perfect vibration of his mental energy. His figure instantly disappeared, causing Shi Wanjin and Yi Jiuming, who were in the distance, to almost cough up blood. However, they were helpless and had no other choice. At the same time, in the buffer zone of the central region, the fleets of the major forces, which had been noisy just now, were now dead silent. The beautiful heaven and earth Dao child of the colored python clan was also struck by a stick and dragged away. Now, there were only 2 heaven and earth Dao children left in the void battlefield at the edge of the hinterland. This result was simply unacceptable. The losses were too heavy. The higher-ups of the major forces, who were originally confident in this battle, were now worried. Should we call them back? If this continues, I'm afraid we will be wiped out again. We have to think of another way. That little monkey is indeed extraordinary and difficult to deal with. In my opinion, there is no need to continue making such meaningless sacrifices. This battle can end now. It's fine. I have confidence in my clan's Daoist. Jiuming is already an almighty figure of the universe, and the black armor of my Hell's Ant clan can't be so easily broken through. Although that little monkey's methods are extraordinary, with his mere cosmic realm cultivation, Jiuming won't be afraid even if he's hit. My race's Tao child is the same. With the power of the fourth transformation of the wild lion, that child Wanjin's cultivation has skyrocketed. He has reached the 5th level of the universe realm and is close to the late stage of the universe realm. His huge wild lion true body is even more majestic. Even if he hits Jiuming a few times, it will only tickle him. That makes sense. If it wasn't for that, then why would that little monkey constantly avoid making a move against Jiuming and Wanjin? He should be at his wit's end. It's still hard to say who will emerge victorious in this battle. That's right, with Wanjin and Jiuming joining forces, it's enough to suppress this damned little monkey. Before the sound of discussion could fade away, there was a new change in the void battlefield at the edge of the hinterland. Clang! A loud sound suddenly rang out, like the sound of metal colliding, shaking the void to the point that it trembled slightly. The little primordial devil ape made its move again, silently appearing behind the Hell Ant race's heaven and earth Tao child, Jiuming. It was still the same old trick. With a flip of its hand, it took out the big-headed black stick and swung it out, ruthlessly smashing the back of Jiuming's head. However, the result this time caused Xian to be greatly shocked. The buffer zone in the outside world also fell silent once again. What kind of shell is this? How can it be so hard? With a single strike, Xian's right wrist, which was holding the big-headed black stick, actually felt a faint numbness and swelling. However, Jiuming, who was in front of him, was completely unharmed. Not only was his shiny black shell not smashed open, there wasn't even a white mark on it. This was truly unbelievable. After all, the Shenong pestle was a treasure from the primordial era, and Xian's cultivation strength had already reached the first rank of universe in the state of the 3-head 6-arms demon ape. He was an existence of the same realm as Jiuming, so there was no reason for such a situation to occur. It wasn't as if Xian hadn't come into contact with the Hell Ant race before. Previously, when he appeared in the demon domain as the demon emperor's younger brother, Mo Jiufeng, he had even robbed an entire fleet of the Hell Ant race. The shell of this race was indeed extremely hard, and was said to be comparable to the void weapon ladle. However, no matter how hard it wasn't hard to such an extent that it made one's hair stand on end. This big-headed black stick is indeed extraordinary. It actually didn't shatter on the spot when it smashed onto this Taoist shell. And your strength is also not bad. Although your cultivation realm is at the peak of the cosmic light realm, the strength of this strike can already compete with the existence of the universe realm. Unfortunately, if it was merely like this, then I'm afraid you wouldn't be able to do anything to this Taoist. Jiuming turned around unhurriedly as if nothing had happened, and his eyes even carried a wisp of dense ridicule as he ridiculed Xian. This Taoist shell requires the baptism of 10 drops of nether liquid from the nether pool of my race's holy land every single year. Even though it hasn't evolved into the nether armor unique to the nether ant race, it's not far from it. Unless an old monster like the Starlord realm makes a move, otherwise, it's useless no matter what you do. Clang! Before Jiuming could finish his words, the unwilling little primordial demon ape had already raised the big-headed black stick in its hand and smashed it down again. This time it didn't hit the back of Jiuming's head, but the abdomen of his giant black ant true body. This was the weakest part of the black shell of the Hell Ant clan. However, the result didn't change at all. When the stick smashed down, the big-headed black stick instantly bounced back. Xian's right wrist felt a wave of numbness, but Jiuming's abdomen was not damaged at all, not even a dent. Xian's expression changed, and his heart sank. He naturally knew about the nether ant. He had already searched for some relevant information in the data library of the Devouring system. Just like how the Void Rat was the bloodline source of the Space Rat clan, the Nether Ant was the bloodline ancestor of the Hell Ant. The Void Rat and the Nether Ant were both existences of the primordial era. They had long gone extinct, at least not in this world. The Void Rat could perfectly merge itself into the void and ignore any spatial barriers, including the planar barriers of the great universe. They didn't need to go through planar wormholes to be able to travel through the universe planes with their bodies. The Space Rat clan had inherited the bloodline and talent of the Void Rat. Although it was not complete, it was already extremely shocking. As for the Hell Ant clan, as the bloodline descendants of the legendary primordial Nether Ant, they had also inherited some of the Nether Ant's innate talents and abilities. The Nether armor was one of the unique talents of primordial creatures like the Nether Ant. Among those legendary primordial creatures, the hardness of the Nether Ant's pitch-black nether armor could only be compared to the shell of the void giant turtle. As the Taoist of the infernal ant race, Jiuming spent 10 drops of nether liquid every year to temper and baptize his own shell. Although he hadn't evolved to the level of nether armor, and could even be said to be far from it, even so, with Yi Xian's current universe realm battle prowess, wanting to shake him was impossible. It was still unrealistic. This fellow was right. A black move like the stun stick was indeed useless against Jiuming. Yi Xian immediately put away the big-headed black club and disappeared with a flip of his hand. He sneered, 10 drops of underworld elixir every year can make your tortoise shell so hard? It seems that the body tempering effect of this nether liquid is extraordinary. This ape will definitely make a trip to your Hell Ant clan's nest and take all the nether liquid in that damn nether pool. Thank you. Pooh. Shameless boasting. Little monkey, you're already a bluffer, what other abilities do you have? Do you dare to fight fair and square? Jiuming was angered to the point blood almost sprayed from his mouth. This little monkey is too stubborn. He's at death's door, yet he's actually thinking about the nether liquid in the nether pool of the Ant clan of hell. He's simply courting death. He gritted his teeth and raised his left forelimb. Like a bolt of black lightning, he slashed down. Don't you still have the strange flame divine ability? Why aren't you using it yet? Even though the 3-colored strange flame is extraordinary, my Hell Ant clan has inherited the bloodline of the Nether Ants. We don't even fear the legendary Nether flames. Your methods are all useless against this Taoist. Accept your fate. I'll definitely suppress you today. Crack. As soon as Jiuming finished speaking, a bolt of black lightning descended from the sky. It was several meters thick and accurately landed on his head. Spiritual lightning technique, it was executed by the black fog body of the 3 demon ape true forms, and its power was far greater than before. After all, the current Yi Xian already possessed the strength of the universe realm. When he fully activated the spiritual power secret technique, it was naturally incomparable to the past. Unfortunately, it was still useless. Jiuming's enormous black ant true form only trembled slightly. Not even a wisp of black smoke rose. It was as if nothing had happened. His black ant shell was truly heaven-defying. Not only was it incomparably sturdy, its physical defense was so high that it made one's hair stand on end. Who would have thought that its magical defense was also so shocking that even the power of the spiritual lightning technique could not shake it? This result caused Yi Xian's heart to sink. Without any hesitation, he immediately retreated. In an instant, he was thousands of miles away, avoiding the attack of Jiuming's forelimb. At the same time, the black fog body of the 3 demon ape true forms directly waved its hand and instantly activated the Netherworld clan's bloodline ability, the Netherworld Claw. Moreover, it was not the normal form. As soon as it was used, it was the second form, the Claw of the Netherworld. Swish! The sound of something breaking through the air rang out. With a wave of the black fog body's hand, a black fog swept out. It expanded with the wind, and in less than half a breath, it had already reached thousands of feet, transforming into a ferocious netherworld skull. Although it was far inferior to Shi Wanjin's 100,000 feet war lion true form, it was like a colossus compared to Jiuming, who was only 10,000 feet tall. Screech! A miserable howl that caused one's soul to tremble resounded. The enormous black skull opened its wide mouth furiously, and in the blink of an eye, it rumbled as it swallowed Jiuming, who'd revealed his bloodline true body. This scene was captured by the silver crystal ball in the sky above the battlefield, and through the silver ball, it was transmitted to the silver light screen formed by the central domain's crystal ball echo divine ability, and was seen by countless masters in the void. The image was also transmitted to the outside of the source of all evil through the video communication of the battleships. Screech! Claw of the Netherworld Claw? That's the second form of the Netherworld Claw. Although the skull shape has changed, and it's no longer dark green, it can't fool me. 10 minutes later, in the void of a certain galaxy billions of miles away from the source of all evil, an earth-shattering roar echoed from within a large fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters that was in the midst of interstellar travel. It was obviously the voice of the Star Lord Endi, the leader of the Een demons. Young Master Netherworld. It must be him. No wonder he's not in the Heavenly Legacy City. He's been hiding in the source of all evil and pretending to be an ancient ape demon with 3 heads and 6 arms. Roar. Amidst the frenzied roars, the large fortress that was originally heading in another direction suddenly spun around and sped towards the root of all evil star field at extreme speed. At the same time, in the void battlefield at the edge of the core hinterland of the source of all evil, Xian didn't know that the divine ability of the Netherworld Claw that he'd casually used had been seen through by his old enemy, the Een Emperor Old Monster, at the first possible moment. As a matter of fact, Xian would have performed the Netherworld Claw technique even if he had known the outcome. At this moment, as Yi Jiuming's bloodline true body was swallowed by the several thousand-meter tall skull, Xian immediately began to collect it. He sent Yi Jiuming into the inner space of the Shen cauldron within his undying world and imprisoned him within the mountain wall cage at the bottom of the volcano. As Aunt Jiuming was devoured and transferred into the cage at the bottom of the volcano within the Shen cauldron in Xian's body, the gigantic skull formed from the Netherclaw divine ability quickly dissipated and disappeared. The void was empty, and Yi Jiuming had completely disappeared. This scene surprised everyone, and a large number of exclamations came from the buffer zone of the central domain outside. The high-level commanders of the various powers were all guessing the whereabouts of Yi Jiuming, and from time to time, someone would roar. Especially the domain lord of the Hell Ant race, one of the 3 great races in the first universe. His face was red with anger. He had just said that he was confident in Taoist Yi Jiuming, but in the end, even though Yi Jiuming had indeed withstood the blow of the little primordial devil ape's big-headed black stick, he had still suffered a calamity in the end. However, after being swallowed up by the strange skull, it disappeared without a trace. Fellow Taoists, this should be that little monkey's final trump card. Unfortunately, it's still useless against my clan's Tao son, Shi. Seeing that the domain lord of the Hell Ant race was furious, the domain lord of the second universe proudly said, "My clan's Tao son, Shi, has already cultivated the bloodline ability, 9 transformations of the Berserk Lion, to the 4th transformation. His bloodline true body is 100,000 feet tall. Not only is his chi and blood extremely abundant, he is not afraid of his big-headed black stick. Furthermore, because his body is as large as a star, no matter how powerful this strange skull is, it can't swallow him in one gulp. Therefore, in the end, the victory of this battle will still belong to my Battle Lion tribe. Fellow Taoists, rest assured. After my tribe's Taoist captures that little monkey, your tribe's captive heaven and earth Taoist will naturally return one by one." Roar. Little monkey, die. While they were talking, the battle in the void in front of them started again. Shi roared angrily, and his body was 100,000 feet tall. He suddenly raised his right front leg and ruthlessly stomped down on the little primordial devil ape. For the second battle, among the 6 Tao children who had entered the void battleground, the Tao child of the Berserk Lion race, Shi was the strongest. The other 5 Tao children were all at the first or second level of the universe realm, but Shi was at the 3rd level of the universe realm. Right now, due to the power of the 4th transformation of the Berserk Lion bloodline ability, Shi cultivation had increased exponentially. Now, he was already at the 5th level of the universe realm, and was close to the late stage of this realm. If Xian were to use all of his methods, he would naturally be fearless and would be able to easily kill Shi. After all, he had already killed an opponent whose cultivation surpassed Xian by an entire realm in a head-on battle. But now, he was in his true form of the 3-head 6-arms demon ape, so there were too many techniques that he couldn't use. Facing this terrifying lion that was 100,000 feet tall, he couldn't face it head-on. Otherwise, he would definitely be seriously injured. Facing Shi attack that caused even the void to tremble, Xian could only evade and fight in a roundabout manner. The big-headed black cudgel was already ineffective. His opponent's physical body was too full of vitality. A hit from the cudgel would probably be no different from scratching an itch. The claw of the Netherworld had also lost its martial power. With Xian's current cultivation and strength, he was still unable to activate the skull formed by the divine ability to a terrifying extent of over 100,000 feet. "Kacha, Kacha, from 1,000 kilometers away, the black fog body suddenly waved its hand and cast the spiritual lightning technique. Two bolts of black lightning that were several meters thick appeared above Shi Huanjin's head with crackling sounds. They directly struck him below his neck, leaving behind two black scorch marks that were several hundred feet long. Unfortunately, compared to Shi Huanjin's terrifying true form, these two scorch marks were too insignificant. They couldn't cause much damage. Shi Huanjin's body only trembled a few times, as if he was shivering twice. In the blink of an eye, he withstood the power of the lightning. Roar. It's useless. The 9 Berserk Lion transformation is the strongest bloodline ability of my Battle Lion tribe. Its greatest characteristic is that the bloodline true form's vitality is invincible. Although the power of your attack is not bad, it's still a joke in front of the 100,000 feet Berserk Lion true form. Die. Shi Huanjin roared complacently. His giant foreleg was still like a meteor, rumbling as it came crashing down. If it were to step on the little primordial demonic ape, it would be crushed to death like an ant. A bloodline true body that was 100,000 feet tall was too terrifying. Its strength was unparalleled, and it had reached a certain extreme. Yi Xian was indignant. He almost activated the divine ability of the fallen sky bow on the spot. If he shot out an arrow, it would definitely pierce through Shi Huanjin and kill him in the void. Or, if he activated the Rai seal and shot out a small thunder origin bead, he would also be able to blast this terrifying Berserk Lion true form into a bloody mist. The current Yi Xian was far stronger than before. Moreover, the thunder origin bead had been nourished in the Rai seal for a long time. Its power was worth looking forward to, however, he couldn't use any of this. Whether it was the fallen sky bow or the thunder origin bead, they were too iconic. Once used, it would immediately expose Yi Xian's identity. Whoosh! The sound of something breaking through the air rang out. The small immemorial demon ape quickly retreated. At the same time, the golden skeleton suddenly made a move. Its bloodline ability, the Netherworld Claw, was activated. Moreover, it was the first form that was known to be invincible. The dark green giant claw suddenly appeared, bringing with it an incomparably sharp sound. In the blink of an eye, it had already met Shi Huanjin's right foreleg. Pooh! A rain of blood fell. The two claws of Shi Huanjin's right foreleg were directly cut off. A rain of blood covered the void for hundreds of miles. Under the immense pain, an incomparably shrill scream came out of his mouth. The Netherworld Claw was invincible. It could even split open a starry sky fortress. However, at this moment, it only cut off 2 of Shi Huanjin's claws. Such a result immediately made Yi Xian shake his head and smile bitterly. The size of this blood lion true form was simply too large. It was 100,000 feet long, which was 300,000 meters long. It was as large as a starry sky. Its blood and qi were so abundant that it made one's hair stand on end. It was truly difficult to deal with. "Awoo, little thing, you dare to hurt this Taoist?" After the 2 claws were cut off, Shi Huanjin roared in anger. It seemed that he didn't suffer much damage. Instead, he seemed to be on the verge of going berserk. His blood and qi were even more abundant and terrifying. His entire body was filled with a bloody aura, which made Yi Xian frown. With a wave of his hand, the 2 giant claws that had just been cut off were directly absorbed into the internal space of the Shinnon cauldron in Yi Xian's body. At the same time, a mocking sneer came from the mouth of the small immemorial demon ape. "Thank you, with the abundance of blood and qi of your blood lion true form, these 2 claws are also top-grade ingredients. Don't waste them. Don't worry, this ape will roast them properly. I won't waste them. Awoo." Screech! In the void battleground, Shi Huanjin's roars and howls could be heard from time to time. An entire day had passed since the start of the battle. Although he was still full of vitality and had even fallen into a berserk state due to being hit again and again, his aura had become even more terrifying. This 100,000 meters tall blood lion was indeed way too gigantic, and its blood essence was so rich that it made people speechless. During the whole day, Shi Huanjin had already lost over 10 of his claws, and tens of large pieces of his flesh, because of the nether claw attack launched by the golden skeleton devil ape. However, he was still full of vigor and vitality. He felt that his combat strength had not decreased in the slightest, but his mind seemed to be a little off. After all, even though his battle strength was monstrous, he was constantly being attacked by the immemorial devil ape, who was like a flea in his eyes. From time to time, a claw or a chunk of flesh would be cut off. In the end, all of them were taken away with a wave of his hand, saying that he would roast them later and enjoy their delicious taste. Xianxia's resentment had already reached its peak, and coupled with this kind of psychological torture, his consciousness had already gone crazy. Now that he was roaring and roaring, this battle could not be stopped at all. There had to be a final result. Either the immemorial devil ape would be killed miserably, or Xianxia would be cut up alive. Both of these possibilities existed, because whether it was the immemorial devil ape or Xianxia, neither of them had fallen into a disadvantageous position. Both of them had the opportunity to be the one to hold on until the end and reap the rewards. Because of this, in the face of such a fierce battle, whether it was the indigenous beasts in the core of the void battleground or the higher-ups of the major races in the buffer zone outside the central domain, none of them interfered. Instead, they paid close attention to the development of the battle. Unknowingly, another 2 days passed, after 3 consecutive days and nights of fierce battle. Although the immemorial devil ape had not been injured because of its small body and could teleport from time to time, it really felt a little tired. At this time it had already become excited for this battle. As for the battle lion race's heaven and earth Tao child Xianxia, his body was already dripping with blood, and his consciousness had completely gone crazy. However, his bloodline true body was really terrifying, and his vitality was too abundant. Even though he had been injured all this time, a piece of flesh would be cut off from time to time. But after 3 days and nights, this guy was still alive and kicking. Even the local ferocious beasts in the core hinterland and the leaders of the major clans in the buffer zone outside the central domain had lost their patience after observing the battle closely for 3 days. However, the battle between the little demon ape and Xianxia had reached such a level that it was impossible to stop halfway. The most critical moment had arrived. Whoever couldn't hold on would die. However, at this moment, a shocking accident that no one had expected suddenly occurred. Rumble. Just as the battle was about to start, a fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters rushed into the buffer zone of the central domain from the outer domain, attracting the attention of all the experts who were watching the battle. Looking at the insignia on the outer wall of this starry sky fortress, it clearly belonged to a relatively weak slave race from the first universe. This time, it had not come. Unexpectedly, it had only arrived now. What made them even more speechless was that as soon as the starry fortress appeared, it directly charged towards the dividing line that led to the core of the planet, ignoring the fleets of all the races and forces that had retreated to tens of millions of kilometers away and were watching the battle from afar. It gave people the feeling that it had rushed there just to pick the peaches. It was simply courting death. Just as the leaders of the major clans came back to their senses and were about to explode in fury, a man rushed out of the fortress. It was the former leader of the Yin demons, Yin Di, a Star Lord. During this period of time, Yin Emperor Old Monster had already become a popular figure in the 3 great universes. Previously, in order to hunt down Netherworld Young Master, he had almost roamed the 3 great universes. Wherever he went, there would be sky-shaking roars and roars. Later, he even went straight to the Heavenly Legacy City, causing great chaos. In short, that guy was definitely crazy. All the Starry Sky Masters who recognized him were stunned for a moment before exclaiming with confused expressions, "What's going on? Why is this old guy here? It's Yin Di? How is that possible?" Yin Di didn't chase after the young master of the Netherworld tribe, but instead ran to the source of all evil to seize the opportunity. This is illogical. No, there must be something wrong. Look at that old monster's expression. He's clearly crazy, and he seems even crazier than before. What is he doing here? Could it be that the young master of the Netherworld tribe is here? Did that old monster find a reliable clue and come here directly? It's very likely. Given the young master's temperament, it's impossible for him not to be tempted by such a great opportunity. We must be vigilant. Just as the experts in the surroundings were exclaiming in alarm, Yin Di, who had rushed out of the fortress, activated his bloodline and revealed his true form of the Netherworld tribe, using a secret technique to summon the Netherworld tribe. Then, Yin Di, who had transformed into a ferocious skull that was tens of thousands of meters long, suddenly roared at the sky. Then, he opened his bloody mouth, and a blood-red substance that was indescribable was suddenly spat out into the void. Such a scene was really too frightening. The experts in the surroundings couldn't help but feel a chill run down their backs as they subconsciously shrank their necks. Roar! My netherworld tribe, descend! At this time, the ferocious skull that was tens of thousands of meters long suddenly roared, summoning the blood-red netherworld tribe. This blood-red substance was formed from the flesh of more than 10,000 members of the ferocious tribe, as well as the alloyed bodies of several hundred members of the Heaven's Legacy tribe. In addition, it also contained the souls of all the members of the ferocious tribe, as well as the electronic consciousnesses of several hundred members of the Heaven's Legacy tribe. In short, all kinds of substances were mixed together in a mess. Yi Xian had seen it in the Heaven's Legacy city before. Unfortunately, he was currently engaged in a fierce battle with Lion Wanjin and could not see what was happening outside the buffer zone. Otherwise, he would have run away as fast as he could. Just the bodies of the 10,000 members of the ferocious tribe were already incomparably large. The inside of the dark green skull's bloody mouth definitely had the ability to fold space. Otherwise, the bodies of the 10,000 members of the ferocious tribe wouldn't be able to contain it. However, at this time, this blood-red substance that caused people to feel a chill when it was spat out from the dark green skull's bloody mouth was only tens of thousands of meters long. It was about the same size as the dark green skull. This blood-red substance had clearly been continuously condensing in the dark green skull's bloody mouth. This was very normal. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to manifest such a terrifyingly powerful netherworld tribe. Boom! A huge sound rang out as the blood-red substance that was tens of thousands of meters long ruthlessly smashed into the void. Immediately after, it began to squirm. This scene made people's hair stand on end, and the experts in the surroundings couldn't help but retreat in shock. Boom! Under the horrified gazes of the experts around them, the green, blood-red substance that was spat out from the hideous skull smashed into the void. After shaking for a while, a huge, blood-green body slowly rose up and finally stood up. It was humanoid, 10,000 meters tall, and had a ferocious appearance. Its entire body was blood-green, and it was impossible to tell whether it was made of flesh or alloy. It was clearly wriggling like flesh, but its texture was no different from that of star alloy. Its eyes were blood-red, and its mouth was wide and ferocious. 2 long fangs were protruding from its mouth, and the joints and fingertips of its 4 feet were sharp claws that emitted a cold light. It was a monster, a nether prison evil puppet that would make anyone tremble when they saw it. Its body, which was filled with the texture of starry sky alloy but was wriggling like flesh and blood, must have an incomparably hard attribute. The sharp spikes that covered all the joints and important parts of its body, which were incomparably sharp and even emitted a cold glint, must have an extremely terrifying penetrative power. In short, the nether prison puppet was extremely powerful. The aura emitted from its body was even more shocking than that of the hideous skull of a Star Lord. It was close to the middle stage of the Star Lord state, and there was also an indescribable sense of evil. The eyelids of the experts around them twitched. The blood-green nether prison puppet gave them a strong feeling that this terrifying monster was definitely more difficult to deal with than Yin Emperor himself. Screech! In the next instant, the bloody mouth of the dark green skull that Yin Emperor's original body had transformed into suddenly let out a heaven-shaking roar. The ferocious blood-green hell puppet below seemed to respond. It raised its head and let out a mournful roar. Its ferocious aura overflowed into the sky as it charged toward the large fortress that the Yin Emperor's main body had just stepped out of. Screech! Crack! The blood-green nether prison puppet waved its arms that were full of sharp spikes and ran wildly. The nether prison puppet, which was 10,000 meters tall, casually grabbed something along the way and directly tore a huge hole in the space fortress. Some experts of the first universe's slave races fell out of the hole along with a large number of intelligent robots. There were a lot of them, hundreds of thousands of them. The blood-green nether puppet reached out again and grabbed all the intelligent robots and powerhouses of the slave race tightly in its huge bloody ghost claw. Then, it threw them directly into its bloody mouth that had 2 terrifying fangs. Immediately afterward, as it chewed, that kind of mechanical grinding sound that made the roots of one's teeth sour and scalp numb once again resounded through the void. Obviously, these experts of the slave race would not be able to survive. Not only would they not survive, but their bodies and soul consciousness would all be turned into nutrients and resources to increase the ferocity of the blood-green nether puppet. making it even stronger. It was the same for the intelligent robots. Their alloy bodies would also become some kind of nourishment for the blood-green nether puppet's terrifying body. Screech. The blood-green nether puppet raised its head and roared again with the hair-raising sounds of flesh being chewed and alloy being melted. It finally made a breakthrough and officially reached the advanced Star-Lord state. But all of this was not over yet. Nether prison puppet. Merge. In the void above, Indi, who had turned into a 10,000-meter-tall blood-green skull, suddenly roared and swooped down into the blood-green nether prison puppet's body. Merge. It was also one of the bloodline talents of the nether prison race, which allowed them to fully merge with the nether prison puppets they had refined. The power displayed after the merge was definitely not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2, it was a terrifying increase in power. Boom, at that moment, as the 10,000-meter-tall blood-green skull rushed into the blood-green nether prison puppet's body, rumbling noises that sounded like thunderbolts were immediately heard. Its enormous body, which was only 10,000 meter tall at first, began to rapidly expand like a balloon. The speed was so fast that it had reached a height of 100,000 meters in just one breath. Although it was the same size as Xianxia's blood lion true form, its combat power was obviously much higher. At this moment, Blood's terrifying blood-green nether puppet had reached the peak of the 9th rank of the Star-Lord state. Just like Grandpa Imo of the demons, it was half a step away from becoming a zone lord, only second to the 8 zone lords who were in charge of the major races. At the sight of this, the experts of the various clans in the surrounding void exclaimed in shock once again, "What? Peak 9th rank Star-Lord? That's too shocking. Indi only condensed the nether prison true form not long ago and used it to become a Star-Lord. How long has it been? He already has the terrifying combat power of a peak 9th rank Star-Lord? The nether prison race is indeed extraordinary. Its bloodline abilities are too shocking. It was already a Star-Lord when the nether prison true form was formed, and it didn't take long for it to condense a nether prison puppet. When the master and servant worked together, their combat power soared instantly. I thought that was already the limit. I didn't expect that he would come up with a fusion technique. His combat power would increase exponentially, and he would have the terrifying strength of a half-step Star-Lord. That's not the key. What I'm most concerned about is that old lunatic came with such a formation, as if he's going to risk his life. What clues does he have? How can he be so sure? That's right. This is indeed suspicious. It must be related to young Master Nether Prison Puppet. Otherwise, Indi wouldn't be so desperate. Young Master Nether Prison Puppet has become an obsession in his heart, and his only obsession. Look, the old man is rushing toward the boundary line in front of him. Is young Master Nether Prison Puppet hiding in the core of the root of all evil Star Zone? It's possible. Don't forget, although young Master Nether Prison Puppet's identity is still unknown, his nether prison body isn't fake. There are a lot of ancient ferocious beasts that are rarely seen in the outside world. It's very likely that young Master Nether Prison Puppet walked out from there. Screech. As countless experts in the surrounding void exclaimed in shock, the gigantic blood-green nether puppet took a step forward and crossed the void demarcation line. From the buffer zone of the Central Territory, it entered the void battlefield at the edge of the origin of all evil. It just so happened that the little primordial demon ape was using the nether claw to cut off a large piece of flesh from the right hind limb of Sherwan's golden blood lion true form. Feeling the familiar aura of the nether claw technique, the blood-green nether prison puppet was instantly excited. It let out a cheerful screech and suddenly raised its head and roared, "Nether prison puppet, it's really you. I swear I'll kill you today, what?" As the gigantic blood-green nether puppet rushed into the void battleground at the edge of the core hinterland and roared furiously, calling out the name of young Master Netherworld, the buffer zone of the central domain instantly burst into an uproar, and discussions filled the air. What? The Netherworld young Master is actually a primeval devil ape? How could that be possible? He's gone mad. Emperor has definitely gone mad. He's acting like he's going to take a bite out of anyone. He actually mistook the primeval devil ape for the Netherworld young Master. Wait, this matter isn't so simple. After Emperor fused with his nether puppet, his current cultivation has attained the quasi-region lord realm, so how could he possibly go mad? How could he possibly mistake the Netherworld young Master for someone else? That's the only thing on his mind. No wonder I felt that the divine abilities executed by the primeval devil ape were slightly familiar, including the enormous black claw and the blood-red skull from before. That's clearly the Netherworld clan's Netherclaw divine ability, and the Netherworld young master executed it in the Nether Turtle region of the second universe. That's right. Today, it's just a slight change in form. The giant claw and skull manifested by the divine power are no longer blood-green in color. This is a deliberate move to deceive everyone. If that's really the case, then the true identity of the primeval devil ape can be confirmed. If he wasn't guilty, then why would he intentionally change the appearance of the Netherworld claw? My God! The primeval devil ape is the Netherworld young master? No, perhaps I should say that the Netherworld young master is actually the primeval devil ape. In short, these two peerless geniuses are actually the same person. This matter is too huge, and the three dimensions are about to be shaken. In fact, it wasn't just the experts of the various races in the buffer zone outside the central territory that were shocked. Even the primeval porcupines, primeval tortoises, and other native ferocious beasts in the depths of the core area were stunned at this moment. During this period of time, they'd tried to understand the situation and information outside the star area, so they'd naturally heard of the 6 peerless geniuses who'd given rise to much discussion in the outside world. Moreover, this time, the primordial little demon ape had appeared out of nowhere. Its battle prowess was shocking, and it had already killed and captured many Taoists of the universe realm. Previously, it had even tried to kill a domain lord old monster. Although it was a sneak attack, that domain lord old monster had indeed died at its hands. This was something that could not be changed. It couldn't be erased. Because of this, the little primordial demon ape was now known as the 7th peerless monster in the world by the powerhouses of the various races that were brought from the central region from the 3 major planes. The primeval porcupine, primeval tortoise, and the primeval devil ape was called the 7th peerless genius of the current era. After all, even though the native ferocious beasts in this star region didn't involve themselves in the outside world and practically had no contact with the outside world, the fact that the primeval devil ape be. It was a kind of affirmation of their strength. However, such a shocking change had occurred. The primeval devil ape and another peerless genius, young master Netherworld, were actually the same existence. This matter, even the primeval porcupine and the primeval tortoise felt incredulous. It was too sudden. At the same time, this unexpected change obviously made the primeval porcupine and the primeval tortoise doubt the origin of Xianxia again. However, when they thought of the bloodline of the primeval devil ape, even the Netherworld furnace had recognized it. The doubts that had just arisen in their hearts were quickly relieved. Xian didn't know what was happening outside the void battlefield, but he could basically guess it. A wry smile appeared on his face. At this moment, his mind was spinning, and he quickly made a decision. Xiao! A sharp sound of the air being torn apart flashed. The flesh and blood body of the primeval devil ape had already summoned the withered devil blood blade with a flip of his hand. It expanded in the wind and slashed out with a length of 300 meters. However, the target wasn't the blood-green nether puppet that was rumbling over. Instead, it was Xianxia, who had fallen into a daze because he had suddenly heard the roar of an emperor. Of course, part of the reason why he had such a huge reaction was that he was stunned by the appearance of the blood-green nether puppet. The other party also had a terrifying figure that was 300,000 meters tall, and it was on par with his blood lion true body. However, its aura was much more terrifying, and it was actually a half-step region lord. Xianxia didn't doubt that if he were to face this ferocious and terrifying blood-green nether puppet, he would at most be able to withstand 1 or 2 moves before being suppressed immediately. It was useless no matter how abundant his blood and chi was, even he was in such a sorry state, so there was no need to mention the little primeval devil ape that didn't have an enormous true body and whose strength was far inferior to his. In Xianxia's eyes, the little primeval devil ape was definitely going to die. After all, this terrifying blood-green nether puppet had come for him. Moreover, from the looks of it, it seemed to have a deep hatred for him, and it was clearly going to fight to the death. At this moment, he didn't have the slightest interest in continuing the battle. In any case, his opponent was already dead. What Xianxia was pondering now was how to escape with his life. Under such circumstances, he naturally subconsciously overlooked the existence of the little primeval devil ape. Only when the 300 m long withered devil blood blade slashed in front of him did Xianxia come to his senses. Unfortunately, it was all too late. Pooh! A muffled sound rang out. Under the full power of Xianxia's withered devil blood blade, its might blazed, and it actually directly chopped off the blood lion true body's right forelimb. A rain of blood covered the sky and sprinkled down from the sky. Oh woo, this time, it wasn't just a few of his claws that were cut off, but an entire front limb. Xianxia felt the pain and immediately let out a mournful howl. At the same time, the withered devil blood blade still didn't stop. After circling around, it cut off the other forelimb of the blood lion true body in the blink of an eye. All of this shouldn't have gone so smoothly, because Xianxia was still in a state of extreme shock at this moment, so he ignored the existence of the little primeval devil ape. Screech! However, at this moment, as the second leg of Xianxia's blood lion true body was cut off, an incomparably cheerful roar suddenly came out of the 300 m long withered devil blood blade. Hearing this roar, Xianxia's heart sank again, and a bitter smile appeared on his face. He sighed and muttered to himself, "The reason why I didn't dare to continue using the withered devil blood blade to kill the enemy was because I felt that the blade spirit in the blade might wake up at any time. I didn't expect the situation to change so suddenly. I had no choice but to use it. Originally, I planned to injure Xianxia as soon as possible, put him into the Xianxia cauldron, and immediately escape. There shouldn't be any problems, but who would have thought that something would happen in the end?" Speaking of this, Xian seemed to suddenly think of something. He subconsciously turned his head and glanced in the direction of the core hinterland of the source of all evil behind him. His expression changed again and again. The revival of the withered devil has attracted the thunder tribulation. The eye of the heavens must have sensed it and will pay attention to it. The reason why Xian didn't escape as soon as the blood-green nether puppet arrived was because he had made a decision. He decided to take advantage of the fact that before the other party could get close to him, he would first take out the withered demon blood blade, heavily injure Xianxia, and put him into the Xianxia cauldron. There was a reason for this. It was not the first time he had fought with the younger generation of the warrior lion tribe in the second universe. He had even killed the warrior lion tribe's young patriarch before. However, his opponents had not activated the fourth transformation of the warrior lion tribe's bloodline ability, the 9 changes of the berserk lion. Previously, they had only activated the third transformation. The blood lion true body was only 100,000 feet in size. Although it was amazing, it had not reached the level where it could shock Xian. This was the first time he had felt the power of the fourth transformation of the berserk lion. The 100,000 feet blood lion true body was simply heaven-defying. Its blood and chi were so rich that even he felt powerless. The reason why Xian took the risk to kidnap Xianxia before escaping was because of the warrior lion tribe's bloodline ability, the 9 changes of the berserk lion. Xianxia was the warrior lion tribe's heaven and earth Taoist. The concentration of the bloodline in his body was not the highest, but among the younger generation of the warrior lion tribe, he was definitely the strongest. Xian's chances of obtaining the 9 changes of the berserk lion would increase greatly by starting with him. It was not a big deal to take a small risk for the sake of obtaining the bloodline ability that even he was amazed by. In fact, Xian had succeeded. At this moment, as he was caught off guard, both of his front limbs were cut off. Although Xianxia did not die, he was seriously injured and his mind was in chaos. His cultivation was above Xian's, and the blood lion true body's blood and chi were very rich. Even if he activated the devouring ability of the devouring system, with Xian's experience, there was basically no chance of success. However, it was different now. Taking advantage of the fact that his opponent was seriously injured and his mind was in chaos, Xian immediately ordered the devouring system in his body to activate the devouring ability. At the same time, he suddenly waved his hand and immediately put the 2 severed front limbs of the giant warrior lion into the internal space of the farmer god cauldron in his body. Whoosh! Ding! Congratulations to the host for devouring successfully. With a piercing sound, Xianxia, who was howling miserably at the sky, disappeared. He was sent to the inner space of the Xianxia cauldron, where he was imprisoned in a cage at the bottom of the volcano. At the same time, a familiar system notification sounded in Xian's mind. But at that moment, he couldn't care less about that. Even the unexpected arrival of an emperor full of killing intent was thrown to the back of his mind. He didn't have the heart to pay attention to it. At this moment, there was only one thing on Yi Xian's mind: the heavenly Daozai was about to descend. He had to escape, right now. An extremely dangerous feeling suddenly welled up in his heart. This feeling was extremely similar to when he was in the third universe's Death Star field. He had a premonition that when the withered blade spirit withered demon completely recovered and the heavenly punishment tribulation lightning descended, it would definitely attract the attention of the heavenly Daozai. Yi Xian wasn't afraid of the heavenly tribulation, it was just some lightning punishment. He had the Rai Di seal, which was an innate treasure nurtured by the heavens and earth. Lightning was revered by the heavens and earth. With it protecting him, Yi Xian wouldn't be harmed even if he were to walk in the sea of lightning tribulation. What he was worried about was attracting the attention of the primeval heavens eye again. Now that the primeval heavens eye was seriously injured, it was hiding in some distant unknown void, but this didn't mean that it wasn't paying attention to other universes. Yi Xian had almost been exposed once. He had the corpse lamp tattoo on his body. Once it attracted the attention of the heavenly Daozai, it would definitely see through it. At that time, what he would face would be an endless pursuit. With Yi Xian's current strength, he couldn't deal with it at all, so he had to escape. He definitely couldn't let the heavenly Daozai capture his aura. If it locked onto him, he would really be finished. Rumble, boom. Screech. Just as Shirwanjin's gigantic blood lion true body was taken away and disappeared, there was already a rumbling sound of thunder in the void above his head. When he raised his head to look over, large expanses of black tribulation clouds were converging at a terrifying speed that caused one's scalp to go numb. Moreover, all of them appeared out of thin air. In the originally empty space of the star region, large thunderclouds suddenly appeared, and then as if they possessed intelligence, they swiftly converged. Not only did it envelop the edge of the hinterland where Yi Xian was, even the depths of the core hinterland behind him and the buffer zone of the central region outside actually had a large amount of black tribulation clouds that started to appear and swiftly gathered. Facing all of this, the surrounding space had long since fallen into chaos, and an indescribable atmosphere of fear swiftly spread. However, a monstrous and ferocious howl once again sounded out from the 300-m-long devil blade that lay across the sky in front of Yi Xian. It was precisely the work of the withered devil blade spirit. As an ancient great ferocious beast, even if it had only evolved from the devil blood of the withered devil blade spirit, its ferocious nature was still extremely shocking. At this moment, it had suddenly awakened. It had obviously sensed the aura of the lightning tribulation in the outside world, yet not only did it not have the slightest intention of hiding, it even deliberately let out a vicious howl as if it was proving its existence. This was absolutely provoking the might of the heavens. F***K. Kid, do you want to see the world burn? Following the second howl, Yi Xian suddenly had a kind of reaction, as if there was a peerless great ferocious beast that was currently trying to break free from the suppression of the withered devil blood blade, wanting to rush out from the devil blade to breathe in the air of the outside world, and at the same time, to make its existence known. Other than the withered devil blade spirit that had just fully awakened, who else could it be? This fella was definitely a devil incarnate. With just one or two howls and some aura, it had already caused the lightning tribulation to gather. If its true body was really allowed to rush out of the withered devil blood blade, the eye of the heavens would probably instantly descend. Yi Xian was so angry that he couldn't take it anymore. He cursed and without any hesitation, he waved his hand and added another layer of seal on the withered devil blood blade, directly keeping it in the undying world within his body. The undying world within his body was an independent space of the devouring system. It was a world of its own and had no connection with the void or the universe outside. After keeping the withered devil blood blade, its aura was instantly isolated, and the outside world could no longer sense or lock onto it. Yi Xian originally thought that this would solve the problem, but reality proved that he was still too naive. This time, it was different from before. The withered devil blade spirit had truly fully awakened. Yi Xian's weapon was originally the Devil Blood Star Tier sword, and its blade spirit's original name was Devil Blood. Later on, after adding in the withered devil blood blade that was replicated by the system, it changed again. The original sword spirit Devil Blood also obtained the opportunity to evolve, and fell into a deep slumber, until now. Today, this evolution was clearly over. The sword spirit devil blood had transformed into the withered devil blade spirit, and its killing intent was simply too strong. Even though its aura was cut off because the withered devil blood blade was kept in the undying world, the fact that the withered devil blood blade had fully awakened had been confirmed by some kind of mysterious law. The lightning tribulation had already been fully activated, and it couldn't stop here. Rumble. Just as Yi Xian waved his hand and stored the fully awakened blade spirit's withered demon blood blade into his undying world, a series of strange rumbling noises suddenly sounded from the depths of the core hinterland behind him, continuing without end. Yi Xian's expression changed drastically. This was clearly the sound of the netherworld furnace being activated and the flesh millstone within it rotating. It was somewhat similar to the sound of thunder, but it was also different. Yi Xian had entered the netherworld furnace before, and he had even stirred around the enormous millstone for a long time, taking away quite a bit of the all-evil origin liquid and the nine-colored flesh paste. Therefore, the strange sound of the netherworld furnace rotating was simply unforgettable to him. What was going on? Why did the netherworld furnace suddenly activate? Before this, when his Devil 8 bloodline had obtained the netherworld furnace's approval and received its protection, he could move unimpeded in this star domain, the source of all evil. Yi Xian had approached the netherworld furnace as close as he could and almost touched the outer wall of the netherworld furnace with his hand. At that time, he was certain that the netherworld furnace had temporarily stopped operating. According to his calculations, the all-evil origin liquid was supplied once a year, which meant that the netherworld furnace would be activated again in a year. This was later confirmed by the immemorial porcupine and immemorial turtle. But now, the netherworld furnace that was supposed to be activated again in a year's time suddenly rumbled and the terrifying millstone within it began to rotate. What was it trying to do? Yi Xian had no way of knowing the answer to this question, but there was one thing he was certain of. The netherworld furnace's sudden activation was definitely not a good thing. There was a high probability that a great terror was about to descend, and all of this was definitely related to the heavenly eye and the full awakening of the withered demon blade. In the end, it all boiled down to one thing. This time, he had really gotten himself into big trouble. He had to escape immediately, or the consequences would be unimaginable. When these thoughts flashed through his mind like lightning, Yi Xian almost directly issued an order to the devouring system in his body. He immediately activated the interstellar coordinate jump ability, or even the planar coordinate jump ability, and used the fastest time possible to escape as far as possible. But in the end, he held himself back. If he activated the planar coordinate jump ability, he could even leave the first universe in an instant. If there were no accidents, this should be enough to escape the detection of the heavenly eye's detection. After all, the withered demon blade was only unexpectedly alarmed because of the full awakening of the withered demon blade. It didn't know the truth and didn't know that its arch-nemesis headless infant corpse was inside Yi Xian's body, so it couldn't target Yi Xian's deductions and track Xianxia's whereabouts. In addition, the devouring system's interstellar coordinate jump ability was also extremely extraordinary. It might have the effect of concealing the heavenly mysteries deduction. Yi Xian was the netherworld lightning escape. Otherwise, his Dao heart, he, and Dao heart in the future would, Dao and his Dao heart in of the Dao of Dao heart would. Yi Xian didn't care about the fleets of the various races and powers of the three great universes in the buffer zone outside, as well as all the experts in the starry sky. This included the first prince, Long Xiang, who had a certain karmic relationship with him, as well as the upper echelons of the immortal royal family. However, Yi Xian couldn't ignore the three star lords from the demon race, namely Grandpa Mo and the other two. He couldn't ignore the primordial porcupine and the primordial tortoise in the core region either. After all, they had been friends for a long time, and they had been taking care of Yi Xian. Yi Xian couldn't just leave like that. Boom, boom. In less than 3 breaths of time, the entire vast and boundless source of all evil star field was in complete chaos. The entire core hinterland was filled with thunderous roars, and the sky was densely covered with tribulation lightning. In the depths of the hinterland, the sound of the netherworld furnace rolling could be heard continuously. It was the same in the buffer zone outside. Boom. An earth-shattering sound was heard, and the void barrier that separated the central region's buffer zone and the core hinterland collapsed in an instant. The two semi-independent voids merged into one and were no longer separated. Almost at the same time, in the depths of the core hinterland of the root of all evil, tens of thousands of rays of light suddenly bloomed, illuminating the entire star field. The boundless space zone was dim at first. Not only was the vision of the naked eye limited at a distance, but even the perception of divine sense was ineffective. A mysterious force was suppressing all the senses. But at this moment, as thousands of rays of light burst out from the deepest part of the core hinterland, the entire star domain of the source of all evil, billions of miles away, was visible. The distance between the universe and the stars seemed to be ignored at this moment. Even the weak star domain experts could clearly see with their naked eyes. They could see what was happening billions of kilometers away. Shocked, everyone's gazes turned towards the direction where the blazing light had suddenly shot out from. The next moment, a huge cauldron like a superstar appeared in their sight. It was the strange awakening of the netherworld furnace that was suddenly activated by some kind of power. To be precise, it was the entire netherworld furnace refining array. This was a complete system, as if it was cast by heaven and earth. It was so huge that it gave people a feeling of mighty heavenly power. It was a mysterious cauldron as huge as a superstar. One end was connected to the outer wall of the cauldron, and the mouth of the cauldron that was filled with 9-colored fog above the cauldron, while the other end was extended to the ends of the surrounding void. There were countless blood-red chains whose ends were unknown. Moreover, the remnant auras of primordial beings that were at least at the Star Lord realm, Region Lord realm, or even the Sector Lord realm were scattered all around the star furnace. All of this had been concealed by the mysterious laws of the domain of the root of all evil. Apart from the native beasts that were protected by the nether furnace, practically no one in the outside world knew about this. At most, they would be able to detect bits and pieces of it. But at this moment, because the nether furnace suddenly glowed brightly. Finally, it was completely revealed. Near the central region's buffer zone, the star-state experts from most of the top races and forces in the 3 universes had all opened their mouths wide without exception. Even the 8 region lords who'd obtained a portion of the information regarding the nether furnace before coming here were extremely shocked when they witnessed all of this with their own eyes. Even the countless native beasts deep in the core region, including the primordial porcupine and the primordial tortoise, had the same reaction at this moment. Although they were very familiar with the netherworld furnace, they had never seen such a phenomenon before. It was impossible for them not to be shocked. As thousands of rays of light blossomed from the depths of the core hinterland, the gigantic netherworld cauldron suddenly appeared, along with the entire void refining system and the ancient remains around the netherworld cauldron. Near the buffer zone of the central domain, in the fleets of the various races, countless starry sky experts instantly exclaimed, "Look, what a huge furnace. It's not inferior to young Masterling Hu's Medicine King cauldron. It's also like a huge star. It must be a treasure above the level of a desolate era treasure. What a great fortune. It's really a great fortune. A similar treasure has only appeared once in the 3 planes, and it was taken by young Masterling Hu. Now, it has been lost after he was exiled. This giant star cauldron is the only one left." "That's right. Any race that obtains it will be able to make it their greatest treasure. Look at the rune chains that are connected to the giant star cauldron. They extend to the end of the void, and I don't know where they lead. It should be a huge system, and the giant star cauldron is just one part of it. It's too shocking. Who made this? There are also the remains of ancient creatures around the giant star cauldron. Heavens, they are at least star lords, and most of them are region lords. There are even sector lords. Where did these ancient remains come from?" As the exclamations resounded, the fleets of the various races had all been activated, rumbling and surging towards the depths of the core where the netherworld furnace was located. Some of the universe lords, star lords, and region lords directly rushed out of the warships at an even faster speed, crossing the void with their physical bodies and charging at the very front. Roar! Netherworld brat, die! It was also at this moment that the blood-green netherworld puppet arrived, as if it didn't see the mysterious netherworld furnace that was as huge as a star in the depths of the core. Its aura was locked onto Yixian, and it slapped him with its palm. The comments of the outside world were indeed correct. In Yin Emperor's heart, netherworld young master had indeed become an obsession. He didn't care about such a shocking change in front of him, and he only wanted to bite netherworld young master to vent his anger and take revenge. "You crazy old man, you big stick. The great calamity is about to descend, and you still want to fight to the death? This ape doesn't have time to tangle with you. Yi Xian was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He angrily scolded the blood-green netherworld puppet, and then directly used void teleportation, disappearing. When he reappeared, he was in the depths of the core. His bloodline had been recognized by the netherworld furnace. In this star area, the source of all evil, he wasn't suppressed at all. Even the distance of his void teleportation was far beyond that of an ordinary universe master. Rumble. Boom, at this moment, the entire space above the core hinterland had been completely enveloped by thick black tribulation clouds. Thunderous booms could be heard continuously. The vast space gave off a more and more oppressive feeling. Yi Xian's figure appeared. He turned around and saw the primordial porcupine and the primordial hairy tortoise swiftly flying towards him. Just as he was about to speak, a violent howl suddenly sounded out from the netherworld furnace, shaking the heavens and the earth. His eyelids twitched violently as he subconsciously shouted, "Run! With thee of the netherworld. The farther, the better." Yi Xian used the power of his cultivation to shout. His voice was like a thunderclap, so even in this noisy environment, it was clearly transmitted far away. Most of the starry sky masters heard it. Grandpa Mo and the other two, who were far behind the fleets, paused for a moment. Shock and bewilderment appeared on their faces. Then, without hesitation, they turned around and directly performed void teleportation, fleeing to the periphery of the source of all evil. When they were in the demon domain, Yi Xian had said that this time, the Second Universe Alliance army would be in big trouble, and there would definitely be a lot of deaths. Now, Yi Xian directly warned them. With their trust and understanding of Yi Xian, Grandpa Mo and the other two, who had never seen him so frightened, naturally realized what was going on. It was serious. Even as Star-Lord old monsters, they didn't dare to be negligent. They decisively turned around and fled. Whoosh! Almost at the same time, a loud whistling sound suddenly came from the depths of the core hinterland. It was incomparably sharp. A majestic suction force appeared invisibly from inside the netherworld furnace, instantly enveloping the entire hinterland void. The closer one was to the netherworld furnace, the stronger the suction force would be. In the blink of an eye, nearly half of the remains of the desolate-era creatures that were closest to the netherworld furnace were sucked into the netherworld furnace through the mouth of the netherworld furnace. Then, a scalp-numbing cracking sound came out. This was clearly the sound of flesh and blood being crushed. Yi Xian had felt it at close range and was very familiar with it. Yi Xian's expression changed again. The truth was as he had guessed. The netherworld furnace was suddenly activated, and even the huge millstone in the central region of the furnace was rotating. This was definitely not a joke. This was an unplanned refinement. Since it was an unplanned refinement, and the chains that were used to transport the raw materials from the distant void didn't carry the raw materials, the netherworld furnace could only rely on itself to obtain the raw materials locally. This refinement was an accident to begin with, so the requirements for the flesh and blood materials were obviously relaxed. Originally, when refining the all-evil origin elixir, even the remains of primordial beings at the sector lord level were not up to standard and would be spat out like trash. But now, it was estimated that all the living beings in the all-evil origin star region and all the trash that had been spat out would be used, including the many native ferocious beasts led by the primordial porcupine and the primordial hairy tortoise. As for what would be refined in the end, Yi Xian didn't dare to think about it. In any case, it definitely couldn't compare to the all-evil origin liquid. Moreover, he definitely didn't want to become one of the materials for the netherworld furnace to refine such a thing. Whoosh! Roar! The sound of something breaking through the air rang out endlessly. The flames of the netherworld furnace grew more and more ferocious. Apart from the remains of the desolate-era creatures in the surrounding void, some native ferocious beasts were also pulled into the netherworld furnace by the suction force. There were even a few Star Lords among them. Because they had rushed to the front, they couldn't withstand the suction force and were instantly killed. The native ferocious beasts and the experts of the various races who had been killed let out angry roars and shrieks at first, but they soon came to an abrupt stop. On the other hand, the continuous sounds of bones cracking coming from the netherworld furnace seemed to be more frequent. Everyone knew what this situation meant. Now that things had developed to this extent, even the primordial porcupine and the primordial tortoise had a look of shock on their faces. They kept roaring and roaring. However, because they were too close to the netherworld furnace, the suction force was too strong. They couldn't help but be dragged toward the mouth of the netherworld furnace. Rumbling that shook the heavens and the earth resounded as Xian withdrew the farmer god cauldron from his undying world with a wave of his hand. He had no choice but to do this. He couldn't watch as the primeval porcupine and tortoise were sucked away by the netherworld cauldron. However, if he wanted to flee, then he could activate the interstellar coordinate jump ability that came with his system title. However, he could only save himself and couldn't save others. The only way to save them was to withdraw the farmer god cauldron and place the porcupine and tortoise within it before putting the cauldron away and utilizing the interstellar coordinate jump ability to leave directly. These two brothers that he'd just taken in were both region lords. If the farmer god cauldron was within his body, then Xian would be utterly unable to place them within it. However, it was completely different after he withdrew the cauldron. However, this would undoubtedly expose his other identity, and it was the Linghu young master. However, this didn't matter to Xian. In any case, his identity as the Netherworld young master had been exposed, so if he exposed the identity of the Linghu young master as well, then he would be in great debt. Moreover, because he had to utilize the farmer god cauldron's might to save them and go against the Netherworld cauldron, Xian didn't suppress it at all when he withdrew it this time, and the farmer god cauldron appeared in its complete form. This so-called complete form was the form that Xian saw it for the first time. It was a terrifying cauldron that was the size of the Netherworld cauldron and was like a superstar. If it wasn't for that, then as soon as the farmer god cauldron was withdrawn, it wouldn't have caused such a reaction where even space was suppressed to the point of rumbling and exploding. In fact, compared to the rumbling and exploding that resounded from space when the farmer god cauldron was withdrawn, the reaction of the countless experts from the various clans and the surroundings was obviously much more intense. As soon as the farmer god cauldron appeared, astounded exclaims of surprise resounded through space, and even the rumbling of the tribulation clouds in the sky was almost suppressed. What's going on? Why is another cauldron here? This is too crazy. When did such a treasure become a common item? Wait, this cauldron is slightly familiar. I seem to have seen it somewhere. The Medicine King Cauldron. It's actually the Medicine King Cauldron? Am I seeing it right? It was actually summoned by the little devil ape. The Medicine King Cauldron? It's that enormous star cauldron? Hadn't young Master Linghu refined it and taken it away? I was exiled to the turbulent void along with him. Is there even a need to ask? Could it be that you still don't understand? If the primordial little demon ape could be the Netherworld young master, why couldn't it be the Linghu young master? Countless experts from the three major planes were deceived. Young Master Linghu wasn't exiled at all. After he went missing, he transformed into the Netherworld young master. After that, the Netherworld young master disappeared and transformed into the immemorial little demon ape. Mother Kur, the truth is too terrifying. Even the word incomparable monster isn't enough to describe his ability. Of the 7 known peerless monsters, 3 of them are actually the same person? What the hell was this? Once the news spreads, countless forces in the 3 major existential planes will be stunned. Don't worry about that. The suction force seems to be getting stronger and stronger. Why do I feel like the battleship is retreating? Run. Run as fast as you can and get out of this damned place first. At the same time, a large number of battleships, fortresses that were rushing to the core of the root of all evil began to turn back at full speed, trying to escape from this nightmare. Unfortunately, the terrifying suction force from the Netherworld cauldron up ahead was getting stronger and stronger. Not only were the fleets of the major forces and clans affected, but even the experts of the universe and the Star Lords who had rushed out of the battleships were struggling as if they were stuck in a swamp. At the front, closest to the Netherworld cauldron were the 8 area lords led by Jiao Kong. At this moment, although they could barely resist the suction force of the Netherworld cauldron, due to the existence of this mysterious suction force, the entire core of the void seemed to have been imprisoned, and they couldn't use void teleportation anymore. Therefore, these area lords who were closest to the Netherworld cauldron could only turn around and resist the suction force of the Netherworld cauldron while slowly moving through the void. A few of them had even manifested their enormous bloodline true bodies, causing their blood chi to burn even brighter in an attempt to increase their strength and leave as soon as possible. However, this was clearly futile. They quickly discovered that it was fine if they didn't activate their bloodline true bodies, but once they did, due to their large size, the suction force would increase, and their speed would become even slower. It was as if they were walking on the same spot. However, the suction force of the Netherworld Cauldron was still rising, and if this continued, they would be sucked into the Netherworld Cauldron sooner or later. As such, the few area lords who had activated their bloodline true bodies were so frightened that they quickly dispelled this state and returned to their human forms, bitterly holding on. It could be said that in just a dozen breaths of time, this vast star domain at the core of the root of all evil was in complete chaos. Xian didn't pay attention to all of this, nor did he have the time to pay attention to it. The thick tribulation clouds in the sky were still rumbling endlessly, but because they had lost the aura of the withered blade spirit, these tribulation clouds clearly gave off an extremely chaotic feeling, but they didn't disperse. This was extremely abnormal, and coupled with the sudden activation of the Netherworld Cauldron, Xian had a strong premonition that the heavenly Tao's green eye was in the midst of awakening, and could descend at any time. He had to leave this damned place as soon as possible. However, since the Farmer God Cauldron had been activated, the identity of young Master Ling Hu had already been exposed. Xian had paid such a huge price, and if it was only to save the immemorial porcupine and immemorial hairy tortoise, he was truly somewhat unwilling. All of this took a long time to describe, but in reality, it had only been a few breaths of time since Xian had activated the Farmer God Cauldron. As his mind spun, Xian immediately raised his head and let out a long roar, fiercely roaring in the direction of the immemorial porcupine and immemorial hairy tortoise. Two old brothers, bring the native beasts into the Farmer God Cauldron, I have a way to bring you out. Hearing this roar, the immemorial porcupine and immemorial hairy tortoise immediately turned to look at the Farmer God Cauldron. When Xian had activated the giant cauldron, he had waved his hand and smashed it in the direction that the two of them had to pass by as they were being sucked into the Netherworld Cauldron. And now, the immemorial porcupine and immemorial hairy tortoise were slowly being dragged into the Netherworld Cauldron, and just happened to pass by it. Compared to their slow but continuous movement toward the Netherworld Cauldron, the Farmer God Cauldron, which was as huge as a superstar, was suspended in the void, motionless, giving people an inexplicable sense of security. At least, after entering the Farmer God Cauldron, even if the Farmer God Cauldron was eventually sucked into the Netherworld Cauldron and thrown into the Netherworld Cauldron, the creatures inside the cauldron would be fine. After all, they were too big, and the mouth of the Netherworld Cauldron could not hold them at all. Naturally, they would not be crushed by the millstone inside the Netherworld Cauldron. Everyone understood this principle. The immemorial porcupine and immemorial hairy tortoise only hesitated for a moment, then raised their heads and roared, sending a signal to all the native beasts that were still alive to throw themselves into the Farmer God Cauldron. Bang! A loud bang was heard. The primordial porcupine and primordial tortoise easily passed through the nine-colored fog at the mouth of the Xianxia cauldron and directly entered the cauldron. This included a large number of native ferocious beasts that were lucky enough to survive the Netherworld Cauldron, who happened to be sucked into the cauldron by the power of the Netherworld Cauldron. Only the domain lord of the Hell Ant clan was pulled back towards the Netherworld Cauldron, and when he passed by the Xianxia cauldron, he slammed head-on into the nine-colored mist at the mouth of the cauldron. A huge sound rang out, and not only was he unable to pass through the nine-colored mist to enter the space inside the cauldron, he was also pulled back by the Netherworld Cauldron. It popped out. "Oh whoa, what's going on? Why can't I enter?" At this moment, this domain lord from the Hell Ant race was on the verge of collapse. All the other native beasts could enter through the Xianxia cauldron, and there was no lack of existences that weren't even ants in his eyes. However, it was him, a domain lord old monster, who had used all his strength to smash into it, but was actually rebounded. Although the black shell on his head wasn't swollen, his entire mind was in a daze. After all, this collision was too forceful. He couldn't accept such an outcome, and let out a long howl. He didn't know if it was because of anger or pain. "I'm sorry, we're not familiar with each other. My Farmer God Cauldron is a primordial treasure. How can anyone enter it just because they want to?" Xian almost burst out laughing when he saw the Hell Ant clan's domain leader being rebounded. The Hell Ant clan's elder was roaring like thunder, but he couldn't control his body and was still being dragged toward the Netherworld furnace at an incomparably slow pace. However, he didn't show it on his face. He rolled his eyes and muttered a few words lightly. At this time, he had already moved directly to the mouth of the Xianxia cauldron. His figure was half hidden in the nine-colored fog of the mouth of the cauldron. He was protected by the power of the Xianxia cauldron and did not feel the slightest suction force at all. After all, both the dark stove and the farmer god cauldron were primordial treasures, and both were extraordinary ones at that. Xian had long refined the farmer god cauldron, and with the protection of the internal field of the cauldron, he had no problem resisting the suction of the dark stove. In fact, it was extremely easy. Today, all the warships and starry sky experts in the core of the origin of all evil were more or less affected by the suction force of the netherworld furnace. Those who were further away were still able to maintain a slow and steady momentum, but those who were closer were constantly being pulled back by the suction force. He was getting closer and closer to the netherworld furnace. Only Xian and the Xianxia cauldron under his feet remained motionless in the void not too far away from the netherworld cauldron. Since his identity had already been exposed, Xian simply undid his true form as the three-headed six-armed demon ape and appeared in front of everyone as young Master Linghu. Therefore, he also changed the way he addressed himself as young Master Linghu. At this moment, after he had returned to his human form, his cultivation base had dropped to the 13th Great Realm, First Realm Genesis. However, he was standing inside the nine-colored mist at the entrance of Farmer God Cauldron with his hands clasped behind his back. He wasn't affected by the suction force of the netherworld cauldron at all. This scene caused the eyes of all the experts of the various clans that were at least at the universe realm to turn red while their chests rose and fell violently. Fuck, it's too unfair. This absolutely made them gnash their teeth in envy because it was a matter of life and death. Pooh. When he heard Xian's casual words, the region lord of the Hell Ant clan was angered to the point of almost spitting blood on the spot. In the beginning, his face was covered in a savage expression, but as his figure was pulled by the suction force of the netherworld cauldron to the side, the old fellow's face changed indeterminately. In the end, he accepted his fate. He gritted his teeth and forcefully squeezed out a smile that was even more unsightly than crying, and then he said in a soft and flattering tone, "Fellow Taoist Linghu, you don't have to be so resolute about just giving me a hand, right? It was just a misunderstanding from before, and it's nothing more than a fleeting moment." His tone was practically begging. It wasn't easy for all the old fellows that were able to cultivate into the region lord realm, so how could they be willing to endure such a blow? A few tens of thousands of years of bitter cultivation being destroyed in a single day, Xian had seen through this a long time ago, and he'd intentionally prevented the region lord of the Hell Ant clan from entering the Farmer God Cauldron. At this moment, when he saw the other party admit defeat, he couldn't help but roll his eyes and say, "It's fine if you want to enter the cauldron, but the cost can't be low, right? It's not that this young master is taking advantage of the situation, but the problem is that the risk of giving you a hand in passing is too great for this young master." "No problem. TSK, take it." The region lord of the Hell Ant clan didn't hesitate at all. Compared to his life, how could he care about some worldly possessions? As he spoke, he directly tossed a small spatial box over to Xian. "Fellow Taoist, quickly catch it. Don't absorb it away. If it's not enough, we'll make up for it later. Let me in first." "All right." How could a region lord throw out a treasure for the sake of saving his life be ordinary? Xian controlled the nine-colored mist to grab the small spatial box, and he didn't even look at it before putting it away into the undying world within his body. At the same time, he waved his hand, and a cloud of nine-colored mist immediately surged out from the mouth of the Farmer God Cauldron and swept the other party into it. Inside the cauldron. Of course, even though Xian was confident in the Farmer God Cauldron, and even a region lord wouldn't be able to force his way out if he didn't open his authority, he couldn't just let them wander around in such a huge space, right? Hence, after the region lord of the Hell Ant clan was enveloped by the nine-colored mist, he was directly sent into the prison wall of the Central Region's volcano by Xian. Lock him up first. Even though the other party was a region lord, the Farmer God Cauldron wasn't an ordinary primordial treasure. Xian didn't think that he could force his way out of the prison wall of the mountain wall. Unless a region lord came, there might be a chance. Just like that, another 5 to 6 breaths of time passed. Xian's uneasiness grew stronger and stronger. If not for the large number of savage beasts being sucked into the Farmer God Cauldron from time to time, he would have already kept the cauldron and left. Looking around, Xian looked at the savage beasts that were rushing towards the farmer god cauldron along with the suction force of the netherworld cauldron. There were about a few 100,000 savage beasts, and apart from a small portion that couldn't be saved because they were too far away, there were still other savage beasts that could be saved. The savage beasts would need about 10 breaths of time before they could all enter the cauldron. These 10 breaths of time were the last moments that Xian could stay in this nightmare land. Once the time was up, he had to leave. Those who don't want to die, those who haven't lived long enough, will all come into the bowl. These words were truly too infuriating, and all the higher-ups of the various clans had almost spat out blood on the spot when they heard this, especially the region lords and star lords of the Colored Python clan and Spatial Mouse clan. Unlike the other clans, the universe Taoist of their clans hadn't been captured but killed, so their hatred for Xian could be said to have reached the peak. Yet now, they were being ridiculed and manipulated by him, so the knot in their hearts was truly indescribable. Unfortunately, no matter how sullen they felt, they still had to lower their heads when it was time. Save me! A miserable and shrill howl resounded, and the hearts of all the experts in the surroundings jerked. They turned around to look towards the source of the sound, and they just happened to see a star lord from the ferocious race enter the mouth of the nether furnace. This fellow was truly unlucky. The ferocious race's main body was already enormous, and upon attaining the region lord realm, they didn't even need to activate their bloodline true bodies to be 300 m tall. This was the reason why he'd suffered such a loss. The suction force of the nether furnace had a huge effect on his body, so even though he was originally behind all the experts of the universe realm, star lords, and region lords, he was instead pulled forward by the suction force that grew stronger and stronger. At this time, as the body of the giant ferocious race old monster entered the dark cauldron, the miserable howl in his mouth came to an abrupt halt. However, the crunching sound of flesh and blood being crushed inside the dark cauldron suddenly rang out. There was no doubt that this unlucky fellow had been directly crushed into mush by the enormous millstone within the nether furnace. Fellow Taoistling who, I felt like I hit it off with you. This is just a small token of my appreciation, so quickly accept it. The Blood Wyrm clan's region lord, Jiao Kong, was terrified, and his face was pale as snow. His entire body trembled, and he didn't hesitate to withdraw a spatial box at the first possible moment before tossing it towards the mouth of the farmer god furnace. Fellow Taoist, quickly accept it. I only have 10 breaths of time and I don't want to waste it. His body just happened to pass by the side of the Shinong cauldron's mouth. At this moment, when he threw out the small space box in his hand, his body immediately exerted force and slammed into the mouth of the cauldron filled with 9-colored fog. Xian waved his hand and directly let him go. The old man's figure disappeared into the 9-colored fog. At the same time, Xian waved his hand and stored the small spatial box that he casually threw over into his undying world. As soon as this was done, the other domain lords, star lords, and universe gods could no longer sit still. They all took out small spatial boxes, gritted their teeth, and urged the energy in their bodies to rush to the edge of the farmer god cauldron. At the same time, they were cheering loudly, fighting to be the first. Ling Hu, my young friend, these are all the cultivation resources this old man has on him. Why don't you give me a ride? Yes or no, count me in. Ayaya, it seems that 4 breaths of time have passed. Little friend, connect it and let us go over quickly. Misunderstanding, everything before was a misunderstanding. As these noisy and anxious voices sounded, small spatial boxes covered the sky and covered the earth as they shot toward the edge of the farmer god cauldron where Xian was. He waved his hand and summoned streams of 9-colored fog, which wrapped them up and kept them in his undying world. As for the figures that gritted their teeth and rushed to the edge of the cauldron, they were like dumplings falling into the 9-colored fog of the farmer god cauldron's mouth and disappeared. Some of them even wanted to take advantage of the situation and didn't even throw out their spatial boxes to pay the entrance fee. After all, the situation was too chaotic. Apart from the universe gods, star lords, and domain lords, there were also a few experts below the universe realm who happened to be nearby, including some battleships, fortresses, and strongholds. They all charged at full speed toward the farmer god cauldron's mouth. Xian didn't stop these fellows who wanted to take advantage of the situation. Even if they didn't pay the entrance fee, he still let them enter the cauldron. In any case, all existences that entered the nine-colored fog, whether they were universe masters, battleships, fortresses, or strongholds, were all sent to the vast plains at the bottom of the volcano in the central region of the space inside the cauldron. Without exception, they were all imprisoned. There was plenty of time to settle accounts with them one by one later. At this time, the indigenous ferocious beasts in the surrounding void, which happened to be near the farmer god cauldron, had all entered the mouth of the cauldron. Although there were still some indigenous ferocious beasts struggling in the distant void, because they were too far away, even Xianxia couldn't save them. More importantly, the sense of alarm that had always existed in his heart had almost reached its peak at this time. A sense of crisis that he had never felt before suddenly descended. Xianxia didn't dare to delay any longer. As he ordered the devouring system in his body to immediately activate the interstellar coordinate jump ability, he waved his hand and kept the farmer god cauldron under his feet into his undying world. Swish! The sound of something breaking through the air rang out. Xianxia immediately felt an irresistible and majestic suction force on his body. After the Shenong cauldron under his feet disappeared, his body suddenly shot backward because he was no longer protected by the nine-colored fog at the mouth of the cauldron. In the blink of an eye, he was already more than 10,000 miles away. In another 2 or 3 breaths, he would be sucked into the netherworld cauldron. Inside the cauldron. Coincidentally, at this critical juncture, the interstellar coordinate jump ability of the system's subsidiary title was fully activated. Xianxia's figure suddenly paused in the midst of his rapid retreat, and then silently disappeared. Rumble. Almost at the same time as his figure disappeared, an unprecedentedly loud thunderous explosion suddenly came from the cosmic void above the core of the root of all evil. At this moment, the extremely thick layer of black tribulation clouds that enveloped this expanse of space suddenly split into two, and a vast expanse of space appeared at the center of the central territory, and it was an entire 5,000 kilometers away. Crack! An exceptionally clear and resounding sound of lightning suddenly exploded, and the vast void in the middle of the black tribulation cloud that was thousands of miles away was suddenly split open, and a green eye that was in the midst of opening was shockingly revealed. This green eye was like a star. It was too huge, as if it was the eye of the heavens. At this moment, as soon as it opened, an incomparably blazing green light beam instantly shot out, penetrating the crack in the void that was split open by the green lightning and ascending into the core of the root of all evil. At this time, Xianxia had already quietly fled far away. What he took away with the Shenong cauldron, in addition to the millions of indigenous ferocious beasts led by the primordial porcupine and the primordial turtle, there were also fleets and starry sky masters from various races and forces from the 3 universes. 8 old monsters of the domain lords, dozens of old monsters of the star lords, more than 100 powerful beings of the universe, a total of more than 5 million huge battleships, fortresses, and fortresses of various races, and the starry sky masters in these battleships. Oh my God! What happened? Why did the warship stop? There is clearly no malfunction in the engine compartment and it is still operating normally. Heavenly Eye. What a huge green heavenly eye. It's emitting a green light pillar that enshrouded the entire central area like a star. It's over. A great horror is coming. We can't get out. Who? Screech, in the core hinterland of the root of all evil, a beam of blazing green light shot out from the heavenly eye outside the spatial rift, completely enveloping the entire core hinterland of the root of all evil. After only one moment, all the warships, native beasts, experts of various species, and even some star lords who hadn't fled far away were frozen by a mysterious force and couldn't move at all. An invisible fear spread out quickly. The entire central area seemed to have turned into a hell in an instant. The air of death was so intense that it couldn't have been thicker. Bam, bam, crack. Crack, earth-shattering explosions resounded in an instant. There were countless starry sky powerhouses and millions of native ferocious beasts lingering in the star field of the source of all evil. As for all kinds of battleships, fortresses, and fortresses from various races and forces of the 3 major planes, there were more than 10 million of them. Among them, except for a small number of powerful starry sky fortresses, which had escaped to the central region buffer zone and even the outer region, all the battleships that were still in the core hinterland of the void completely exploded at this moment. Tens of millions of warships and fortresses, large and small, collapsed and exploded into enormous fireballs that dyed the void in the core area red. Cracking noises that made one's teeth ache were echoing non-stop. All kinds of warships that had turned into enormous fireballs were disintegrating. In the end, it turned into countless warship fragments of various sizes that floated in the void. A great river suddenly appeared in the vast void, a river formed by countless alloy fragments that stretched across the void. But it was still not over yet. As the warships exploded, countless space experts and native beasts, as well as the remains of powerful creatures from the primordial era that were still around the netherworld cauldron. Without exception, all of them exploded one after another under the influence of a mysterious and unfathomable majestic force. Even the Star-Lord old monsters were no exception. They had cultivated for tens of thousands of years, but once they died, they did not leave behind a complete corpse. They turned into countless pieces of broken limbs of varying sizes. Together with the bloody mist that spread out in the void as their bodies exploded. It was obviously a great purge. Everything in the central area of the source of all evil had become the target of the purge. The Heavenly Eye was obviously infuriated. This time, although he was alarmed and forced to come here because of other reasons, he noticed the abnormality of the netherworld cauldron as soon as he arrived. After some investigation, he instantly understood what had happened to the netherworld cauldron. However, due to the protection of the headless infant corpse, everything that Xianxia had done had been concealed from the heavens. As a result, even the heavenly Tao was unable to deduce too much information. He had no idea who had done all of this. It was also because of this that his anger was burning even more fiercely. At this moment, he was clearly using everything in the core hinterland as a barrel to vent his anger. He was using this apocalyptic purge to vent the raging anger in his heart. However, the entire star area of the source of all evil was too vast. Although the Heavenly Eye's consciousness had been awakened and he had descended as a projection, he had not yet recovered to his peak state. The power of the Heavenly Eye's azure light beam could not cover the entire vast star area of the source of all evil. The area that was enveloped by his green light divine ability was only limited to the core area of the root of all evil. Outside the central area's buffer zone and peripheral areas, there were still a large number of warships, fortresses. There were about 3 to 4 million of them. In addition, there were also many space experts. With the arrival of the Heavenly Eye, the terrifying suction force emitted by the mysterious netherworld cauldron in the central area also disappeared. Now, all the warships and space experts in the central area's buffer zone and peripheral areas were running for their lives, taking advantage of this opportunity to escape outside the star area of the source of all evil. During this process, they naturally saw everything that was happening in the void of the central area in front of them. This scene was like the real end of the world. The huge core hinterland was completely wiped clean by the terrifying azure light divine ability. Countless warships, ferocious beasts, experts of various races in space, and the remains of the ancient creatures that had been floating in the void all collapsed without exception, turning into alloy fragments and remains of flesh and blood. They mixed together and gathered in the void in the center of the core, forming a line of nothingness. An empty river, a ghastly sight. The next moment, the netherworld cauldron at the end of the central area suddenly bloomed with blazing white light again. This time, it was even more blazing than before, almost comparable to the azure light of the Heavenly Eye that had frozen all the warships, experts of various races, and indigenous ferocious beasts. Swish! The shrill sound of breaking through the void rang out again, still coming from the netherworld cauldron at the end of the central area. At this moment, the terrifying suction force that had been temporarily suspended by the azure light shot out by the Heavenly Eye suddenly reappeared. However, this time, it did not affect the central area's buffer zone and peripheral areas, but only in the central area of the source of all evil, where the terrifying river lay in the void. However, it was also because of this that the suction force that suddenly appeared once again in the core hinterland was clearly much stronger than before. It was simply not on the same level of power as before. Swish, the air-breaking noises continued. Under the influence of the terrifying attraction force that was even more intense and exuberant than before, the dreadful river made of countless ferocious beasts, space experts, the debris of warships, and the remains of the primordial creatures seemed to have come alive, or maybe it was being sucked in by a giant whale. It turned into a long rainbow, aiming at the terrifying netherworld cauldron at the end of the central area, and directly entered through the huge mouth of the netherworld cauldron, disappearing completely in the blink of an eye. Kachacha. Kacha, as the terrifying river formed by countless alloy fragments and flesh and blood poured into the netherworld cauldron, the incessant cracking sound in the netherworld cauldron suddenly became louder. Everything was thrown into the huge millstone in the netherworld cauldron, and the crushing began. At this point, the central area was empty, and the dense tribulation clouds at the top of the void seemed to have begun to dissipate. If nothing unexpected happened, everything seemed to be over. However, an unexpected turn of events occurred once again at this moment. Roar! 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 Along with these two earth-shaking roars, in two remote corners of the hinterland billions of miles away from the netherworld cauldron, two void cracks suddenly appeared. Then, two enormous figures rushed out from the two cracks. They were extremely fast. One was black, and the other was green. They were like lightning. These two figures were none other than a wind fiend tiger and a primeval lightning centipede. The wind demon tiger had two horns on its back and was extremely fast. In the ancient times, it was called the wind demon, and had the ability to control the wind. The immemorial thunder centipede was in the shape of a dragon, but it was slightly different. In the legends, a snake was a python was a hoe was a hoe, a jiao was a jiao was a horned dragon was a yinglong, and a yinglong was a divine dragon. The immemorial thunder centipede was said to be the evolution of the immemorial great hoe. This thunder centipede's evolution was obviously a mutation, and had the ability to control lightning, and was extremely ferocious. These two indigenous ferocious beasts, whether it was the wind demon tiger or the immemorial thunder centipede, were like the immemorial porcupine and the immemorial turtle. Even in the ancient times, they were extremely rare creatures. And compared to the immemorial porcupine and the immemorial turtle, these two indigenous ferocious beasts that had just broken out of seclusion were even more terrifying in terms of cultivation strength. The immemorial porcupine and the immemorial turtle had introduced to Xianxia that among the indigenous ferocious beasts in the core hinterland of the origin of all evil, there were still three extremely powerful ferocious beasts that had been in seclusion for tens of thousands of years. These three extremely powerful indigenous ferocious beasts, at that time, had all reached the level of peak 9th level domain lord. They had torn apart the void tens of thousands of years ago, and each entered an unknown universe void to break through. They only maintained a faint connection with the core hinterland of the origin of all evil, so that they could return to the ancestral land after breaking through successfully. Now, the wind demon tiger and the immemorial thunder centipede were two of these three extremely powerful indigenous ferocious beasts. The other one was obviously still in seclusion, and had not broken through yet, although the heavenly Tao green eye was the incarnation of the will of the heavenly Tao and represented the heavenly Tao. He had not yet recovered to his peak state, and this time was only a will projection. In addition, before the three powerful indigenous ferocious beasts tore open a crack in the void and entered seclusion, they had all used their great divine abilities to cut off some karmic connections. Therefore, before the wind demon tiger and immemorial thunder centipede and the immemorial thunder centipede successfully broke through, relying on a faint connection, they had officially from lightning. Even the will clone of the green eye of the heavenly Tao was unable to capture any traces of their existence. But now, with the return of the demonic wind tiger and the primordial thunder centipede, their existence had been officially exposed, and immediately attracted the attention of the heavenly Tao. Originally, the huge crack in the sky that was thousands of kilometers away had already begun to slowly close. The dense tribulation clouds on both sides of the crack gradually dissipated, and the heavenly Tao azure eye gradually closed. However, at this moment, when the furious roars of the wind demon tiger and the primordial thunder centipede rang out, their auras dispersed, and the heavenly Tao azure eye instantly reappeared. This time, the eye of the heavenly Tao green eye suddenly opened. Its chi was locked, and it shot out two blazing green lights. One on the left and one on the right, they shot toward the wind demon tiger and the immemorial thunder centipede. This green light is the aura of the netherworld furnace? I understand. It turns out that everything is just a conspiracy. The so-called bloodline protection is just a scam. We are just raw materials for the flesh and blood raised by the creator of the netherworld furnace. Roar! Roar! The netherworld furnace refining formation was originally set up by the heavenly Tao youth. Today, the Wind Devil Demon Tiger and the Primordial Thunder Centipede keenly captured an aura that was of the same origin as the netherworld furnace from the two pillars of green light that shot over. In addition to everything that had happened before, besides the invaders from outside the domain, even the millions of indigenous ferocious beasts that remained in the core of the void had all exploded under the terrifying power of the Eye of the Heavenly Tao. Together, they had evolved into that terrifying river and were thrown into the netherworld furnace. All of this instantly made the Wind Demon Tiger and the Immemorial Thunder Centipede come to a realization, as if they had been enlightened. They had already understood everything. These two powerful indigenous ferocious beasts, after successfully breaking through after thousands of years of seclusion, now had the terrifying cultivation of the Sector Lord realm. As dignified Sector Lords, at this moment, they suddenly knew that they were just raw materials for the flesh and blood of other existences. This matter had already pierced the sky, causing them to completely go berserk. In the periphery of the buffer zone and the source of all evil in the central region, there were still fleets of some races and starry sky experts who were rapidly retreating, not leaving this star field. The appearance of the Wind Demon Tiger and the Immemorial Thunder Centipede fell into their field of vision at the first moment, causing a large number of shocked exclamations. "Look, there are two more big guys, both of them are Sector Lords. Their auras are too terrifying. That is a Wind Demon Tiger and an Immemorial Thunder Centipede." Even in the distant primordial era, they were extremely rare primordial ferocious beasts like the immemorial porcupine and the immemorial turtle. These two big guys that appeared last are obviously more terrifying in strength. Who would have thought that there would be two Sector Lord realm indigenous ferocious beasts hidden in the depths of the core of the hinterland? With these two supreme beings of the Sector Lord realm guarding the core, even if the later accident did not happen, even if the terrifying Eye of the Heavenly Tao did not descend, the final result of the tens of millions of battleships army from the three major realms attacking the core of the hinterland, is already destined. Great terror. There is indeed a great terror hidden in the depths of the source of all evil. Although the fortune is amazing, to obtain it, one must pay a heavy price. Unless the various races send supreme beings of the Sector Lord realm, otherwise, no matter how many people come, they will all die. Roar! Roar! As these cries of alarm rang out one after another, in the depths of the core of the root of all evil, the two gigantic Wind Demon Tiger and the Primordial Lightning Centipede roared once more. From different directions, they pounced toward the Heavenly Tao Azure Eye in the crack in the void above. Chi-la-la, the Wind Demon Tiger flapped its wings fiercely. In a vast void with a radius of hundreds of millions of miles around its body, countless blood-colored wind blades appeared out of thin air in an instant. They turned into a large river and poured toward the crack where the Heavenly Green Eye was located. Sector Lord realm experts were indeed extraordinary. With a casual flap of their wings, the vast void within a radius of hundreds of millions of miles was completely reduced to a world of wind blades. Such a terrifying scene of power, even if thousands of large fortresses with a diameter of 100,000 meters were launched at the same time, they would not be able to compare. In another direction, the Immemorial Thunder Centipede was also launched at this moment. Screech! Although the core hinterland of the origin of all evil was vast and boundless, at this moment, 1/3 of the void of the star region was surging with terrifying and raging energy. On one side were endless wind blades as majestic as the Milky Way. On the other side were endless rolling thunderballs. All of them covered hundreds of millions of miles of the void, with a suffocating and terrifying power, madly surging toward the huge crack in the void above. Such a terrifying scene, even if millions of large fortresses with a diameter of 100,000 meters launched at the same time, absolutely could not achieve it. It was too shocking. Outside the buffer zone of the central region and the periphery of the origin of all evil, all the fleets of the major clans and the masters of the starry sky who had not yet left and were still rapidly retreating gasped after seeing this scene. The shock on their faces could no longer be described with words. However, in the face of all this, the Heavenly Tao Green Eye in the crack thousands of miles away in the void above only opened its eyes for a moment. At the same time, it revealed a mocking expression, and several green pillars of light shot out. The speed was extremely fast, and in an instant, they caught up with the two green lights that had been shot out from the green eye. In the blink of an eye, they gathered together, and their diameters reached exactly 100,000 meters. There were still two of them. One left and one right, they shot toward the roaring wind demon tiger and the primordial thunder centipede, Walala, rumble. Wherever the two green light beams passed, all the wind blades and black lightning balls that came into contact with them instantly collapsed and exploded. Like snow meeting the scorching sun, they melted without any resistance. This scene was too shocking, proving the fact that the endless wind blades and thunder balls that were surging toward them were on a completely different level of power from these two green light pillars. Even if there were more of them, no matter how powerful they were, the level of power was not as good as the human, and after all, they were at a disadvantage. As soon as they came into contact with each other, they had an unstoppable force, which already explained the problem. Roar! Roar! In the face of all this, the wind demon tiger and the primordial thunder centipede, who had already rushed to the void thousands of miles away, roared again, but this time, their roars were clearly full of fear, with strong shock and horror. In this instant, after only half a round of confrontation, the wind demon tiger and the ancient thunder centipede had already realized the gap between them and this huge blue eye that was as big as a star. The other party's aura was not obvious, so there was no way to probe and capture the aura of the prepared realm. Otherwise, they would not have been so reckless just now, directly using their divine abilities and attacking with all their strength. But now, the power displayed by the Cyan Heaven's Eye's sudden attack undoubtedly proved its level and strength. A strong feeling of life and death crisis arose in the hearts of the wind fiend tiger and the primeval lightning centipede at practically the same time, and they didn't hesitate to turn around and flee at top speed after letting out a wild roar. In just half a round of confrontation, their full-strength attacks were directly melted by the two green light pillars that were easily shot out by the other party. It was as if the other party was unstoppable. This was enough to prove how powerful the other party was. This star-sized Cyan Heaven's Eye was definitely a terrifying existence that surpassed the Sector Lord realm. Moreover, it was not just a little bit stronger, it was definitely not as simple as one or two large realms. The wind demon tiger and the primeval lightning centipede were still ferocious a moment ago, but now they were like stray dogs. The only thought in their minds was to escape. Unfortunately, it was all too late. Crackle! These two gigantic cyan light pillars, with a diameter of tens of thousands of meters, destroyed all the wind blades and black lightning they encountered. Even the speed of the cyan light pillars was not affected in the slightest. On the other hand, the cyan light pillar seemed to have absorbed a large amount of wind blades and black lightning energy along the way. At this moment, it was shooting over, and its speed was continuously increasing. It was getting faster and faster, and in just a short breath of time, its speed had already reached a peak. At this moment, the wind demon tiger and the primeval lightning centipede had just turned around and were about to escape. The two cyan light pillars had already arrived in front of them, directly locking onto their bodies, and without any suspense, smashed down. Bang! Bang! An earth-shattering explosion sounded, and the endless void in the core of the root of all evil seemed to shake violently at this moment. The wind demon tiger and the primeval lightning centipede were so shocked that they did not even have the slightest ability to resist. The moment these two gigantic cyan light pillars smashed down, their gigantic bodies completely exploded into two clouds of blood mist, one cyan and one black. Two extremely powerful native ferocious beasts of the fallen domain lord realm were completely destroyed by a single cyan light pillar with a diameter of tens of thousands of meters in just one blow. Their bodies and souls were destroyed, and not a single hair was left behind. This scene almost frightened the large fleets of the various races and the universe experts who were rapidly retreating from the central region buffer zone and the outer regions of the root of all evil. Shocked cries rang out again in the void. Exploded? They really did explode. These are two supreme ferocious beasts of the Sector Lord realm. Terrifying. Extremely terrifying. Supreme ferocious beasts of the Sector Lord realm could not even withstand a single blow. Just one cyan light pillar with a diameter of tens of thousands of meters was enough to destroy them in both body and soul. This is definitely not the same level of power. Just who is that huge cyan eye the size of a star? An existence that surpasses the Sector Lord realm, and not just by a little bit. It's at least several realms stronger. Heavens, what realm is that? Run. Immediately run out of this ghost region, this is too shocking. If this old man can get out of here alive, I will never step foot in this place again. Look, those two clouds of blood mist, one cyan and one black, formed by the instant explosion of the two supreme ferocious beasts, are actually being sucked into that terrifying star cauldron. This is clearly a refining formation, with the star cauldron as the core. The functions of the surrounding chains are unknown, but the raw materials are battleships, flesh and blood, all in shocking amounts. There is even the blood chi formed by the explosion of the two supreme ferocious beasts. It's too terrifying. What kind of thing is this void refining formation going to refine after combining all of these things together? Along with these shocked cries, the cyan and black blood mist floating in the center of the core space, the blood chi essence formed by the explosion of the two supreme ferocious beasts seemed to be pulled in by some sort of suction force. It quickly floated and entered the mouth of the huge netherworld cauldron at the end of the hinterland. Whoosh! Whoosh! In an instant, the countless mysterious rune chains connecting the inner and outer walls of the netherworld cauldron suddenly rang out without warning. Faintly, one could hear some faint sounds of thunder coming from within the netherworld cauldron. At this moment, if someone entered the interior of the netherworld cauldron, they would see that the giant millstone in the central region of the netherworld cauldron hadn't completely stopped. It was still rotating slowly, but at an extremely slow speed. In the giant hole in the center of the millstone, which was used to place the condensed raw materials, there wasn't a single bit of solid matter left. All the remains of the universe experts, indigenous ferocious beasts, and primordial beings had been crushed into meat paste by the millstone's extreme speed. It was the same for the tens of millions of battleships, fortresses, and strongholds. Although they were all made of the strongest cosmic alloy, and there were also large amounts of materials and equipment in these battleships, for example, antimatter light energy generators and the like, however, all of this was nothing to this mysterious millstone, which was as huge as a star in the central region of the netherworld cauldron. This millstone could even crush the remains of primordial beings that had surpassed the Sector Lord realm, and had even reached the level of primordial supreme beings. What was a small cosmic battleship alloy to it? In short, all the materials that were pulled into the mouth of the netherworld furnace by the terrifying suction force of the netherworld furnace had now been crushed into a semi-liquid substance and mixed together. At this moment, they were stored in the central hole of the huge millstone, which had a terrifying diameter and was as deep as a star. The giant hole in the center of the netherworld cauldron was more than half filled. If one looked down from the top of the hole, they would see that the inside of the hole was filled with an indescribable semi-liquid substance. Its color couldn't be described as 9 colors anymore. It was like a mottled glass, emitting a strange aura that would make one's scalp go numb. The original function of this netherworld cauldron was to condense flesh and blood medicine, and the all-evil origin liquid was its product. However, it could only be condensed from powerful flesh and blood as the raw material. At the very least, the raw material had to be a universe grade that surpassed the Sector Lord realm. This was already proven by Xianxia. Previously, when the netherworld cauldron was condensing the all-evil origin liquid, even the remains of the golden one-legged crow that had the aura of a Sector Lord was spat out like trash. It couldn't be used at all. Even the flesh and blood of a Sector Lord couldn't be used as raw materials. Now, it was obviously impossible to condense the so-called all-evil origin liquid from the countless low-level universe-grade beings, indigenous ferocious beasts, and large amounts of battleship alloy materials that were crushed by the netherworld cauldron. However, this void refining grand array was clearly extraordinary. The netherworld furnace could refine the all-evil origin elixir, but that wasn't all. Through the terrifying condensing power of the netherworld furnace, the mottled semi-liquid substance in the center of the millstone would clearly condense into something in the end. However, it was truly difficult to say what it was and what its power and effects would be. In fact, it was also a mystery as to why the netherworld furnace would suddenly activate on its own and carry out such an unplanned refinement. Rumble. Boom, very quickly, the clattering sounds of the chains disappeared, and the enormous millstone in the furnace began to rotate once again. Its speed was extremely fast, and it maintained a uniform speed. This was exactly the same as the scene of the condensation of the all-evil origin liquid that Xianxia had seen when he entered the furnace. The only difference was that the raw materials in the middle of the huge netherworld cauldron were completely different from before. However, how bad could the final product condensed from the netherworld cauldron be? No matter how low the grade of the raw materials was, regardless of the truth, this was an unplanned and mysterious condensation for the netherworld cauldron. And now, it had officially begun. the thick black tribulation clouds in the sky dissipated rapidly. In the end, even the huge crack in the void with a diameter of millions of miles was completely closed. Before it closed, the huge green eye that looked like a star seemed to feel that it had completed some kind of mission. It completely closed its eyes and hid in the deepest part of the void of the unknown plane, never to be seen again. The star zone of the source of all evil was completely silent. Before this, the powerhouses of the top forces and races in the 3 dimensions had organized fleets and entered the star zone one after another. Just the warships of the allied forces of the various races in the second universe totaled more than 10 million. The 2 human camps and the blue fleet of the Myriad Net Federation that arrived later also had 5 million warships. This was another 15 million warships. The slaves of the first universe also arrived later. The total number of warships also exceeded 10 million. In addition to the fleets of the allied fleets temporarily formed by some small forces and itinerant cultivators, the total number of warships, fortresses, and fortresses that entered the star zone of the source of all evil was almost 40 million. But now, in the entire star zone of the source of all evil, whether it was the outer area, the central area, or the central area, there was not a single warship or a single starry sky powerhouse in the entire vast star zone. Some of them had been taken away by Xian with the Shinnon Cauldron, and some of them had escaped. At this moment, they were spreading out in the void outside the star zone of the source of all evil, returning to their respective races like stray dogs. Some of them would forever stay in the central area of the star zone of the source of all evil. They had been thrown into the netherworld cauldron and crushed into a semi-liquid liquid. They were being used as raw materials in the netherworld cauldron for some kind of refinement. The first ones to escape the star zone of the source of all evil were the 3 star lords of the demon tribe, including Grandpa Mo. After they heard Xian's warning, they turned around without hesitation and teleported out of the central area's buffer zone without any damage. Then, they passed through the outer area and arrived outside the star zone of the source of all evil. At that time, the Heavenly Eye had just appeared. When Grandpa Mo and the other 2 star lords rushed out of the star zone of the source of all evil, they turned around and saw the Heavenly Eye. They were so scared that they didn't dare to stay any longer. After they left the star zone of the source of all evil, they immediately activated their fastest speed and rushed toward the demon tribe star zone. They had a feeling that something big was going to happen in the star zone of the source of all evil, and that was exactly what happened. Before Grandpa Mo and the other 2 star lords returned to the demon tribe star zone, the news about what happened in the star zone of the source of all evil spread quickly while they were on their way back. The news was delivered by the fleets of the various races that escaped the star zone of the source of all evil. As soon as it was spread, it was passed through the level 2 star networks of the slave races in the first universe and spread throughout the first universe in the shortest time possible. Something big had happened in the source of all evil in the first universe. There was a great fortune hidden in the depths of the star field. A huge void refining array had appeared, and the core of the array was a giant cauldron like a superstar. The giant cauldron was surrounded by the remains of countless primordial creatures. They were at least star lords, and there were many sector lords. In addition, there were tens of millions of descendants of ancient beasts that were rarely seen in the outside world. The major races and forces in the 3 universes heard the news and went there one after another, eventually gathering into a terrifying super fleet. There were more than 40 million battleships, fortresses, and fortresses. The lineup of star lords in the entire fleet was so luxurious that it was suffocating. There were nearly 10 old monsters in the realm, hundreds of old monsters in the star lords, and thousands of universe lords, but in the end the entire army collapsed. Only a few fleets escaped, and most of them were completely annihilated in the source of all evil. A Xianxia descended, and all the battleships, star lords, and even the native beasts guarding the void refining array were devoured by the netherworld furnace. And what triggered all this was a Xianxia as huge as a star. It was impossible to estimate its cultivation level. Just 2 Xian light beams were shot out, and 2 powerful native beasts at the sector lord level were killed instantly. A wind demon tiger, an immemorial thunder centipede, they didn't even have the strength to resist and were instantly blown away by the Xian light beams, annihilated in body and soul. Apart from that, there was even more shocking news. Young Master Netherworld and Young Master Ling Hu had appeared again, and it had been confirmed that they were the same person. Young Master Ling Hu was Young Master Netherworld, and he was also the 7th peerless genius, the little primordial ape, among the 7 peerless geniuses, 3 of them were the same person. This news instantly dumbfounded countless experts from the major races and forces in the 3 universes. Everyone was dumbfounded by the thunderbolt. If it weren't for the fact that countless experts had personally heard the little primordial devil ape admit his identity as the Netherworld Young Master, and also saw the little primordial devil ape summon the Medicine King cauldron that belonged to Linghu Young Master, and reverted to his human form in front of everyone, revealing Linghu Young Master's original appearance, no one would have accepted this news. So much so that even the terrible change in the root of all evil star domain had a lot of clues pointing to young Master Linghu. That day, it was precisely the demonic blade that young Master Linghu had summoned when he had heavily injured the Battle Lion clan's Dao disciple of the Heaven and Earth Dao disciple, Wan Jin. It had triggered the descent of the heavenly tribulation. Right after that, the netherworld furnace had awakened, and the green eye hovered in the air. The subsequent unforeseen events could no longer be controlled, whether it was young Master Linghu or young Master Netherworld. In the eyes of the upper echelons of the major forces and clans of the 3 major planes, both of them had a criminal record. The reason why these 2 identities were well known both inside and outside the world was all because of their ability to cause disasters. From this point of view, the shocking change in the source of all evil star field was most likely caused by him. This inference was immediately accepted and confirmed by most people. However, due to the sudden eruption of this unforeseen event, it could be said that all the major clans and forces in the 3 major dimensions had suffered disastrous losses. However, the main culprit, young Master Linghu, had calmly and easily escaped before the arrival of the giant Xianxia at the final moment. After a lot of trouble and disaster, it was fine that he left. The key was that before he left, young Master Linghu used the Xianxia cauldron that was as huge as a star to carry away some warships and experts. The number was too huge. In addition to millions of indigenous ferocious beasts led by the primordial boar and the primordial tortoise, there were fleets and starry sky experts from various races and forces of the 3 universes taken away by the Xianxia cauldron. 8 old monsters of the realm, dozens of old monsters of the realm, more than 100 mighty figures of the universe, and a total of more than 5 million huge warships, fortresses, and fortresses of various races, and countless starry sky experts in these warships. After learning this news, the core higher-ups of various races and forces of the 3 major planes were so angry that they almost vomited blood on the spot. Although the news that was sent back showed that the 8 old monsters of the realm, dozens of old monsters of the realm, more than 100 mighty figures of the universe, and nearly 5 million huge warships of various races all voluntarily entered the Xianxia cauldron to take refuge. Young Master Linghu didn't coerce them. With his own strength, if it wasn't for a specific environment, he didn't have the ability to coerce them, but young Master Linghu and young Master Netherworld were too fierce. Both of them were not easy to get along with. What they were best at was looting a burning house, extortion, and extortion. They already had a criminal record. On top of that, he had killed a domain lord from the 2nd universe's rainbow python race in the domain of the root of all evil as the little primordial devil ape, and he had even captured several universe Dao disciples from various races in the 3 major planes. If it was said that the entire group of people led by the 8 old monsters of the realm who sought the protection of the Xianxia cauldron could be treated well in the Xianxia cauldron, even ghosts wouldn't believe it. After a series of angry roars and roars, the various races all secretly sighed and began to raise the ransom money. Those forces and races that didn't have important figures trapped in the Xianxia cauldron didn't feel much pressure. As for those races and forces that had Taoists of the universe, mighty figures of the universe, old monsters of the realm, and old monsters of the realm who were imprisoned in the Xianxia cauldron, all of them acted as if their parents had died. When they thought that they would soon be ruthlessly slaughtered like pigs by young Master Linghu, the core higher-ups of these races and forces had an impulse to immediately start a massacre. However, through this matter, young Master Linghu's reputation had once again increased by a large amount. At that moment, it had been confirmed that of the 7 great demon-level geniuses, 3 of them were young Master Linghu himself. This was an extraordinary feat. It had directly caused young Master Linghu's reputation to surpass that of the other 4. They were Prince Xian, the invincible war god, Sha Baofeng, and the demon brother Mo Jinfeng. He had the momentum of becoming the #1 peerless genius of the younger generation in a single leap. In fact, in the eyes of the core higher-ups of the various large forces and races, young Master Linghu was indeed worthy of the title of the #1 peerless genius of the younger generation in the three major planes. Now, it was basically certain that the three-headed, six-armed devil ape true form was only one of the bloodline abilities he had grasped. Under this state, his cultivation could explosively increase by 2 realms. After removing this bloodline ability state, young Master Linghu's cultivation strength at the core of the root of all evil was only at the 13th realm, the realm of domain first rank, but it was also because of this that he achieved a series of astonishing battle results with this cultivation strength that wasn't too strong, which made people feel even more inconceivable. Even the Taoists of the various large races and forces were killed and captured alive by him in a one versus many situation. There was even an old monster of the realm that fell at his hands. Whoosh! With a faint sound of breaking through the air, Yi Xian's figure instantly appeared. At this time, he still had the appearance of young Master Linghu. Since his identity as young Master Linghu had been exposed, he would appear in front of others with this appearance for a period of time. Among the 7 peerless evildoers, 3 identities had been exposed. The remaining identities of Prince Xian, the invincible god of war, Sha Baofeng, and the demon king's royal brother, Mo Jinfeng, he had to pay special attention to not expose the truth so easily. Of course, the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, Zhao Qianru, the 8 great Vidras, Lang Ganglai, Ji Jinghong, Medusa, and more than 20 other heavenly legends of the second universe who had surrendered to him, all knew that the 7 peerless evildoers of the present age were actually Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian had already informed them that this matter would not be leaked. Even so, a large number of experts from various races and forces from the 3 major planes, who had been brought into the internal space of the Shenong cauldron by him, were all imprisoned in the plains at the bottom of the volcano in the central region without exception. They could not come into contact with Ji Jinghong and the others at all. This was also Yi Xian's precautionary measure. As for how to settle this group of people, everything would have to wait until he entered the internal space of the cauldron personally and discussed with Ji Jinghong and the others before making a decision. At this moment, he was not in the second universe or the third universe, but in the depths of the black hole of life in the first universe. Ever since the incident with the soldier ladle clan, this place had become quiet. Recently, the first universe had not been peaceful, so no forces or races would have the intention to take advantage of the black hole of life. After leaving the place where the star mark coordinates were branded, Yi Xian found a secluded corner in the depths of the black hole of life and waved his hand to summon the Shenong cauldron. Then, after activating the concealment function of the Shenong cauldron and making it hide, he stepped into the internal space of the cauldron. This time, Yi Xian had killed and captured quite a few heaven and earth Taoists from the various large clans in the space of the gambling grounds at the edge of the core of the source of all evil. Other than the Tree Spirit clan's heaven and earth Taoist, Ling Puzi, who was used by him to refine the Shenong strange flame, he was directly killed. And the others were basically all still alive. And earth Taoist Xu Wushuang. Space Rat. The Hell Ant tribe's heaven and earth Taoist Yi Jiuming and the giant ferocious tribe's heaven and earth Taoist Ming Moshan were all captured alive. Now, they were all imprisoned in cages on the mountain wall alone. Taoist Jin. And heaven. Golden Eagle clan. Taoist Jiao Xingrong. Taoist Mei Jiao Jiao. Taoist Mei Jiaonyang. Taoist Sherwan Jin. Among the top 10 clans in the second universe, excluding the Dark Turtle clan and the Tree Spirit clan where the heaven and earth Taoist Ling Puzi had perished, the other 8 clans only had the 2 heaven and earth Taoists from the Blood Dragon clan and the Green Rock clan. Yi Xian would have to deal with those 2 guys sooner or later. Because he now knew that among the heaven and earth Taoists in the top 10 races in the second universe, those 2 guys were the most powerful. They were already at the late stage of the universe realm. This made Yi Xian very excited. He had the excitement of challenging his own limits, however, that was a story for another time. As for the heaven and earth pedophiles of the 6 major clans that he had captured, he handed them over to Ji Jinghong, Jiao Tian, and the others as soon as he captured them so that they could use the secret techniques of their clans to seize their Taoist foundations. Although these 6 fellows were all young almighty Qiankuan realm experts, after being knocked unconscious by Yi Xian, their cultivations were immediately sealed. After being sent into the Shenong cauldron, they were suppressed by the Shenong cauldron's domain power and could not cause any waves at all. Under such circumstances, even though Ji Jinghong, Jiao Ritian, and the others were not as powerful as them, they could still use their secret techniques to seize the Dao foundation of their opponents. But I don't know how this matter is progressing. The people who obtained these 6 Dao children of heaven and earth were Lang Ganglai, Ji Jinghong, Jin Haoyan, Jiao Ritian, Medusa, and Lion Bidao. These 6 people had already surrendered to Yixian and could be considered as one of their own. As for the other 24 people, including the 8 great Vajras, they could only wring their hands and sigh. The next time they captured the Dao children of heaven and earth of their clans, they would encounter such a great fortune, which was like a pie falling from the sky. As soon as Yixian's figure appeared in the space inside the Shenong cauldron, the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru greeted him with excitement. Behind them were the 8 great Vajras and a total of 30 young geniuses of various clans, including Lang Ganglai, Ji Jinghong, Jin Haoyan, Jiao Ritian, Medusa, and Lion Bidao. Wow, we're going to make a fortune this time. What on earth is going on? You brat, did you rob a universe plane this time? Just the various battleships, fortresses, and fortresses thrown down alone are 5 or 6 million. Yes, yes, yes. There are even more masters in the starry sky. In addition to the masters in the various battleships, I saw a lot of almighty Qiankuan realm experts among the naked ones thrown in. There are even star lords among them. How did you do it? What are star lords? I also saw at least 6 or 7 domain lords. TSK, 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 we're going to soar into the sky this time. Without waiting for Yixian to speak, the 3 girls rushed in front of him. As they asked excitedly, they swung Yixian's arms like they were swinging on a swing. Their words were even more unrestrained. Those almighty Qiankuan realm experts and star lords just didn't enter the Shenong cauldron on the battleships, but in their mouths, they became naked, which really made people speechless. On the side, the 8 great guardian deities, Ji Jinghong, Jiao Ritian, and the others stopped 100 meters away. When they heard the 3 girls' words, their faces gradually turned green. They were really scared by these 3 crazy girls. With these 3 girls jumping around, they didn't dare to get too close. On the other hand, the little princess of the colored python clan, Medusa, who was also a female cultivator, was very close to them. Although she didn't shake Yixian's arms like the 3 girls of the purplish warbler, she only stood about 10 feet away. It was obvious that she had become familiar with these crazy girls recently. Originally, there were only 3 troublesome girls, but now it seemed that there was a trend of increasing the number of members in the lineup. Yixian was stunned for a moment, and his face was instantly filled with black lines. In his mind, he began to think, in the future, I won't need any female cultivators. 4 of them are enough of a headache. If they form a strong team, I might even have the heart to die. Ji Jinghong, Jiao Ritian, and Lang Ganglai glanced at each other, then grinned as they responded one after another, don't worry, they're all still alive. We didn't kill them directly. But they're on their last breath. Even if the Sector Lord realm ancestors of their respective clans act, they won't be able to recover. After all, their Dao foundation has been destroyed. That's right, those 6 fellows have bullied us a lot in their clans. They've done all kinds of evil. This time, they've finally received their retribution. It feels so good. The key is that we used the secret techniques of our respective clans. We didn't leave any unusual traces. Even if the Sector Lord realm ancestors carefully investigate, they won't find any clues. Moreover, those 6 fellows' consciousnesses are all in chaos. Even soul-searching has no effect. From the beginning to the end, they suffered everything in a coma. They don't know of our existence at all. So, it doesn't matter if we hand them over alive. After all, they're all universe Dao children of their respective clans. A total of 6 of them can be exchanged for a lot of ransom. Naturally, we have to make use of them. Otherwise, we would have killed them long ago. In the end, the 6 of them smiled knowingly at Yixian. The latter was stunned for a moment, then shook his head and bitterly smiled. This was good. He had learned his old profession thoroughly as soon as he joined the group. He even had the aura of someone who surpassed him. It was truly speechless. These 6 incomparably black-bellied fellows, plus the 8 great Vajras and the other 24 people. Once they were released back to their respective clans, It was no different from wolves entering a sheep's pen. That's right, Xian did intend to release all 30 fellows. Based on the good fortune they had obtained in the farmer god cauldron, they would definitely soar into the sky after returning to their respective tribes. This was especially true for Ji Jinghong, Jiao Tian, and the others. They had secretly seized the Tao foundation of their respective Taoist children of heaven and earth, although they had yet to reveal it. But in the future, they would definitely be refined slowly. At that time, these 6 fellows would definitely grow into new universe Tao children. In time, the entire clan would be in their hands. Of course, this might take a long time, but if Xian exerted some influence from the outside, the development speed of the entire process would be greatly increased. In the end, once these fellows obtained the control of their respective clans with Xian's secret help, Xian would indirectly control a total of 30 top clans and powers. He would have all the top clans in the second and third universe. This was definitely a trump card. Once it was used in the future, its effect would definitely be heaven-defying, of course, Xian. They were all the important figures of the human clans and clans. Families clans and clans powers. Of the clans and clans of the human clans. To say, they were all the important figures of the clans and clans. These people had all sworn an oath to do something for Xian. Perhaps one person's strength was not very strong, but these 10,000 or so Federation elites represented almost all the top clans and clans of the human clans in the third universe. If Xian found them and secretly gave an order, they would all respond at once. Everyone responded at the same time. The effect of that kind of influence was absolutely shocking. This was also a trump card, but it was also not the time to use it now. This is a rare opportunity. Later, I will secretly send you all to the cages at the bottom of the volcano in the central region and lock you up. At this point, Xian seemed to have suddenly thought of something. He turned to look at the 3 girls, Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Chanru, and continued, including you all. You've been crazy for so long after coming out. You can't always stay in the Shenong cauldron, right? You should take advantage of this opportunity to go back. After he finished speaking, he directly ignored the pouting and unhappy expressions of the 3 girls and continued, when we return, we will bleed those fellows imprisoned at the bottom of the volcano one by one and ruthlessly extort a large sum of money. After receiving the ransom from their respective clans, I will release all of them one by one. You will be mixed in with them, so it will not arouse suspicion. As for what to say when your clans ask you later, you will naturally understand. There's no need for me to explain. Of course, before sending you out, I will secretly distribute a batch of cultivation resources and treasures to you. Everyone will have one. It will be a starting resource for your rapid development after you return to your clans. After you go out, you can secretly contact each other. At the same time, if you encounter something important and can't get in touch with me, you can directly contact Triumph City and ask for their help. Just say that it's my idea. Hearing Xian's advice, Ji Jinghong, Jiao Tian, and the other 22 young geniuses of the second universe all nodded. There was no objection, and they all looked a little excited. However, the 8 great guardian deities, the Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Chanru, the 3 girls, looked embarrassed. Obviously, they all had their own ideas. Xian turned his head and glanced at the 8 great guardian deities, asking for the reason. The 8 of them immediately shook their heads and smiled bitterly. It's not a problem for them to go back, but the 8 of us probably won't be able to go back. Yes. Last time, there were quite a number of people who were caught with us. Later on, the others all went back, and only the 8 of us stayed behind. Moreover, those who were released all knew that we stayed behind willingly. In this case, if the 8 of us suddenly go back and go to our clans, I'm afraid that not only will we not have a chance to quickly rise up, but we will also be imprisoned for investigation. Even if we can evade this matter, in the future, there is basically no hope of rising up in our clans. In that case, it's better to stay in the farmer god cauldron. At least there is enough spirit energy here, and our cultivation will be faster. In addition, with such a large space in the cauldron, we will need someone to take care of it. Hearing this, Xian immediately fell into deep thought. The 8 great guardian deities were right. He had forgotten about this before, but now it seemed that the 8 of them could not go back, and could only stay in the farmer god cauldron for the time being. After this matter was decided, Yi Xian turned his head to look at the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Chanru. He rolled his eyes and asked, "The three of you, what are you up to now?" "Nothing, we have been out for so long. Naturally, we should go back. Otherwise, our families will be worried." "Yes, yes, yes. If you don't let us go, I won't let you go. But before we go back this time, shouldn't you help us finish condensing the armor so that we can bring it back? How long has it been delayed?" As they spoke, the three maidservants all rolled their eyes. Yi Xian didn't even think about the request of the three girls and immediately agreed. He had refined the armor of the three girls several times with the fusion system. Now, they were already Starry Sky legendary level treasures. According to Yi Xian's estimation, if he wanted them to reach the Quasi-Starry Sky Supreme Treasure level, he would need to successfully fuse them 4 more times at most. With a wave of his hand, Yi Xian arranged Ji Jinghong, Jiao Ritian, and the other 22 young geniuses of the second universe to the bottom of the volcano in the central domain. After pretending to be imprisoned, he said a few words to the 8 great Vajras. Then, after the 8 of them left, he refined the armor of the 3 girls again. Fusion and condensation. Today, Yi Xian's cultivation was far from what it used to be. After the Devouring system experienced several competitive tasks for the system's host and successfully won, it also evolved and grew again and again. It was also far from what it used to be. Therefore, this fusion and condensation was successful without any suspense. It only took him more than 2 hours. The 3 armor were still Starry Sky legendary level treasures, but they were very close to the Starry Sky epic level. If there were no accidents, after the next successful fusion and condensation, they could be promoted to the Starry Sky epic level. This kind of terrifying refining speed and success rate once again shocked Xianyuan Ziying and the other 2 girls. When Yi Xian handed over the 3 female cultivator armors that were overflowing with light and color and looked incomparably dazzling and powerful at the same time, he handed them over to the 3 girls one by one. After the 3 girls were stunned, they finally sighed and muttered a few words to Yi Xian, such as perverted, monstrous, and so on. They took their respective armors, sacrificed them, and ran off to the side to play. It was like an ordinary woman who suddenly got a beautiful new dress. They were excited. After finally sending the 3 girls away, Yi Xian shook his head and laughed bitterly. He adjusted his state of mind and began to think about how to deal with those fellows imprisoned at the bottom of the volcano in the central region of the cauldron. Among the captives captured in the previous battle, Lang Gongqiang, Jiao Zhenrong, and the other 5 heaven and earth Tao disciples, who were on their last breaths, were no longer of any value to be exploited. Not only had their Tao foundations been taken away, but they had also been stripped clean. Yi Xian locked the 6 of them together and asked for the ransom later. Their value could be considered to have been squeezed clean. In addition, he also had 2 Tao children of heaven and earth in his hands. They were both from the first universe's servant race. They were Meng Mashan and Yi Jioming. Yi Xian had no intention of redeeming these 2 fellows. That was no different from releasing a tiger back into the mountain. Therefore, he immediately took all the cultivation resources and magic treasures on Meng Mashan and Yi Jioming. Then, he threw them into 2 mountain cages in the depths of the central region's volcanic plain. He would not pay attention to them for a short time. He would think about it later. The next thing he needed to deal with was the fleets of various races and forces from the 3 universes, as well as the masters of the Starry Sky, who had rushed into the Shinnon cauldron at the last moment to seek protection. The 8 old monsters of the Domain Lords, the dozens of old monsters of the Star Lords, and the hundreds of supreme masters of the universe naturally needed to be taken care of. However, Yi Xian planned to put this matter aside for a while. In his opinion, the first thing he should deal with was the 5 million huge battleships, fortresses, and fortresses of various races. He did not need to care about the countless masters of the Starry Sky in these battleships for the time being. However, all the battleships of various types must be vacated first and then moved out of the central region's volcanic plain. There were still many battleships, fortresses, and fortresses of various types parked around the central region's volcanic plain. All of them had been obtained by Yi Xian through extortion in the Demonkin Star region. There were 5 million of them. If he added the 5 million trapped at the bottom of the central region's volcanic plain, the total number of battleships, fortresses in Yixian's hands would exceed the 10 million mark. After such a huge fleet was sent to Triumph City, some large-scale production lines for intelligent robots would be set up to produce robot soldiers. When that time came, Triumph City would be able to amass a starry sky battleship army that all the top forces and races could not ignore in the shortest time possible. Therefore, Yixian had to get his hands on the 5 million battleships at the bottom of the Central Region's volcanic plain. He was very anxious about this matter and was very concerned about it. For this reason, Yixian even decided to put aside the millions of native ferocious beasts led by the primordial porcupine and the primordial turtle for the time being. At present, these millions of native ferocious beasts were all at the bottom of the Central Region's volcanic plain. However, they were not individually imprisoned. After all, Yixian did not treat these native ferocious beasts as captives. He deliberately separated an extremely vast area at the bottom of the Central Region's volcanic plain to accommodate these native ferocious beasts. In that vast volcanic plain, the millions of native ferocious beasts were completely free to move about. However, there was no way for them to leave the volcanic plain. At the same time, they would not meet the experts of various races who were imprisoned in other areas. He planned to more or less settle these important matters before meeting with the primordial porcupine and the primordial turtle to explain everything, including the truth about the netherworld furnace. In short, in Yixian's eyes, these native ferocious beasts were friends, not enemies. They needed to be treated appropriately. The bottom of the Central Region's volcanic plain, from the outside, the entire Xianxia cauldron was as huge as a superstar. The space inside was even more vast. It was not like a small star region, but it was definitely several times the size of a superstar's interior space. The Central Region's volcanic plain took up a third of the cauldron's interior space. And this was only what Lu Biao saw in the internal space. In fact, the ring-shaped volcano's terrain was completely conical. The crater was already so large. The further one went down, the larger the space. When one reached the bottom of the volcano's plain, the vastness of this place made one completely speechless. 5 million warships of various types were imprisoned here, only occupying a small corner. As for the 8 domain lords, dozens of star lords, and hundreds of universe lords, they were all imprisoned in individual cages at the bottom of the volcano's ring-shaped mountain wall. This corner that imprisoned 5 million battleships was basically just enough for all the battleships to land and park. Even the height was limited by Yixian. The space was very cramped, and the height was only slightly higher than the large stronghold with a diameter of 100,000 meters. To put it more directly, this was simply stuffing over 5 million warships of various types into a box that was just enough to fit them. Under such circumstances, all the warships could not even take off. The slightest carelessness would cause them to crash. Fellow Taoists, brothers and sisters, uncles and uncles. I'm here. Suddenly, Yixian's teasing voice appeared without any warning. We haven't seen each other for half a day. This young master misses everyone to death. Fellow Taoists, have you all thought of this young master? Puff. Puff. Just as Yixian finished speaking, a large number of muffled sounds rang out from the plains at the bottom of the volcano. More than half of the starry sky experts were angered to the point of spitting out blood, including the nearly 200 supreme beings that were specially imprisoned. None of them were spared. It was too infuriating. What happened to taking refuge? Didn't he say that he would lend her a hand? There was simply no comparison. Everyone, including the 8 region lords, had become prisoners as soon as they entered. Just thinking about it made them want to cry. The other existences did not dare to answer Yixian's words, including the dozens of old monsters of the Star Lords. However, the 8 old monsters of the region lords, who were full of anger, spoke one after another as soon as they heard Yixian's words. Linghu, my young friend, you're finally here, yes or no? My young friend, you have a lot of things to do, so we didn't want to disturb you. But now that you're here, you should be almost done with your work, right? Since you're done with your work, shouldn't you move us to another place? Yes, the situation was urgent before. We plunged in from the mouth of the Medicine King cauldron. The fog was too thick, so we didn't see the ground clearly. We didn't expect that we would plunge into this cave, the space is too narrow. My young friend, take us out quickly. It's said that the inner space of the Xianxia cauldron is full of birds and flowers. I'm suddenly in the mood to drink wine and discuss Tao with my young friend. I also have many treasures to give you. Yes, I also have some treasures in my hands, but I haven't found the right person to give them to. Today, I'm lucky to meet my young friend Ling Hu. The treasures in my storage ring are shining one after another. This is the auspicious sign of meeting a wise master. Oh, there's no hurry. When my young friend takes us out and we drink wine and discuss Tao together, what's the harm in telling you in detail? My young friend, what do you think? Nothing much. Just as the last person finished speaking, Yi Xian immediately replied. His tone changed and was filled with coldness. Do you still want to go out? Do you really think this young master is so easily fooled? Didn't we agree to pay the cauldron entrance fee? After all, this young master had disregarded his own safety and acted bravely for a just cause. Ahem, I should at least give you some benefits to comfort you, right? And the result? Now, there are more than 5 million battleships in the Shinong Cauldron. How many people are in each battleship? You can count for yourselves. This young master didn't even receive 1,000 small space boxes. How is this proportionate? It's fine to fish in troubled waters, but you can't take so much. You're simply treating this young master as a sucker. This matter must be accounted for. This young master has decided to first make a roster of everyone and then check them one by one. After confirming the owners of nearly 1,000 small space boxes, the rest will be accounted for together. Come, there are too many people, and most of them are in the battleships. This matter is not urgent. I can tell everyone a piece of good news. Thanks to this young master, you are now safe. This young master has taken the Shinong Cauldron and left the source of all evil Star Field. In short, the crisis has been resolved. Whether it is this young master or you, we have plenty of time to slowly sort out this matter. There are too many people, and most of them are in the battleships. This is really inconvenient. Now listen to this young master's unified command. Everyone, come out of the battleships. This young master will first move these obstructing battleships out of here. Just a reminder, don't try to hide your aura in the battleships and use this kind of method to fool this young master into sending you out. This young master can clearly tell you that the Shinong Cauldron is now at the edge of a large void turbulence crack. This young master will directly throw all the battleships that are moved out into that void turbulence crack. Previously, I have tested the water with several large fortresses with a diameter of 100,000 meters. Once thrown in, they immediately disintegrated and then exploded. If anyone thinks that their physical body can withstand this level of void turbulence, they will be able to do it. Just hide as much as you want. Okay, now the countdown begins. In 5 minutes, this young master will activate the Shinong Cauldron and throw all the battleships out. After that, walala, as soon as Yi Xian finished his last sentence, the ground at the bottom of the volcano in the central domain was immediately filled with the sound of cabin doors opening. More than 5 million battleships, fortresses, and fortresses of all kinds, without exception, all opened their cabin doors. What a joke, the time was only 5 minutes, no one wanted to be a second late, and finally be thrown into the void turbulence together with the battleships. Going to that kind of place, even if they could resist the collapse of the physical body, they would not be able to find the way back at that time. It was equivalent to being exiled forever, no one wanted to try. In addition, don't think that he was joking. The methods of young Master Ling Hu and young Master Netherworld had long been famous inside and outside the world, and the primordial little demon ape was even more ferocious. With the past achievements or criminal records of these 3 identities, who would dare to bet with him on the authenticity of those words just now? This guy was a devil incarnate. He had captured 8 old monsters of the domain lords alive. What else couldn't he do? With this thought, the powerhouses of the major clans of the 3 major planes in more than 5 million battleships rushed out of the battleships in a panic like stray dogs. In the blink of an eye, the space above the battleships in this area was densely packed with human heads. At a glance, at least, more than 100 million. After all, there were more than 5 million battleships of all kinds, and there were many powerhouses of various races in each battleship. Even if some of the positions were manned by intelligent robots, there were no less than 100 million starry sky powerhouses in all the battleships. The whole process was so fast that even Yi Xian was speechless. In about 3 minutes, more than 5 million battleships were completely empty. As for the intelligent robots, at this time, no one cared about them. With the power of the Shinong Cauldron, Xian scanned all the battleships. After confirming that no one was left in them, he immediately moved all the battleships out of the plains at the bottom of the volcano and moved to the slopes around the crater above. Although this was a big project, the Shinong Cauldron had been completely refined by Xian. With the power of the internal field of the cauldron, Xian could easily do it. At this point, there was not a single battleship left in the vast area. As far as the eye could see, it was densely packed with powerhouses of various races. Okay, all the battleships have been moved out. Look, this is great, the field of vision is much wider. The words bleeding one by one instantly exposed Xian's thoughts. In reality, he'd said that on purpose because he wanted these fellows to know that he'd come to extort them, so they shouldn't think about getting lucky. When one is under the eaves of another, the situation is stronger than one's. One has to accept one's fate. When they realized this, the hundreds of millions of experts in this area were instantly depressed to the extreme. However, no one dared to make a sound and could only grunt to themselves. Even those Star-Lord realm old geezers were the same. Only the 8 region lords were fuming with rage. All 8 of them had paid the entrance fee, and the situation was urgent at that time, so all of them were generous and didn't dare be stingy. But in the end, because the others didn't pay the entry fee, young Masterling who caught them in the act and openly detained the 8 of them. It just so happened that young Masterling who was in the right, so the 8 old geezers couldn't do anything about it even if they tried to argue for it. They were truly cowardly. In their depression, the 8 region lords had nowhere to vent their anger, so they vented it all on the others present. You bastards! Have all of you been blinded by lard? All 8 of us are dignified region lords, yet we've paid the entrance fee without exception, yet all of you dare to take advantage of us. Could it be that all of you think you're more formidable than us? How infuriating! Young Masterling who disregarded his own safety at such a critical moment and acted courageously for a just cause. All of you were stingy with the entrance fee. All of you have lost face for the various clans. How shameful! It's truly a disgrace. If this matter were to spread, this old man's illustrious reputation would be completely destroyed by your hands. Idiots! You actually committed such a huge mistake for the sake of some material possessions. How can we hold our heads high before young Masterling who like this? After a round of reprimanding, all the hundreds of millions of experts in this area had shrunk back from the scolding, and only then did the 8 old geezers vent their anger slightly. They grunted and huffed for a while, and then they probably felt that the show was about done, so they turned around and looked towards the plain at the bottom of the volcano. Come here. Because Xian did not appear, his voice was transmitted from above. The group of old men were unhappy, but there was nothing they could do. They could only raise their heads and put on smiling faces to mediate the situation. Young friend, as you can see, this is really just a misunderstanding. Everything will be fine after we talk about it. Yes or no, the situation at the time was too urgent, so I didn't have time to pay the cauldron fee. This is understandable. Make up for it. This has to be fixed. Leave this matter to us. Yes, yes, yes. They are all juniors from various clans. With little friend's talent, you are in existence of the same generation as us. How could you be so calculated with these insensible juniors? An insensible junior? Humph, what a joke. You old geezers, you want to fool this young master to feel comfortable, right? Before the 8 old geezers could speak, Xian's voice was directly transmitted, interrupting their words. He sneered, look around yourselves. There are nearly 200 powerful experts and Star-Lord old monsters, but this young master received less than 100 entrance fees. What does this mean? At least half of the powerful experts and Star-Lord old monsters have not paid the entrance fees. Are they all insensible juniors? This is simply insulting this young master's intelligence. Hearing this, the 8 old monsters of the domain lords did not utter a word. They all looked at each other with their mouths open, choking until their necks were thick. The 200 or so Star-Lord old monsters and powerful experts in the surroundings, some sighed silently, some blushed. Needless to say, those who blushed were all people who wanted to fish in troubled waters and had no intention of paying the entrance fees at all. Although they had successfully sneaked in, they were now caught in the act. Compared to the hundreds of millions of experts from various clans who had also paid the entrance fees, as powerful experts and Star-Lord old monsters, they were too conspicuous. Now that Xian mentioned them, it was no different from being pressed on the fire to be roasted. Many of the powerful experts and Star-Lord old monsters were embarrassed and nervous to the point that cold sweat appeared on their foreheads. There was no other way. The 8 old monsters of the domain lords were fiercely glaring at them, gnashing their teeth. They clearly wanted to catch one of them as a scapegoat and report to young Master Ling Hu. Thinking of this possibility, the nearly 100 powerful experts and Star-Lord old monsters who had not paid the entrance fee suddenly felt a chill run down their backs. Several of them even trembled. "Are you done acting?" Yi Xian sneered as he looked at Jiao Kong and the other 8 domain lords shaking their heads and sighing in pain. His voice sounded once again, "Since the few of you are willing to take charge and call the rest of the people, including the supreme expert of the universe and the old monster of the Star-Lord, as ignorant juniors, then this young master will do. How about this? This young master will forget about the matter of you tricking this young master. However, now that this young master has brought all of you out of the root of all evil star field, the problem of the entrance fees should be compensated, right? Oh, right, this young master feels that it is necessary to explain to all of you what happened after we left the root of all evil star field." Regarding all of this, Yi Xian had deliberately walked out of the black hole of life before entering the Shenong cauldron and received the nearby star network to understand it. In addition to his own understanding of the root of all evil star field, at this moment, he was naturally clear and logical. Now what can be confirmed is that the giant star cauldron in the depths of the core of the root of all evil star field is called the Netherworld Furnace. It is a giant star refining system. And the giant green eye that appeared in the core of the star field later is related to some kind of heavenly Dao law, suspected to be the heavenly Dao green eye. That is the heavenly Dao green eye, which represents the power of the heavenly Dao. There is no need for this young master to explain how terrifying it is. I will tell you what happened to those warships and star lords who did not escape, and you will know. In the entire root of all evil star field, except for a small number of warships and star lords who were originally very close to the outer area who escaped, all the other warships and star lords, including millions of indigenous ferocious beasts, were sucked into the netherworld furnace and crushed into meat paste by a huge millstone. They were mixed together. Among them, there were even 2 Sector Lord Realm indigenous ferocious beasts that appeared at the last moment. One was the Wind Demon Tiger, the other was the Immemorial Thunder Centipede. What? 2 World Lord Realm monsters actually appeared in the depths of the core area? A Wind Demon Tiger and a Primeval Lightning Centipede. My god! They're extremely rare ancient ferocious beasts just like the Primeval Porcupine and Primeval Turtle. They possess strange might and are extremely difficult to deal with. I never expected that they wouldn't even be able to withstand a single move from that enormous green eye. Exactly what level of existence is it? It's simply unimaginable. How terrifying. I've never heard of such a formidable existence that even world lords were instantly killed by it. Moreover, it was 1 against 2. Void refinement formation? Who set all of this up? Right, it must be the Heaven Dao's green eye. The truth is too shocking. At least 10 million battleships and countless experts from the various top-rate powers and races of the 3 dimensions have fallen, and they've all been thrown into the netherworld furnace. They've all been crushed into mush. What exactly are they trying to refine? The source of all evil? It really is evil. If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have gotten involved in this no matter what. I almost died there. Yi Xian's words had clearly terrified the hundreds of millions of experts in this area, and this included the 100+ experts of the universe and the dozens of Star-Lord realm monsters. At this moment, all of their expressions had changed, and they cried out with astonishment. Even the 8 region lords led by Jiao Kong had slightly ashen expressions at this moment. They had already guessed that there would definitely be a Sector Lord level savage beast in the depths of the core of the root of all evil. However, they originally thought that there was only one. After all, Sector Lords were not like Domain Lords. Such a level of existence could be found in any race of the 3 universes. they were extremely rare. But now, when they heard Yi Xian's words, they found out that there were actually two supreme ferocious beasts at the World Lord realm in the core area. Moreover, this was only a guarantee. After all, this Linghu young master had been roaming the starry sky with the identity of a primeval devil ape, and his status was like the crown prince of the ferocious beasts. Even the primeval porcupine and primeval turtle who were ferocious beasts at the region Lord realm had to be careful before him. To achieve this, young Master Linghu had to have the support of a sector Lord Old Monster. Otherwise, it would be impossible. Although it was confirmed that his identity was fake, and it should be just a bloodline ability, there was no way to fake the identity of the sector Lord behind him. With his means, even the hundreds of millions of experts and over 5 million battleships and fortresses were brought out of the root of all evil star field. How could the sector Lord Old Monster behind him be left in the root of all evil star field? Furthermore, when Jiao Kong and the others paid the entrance fee and charged into the Farmer God Cauldron, they clearly saw a large number of native ferocious beasts entering the cauldron. The primordial porcupine and primordial hairy tortoise, these two domain lord level beasts, had entered long before them. But now, only the experts of the various powers and races could be seen in this unknown underground space, and not a single native ferocious beast could be seen. If there were no accidents, all the native ferocious beasts should be leisurely waiting on the ground within the cauldron, including the primordial porcupine and the primordial hairy tortoise, the two domain lords of the native ferocious beasts. It was even to the extent that, the sector Lord Old Monster behind young Master Linghu was most likely up there as well. When they thought of this possibility, Jiao Kong and the others instantly felt the hairs on their backs stand on end. After all, there was still a formidable army of native ferocious beasts eyeing them covetously on the ground within the cauldron. The confirmed high-end forces included at least 2 domain lord level beasts and a sector lord level beasts. How were they supposed to deal with this, even though there were many experts gathered here? So long as Linghu young master sent out these 3 high-end forces, then they would be easily suppressed. No wonder this brat dared to come here alone and bleed hundreds of millions of experts one by one. He was completely fearless. In an instant, a strong sense of life and death crisis rose in the hearts of Jiao Kong and the other 8 domain lord level beasts. They originally thought that they would be safe after escaping from the source of all evil. Even if they were trapped in the Farmer God Cauldron, they would at most be trapped. With young Master Linghu young master's strength, other than using the power of the cauldron to trap them, could he have the ability to kill domain lord level beasts? But now, it seemed that the situation was completely different. No wonder he dared to say something about letting them bleed one by one. There was even a supreme sector lord level ferocious beast glaring at them like a tiger watching its prey. If it was truly angered, then even if they were the 8 domain lords, all their precious blood would be drained clean. In short, this guy was a devil incarnate, and couldn't be provoked. It was better to quickly feed him and make him feel that there was no value in keeping them here. At that time, he would naturally let them go. Although the price wasn't small, and the other party probably wouldn't let them go easily if they didn't throw away all their cultivation resources and treasures, but no matter how precious these things were, how could they compare to their own lives? Fortunately, the most important life treasure of universe realm experts and above couldn't be separated from themselves. Otherwise, once they self-destructed in despair, their life treasure would also collapse, and it would be impossible to snatch it by force. Therefore, even if they threw away all their cultivation resources and treasures, they could definitely keep their most important life treasure. This was the bottom line of Jiao Kong and the other 8 domain lord level beasts. As long as they could take their life treasure and leave this damned Farmer God Cauldron, they didn't care about anything else. Where there was life, there was hope. All of this seemed to take a long time, but in fact, in just a few breaths of time, it flashed through the minds of these old fellows. The 8 region lords glanced at each other and exchanged glances. In next to no time, they'd come to an agreement, and then their expressions sank as they roared at the hundreds of millions of experts from the various clans that were still slightly dumbstruck. What are you still standing there for? Don't you understand human language? Young Master Linghu has given you a new lease on life, don't you plan to show some gratitude? A group of ingrates. How dangerous is the core of the source of all evil? Even 2 domain lord level beasts have fallen, and you can still live and breathe here. It's all because of young Master Linghu's kindness. This is a life-saving grace. No matter how you repay it, it's not enough. You bunch of cowards are still playing dumb? Fine, this old man will personally teach you how to be a human today. Everyone, immediately take out all your cultivation resources and treasures. Other than your life treasure, who dares to keep one more? This old man will find out in a while. What, apart from the natal magic treasure, all the other cultivation resources and magic treasures? Take them all out. Hearing this, the hundreds of millions of powerhouses from various clans all burst into an uproar. The entrance fee should be paid. After all, they were now under the roof. If they didn't think about it, they probably wouldn't be able to leave safely. Young Master Linghu and young Master Yuming were shameless. Now that they had fallen into his hands, it was obviously impossible for them not to bleed a little bit. Including his other identity, the primordial little demon ape, that was also cruel by nature. If they didn't pay the entrance fee, it was estimated that he would do anything in anger. It was very likely that he would directly roast and eat people in front of everyone, but even so, it was not necessary to hand over all the cultivation resources and treasures except for the natal magic treasure, right? Was this a payment for the cauldron entry fee or a robbery? Perhaps, even a robbery wouldn't be able to scavenge so cleanly. What's more, there were a lot of powerhouses from various clans in the Shinnon cauldron now, more than 100 million of them. Wasn't there a saying that the law couldn't punish the majority, no matter how cruel young Master Linghu was? Could it be that he was going to rob more than 100 million people by himself? Was he tired of living? Fine, that was not the case. It was not like he had not made enemies of all the top forces in the three major dimensions before, and it was not the first time he had made enemies of all the top forces in the three major dimensions. It was not like he had not done it before, and it was more than once. However, if they really handed over all the cultivation resources and treasures that they had with them, they were really unwilling. As these thoughts flashed in their minds, the 100 million powerhouses in the surroundings were all hesitant. Although their hands were also moving, they were all slow, looking around to observe the reaction of others. They all wanted to follow the crowd and drag it out as long as they could. It was best if they could brush it off perfunctorily. A group of reckless people. At this time, you are still courting death. Seeing that these guys were all deliberately dawdling, old monster Jiao Kong of the 8 old monsters was so angry that he laughed. Then, he waved his hand and threw a space treasure box to an open space in front of him. Except for the weapons, armors, and personal battleship that were refined into my natal magic treasure, all the other resources that I have with me are here. The source and treasures are all here. It's fine if you don't want to take them out. 3 minutes later, the 8 of us will conduct a thorough investigation. Apart from these 3 basic treasures, if anyone dares to leave behind any other resources or treasures, this old man will not go back on his word and will kill him on the spot. He was indeed furious. If it weren't for the fact that this group of people didn't pay the entry fee and followed them in, why would young Master Linghu hold on to this matter and use it to make things difficult for the 8 of them? No matter how ferocious and greedy he was, the most he could do was to find an excuse to extort some more resources and treasures. Why would he have to hand over all the other resources and treasures except for the 3 basic treasures that he had with him? However, as domain masters, they had already decided to bite the bullet and swallow the blood into their stomachs. This group of reckless fellows actually didn't understand the situation and were deliberately dragging things out. One had to know that young Master Linghu's temperament was extremely temperamental and unpredictable. If he were to change his mind in a fit of anger and allow that sector lord old monster above to make a move, then everything would be over. Not only would all the treasures belong to others in the end, but they would also have to give up their lives. If such an outcome were to happen, how could they endure it? Bang! Just as old man Jiao Kong retracted his hand, another bang sounded out from the empty space in front of him. The domain master from the giant ferocious race also threw out a small spatial box, his face terrifyingly gloomy. Staring at the more than 100 million experts of various races, his eyes flashed with murderous intent. Although he didn't say anything, his attitude was enough to explain the problem. It was obvious that his intentions were the same as old man Jiao Kong's. As a domain master, he had already taken the lead and handed over all the resources and treasures he had on him. At that time, if there were still ants trying to get away with it, even slapping them to death would be a light punishment. Bang! Bang bang! Following this domain master from the giant ferocious race, the other 6 domain masters all used their actions to show their attitude, each throwing out a small spatial box. Although they didn't say anything, their expressions were more ferocious than the last. After throwing out the small spatial boxes in their hands, they began to look around. Old man Jiao Kong reminded them at this moment, "The time starts now. In 3 minutes, the 8 of us will attack together." Plop. Looking at the 8 spatial boxes in the empty space in front of him, a star master not far away finally realized what was going on. To be able to make Jiao Kong and the other domain masters take out all their treasures in such a panic, other than the threat of a domain master, what else could it be? Thinking back to how young Master Ling Hu acted like a tyrant in front of the indigenous beasts, how could he not have a domain master behind him? He even brought out irrelevant people like them. So how could the domain master behind him not enter the Shen cauldron and bring them out of the source of all evil star field? At this moment, he finally understood why these old monsters were acting so strangely. After all this time, there was actually a domain master eyeing the Shen cauldron covetously above him. Jiao Kong and the other domain masters took the initiative to hand over all their treasures in order to leave this place alive. Luckily, they didn't understand and were purposely wasting time here. Perhaps, they had already angered the domain master level beast above them. It was exactly because he thought of that the Star Lord's legs suddenly gave out, and he accidentally fell on the ground. It was purely out of fear. Without waiting for him to get up, a small spatial box was thrown out in a panic and landed on the empty space in front of him. Immediately after, a series of banging sounds rang out. The dozens of star masters and the hundreds of universe masters all came back to their senses one after another. Naturally, they were all trembling from fear. While throwing the spatial boxes in front of them, they couldn't wait to slap themselves a few times. In the blink of an eye, more than 200 small space boxes appeared in the open space in front of him, piled up like a small hill. Without a doubt, every small space box must be filled with jaw-dropping cultivation resources and various treasures. After all, these were all taken out from the hands of universe masters, star masters, and domain masters. They contained all their belongings. Even the universe grand cultivators, star lords, and domain lords had all thrown out the small space boxes that contained the resources and treasures. The more than 100 million experts from the various races in the 3 dimensions didn't dare to waste any more time and started to take action one after another. Among these fellows, some of them finally realized that something was wrong and seemed to have understood something. That was why they acted like this. But there were also some people that still had expressions of unwillingness and heartache on their faces. However, they didn't dare dawdle when facing the pressure of the 8 region lords, and for the sake of their lives, they gritted their teeth and tossed out spatial boxes as well. There were more than 100 million universe masters from various races and forces, with varying levels of cultivation, from the 3 universes, but at this moment, under the deterrence of the 8 old monsters of the domain lords, without exception, all of them threw out a small space box. It could not be ruled out that there were some fellows who wanted to fish in troubled waters, and that the small space boxes did not contain all the resources and treasures. But Xian obviously did not care about this. He did not care at all. Even if he had a secret stash, how much could he hide? How much would he dare to hide? In the blink of an eye, a large mountain was piled up in the open space in front of the 8 domain lords. This was not a small hill, but a real mountain. It was a mountain made up of different materials and shapes, but basically all of them were the size of a palm. No, this was clearly a mountain of treasures. Every small space box contained a huge amount of cultivation resources and treasures. If all of them were taken out and poured on the ground, these cultivation resources and treasures could probably pile up into a huge mountain range. As far as Xian was concerned, this was definitely the largest amount of cultivation resources and treasures he'd obtained since entering the starry sky. Even the huge amount of essence crystals he had obtained from the mysterious corpse pool in the ancient cage space connected to the forbidden valley of the inner city of the Demon Emperor was not as large as the amount of resources he had obtained this time. Of course, when Xian obtained 108 pupil golden crystals, each of them contained a bloodline inheritance that originated from the primordial sovereign. Their value was extremely high, and their significance was extremely great. It might not be impossible for them to compare to the small spatial box mountain that he had just obtained. One could only say that these 2 things, one was a basic cultivation resource, the other was a high-end strategic reserve. Their value was similar, but their significance to Xian was completely different. With the massive amount of resources they had obtained today, the development of Triumph City would definitely enter a rapid stage of development. It was believed that in the near future, when Triumph City once again appeared out of nowhere, it would definitely shock all the races and forces of the three universes, attracting the attention of the entire world. Walala, with a thought, Yi Xian activated the power of the Shenong Cauldron and moved the entire mountain of small space boxes into the undying world in his body. At the same time, his voice rang out again at this moment. Alright, everyone, this young master still believes in your sincerity, so, let's end this matter here. Everyone, prepare yourselves, when we find a suitable opportunity later, this young master will immediately send you in batches. Release all of you, I won't go back on my word. That's not right, little friend. Didn't we already pay the entry fee? And you just said that this matter will end here. Hearing Yi Xian's words, the expressions of the Supreme Experts, Star Lord Old Monsters, and Domain Lord Old Monsters all changed. Old Demon Jiao Kong panicked and asked, since this matter is already over, little friend, you should release all of us immediately. Why are you still waiting? Also, find the right time to release them in batches. What's going on? Old Demon Jiao Kong's words represented the thoughts of the other experts. Right now, all of their cultivation resources and treasures had been taken away, including the Supreme Experts, Star Lord Old Monsters, and Domain Lord Old Monsters. This time it could be said that they had once again experienced young Master Ling Hu's methods of exploitation. All of them had one thought, and that was to immediately leave this damned place. Otherwise, if they continued to stay here, it was very likely that their skin would be ripped off one day. Because of this, when old Demon Jiao Kong spoke, all of the experts raised their heads and looked up. Young Master Ling Hu's voice had come from above. They had already tried before, but they couldn't use brute force to rush out. Right now, they could only look up helplessly. They could only look up. The cauldron entry fee has indeed been paid, and this matter is over. Everyone, don't worry, this young master has always been a man of his word. I said that I would release all of you, so I definitely won't go back on my words. Very quickly, Yi Xian's light voice sounded out. Halfway through his words, the experts of the various races who were imprisoned below finally relaxed. He immediately changed the topic and said, however, although the cauldron entry fee has been paid, this young master's Shenong Cauldron is a private treasure. If you can't come and go as you please, you can leave if you want to, but you have to pay the cauldron entry fee first. Pooh. Pooh, pu. Just as he finished speaking, a large number of muffled sounds rang out from the plains at the bottom of the volcano. It was so densely packed that it was as if it was raining. More than half of the 100 million people were cursing this old monster. Such a scene was truly spectacular, and it was probably unprecedented. It was really too infuriating. They had just received the cauldron entry fee and were still waiting for him to release them. Who would have thought that he would turn around and come up with a cauldron exit fee? What he said made sense. This Shenong Cauldron was originally his private treasure, and it was not an ordinary item. Naturally, it was not something that one could come and go as they pleased. Since there was a cauldron entry fee, why couldn't there be a cauldron exit fee? Thinking of this, the faces of the Universe Realm experts, Star Lord Old Monsters, and Domain Lord Old Monsters, without exception, all turned green. They had seen shameless people, but they had never heard of such a shameless person since the beginning of the world. However, after such a commotion, Jiao Kong and the other Domain Lord Old Monsters were even more certain of their previous guess. If this brat did not have a Sector Lord level supreme ferocious beast guarding the Shenong Cauldron, how could he dare to do such an outrageous thing to the hundreds of millions of experts in the starry sky, including the 8 Domain Lord Old Monsters? Thinking of this, the 8 Domain Lord Old Monsters, who had been so angry that their chests were heaving up and down like a mountain, immediately became speechless. Ling Hu, little friend, about the cauldron exit fee. Should we discuss it? Since the other party had already mentioned the cauldron exit fee, considering the current situation, Jiao Kong really did not dare to argue on this matter. That would only be asking for a rebuff or even courting death. Suppressing the anger in his heart, he tried to negotiate with Yi Xian in an almost flattering tone. Little friend, you saw it just now. Including this old man, all of them have taken out all of their cultivation resources and treasures. Only the 3 great treasures of the starry sky are left. These have basically all been refined into life magic treasures. There is no way to split them. Besides, just these three great treasures of the starry sky are probably not enough to pay little friend's exit fee. So what this old man means is, how about we discuss this matter? We'll owe it to you first. When this old man and the others return to our respective clans, we'll immediately make up for it. We won't go back on our word. It's not that I don't trust you, but the key is that you have a criminal record. Yi Xian sighed, his tone filled with helplessness. Let's not talk about it too far away. Just the entrance fee from before, how many people sneaked in without paying? Let's not talk about the low-level experts below. Juniors, let's not talk about them. In this large nest of yours, there are nearly 200 supreme experts and Star Lord old monsters. This young master has only received less than 100 of the entrance fees to cultivate. Even the supreme experts of the universe and above are like this, so one can imagine how trustworthy the juniors below are. This matter is not negotiable. This young master will contact your respective clans and ask them to bring the exit fee over to redeem. No, to pick you up. With a single redeem, Yi Xian's thoughts were completely exposed. Jiao Kong was in complete despair. Not only him, but the other 7 old monsters of the domain lords also had the same expression on their faces. They were filled with anger and grievance. As for the other Star Lord old monsters, the supreme experts of the universe, and the hundreds of millions of experts of the various clans, there was no need to mention them. They were all so angry that many of them had already raised their hands to cover their chests, afraid that they would accidentally spit out another mouthful of blood. How F*** King infuriating, what do you mean by having a criminal record? What do you mean by a large nest? This brat's mouth must have been smeared with poison. Every word that came out of his mouth was like a knife. It was too hurtful. For a time, this corner of the plains at the bottom of the central region volcano fell into a deathly silence. An aura of grief and despair quickly spread out, but it was incomparably deathly silence. No one made a sound. The hundreds of millions of experts from the various clans and races of the 3 major planes were intimidated by the presence of more than 200 universe realm experts, star lords, and domain lords. Since they did not say anything, they did not have the right to say anything. Otherwise, if anyone were to stick their head out at this juncture, they would immediately be treated as the bird that stuck its head out, and would be smashed into minced meat on the spot. As for the 200 universe lords, star lords, and domain lords, they were all in awe of the Shen-known cauldron above them. There was also a terrifying sector lord overseeing it. At this time, maybe they were waiting for a fearless hothead to jump out and make a ruckus. It was a good opportunity to kill him on the spot. Kill one to warn the chickens, kill one to warn the chickens, kill one to warn the 100, everyone had their own thoughts. On the plains at the bottom of the central region volcano, the hundreds of millions of experts of the various clans looked at each other. They were all dumbfounded. Their minds were muddled, and they had no idea what to do. Yi Xian didn't pay attention to these people. After speaking, he retracted his consciousness from the plains at the bottom of the central region volcano. Whether it was the battleship or the cultivation resources and treasures these people brought with them, they had all been used up. They couldn't use brute force to force their way out of the cage, so there was no need to pay attention to them. The first thing he did was to count his gains. Needless to say, there were quite a few good things. In terms of cultivation resources, there were some special minerals, heaven and earth treasures, as well as all kinds of special crystals. Many of them were things that even Yi Xian didn't have. There were quite a few star treasures. After all, these natural minerals and crystals had a higher probability of giving birth to star treasures than anything else. Man-made treasures were much more valuable. Yi Xian divided these cultivation resources into 2 portions. One portion was a top-grade item that he kept in the undying world within his body with a storage magic treasure. This was something he had prepared for himself, and he might be able to use it in the future. The other portion was prepared for Triumph City. It accounted for more than 95% of all the cultivation resources. There were also some good things, but Yi Xian didn't care about them now. Besides, Triumph City also had its own people with powerful cultivation bases, so they also needed these things. As for magic treasures, although there were also starry sky treasures and desolation treasures, there were not many of them, and they were all ordinary goods. None of them could compare to the Tower of Desolation Inheritance, the Farmer God Cauldron, and the Thunder Emperor seal. Otherwise, no matter who the original owner was, he would not have handed it over so easily even if he risked his life. They were out. These various treasures were also divided into 2 portions by Xian. Most of them were prepared to be given to Triumph City. They were his only subordinates. They were much more important than his ally, the demon race. How could he not invest a lot of resources in their development? Of all the treasures, Xian only kept a dozen or so star treasures and desolate treasures of normal quality. As for the rest, they didn't catch his eye. Naturally, he packed them all up and left them for Triumph City. However, the treasures of the Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru still needed to be refined. Xian specially selected some of the best treasures from this batch of treasures and decided to immediately start refining them. In addition, Xian also prepared treasures and cultivation resources for Ji Jinghong, Jiaori Tian, and the other 22 geniuses of the second universe. They were stored in 22 small space boxes. In this batch of resources, Xian selected all the things that weren't very iconic and didn't look very eye-catching. Whether it was cultivation resources or various treasures, they were all like this. Otherwise, once they were taken out and used, it would be bad if their relationship with Xian was exposed. These 22 small space boxes, after Xian prepared them, he immediately controlled the power of the farmer god Cauldron's internal field and directly sent them into the cage on the mountain wall where they were imprisoned. Ding! Congratulations host, physical body blood chi realm has increased. Current realm, 2nd level Genesis. Ding! Congratulations host, physical body blood chi realm has increased. Current realm, 3rd level Genesis. As Xian opened his eyes, the familiar system notification sounded in his head. He finally broke through again, and this time, it was still the 2 breakthroughs he was looking forward to. Originally, after his physical body blood chi realm reached the 13th major realm, it was very difficult to achieve 2 breakthroughs like this. The further one went on the path of cultivation, the harder it was to break through a minor realm. But this time, before Xian went into seclusion to break through the bottleneck of his physical body blood chi realm, he used a heaven and earth treasure he had never used before. This was obtained from the cauldron entry fee paid by Jiao Kong. The universe was vast and boundless, and there were all kinds of heavenly materials and earthly treasures and mineral deposits with special effects, many of which had unique body tempering effects. When a Starry Sky Master used this kind of thing for the first time, it often had an extremely significant effect. This time, Xian had used a type of innate milk that he had never used before. In addition to the consolidation effect of a drop of all evil origin liquid, it directly allowed his body's chi and blood realm to break through 2 small levels. This was within his expectations. And now, after his physical body blood chi realm reached the 13th major realm, the 3rd level Genesis, Xian's need for the level 14 fluid became even more urgent. When he reached the 9th level Genesis realm, if he didn't have the supply of level 14 fluid, then his physical body blood chi realm would fall into an awkward situation where he couldn't advance any further. There were only 6 minor realms between the 3rd level Genesis realm and the 9th level Genesis realm. Even if it was only 1 minor realm each time, he only needed to go into seclusion 6 times. This made Xian feel an extremely pressing pressure. He planned to immediately start making the level 14 and level 15 fluid after the origin of all evil star field incident. As for the subsequent level 16 liquids, once they were consumed and their bodies were successfully tempered, they would be promoted to Star Lord in one fell swoop. According to Xian's estimations, this level 16 liquid would probably no longer be able to be configured in such an ordinary manner like the level 1 to 15 liquid from before. Get it? If nothing unexpected happened, from level 16 onwards, they would most likely need to use the Shenong cauldron to refine it like they were refining great medicines of heaven and earth. The farmer god cauldron was originally used to refine this kind of great medicine. However, Xian hadn't come into contact with it much since he entered the starry skies. Therefore, even if the level 14 and level 15 liquids were successfully concocted, Xian would still be under a lot of pressure. After all, the subsequent level 16 liquid had suddenly changed from a conventional medicine preparation to a heavy cauldron refinement. On the surface, this seemed to be just a change in extraction method, but the various aspects involved were actually very complicated. If he wanted to learn it in a short period of time, Xian would definitely need to put in a lot of effort. However, that would be after the level 14 and level 15 fluids were successfully concocted. Fortunately, Xian had already collected all the heavenly materials and earthly treasures needed for these two types of gene cultivation fluids. When the time came, he would add a drop of all evil origin fluid and basically have no chance of failure. Thinking of this, his heart calmed down a little. He shook his head and laughed bitterly. He temporarily put this matter to the back of his mind. With a wave of his hand, he removed the restrictions of the seclusion cave abode. He immediately sent a voice transmission, asking the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Chanru to quickly bring their respective armors over. After several refinements, the three girls' armors were now all rare Starry Sky epic level armors. Not only had their appearance become incomparably dazzling, but their defensive abilities had also increased by too much. They were even like Xian's indestructible glass armor, possessing all kinds of additional attributes. Sex. Even attack abilities. A defensive armor that could also attack at the same time, this was definitely a terrifying attribute that made people speechless. The three girls could be said to be fond of their current armor. After Xian completed the last refinement and temporarily handed over the armor, they ran away in joy. They took out the armor and sparred with each other to feel the power of the armor. At this moment, when they heard Xian's call, they immediately realized something. They cheered in unison, and like three rabbits, they immediately rushed over with a whoosh. What's wrong? Are you done with the other things at hand? Are you going to help us continue to refine the armor? Then what are we waiting for? Sisters, take off your clothes. Ayaya, damned girl, what are you saying? You really don't have a filter on your mouth. Whatever words come out of your mouth is not proper at all. At this moment, the three sets of armor were still on the three girls' bodies. If they wanted to continue refining, they would naturally need to take them off. However, these were armor treasures, not ordinary clothes. With a thought, they could be taken off. Duanmu Xiaocha, this crazy girl, just had to shout about taking off her clothes. Immediately, the two girls, Purplish Warbler and Zhao Chanru, screamed and chased after Duanmu Xiaocha with blushing faces. It was quite a scene. I say, three big sisters, are you still refining your armor? Xian was really speechless. He rubbed his nose and rolled his eyes. This young master still has a lot of things to do. If you don't want to refine them, I'll go out first. Refine them? Who said you're not refining? Sister Ziying, he's urging us to take off our clothes. Aya, damned girl, you're still talking. The three girls chased after each other again. Sigh. Xian faintly sighed and raised his hand to touch his forehead. He was completely helpless against these three girls. Fortunately, although the three girls were making a ruckus, they weren't completely unrestrained. After messing around for a while, the three treasured armors that overflowed with light quickly flew towards Xian's cave abode. Xian had just caught it when Duanmu Xiaocha's teasing voice came from outside. These are the armors we just took off from our bodies. They still have our body temperature and body fragrance. If you're not in a hurry to refine them, you can play with them for a while. I'll keep a lookout for you. I won't let Sister Ziying and the others see. Aya, damned girl, you're becoming more and more improper. Little girl, don't you know shame? Ziying, we can't let her go this time. Her butt has to be smacked until it's swollen. She's too arrogant, saying such shameful words in front of us. Aya, help, someone is angry from embarrassment. Outside the cave dwelling, the sounds of the three girls laughing and playing could be heard. From time to time, there would be a scream. In addition, they were carrying three armors that still had their body temperature and fragrance. All of this made Xian's heart shake and he faintly became absent-minded. The so-called return referred to returning to the Demon Emperor star, not the third universe where the human race was. Xian had not finished his business in the first universe. At the very least, he would definitely go back to the source of all evil star field to investigate the situation, including the whereabouts of the Tianji clan. After a while. Before these matters were resolved, Xian did not intend to return to the third universe. If he really went back, he was afraid that he would miss it, which was really uneasy. At most, he would return to the Death Star Field's Triumph City during this period and send back the tens of millions of warships, a huge amount of resources, and treasures he had prepared. This matter actually did not take too much time. He could directly activate the planar-level interstellar coordinate jump ability and directly reach the Death Star vortex, which was not far from Triumph City. At that time, after sending the materials to Triumph City, Xian could activate the planar-level interstellar coordinate jump ability and return to the Demon Emperor star field again. But this matter could not be rushed at the moment. There were still hundreds of millions of starry sky powerhouses in the Farmer God Cauldron in his hand, waiting for freedom to descend, among which there were even 8 old monsters of the Domain Lords. Although Xian was confident in the power of the Farmer God Cauldron's internal field, he was still afraid of the unexpected. The 8 old monsters of the Domain Lords were not a joke. He did not dare to let them stay in the Farmer God Cauldron for too long. If something really went wrong, it would be troublesome. Therefore, after spending nearly a day to complete the 3 refinements of the armor of the 3 girls, making them reach the quasi-starry sky supreme treasure level, Xian immediately ended this seclusion. He waved his hand to remove the restriction of the seclusion cave and stepped out. Xian's indestructible glass armor was only a quasi-starry sky supreme treasure level now. It could be said that Xian had definitely spent a lot of effort to refine the armor of the 3 girls of the Purplish Warbler. Now, all of them had reached the quasi-starry sky supreme treasure level, which was not easy. However, although the 4 armors were all quasi-starry sky supreme treasure level, this only meant that the 3 armors were of the same grade. As for the power and various additional attributes, they were completely different. Even the 3 armors of the 3 girls were completely different from each other in these aspects. After all, the treasured armors were already different before they were melted, and the special minerals, crystals, and magical equipment of the same type that were added to them were also different. But overall, in terms of power, Xian's indestructible glass armor was the most powerful of the 4 quasi-starry sky treasures. On the one hand, this was a set of male armor, so it had an innate advantage over female cultivators. On the other hand, Xian's indestructible glazed armor contained all kinds of special crystals, minerals, and similar treasures. These were all things that could only be found by chance. When the 3 girls fused with their armors, the treasures they added were also extraordinary, but they still couldn't compare to this. Other things aside, just the piece of indestructible void metal that was mixed into the indestructible glass armor was already a starry sky treasure. Xian had never seen a second piece of it. However, the 3 girls loved their respective treasured armors so much that they couldn't put them down. After receiving them, they practically jumped up and praised Xian for a while. "Wow, that's great. When I got it yesterday, it was only a starry sky epic grade armor. Now it's a quasi-starry sky supreme treasure. It's unbelievable. Boy, you have a conscience. You finally did something considerate for us 3 sisters. We didn't follow you in vain." "Oh, damn girl, you're flattering him again." "Who followed him?" Duanmu Xiaocha said shameful words as soon as she opened her mouth. The Purplish Warbler and Zhao Qianru immediately blushed. After activating their treasured armors, they chased after her, clamoring to suppress the witch. Seeing this situation, Xian was speechless again and rolled his eyes. There was no doubt that the 3 girls had just received the completed armor. They probably wouldn't be able to stop for a while and would be busy for a while. However, he didn't have the time to accompany them. He was anxious to return to the Demon Emperor planet. Shaking his head and bitterly smiling, Xian greeted the 3 girls from afar, telling them to prepare themselves. When the various powers came to redeem them, the 3 of them would also be on the list. Then, he walked away from the Shinnon Cauldron. Outside the life black hole, the surroundings were still silent. Xian waved his hand and stored the Farmer God Cauldron into his body. Without stopping, he immediately activated the whole void shuttle, rushed out of the life black hole, and rushed towards the Demon Emperor planet. Now, among his 3 starry sky treasures, the withered demon blood blade had been upgraded to starry sky supreme treasure grade, but the battle armor indestructible glass armor and the warship whole void shuttle were still quasi-starry sky supreme treasures. With the improvement of Xian's cultivation, the quasi-starry sky supreme treasures obviously had some restraints on him. Fortunately, he had obtained a lot of good things this time. Jiao Kong and the others were worthy of being the old monsters of the major races. Yi Xian had obtained more than a dozen Starry Sky Supreme treasures and crystals, 2 of which were used to fuse with the indestructible glass armor and the whole void shuttle. However, this matter would definitely take a lot of time. After all, man-made Starry Sky Supreme treasures were not so easy to succeed. There were still several urgent matters at hand. Yi Xian simply couldn't spare much time, so he decided to finish fusing with the indestructible glass armor and the whole void shuttle after this busy period. As soon as he left the life black hole, Yi Xian encountered several fleets in the outer space. They were all remnants of the various races of the second universe that had retreated from the root of all evil star field. When Yi Xian left the root of all evil star field, he had used the interstellar coordinate jump ability to leave directly. It could be said that he had returned to the life black hole immediately. When he arrived at the life black hole, some of the fleets of various races that had retreated from the root of all evil star field were still in the outer area. Therefore, even though he had spent so much time in the life black hole, these fleets of various races were still in the void of the first universe, hurrying back to their respective races. The slave races of the first universe were fine, but the fleets of various races of the Federation of the second universe, as well as the human races forces of the third universe, had to pass through the demon star field. They had to reach the 2 wormholes at the front of the demon star field before they could use the wormholes to return to the third universe. The first universe and the second universe. Therefore, Yi Xian happened to encounter these remnants of various races on his way to the Demon Emperor planet. However, the whole void shuttle had activated its concealment array at the moment, so Yi Xian didn't expose himself. He didn't plan to pay attention to these people, so he directly drove the whole void shuttle with all his strength. One day later, he finally arrived at the Demon Emperor planet. After finding a secluded void and putting away the whole void shuttle, Yi Xian immediately changed his appearance to that of the Demon Emperor's younger brother, Mo Jiufeng. Then, using his physical body, he crossed the void and quickly rushed to the Demon Emperor planet. When Yi Xian left the Demon Emperor planet, there were only 8 battle towers. Of course, only one of them could be activated, and the other 7 were all just shells. It was scary to pull on a tiger's skin. Now, on the outer defense line of the Demon Emperor planet, there were 10 battlements across the void, completely cutting off the main route of the first universe leading to the front of the Demon Emperor planet area. Obviously, since he left the Demon Emperor planet, the robberies had not stopped until now. Moreover, originally, there were only 7 fake battle towers with only a shell, but now, there were 9 of them. It was obvious that the demon cultivator had worked overtime to build 2 more in the past few days. This was truly speechless. Yi Xian was stunned for a moment before he shook his head and bitterly smiled. After a short while, 2 fleets arrived from the remnants of the various clans that were left behind by Yi Xian. When they saw the 10 void battles in front of them, they were so scared that they trembled and almost didn't turn around and flee. Fortunately, the Demon Emperor race relied on the mountains to make a living. The fact that they blocked the road and collected tolls had long been known in the 3 plains. Moreover, their professional ethics were quite good. Any fleet of any race or force, whether coming or going, could pass safely as long as they paid 1% of the tolls. Therefore, after the commanders of the 2 fleets came to their senses, they gritted their teeth and paid the tolls. Soon, they passed safely. At this time, Yi Xian also rushed to the Demon Emperor planet with a bitter smile. He could see that the Demon Emperor race was addicted to robberies. He estimated that in the future, the toll gates of the Demon Emperor planet area would be set up regularly. The experts of the starry sky who came and went would have to bleed a little to pass. Not to mention other things, just the 10 battlements alone were enough to deter everything. Even star lords could be killed in a second. Even domain lords would be frightened. There was no way to ignore them. Shocked by the return of Yi Xian, the higher-ups of the Demon Emperor royal family all rushed to meet him in the royal palace in the inner city of the Demon Emperor. You are addicted to robberies. You must have gained a lot during this time, right? For the Demon Emperor race, Yi Xian's status was completely different from before. This time, when they came to the royal palace in the inner city of the Demon Emperor, Yi Xian was invited to sit at the head of the table. Even Grand Elder Mo and the 2 peak 9th Order Star Lords who were not very fond of Yi Xian before smiled at him. Yi Xian smiled. With a grin, Yi Xian changed the topic and directly asked, don't forget, this time, even the domain lords have been dispatched by the various clans. Now that such a huge matter has happened in the source of all evil, they might not necessarily not send out the domain lords in the future. Are you not afraid of the sewer? Capsized? What? Grand Elder Mo curled his lips as if he did not care. Only after he finished speaking did he realize that he had spilled the beans. After a brief daze, he exchanged a look with the other star lords of the demon royal family and shook his head with a bitter smile. That's enough. You're not an outsider. Our cooperation is already very deep. You don't know the secrets of the demon race like you did at the beginning. We don't have to hide it from you anymore. At this point, Grand Elder Mo paused slightly, his expression turning solemn as he continued, Domain Lord Old Monsters, it's not just the other peak races that have them, our demon race has them too. Even our demon race's first-generation demon emperor was a sector lord existence. That's right, the first-generation Devil King is indeed still alive. However, the domain lord level and above demonic ancestors are not in the first universe realm, not even in the three great realms. The specific details are related to the greatest secret of our demon emperor royal family. I can only tell you this much. In short, you only need to know that although our demon emperor race is not as good as the human race, compared to the other slave races of the first universe and even the races of the second universe federation, we are not weak. We are definitely not weak. Moreover, if we really encounter a crisis of our race's survival, we have a way to contact the demon emperor who has left this realm. Therefore, we have no pressure at all to rob some passing fleets. Now that the Tianji race has temporarily left the first universe, this is the best time for us demon emperor race to replace them. At this time, we demon emperor race must grow as quickly as possible. The amount of resources we need is too great. Only by obtaining them in this way can we accumulate resources the fastest. Speaking of which, this was your good idea, kid, ha ha ha. After he finished speaking, Grandpa Mo raised his head and laughed loudly. After laughing, he suddenly thought of something and revealed a shocked expression as he softly cried out to Xianxia, "Oh right, I was so focused on this matter that I forgot about the real big matter. You've already exposed 2 of your identities, is that all right?" Another one. What happened to the native ferocious beasts and experts of various races that you captured? Just counting the old monsters of the domain lords, there are 8 of them. You are too bold. I dare not say that this kind of thing will never happen in the future, but it is definitely unprecedented. You actually captured 8 domain lords alive. Grand Elder Mo did not continue. The other Demon Emperor royal family experts, including Demon Emperor Mo Wentian and the current generation's imperial uncle Mo Qigong, were all looking at Xianxia with strange expressions. In fact, when the news came, they were all stunned. With the cultivation of the 13th Great Realm, he had captured several million fleets of various races, more than 100 universe lords, dozens of star lords, and even 8 domain lords. If this kind of thing fell on their heads, they would definitely not dare to do it. They would be scared out of their wits. Old man, you really don't know how to speak. This young master was courageous and righteous. I saw injustice on the road and roared, drawing my blade to help. Xian immediately rolled his eyes and continued, what's more, those guys were crying and shouting as they drilled into the Shinnon cauldron. At that time, there were quite a few experts from various races present. How did it become this young master's robbery? To be honest, their lives were all saved by this young master. Otherwise, including those 8 domain lords, I reckon they would all have died in the root of all evil star domain. Later on, 2 domain lords jumped out from that domain, but they were also insta-killed. It's not like you don't know. At this point, Xian's eyes turned and he grinned, right, how about a business deal with you all? I want to borrow the Demon Emperor 3 stars. This young master intends to use the Farmer God Cauldron here and call all the representatives of the major races of the 3 major realms over. I want to have them pay the cauldron fee. The various clans have come to redeem them, the native ferocious beasts have joined us, all the members of the royal family were shocked. Both of these were extremely important matters, yet Xian had spoken of them in a casual manner and seemed extremely confident. Besides a monstrous genius like him, no one else possessed such courage. Even Grand Elder Mo and the other 2 quasi-region lords were shocked, and they exclaimed with shock on the spot. Exactly, we're redeeming them. Now that you mention it, it's truly infuriating. All of you should be aware of the situation at the source of all evil. This young master disregarded his own safety and lent a hand to rescue them, and I merely collected a small fee to enter the cauldron. However, that group of bastards intended to take advantage of the situation. Over 100 million experts charged into the cauldron, yet this young master was able to collect a small spatial box. He merely collected less than 100. However, the fee has been dealt with now. Practically everyone including Jiao Kong and the other 8 region lords have been stripped clean by this young master. However, that's merely the fee to enter the cauldron. Next, we'll definitely have to pay another fee to exit the cauldron. This young master will immediately spread the news and notify the various clans to come and get them. At that time, I'll collect the fee, and all of you will collect the toll. We'll profit together. That's very good. As soon as he finished speaking, Grand Elder Mo and the others were shocked to the point their jaws almost hit the ground and shattered completely with a bang. After regaining their senses, all of them looked at Yi Xian with incomparable admiration. They originally thought that the demon cultivator race was relying on the road to eat the road, occupying the main route to the first universe in the demon cultivator star region, and collecting the toll fee was already the best in the world, with no capital and no profit. That was a huge deal. Now, when they heard what Yi Xian said, they noticed that they were unable to compare to Prince Xian after all this time. It was even to the extent that Prince Xian's treasure bowl was mobile and could be taken in and taken out at any time. Once the farmer god cauldron was utilized, all the experts in the starry sky and even region lords had to shed 2 layers of skin in order to go in and take a stroll. They had to collect the fee to enter the cauldron. They had to pay the fee to leave the cauldron. They didn't have it on them? They could just send someone to hand it over. Oh my, your farmer god cauldron is truly a treasure. It's impossible to not prosper with such a treasure in hand. Grand Elder Mo's eyes instantly glowed while saliva almost flowed out from the corners of his mouth. Presently, the devil race intended to develop as quickly as possible, and they urgently needed all sorts of resources. It could be said to be an ocean. At this moment, his heart itched when he heard that the farmer god cauldron actually had such a benefit. Go to the side, this young master's Shinnon cauldron is a treasure trove. In the future, I still want to invite all the domain lords from the top powers of the 3 Great Plains to come in and visit the cauldron once or twice. Oh, that's not right. If nothing unexpected happens, the realm lord should be able to obediently lie down after entering. Therefore, the realm lord should be able to obediently lie down. At this point, Yi Xian's smile became even more despicable. So, don't even think about it. This young master has already refined it. Don't even talk about coveting it. You can't even borrow it. On the side, Grand Elder Mo and the rest immediately rolled their eyes. Their faces were filled with envy, but they could only sigh helplessly. A treasure that even region lords could scheme against. Apart from the netherworld cauldron, there probably wasn't a third item in the 3 Great Plains. It really made one's heart itch. Oh right, is the cooperation we talked about just now possible? If you don't agree, this young master will take out the farmer god cauldron in another place to avoid bringing hatred to your devil race. At this point, Yi Xian paused for a moment before continuing. Anyway, it's enough to cooperate with the native beasts. There are still a few million native beasts in the farmer god cauldron. There are close to 200 almighty beings, close to 100 star lord old monsters, and 2 region lords old monsters. Other than that, there are a total of 3 sector lord level savage beasts in the core area of the origin of all evil. This time only 2 have jumped out. The other one is still in hibernation. I believe that it will come out soon. When that time comes, this young master will have an additional powerful fighting force. I don't need to fear these extorted beasts. The top powers and the various races will take revenge. What? There's still 1 region lord level native beast that hasn't come out. As soon as Yi Xian finished speaking, Grand Elder Mo's eyes lit up. The white beard under his chin trembled slightly. He grabbed Yi Xian's wrist and said excitedly, "Do it." Why don't you do it? It's not like our devil race doesn't have region lords and sector lords. How can we be afraid of them? As for revenge. Besides, this is a profitable business. When the time comes, you will collect the cauldron fees, and we will collect the fees from the various races. Everyone will get rich together. Everyone will be happy. As for the native beasts joining us, that's even less of a problem. Aren't they already on your side? Kid, you are a strategic ally of our devil race. The native beasts are your allies. Isn't that our allies? We are all on the same side. Other than that, isn't that life black hole unoccupied yet? The void soldier dipper is already living in your void battle cauldron. In this old man's opinion, it's best to settle the native beasts in the life black hole. This was what Yixian wanted to say. The life black hole had another meaning to him. Yixian had imprinted 2 interstellar coordinate jump points in the first universe. One was the central region buffer zone of the root of all evil star domain. However, the situation there was unknown. It was very dangerous there. The region obviously couldn't be used as a regular jump point. Therefore, the life black hole had to be safe. With the native beasts guarding the life black hole, Yixian could definitely rest assured. However, there was still a problem. That was, he had to explain the matter clearly to the primordial porcupine and the primordial turtle. After all, Yixian had entered the core hinterland of the root of all evil with the identity of the primordial little demon ape. He had indeed deceived the native beasts in the beginning. It was impossible to say that the 2 beasts didn't have a knot in their hearts. If this matter wasn't handled well, the idea of forming an alliance with the native beasts would fall through. Thinking of this, Yixian couldn't sit still anymore. He immediately got up and said, "All right, go and arrange it now. I'm going to place the Farmer God Cauldron on the outer defense line of the Devil Emperor 3 stars." Very quickly, Yixian and the other upper echelons of the Demon Royal family walked out of the Imperial Palace. Of course, the current him had changed his appearance once again. He was no longer the Demon Royal brother, Mou Feng, but the Linghu young master. 3 of his identities had already been exposed. The outside world already knew that young master Linghu, young master Hades, and the little immemorial ape were the same person. He didn't want to expose his identity as Mo Jinfeng again. What if he could use it in the future? Of course, this time, the cooperation between young master Linghu and the Devil Cultivator race would more or less bring some hatred to the Devil Cultivator race. However, Yixian already understood the thoughts of Jiao Kong and the other 8 domain lords. As long as they were afraid of the domain lords of the native beasts, they wouldn't dare to act rashly in the short term. In fact, according to Yixian's estimation, the 3 domain lords of the native beasts had entered seclusion after reaching the peak of the 9th stage. Since 2 of them had already appeared, then even if the last one was delayed, it wouldn't be too long. As long as Yixian obtained the understanding of the primordial porcupine and the primordial hairy tortoise and formed an alliance with the entire indigenous beasts, then after the last realm lord level indigenous beast was born, the alliance between him, the Devil Cultivator, and the indigenous beasts would have a realm lord old monster overseeing it. At that time, even if the top factions and races of the 3 Great Plains hated the demonic race, they wouldn't dare to act rashly. Domain lords weren't so easy to provoke. Although there were some in the various races, they were basically the same situation as the demonic race. They were the true foundation, and couldn't just jump out randomly. Very quickly, the group flew out of the Demon Emperor star and arrived outside the inner defensive line of the 3 stars of the Demon Emperor. Yixian first concealed himself and waved his hand to summon 4 great starry sky battles, which spanned across the void to one side. Soon after, the 10 true and 9 false Demon Cultivator battle talismans all rushed over. After the 4 war chariots were in formation. Only then did he reveal himself as young Master Linghu. With a wave of his hand, a supermassive cauldron as big as a star appeared in the void. Immediately, there was a wave of shocked exclamations in the void outside the 3 stars of the Devil Emperor. These demonic experts didn't know the truth of the 14 void war chariots. Only the core upper echelons of the demonic race knew the truth. As for the matter of young Master Linghu joining hands with the devil race, this was just finalized, so it was naturally even more impossible for them to know. At this moment, when they suddenly saw the fierce young Master Linghu suddenly appear and wave his hand to summon the Shinnon Cauldron, these devil race experts thought that a battle had come. They were all extremely nervous. It wasn't until they saw the peerless young master Ling Hu and the devil emperor Mo Wen Tian standing in the void and chatting happily that the group of devil cultivator experts finally understood and beamed with joy. After all, even a fool could see that the Shenong Cauldron and the 14 voids were fighting in such a formation. He was ready to do something big. He was going to rob again. He could make a windfall again. How could he not be happy? Alright, this young master is going to enter the cauldron and negotiate with the 2 domain lords of the indigenous beasts. After the negotiation, they will be brought out. At that time, millions of indigenous beasts will also be stationed not far from the Shenong Cauldron. After settling everything, Yi Xian turned to look at Grandpa Mo and grinned. As for the matter of issuing a ransom notice to the major races and forces in the 3 Great Plains who participated in the source of all evil incident this time, I'll have to trouble you to do it for me. It can be said that young Master Ling Hu entrusted the demon cultivator race to convey the message. After they arrive, don't rush them into the defensive circle. No matter which race or force they are, they all have to obediently wait outside the defensive circle. After this young master comes out of the cauldron, I will explain the rules clearly and let them line up to redeem people. After saying that, Yi Xian's figure disappeared in a flash and entered the Shenong Cauldron. The upper echelons of the demon cultivator royal family who were left outside looked at each other. Then, they imagined the scene of almost all the top forces and races of the 3 Great Plains swarming over and lining up outside the demon emperor's 3-star inner defense line. One by one, they entered the defensive circle to hand over the ransom and receive their people. It had to be said that such a scene was too spectacular and shocking. At this moment, just by imagining it, the upper echelons of the demon cultivator royal family already vaguely felt like they couldn't hold on any longer. They were all speechless, shaking their heads and smiling bitterly. Inside the Shenong Cauldron, the plains at the bottom of the central region's volcano, the plains at the bottom were vast and boundless, larger than the surface area of a large planet. The area where Yi Xian detained more than 100 million experts from the 3 Great Plains only occupied a corner of the plains at the bottom. The indigenous beasts also occupied a corner of the plains at the bottom, completely isolated from each other. However, the indigenous vicious beasts were not prisoners. In Yi Xian's heart, they were his people. Therefore, although this corner of the plains was also sealed, it was much larger in area. It was several times larger than the area where more than 100 million experts were detained. In short, it was very wide. Moreover, this plains at the bottom had mountains and rivers. Even Yi Xian in the sky had borrowed the power of the Shenong Cauldron's internal field to simulate it. It was absolutely comfortable. Even so, the millions of indigenous vicious beasts who were temporarily restrained in this area were still very unhappy with the restriction of their freedom. Although it was safe and the environment was quite comfortable, the source of all evil star field was their ancestral home after all. Now that an unforeseen event had occurred in that star field, and even the netherworld furnace, which they had always regarded as their source of faith, had become like this, all the native vicious beasts were uneasy. After Yi Xian entered the Shenong Cauldron, his shoulders shook and he directly arrived at this sealed area. Immediately after, he keenly sensed the heavy and oppressive aura in the air. Right when his heart felt heavy and he was shaking his head and sighing, a flash of light suddenly appeared on a hill not too far away from him, and then 2 figures appeared at practically the exact same moment. It was the primeval porcupine and the primeval tortoise that were around 3 m tall. At this moment, both of these region lords had completely red eyes as they stared fixedly at Yi Xian, and they were panting heavily while revealing extremely hostile expressions. Brothers, at least listen to what I have to say before you lose your temper and beat me up, alright? Yi Xian shook his head and laughed bitterly once more, and then he shrugged and said, even if both of you don't want to listen to me spout nonsense like I'm unable to control myself, I presume both of you want to know what happened after you entered the Shenong Cauldron, right? For example, the wind fiend tiger and the primeval lightning centipede. When they heard Yi Xian mention 2 of the 3 supreme ferocious beasts that had been in closed-door cultivation for 10,000 years, the primeval porcupine and tortoise were immediately stunned, and then they became excited. Only 2 sector lord-level beasts have appeared, the wind demon tiger and the immemorial thunder centipede, and both of them have fallen. Yi Xian sighed. He raised his head to look at the 2 ferocious beasts, whose expressions were filled with shock and astonishment. Then, he continued, that giant green eye is actually the clone of the will of the great desolate heavenly Tao, the heavenly Tao Green Eye. The current heaven's Tao Green Eye was injured in the great battle of the Desolate Era and has yet to recover. This time it is only a projection of its will. But even so, facing the combined attack of two World Overlord-level beasts, it was still able to kill them effortlessly. The Wind Demon Tiger and the Immemorial Thunder Centipede exploded into a bloody mist under the two beams of green light. Then, the bloody mist was sucked away by the Netherworld Cauldron, including all the experts who didn't manage to escape from the root of all evil and the 10 million warships. They were all sucked into the Netherworld Cauldron. At the end, Yi Xian suddenly paused and changed the topic. "I've been in the Netherworld Cauldron." Hearing this, the Immemorial Porcupine and the Immemorial Tortoise immediately exclaimed and denied it. "What? Impossible. Even the two of us can't enter. Only after breaking through to Sector Lord level can we barely enter. Then how do you explain this?" "This is called the All-Evil Origin Elixir." With a wave of his hand, Yi Xian took out 20 drops of All-Evil Origin Elixir from his undying world. He gave 10 drops each to the Immemorial Porcupine and the Immemorial Tortoise. Then, he said, "Brothers, please accept it. This is the best of the best. Even the primordial almighties and supreme masters of the ancients need it. And I brought them out of the Netherworld Cauldron." The Netherworld Furnace is actually a void refining great formation. The existence that set it up is the green eye of the great path of the Desolate Era. After the unparalleled battle in the Desolate Era, it created the origin of all evil, a dangerous place in the starry sky, and set up the Netherworld Furnace in its depths. Those chains are divided into two types. One is connected to the outer space where a large number of ancient creatures who were injured in the battle back then live. Every year, the corpses of the ancient creatures would be transported from these outer space through the chains to the Netherworld Cauldron as raw materials. There's a super millstone inside the furnace. Even the remains of Sector Lord-level primordial beings are deemed as trash and are spat out. When the furnace refines the All-Evil Origin Elixir, the lowest requirement is the remains of universe-level primordial beings. That was why there were so many things in the void around the Netherworld Furnace. There are many corpses of primordial life forms below the universe level. You know this better than I do. The remains of the universe-level Desolate Era creatures that entered the Netherworld Furnace were used as raw materials to grind into 9-colored meat in the millstone. This is it." As he spoke, Yi Xian waved his hand again and took out a small lump of 9-colored meat paste. The aura it emitted, including the aura of the 10 drops of All-Evil Origin Elixir floating in front of him, made the primeval porcupine and primeval turtle believe his words. However, all of this was too shocking. The two ferocious beasts were still digesting all of this in a daze. The refined All-Evil Origin Elixir will be transported to various outer space through another type of chain. It can be as little as 1 drop, or as much as 3 or 4 drops. The existences who obtained the All-Evil Origin Elixir in the void are the primordial supreme beings and primordial supremes who were severely injured in the Great Desolate Era battle back then. Of course, they are all from the camp of the Eye of the Heavens. Since there was such a shocking battle back then, there would naturally be 2 camps. As for me, I belong to the other camp. Behind me stands the commander of the other camp. My position is equivalent to the Eye of the Heavens in the opposing camp. As for all of you, including all the native ferocious beasts in the origin of all evil star field, you are all backup raw materials for the heavenly Eye of the Heavenly Eye to rear. Otherwise, no matter how angry the heavenly Eye was, how could it have sent all the native ferocious beasts and the invading fleets of the various factions into the origin of all evil star field? Like the invaders, it did not hesitate to suck them into the Netherworld Furnace. Even the 2 Sector Lord level supreme ferocious beasts that were born among the native ferocious beasts were mercilessly killed by it? Oh, right, including the one that went out in the past and entered the Netherworld Furnace to explore, right? I can tell you very responsibly that the moment that Sector Lord level supreme ferocious beast entered the Netherworld Furnace, it was killed. I only found out about all of this after I entered the Netherworld Furnace not long ago. After I got to know the 2 of you, I always wanted to tell you the truth, but I didn't have the right opportunity. I didn't mean to hide it. But in the end, I was in the wrong. Anyway, I've already said it clearly. I brought the 2 of you and all the ferocious beast brothers out of the origin of all evil star field. I have nothing to say about how to deal with them. The 2 of you have your own plans. After saying that, Yi Xian did not say anything else, as if he was a piece of meat that would be slaughtered without a frown. Roar. Screech. After a moment of shock, the primordial porcupine and the primordial hairy turtle finally digested all the shocking information that Yi Xian had told them. At the same time, they raised their heads and let out a shocking roar and a violent howl. To them, to all the native ferocious beasts, this was definitely a very cruel truth. It was too difficult to accept. All along, the native ferocious beasts in the origin of all evil Star Field had always regarded that Star Field as their ancestral lair. And the netherworld furnace in the depths of the core hinterland was like a kind of faith to them, a faith that was almost like a bloodline. Otherwise, how could the native ferocious beasts of different races be able to live together like a single race and live together for a few tens of thousands of years? Yet now, the truth that Yi Xian revealed had overturned all of this. It just so happened that everything he said was impeccable. Moreover, the primordial porcupine and primordial hairy turtle were clearly aware that everything he said was the truth. No matter how difficult it was to accept all of this, they still had to accept reality in the end. Both the primordial porcupine and primordial hairy turtle were region lords, so they naturally wouldn't be so pedantic. After roaring furiously for a while, they quickly calmed down once more. They gasped for breath as they stared at Yi Xian for a while longer, and then the blood-red color in their eyes slowly dispersed. However, an extremely fierce aura of slaughter effused out from their bodies, and they revealed their attitudes towards Yi Xian in a low and muffled voice. "We don't want to find out about your secrets. We just need to confirm one thing. Are you and that existence standing behind you really on opposing sides with the green eye of the Heaven Dao?" Through Yi Xian's hard work, he'd successfully eliminated the misunderstanding between him and the native ferocious beasts from the root of all evil. He'd taken a few million native ferocious beasts into the farmer god cauldron and brought them out of the root of all evil. Besides the primeval porcupine and primeval tortoise, there were almost 200 universe lords, 100 star lords, and close to 300 high-end combat forces. Yi Xian withdrew almost 300 drops of evil origin elixir. There were almost 300 native ferocious beasts at the universe lord realm and above, and every single one of them was given a drop. He'd brought a total of over 2,000 drops of evil origin elixir from the netherworld furnace, and he still had over 2,000 left after consuming all of them. So, it was more than enough. Not to mention that the netherworld furnace would be activated again in almost a year. At that time, Yi Xian would absolutely not miss this opportunity. He would enter the netherworld furnace once more and try to take all the evil origin elixir. At that time, it would definitely be even more dangerous. Something similar had happened once, so it was obvious how dangerous it would be a second time. However, the evil origin elixir was too important, so he had to make a move even if it was risky. Moreover, Yi Xian wouldn't be stingy with the evil origin elixir in his possession, and he would definitely use what he had to use. For example, the almost 300 drops of evil origin elixir that he'd consumed now. Even though every single one of the native ferocious beasts at the universe lord realm and above had only obtained a single drop, it was still extraordinary. Even existences at the primordial era and supreme exalts of the primordial era needed it, and this obviously showed how effective it was. These 300+ drops of evil origin elixir were nothing to Yi Xian, but it was extremely important to those native ferocious beasts who'd obtained a single drop of evil origin elixir. With this drop of evil origin elixir, their level of existence and the evolution and advancement of their bloodlines might be able to enter the fast track. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before the universe lord realm experts would become star lords, and star lords would become region lords. As for those two region lord realm ferocious beasts who'd obtained 10 drops of evil origin elixir, they might be able to break through to the perfection of the 9th rank of region lords in a short period of time because of this fortuitous encounter. Charging into the world lord realm. It wasn't completely impossible. At the very least, Yi Xian was willing to use 300 drops of evil origin elixir to fight for such a chance. Even if only a single region lord and a few region lords had appeared amongst the almost 300 native ferocious beasts, it was absolutely beneficial to him and the entire race of ferocious beasts. He'd made a huge profit. This time, Yi Xian spent an entire day in the Shinong cauldron. A day later, an army of over 6 million native ferocious beasts was brought out of the Shinong cauldron by him. When this army of native beasts charged out of the cauldron and spread out in the air beside the Xianxia cauldron, the large number of demon experts in the distance all gasped in shock. 2 old monsters at the domain lord level, nearly 100 star lord old monsters, nearly 200 supreme experts of the universe. Even though the cultivations of the other over 6 million native ferocious beasts varied in the various realms, they were basically all existences at the 13th realm, the Genesis realm. Moreover, because they were ancient ferocious beasts that were rarely seen in the outside world, they possessed extraordinary bloodlines. So, once every single one of these ferocious beasts had activated their bloodlines, they were all extremely terrifying. Once they activated their bloodlines, they were extremely shocking colossi. Such a terrifying army of native ferocious beasts lay across space. Even though there were only a little over 5 million of them, any army of 10 million battleships would be terrified to the point of retreating. Coupled with the might of the Xianxia cauldron and the 14 starry skies that lay across space, such a formation couldn't be described as merely luxurious. It was simply like a dream. Such a formation that was at the level of a dream was clearly completely capable of deterring the representatives of the various top-rate clans and powers in the 3 dimensions. There wasn't any pressure at all, and it was sufficient to suppress everything, although only a day had passed. In fact, as early as half a day ago, the ransom notice issued by the demon race in the name of young Masterling who had already been thoroughly spread throughout the 3 dimensions. At this moment, another half a day had passed. However, almost all the top races and forces in the 3 universes were still roaring and roaring furiously. What? Ransom? This move again? Does young Masterling who want to become the enemy of the entire universe? That little bastard is too daring to think. Crazy. He's absolutely crazy. He actually detained more than 100 million experts of the starry skies from the various top-rate clans and powers in the 3 dimensions, including more than 100 universe lords and dozens of old monsters at the star level. There are even 8 old monsters at the domain lord level. His purpose is to collect the ransom. God damn it, that brat's guts. What is he made of? Is it void indestructible gold? It's over, it's over. This time, we're going to bleed again. One of our race's old monsters at the domain lord level has been detained. That's an old monster at the domain lord level. No race can afford to sacrifice him. Linghu, that little bastard, is even more of a rare commodity. He's definitely going to ask for a lot. This time, we'll definitely be beaten to death by him. Exit fee? There's actually a boolsh *T exit fee. If I'm not wrong, all those star lords and region lords had clearly been asked for entrance fees before they entered the Medicine King cauldron. How *King shameless. They have to pay a fee to enter and exit, and it must be a sky-high price. How can they be so deceitful? If nothing unexpected happens, the more than 100 million experts of the various clans who were detained in the Xianxia cauldron, including all the universe lords, old monsters at the star level, and old monsters at the domain lord level, should have all been cleaned up by now. Otherwise, that guy wouldn't have issued an announcement for the so-called exit fee. His race went to prepare. How ruthless. How ruthless. More than 100 million experts of the starry sky, including the 8 old monsters at the domain lord level, have been exploited by him. In the end, this kid is still not satisfied and has set his sights on the other races. He's simply crazy. Prepare the ransom. The matter this time is too big. If we don't ransom them, no race will be able to withstand the pressure of public opinion, and their clansmen will be bitterly disappointed. Young Masterling who has grasped this point and is fearless. Not to mention that there are still 8 old monsters at the domain lord level, dozens of old monsters at the star level, and more than 100 universe lords. Such a level of combat strength is something that no race can lose. This time, more than half of the top forces in the 3 universes will have to bleed a lot. The roars and roars didn't last for long. When the first day came to an end, the major races and forces in the 3 universes gradually regained their peace. The facts were right in front of them, and the situation was such that they had no choice but to lower their heads. Of the 8 old monsters detained by Yi Xian, 6 of them were from the top 10 clans of the second universe. They were the Blood Wyrm clan, the Silver Phoenix clan, the Barbarian Bull clan, the Golden Eagle clan, the Colorful Python clan, and the Greedy Wolf clan. Among them, Yi Xian also had a universe Dao child in each of these 6 clans. Of course, their Dao foundations had been seized, and they were on their last breaths. Of the other 4 clans, the Cyan Rock clan, the Battle Lion clan, and the Tree Spirit clan all had some universe masters, star lords, and ordinary clansmen in Yi Xian's hands. As for the Dark Turtle clan, they had not participated in this matter. Therefore, the representatives of the clans of the second universe who had come this time were basically led by the Blood Wyrm clan and the other 5 clans, while the other clans were just foils. As for the slave clans of the first universe, they were led by the Hell Ant clan and the Giant Ferocious clan. Each of these 2 clans had a realm master in custody in Yi Xian's hands. As for the Space Rat clan, one of the top 3 slave clans of the second universe, none of them had come. Their leader had been killed by the primordial demon ape. Because of this matter, the Spatial Mouse clan was currently preparing for war. They seemed to be preparing to attack the Demonic Dweller clan. That was because the Demonic Dweller clan had allied with young Master Linghu, and young Master Linghu was the culprit who killed their clan's Daoist. The Space Rat clan was one of the top 3 slave clans of the first universe. In terms of overall strength, they were on par with the demons, and they had the ability and foundation to fight against the demons. As for the humans of the third universe, there were mainly 3 major forces: the Eternal Dynasty of the Science and Technology faction, the 10 Ultimate Heavenly Palaces of the Cultivation faction, and the Thousand Luo Federation. The commander of the Thousand Luo Federation's Blue Fleet, which had attacked the source of all evil, was Long Huai, the president of the Overwatch Council of the Federation. There was also a Star Lord Elder of the Federation. Unfortunately, Yi Xian did not capture these 2 guys this time. They had successfully escaped from the source of all evil. Otherwise, Yi Xian, a Star Lord of the Federation, might not have bothered him, but Yi Xian wouldn't have let go of Long Huai so easily. The Immortal Dynasty had captured a few old rivals, including the first prince, Long Xiang. However, this guy had long been scared out of his wits. This time, his performance in the cauldron space was very disappointing. He did not have the demeanor of a dynasty prince at all. This also made Yi Xian lose interest. He felt that it was beneath him to argue with such a character. Hence, he didn't plan to make things difficult for the Flying Dragon Special Forces. As long as he paid enough ransom, he would let them go. On the other hand, the commander of the Tenju Heavenly Palace's battleship army, the vice palace master of the Earthju Palace, Gong Xingtian, who was a Star Lord, happened to be captured alive by Yi Xian. With this guy in hand, he could ruthlessly extort the Tenju Heavenly Palace. After all, the Palace Master of the Earth Palace had an extraordinary identity. It was also because of this that the representative of the 10 Ultimate Celestial Palace was actually a region lord. It was said that he was a vice palace master of the Earth Palace, which showed how much importance he attached to this matter. However, Yi Xian ignored him. His devouring clone was still playing hide and seek with the 10 Ultimate Celestial Palace in the territory of the cultivators. They would most likely be enemies in the future, not friends, so there was no need to be polite. In addition to these top forces and clans, some small forces and clans from the 3 major planes had also come, including the relatives and friends of some itinerant cultivators. Yi Xian wasn't prepared to ask for any cauldron fees from those rogue cultivators. His target was only these top powers. Not to mention some rogue cultivators, he didn't even plan to ask for a cauldron fee from some of the weaker powers. When the time came, he would release them all. In a short period of 3 days, the representatives of the various top forces and clans from the 3 major planes had completely filled the outer perimeter of the Devil Dweller stellar region. Although this time they were here to redeem someone, it was an extremely shameful thing. No force or race was willing to make a big fuss. However, they still had to go through a long interstellar voyage, especially those top forces from outside the first universe. When they arrived at the planar level universe worm that connected to the first universe, they had to go through a long interstellar voyage. They had to undergo an extremely long period of interstellar travel before arriving at the first universe. On this journey, they couldn't completely eliminate the possibility of encountering a group of space pirates. After all, the incident in the Devil Dweller stellar region had spread throughout the 3 major planes. Practically all the space pirates were aware that the various clans and powers would organize a representative group to head to the Devil Dweller stellar region to redeem someone. They were truly unable to eliminate the possibility of some extremely audacious space pirates intercepting them midway. After all of them were representatives of the Devil Dweller stellar region, so how could they not carry various resources and treasures? So, no matter how unwilling the various clans and powers were, the size of their fleets wasn't small at all. Otherwise, if they were robbed again by space pirates on the way to the Devil Dweller stellar region, the news would spread to their clans, and the core higher-ups would be so angry that they would vomit blood and die on the spot. In a short period of 3 days, the Devil Dweller stellar region made a windfall at the outer perimeter of the Devil Emperor 3 stars. All the fleets that came to redeem someone had to pay a toll fee if they wanted to pass through the outer perimeter and enter the inner perimeter. Of course, when they left after redeeming someone, they still had to pay a toll fee. Such a rule made the fleet commanders of the various clans who came to redeem someone so angry that they wanted to vomit blood, but there was nothing they could do. Even the Hell Ant clan, one of the top 3 clans in the first universe, could only hold their anger and obediently pay the toll fee. There was nothing they could do about it. The Devil Dweller stellar region was now the dominant clan among the slave clans in the first universe. Coupled with the alliance of young Master Ling Hu, few people in the first universe dared to provoke the Devil Dweller stellar region now. Of course, the Space Mouse clan and the Hell Ant clan still had the strength to fight the Devil Dweller stellar region. They didn't think that the alliance between the Devil Dweller stellar region and young Master Ling Hu was a deep alliance. This was most likely only temporary. In fact, the Space Mouse clan had already given up on redeeming a small number of ordinary clansmen who were detained by young Master Ling Hu. Now, they were mobilizing their troops, and it seemed that they were about to start a Starry Sky-level clan war with the Devil Dweller stellar region. Now, only the Space Mouse clan dared to have such an idea. All the clansmen of this clan were born with a certain degree of space ability. The clansmen with a slightly stronger bloodline talent could perfectly integrate themselves into the void. In this way, if they wanted to secretly assassinate the enemy, it was simply a success. Just like what the immemorial little demonic ape did to the heaven and earth Dao children of various clans who participated in the gambling battle at the edge of the core hinterland of the root of all evil. The news that the Space Mouse clan gave up redeeming a large number of ordinary clansmen of their clan immediately reached the ears of Xianxia. Young Master Ling Hu wanted to visit the Space Rat's ancestral home. What was the difference between that and a declaration of war? Given young Master Ling Hu's ferocious reputation, the effect of his visit would be even worse than the invasion of an army of locusts. Many people had begun to sympathize with the Space Rat clan. In the vast void outside the defensive line of the 3 stars of the Devil Emperor, all kinds of discussions resounded incessantly. No one took Ling Hu young master's words as a joke. With his temperament, he would never make such a joke on such an occasion. If nothing unexpected happened, the first universe might really be plunged into chaos after this matter. Ling Hu Jr. Ling Hu had made it clear that he would ally with the demons this time. The demons were one of the top 3 races in the first universe, and could even be said to be the most powerful one. Now that the old overlord of the first universe, the Heavenly Fate clan, had mysteriously disappeared and moved away, the demons suddenly allied with a powerful being like young Master Ling Hu Jr. Ling Hu. Ling Hu Jr. Ling Hu also said that he would visit the Space Rat's ancestral home in front of almost all the top forces and races in the 3 planes. The meaning behind this and the information revealed were truly thought-provoking. Ling Hu Jr. Ling Hu, we have been waiting for a long time, and the ransom is ready. Can you let them go now? Perhaps because of the shocking news that the demons were about to attack the Space Rats, the person in charge of the Hellichance ransom team, a Star Lord of Hell, suddenly spoke anxiously. The Hellichance were one of the top 3 races in the first universe, and their overall strength was on par with the demons and the Space Rats. Naturally, they wouldn't sit by and watch the Space Rats be destroyed by the demons. If that happened, the Hellichance would definitely be the next race in the first universe targeted by the demons. The Star Lord of the Hellichance obviously wanted to end the matter as soon as possible, then return to his race to report the disturbing news to his people so that they could discuss countermeasures and come up with countermeasures as soon as possible. I have a total of 8 old monsters with me, and 2 of them are from the Hellichance and the giant ferocious ants in the first universe. The other 6 are from the top 10 races in the second universe. Yi Xian faintly smiled as he glanced at the infernal ant race's Star Lord. He didn't comment and continued, next, this young master will begin to collect the cauldron fees. Every time 2 races pay the cauldron fees, this young master will immediately release them. Please leave the Devil Dweller starfield immediately. If you stay, it will be seen as hostile. The surrounding 14 void great battles and the 2 domain lord ferocious beasts will immediately attack. Linghu Jr. Linghu. The hellish ants in the first place had a lot on their minds, and some even felt rather disappointed. Among the representatives of the various clans who had come to redeem the prisoners, there were indeed some who harbored ill intentions and wanted to cause trouble. However, it was utterly impossible for any single one of their clans to stir up trouble by themselves. After all, there were 2 region lords amongst the millions of ferocious beasts that were glaring at them with hostility from the side. Coupled with the 14 void battles, it would at least require 3 or 4 region lord ferocious beasts to join forces in order to suppress the forces that Linghu Jr. Master and the demon race had revealed on the surface. There were a total of 8 region lord ferocious beasts imprisoned within the farmer god cauldron, and it had far exceeded this number. So, if all 8 were to be released at the same time, then the demon race and Linghu Jr. Master would definitely suffer calamity. At that time, the situation would take a huge turn. Some people felt extremely satisfied just by imagining such a scene in their minds, and they simply looked forward fervently to the arrival of such a scene. It was even to the extent that many people had already made plans in secret. They were waiting for those 8 region lord ferocious beasts to be released before they immediately utilized all sorts of methods to incite the flames of rage in the hearts of those 8 region lord ferocious beasts. Unfortunately, all of these plans were instantly and mercilessly destroyed by a few simple words from Linghu Jr. Master. Only 2 region lord ferocious beasts were released at once, and they had to retreat immediately and stay far away from the demon race stellar region. How were they supposed to deal with this? The region lord ferocious beasts from the Bloodworm clan, Inji clan, Barbarian Ox clan, Goldhawk clan, Colored Python clan, and Greedy Wolf clan were the first to be released, and they formed groups of 2. Every single time 2 region lord ferocious beasts were released, the Star Lord ferocious beasts, Universe Realm experts, and ordinary clansmen below the Universe Realm would be released from the Farmer God Cauldron at the same time. Such a scene was truly too embarrassing. Not to mention the region lord ferocious beasts, even if it was only the Star Lord ferocious beasts and Universe Realm experts, which one of them wasn't a supreme existence that was revered by all, but now, they were being released in batches like prisoners. It just so happened that because they were terrified by the primeval porcupine and primeval turtle that were glaring at them from the side, all of them had no choice but to obediently return to their respective battleships. Even the region lord ferocious beasts that were released were the same. Of course, the region lord ferocious beasts that were released were even more fearful of the sector lord ferocious beast that had yet to appear behind young Master Linghu. They no longer had any doubts about the existence of this sector lord ferocious beast. After all, the young Master Linghu in front of them was too calm, and they could even catch a hint of hidden excitement in his eyes. It was as if he was waiting for some ignorant fellow to jump out and give him a chance to let the sector lord ferocious beast behind him show its face and show off its might or something. Just like that. As a result, Jiao Kong and the other region lord ferocious beasts didn't dare to jump around casually. After being released from the Farmer God Cauldron 3 times by Yi Xian, they didn't even have the intention to say 1 or 2 harsh words in front of everyone. After returning to their respective battleships, they hurriedly left at the first moment, disappearing into the distance in the blink of an eye. Even the half-dead appearance of the Taoist that was released with them and taken away by them was completely ignored by Jiao Kong and the other region lord ferocious beasts. Although the heaven and earth Taoist was important, what could they do now that the situation was like this? They couldn't fall out with young Master Linghu in such a disadvantageous situation, right? That was tantamount to falling into the other party's trap. In the end, they might even lose their lives here. It wasn't worth it. The people of the Federation of the Second Universe were the first to be released. Soon, they all left one after another. In the vast void of the Demon Emperor 3 Stars Inner Defense Circle, the originally densely packed fleet of ransom representatives was reduced by half in an instant. Then, the people of the human race's science and technology faction's Immortal Dynasty, the Immortal Cultivation faction's Tenju Heavenly Palace, as well as the Wanluo Federation and some small forces and sects from the Third Universe were released in batches one after another. As for the rogue cultivators, Yi Xian didn't intend to collect any exit fee at all. He let them all out and reprimanded them to leave immediately. In less than an hour, the surrounding void was almost empty. Only the ransom representatives of the slave clans of the first universe were left here. Among them were the Hell Ant clan and the Giant Ferocious clan, each of which had a domain lord old monster detained in Xianxia's hands. The old Star Lord of the Hell Ant race was the most anxious one. He was the first one to urge them, but now, all the hostages of the top forces and races in the second and third universes had been ransomed. The last one who hadn't been released happened to be the slave race hostages in the first universe. This was clearly done on purpose. The Hell Ant clan's Star Lord Old Monster was very angry, but there was nothing he could do. Now, almost all the forces of the three Great Plains had reached a consensus. The infamous young masterling who had already become a force to be reckoned with. Don't look at his cultivation base strength, which was only the 13th Great Realm, the third-level domain lord. But if it was to say that they were to make things difficult for him, even the Star Lord Old Monsters might not have the qualifications to challenge him, let alone the universe supreme experts. At the very least, only a domain lord Old Monster would have such confidence. Even if it was a domain lord Old Monster, he might not have enough confidence. Behind him, there could be a sector lord level supreme ferocious beast hidden. This monster's genius was like a devil incarnate, and now, it was almost impossible to provoke him. Even the hostages of the first universe's slave races were released by Xian first. He scolded them and ordered them to leave immediately. In the end, only the ferocious giant race and the Hell Ant race were left behind, including the two domain lords of these two races. At this time, the representatives of the Hell Ant race and Giant Ferocious race had completely given up. The 6 old monsters of the various races of the second universe had already left. At this time, they might have already entered the wormhole leading to the second universe. Even the other clans of the first universe's servant clans had left one after another. Even if they were unwilling, with just the 2 old monsters of the Hell Ant clan and the Giant Ferocious clan, they couldn't do much in the current situation. If they really wanted to cause trouble, they would definitely not be able to escape the fate of being suppressed. After all, these 2 clans each had a domain lord being held captive by Xian. Oh right, in addition to the domain lords, they also had a universe Dao child. Therefore, the ransom they brought naturally couldn't be too shabby. On the contrary, the Hell Ant race and the Giant Ferocious race handed over an extremely high fee for leaving the cauldron. Xian didn't intend to make things difficult for them. Except for the universe Dao child Yi Jiuming and Meng Ma Shan, who were still held captive in the prison wall at the bottom of the volcano in the central region of the cauldron, all the other clans were released. Including the 2 old monsters of the domain lords. At this time, in the originally overcrowded space of the farmer god cauldron, only Ming Jiuming and Meng Ma Shan were left, except for the 8 great Vitras. In addition, there were also the remains of a large number of bloodline true bodies of various clans, as well as the precious blood and precious flesh of some powerful ancient creatures. These were all reserve materials for Xian to refine great medicine in the future. The Hell Ant race and the Giant Ferocious race's old monsters quickly realized that something was wrong. All the other clansmen were released, except for the universe Dao child Yi Jiuming and Meng Ma Shan. The 2 of them looked at each other. If it was any other clansman, they really wouldn't care at this moment. Not to mention the sector lord level supreme ferocious beast that was still hiding in the dark, just the immemorial porcupine and immemorial turtle that were not far away in the void watching covetously was enough to make their hearts tremble. However, the universe Dao child was after all different. No matter how numb his scalp was, he still had to ask this matter. Little friendling who, is it that, there are still people who haven't been released? Yes, little friend is busy every day, you must have neglected. Hee, our 2 clans universe Dao child Yi Jiuming and Meng Ma Shan, those 2 brats, haven't been released yet. That's right, the 2 of them haven't been released. Xian didn't deny it and immediately nodded. This young master and brother Jiuming and brother Ma Shan hit it off at first sight. I've asked before, the 2 of them aren't willing to leave for the time being. They said that they want to stay here for a few more days to play. Later on, this young master will go out for a walk. When the Hell Ant race arrives, I'll send the 2 brothers back to their clan. Hearing this, the Hell Ant race and the Giant Ferocious race's old monsters were dumbfounded. They looked at each other, completely at a loss. On the other hand, the Hell Ant race's Star Lord Old Monster who led the team to ransom the people jumped out angrily. With a face full of indignation, he raised his hand and pointed at Xian. Ling Huchong, is there anyone as shameless as you? Taking the ransom and not letting them go, the ransom that our two clans paid just now includes Jiu Jiuming's share for Ming Daozi. Although this guy knew that young Master Ling Hu was ferocious, he hadn't stayed in the Shinnon Cauldron after all, so he didn't feel it deeply. Relying on the fact that there were two old monsters in his camp in front of him, he didn't feel stage fright and seemed to be extremely self-righteous. You're wrong. Didn't this young master just say it? Brother Jiuming and Brother Ma Shan stayed behind voluntarily. How can this young master be a person who goes back on his words? Yi Xian rolled his eyes and pointed at the Shinnon Cauldron that was like a star in the void beside him. If you don't believe me, you can go in and ask yourself. Ask then ask, do you think this old man is afraid of you? The old man was impulsive and didn't think too much. He jumped into the Shinnon Cauldron's mouth that was filled with 9-colored fog. His figure disappeared in the blink of an eye. By the time the old monsters of the Hell Ant race came back to their senses, everything was too late. That guy was courting death and had already rushed into the mouth of the cauldron. Aya, this old man is a good-for-nothing. It seems that he didn't pay the entrance fee. Yi Xian raised his hand and slapped his forehead. He turned his head and looked at the old monster of the Hell Ant race. Fellow Daoist, how about you pay for him? You can also pay the exit fee while you're at it. Plop. When the old monster of the giant ferocious race heard this, it was as if he was suddenly enlightened and completely understood. He turned his head and saw that the old monster of the Hell Ant race was shaking his head like a rattle drum. It was clear that he didn't intend to pay attention to this matter. He was so scared that he broke out in cold sweat. He almost fell to the ground. In just half a day, Yi Xian had once again harvested a large amount of resources. However, this time, they were basically all cultivation resources, various minerals, crystals, and heaven and earth treasures. As for those starry sky treasures, there were basically none. After all, these were all ransoms sent by various clans. They were unwilling to part with top-grade treasures and would rather use quantity to make up for it. However, this didn't matter. These ordinary resources were also needed by Yi Xian. When they returned to Triumph City, they would be of great help. The development of the forces under their command would be on the fast track because of this. The demon race had once again made a considerable windfall. Although it wasn't as astonishing as Yi Xian's harvest, they had still collected 2 tolls, which added up to a considerable amount. After this battle, whether it was young Master Ling Hu or the demon race, they would all become famous in the 3 major planes. The demon race star field would most likely be listed as a starry sky danger zone by countless starry sky powerhouses of the 3 major planes. Not to mention ordinary starry sky powerhouses, even the star pirates wouldn't dare to easily pass through here. The demon race had long become addicted to robbing people. If they wanted to pass through here in the future, they definitely wouldn't have the confidence if they didn't have some resources in their pockets. In short, the conclusion of this matter could be said to be a happy ending for both the demon race and Yi Xian. Even for those major clans of the 3 major planes who had pinched their noses and paid a considerable amount of exit fees, it was the same. After all, resources were inanimate objects. They could be obtained without them. However, the powerhouses of the clans, especially the powerhouses of the universe, the Star Masters, and the Domain Masters, were very important. To them, it was also a gratifying thing to be able to use some cultivation resources and mineral deposits in exchange for the hostages and high-end combat strength of the supreme figure of the universe and above in the clan. Of course, to Yi Xian, there was still a fly in the ointment. That was, he didn't receive a single cent of the exit fee of the Space Rat clan. The clan's Tao Child of Heaven and Earth, Xu Wushuang, had already been beheaded by Yi Xian in the root of all Evil Star region. Although there were quite a few Space Mouse race experts detained in Yi Xian's hands, more than 100,000 of them, and there was even a Star Lord Old Monster among them, the clan had always been stingy. In addition, the Heaven and Earth Daoist Xu Wushuang had been killed, causing the core members of the clan to be furious. They actually unyieldingly abandoned the Star Lord Old Monster and more than 10 others. The myriad tribes. Not only did they not deliver the ransom, they did not even send a representative to express their stance. On the contrary, it was said that within their clan, they had already begun to deploy troops and generals to prepare for war with all their might. They were preparing to suppress young Master Linghu and the demon race. Of course, this was just an excuse. Everyone could see that. And now, the first universe was without a leader. The old overlord, the Heaven's Legacy race, had disappeared and moved away. Which of the other slave races didn't want to replace them? The ones with the most strength to compete for supremacy were the Devil Dwellers, the Space Rats, and the Hell Ants, the three races that were ranked in the top 3 among the slave races of the first universe. As for the Devil Dwellers, they were now allied with young Master Linghu. The Space Rat race deliberately did not come to ransom the Devil Dwellers. On one hand, it was because they were angry that their Taoist Xu Wushuang had been killed. On the other hand, they wanted to use this as an excuse to send troops to attack the Devil Dwellers. As long as they could take down the Devil Dwellers, the overall situation would basically be settled. It had to be said that this wishful thinking was truly brilliant. Unfortunately, Yi Xian and the Devil Dwellers were not to be trifled with. If the Space Rat race wanted a legitimate reason to send troops to suppress the Devil Dwellers, then they would be one step ahead of them. Although the Space Rat race did not come to ransom the Devil Dwellers, Yi Xian did not leave behind the hostages of their clan. Including that Star-Lord Old Monster, there were more than 100,000 Space Rat race experts. Yi Xian did not leave behind a single one and released all of them in public. Moreover, this was before the other races of the second universe. The representatives of the various top forces of the 3 universes were all witnesses. And now, with this matter concluded, young Master Linghu and the Devil Dwellers rushed to issue a statement at the first opportunity. To be precise, it was a declaration of crusade. The matter of the cauldron exit fee was approved by all the top forces and races of the 3 universes, and all of them sent people to pay the fee and take the Devil Dwellers away. Why did the Space Rat race not approve? Since the Devil Dwellers were already released, if they did not want to pay the cauldron exit fee, fine, this daddy will personally go and collect it. Of course, taking the initiative to pay the fee and going to the Devil Dwellers to collect it were 2 completely different concepts and natures. Therefore, the standards were definitely different as well. Young Master Linghu and the Devil Dwellers did not specify the specific standards in the Declaration of Crusade, but they gave a general answer based on the scale of the Crusade army. For this crusade against the Space Rat race, the Devil Dwellers and young Master Linghu had mobilized an army of more than 10 million warships, half of which were 7 void warships. In addition, there were several million native dire beasts, including 2 domain Lord-level dire beast emperors, although there was no mention of the sector Lord-level dire beast. Since young Master Linghu himself had mobilized and personally led the crusade, the sector Lord-level dire beast behind him was naturally not a problem. This was clearly the tempo of subduing the Space Rat race in one fell swoop. Although the Devil Dwellers also had a sector Lord-level Space Rat ancestor, it was said that there was only one. Moreover, it had not appeared in the world for tens of thousands of years, so it might not be able to participate in this battle. As for the allied army of young Master Linghu and the demonic race, apart from the sector Lord Supreme Ferocious Beast behind young Master Linghu, the demonic race's foundation on this level wasn't the slightest bit inferior to the spatial mouse race. Overall, the balance of the battle was clearly tilted towards the Devil Dwellers and young Master Linghu. When the news spread, the 3 universes were in an uproar at the same time. Apart from the other servant races in the first universe who were burning with worry, the various top forces and races in the second and third universes were all rejoicing in the Space Rat race's misfortune. It could even be said that they were happy to see it happen. Previously, when the cauldron exit fee was paid, all the other large races had suffered losses. Only the Space Rat race did not come. This matter naturally caused dissatisfaction in people's hearts. Everyone was looking forward to the Space Rat race reaping the fruits of their own actions. It will take several days to mobilize the army. The army will need at least 4 or 5 days to fully mobilize. Turning his head to look at Grandpa Mo, Yi Xian grinned and continued, "It just so happens that this young master has some personal matters to attend to, so I will have to trouble Grandpa Mo on this side. Within 3 days, I will definitely return." After speaking, Yi Xian immediately left the Devil Emperor planet. As for the immemorial porcupine and the immemorial hairy tortoise, they were all sent back into the farmer god cauldron and stored inside his body. Triumph City was a majestic city built by Yi Xian's true confidants. Vile Mosquito Butcher was in charge of overseeing Triumph City, while Naples was in charge of specific affairs. They were basically divided into two systems. One was the fleet under Prince Xian's command that Naples brought out from the Immortal Army when he was sent to the Death Star field. However, this fleet wasn't large. When Yi Xian left, the entire fleet only had 2 interstellar fortresses with diameters of 100,000 meters, 5 interstellar fortresses with diameters of 50,000 meters, 10 great fortresses with diameters of 10,000 meters, and 50 stellar warships with diameters of 3,000 meters. The other system was the core force of the demonkin left behind by Yi Xian. When Yi Xian left Triumph City, he left behind the Black Wind, Black Mosquito, and other demonkin scout fortresses. There were 1,000 mosquito beasts and 1,000 soldier ladles, as well as several 10,000 demonkin legions led by Gui Hai Dao and several other demonkin captains. This included Gui Hai Dao, Naboshan, Ba Chai, Li Mosquito, Swifeng Tai, the demonkin chief Steward Barker, as well as Tu Wei, Delay, Hongji, Pilo, and other demonkin experts from the Black Wind. They all stayed in these demonkin scout fortresses. Apart from that, there were also the 1,000 or so Federation elites led by Du Wenxuan, who had been released from the Black Wind's bottom-level Myriad Net prison. This group of people had all defected to Yi Xian and gathered together, calling themselves the Triumph Return Think Tank. Finally, there were the experts from the Linghu clan, led by Mr. Hu, who had come from the Heaven War Star. Oh right, there was also the Tianji clan expert, Ying Tai. However, her core source code had been modified by the Immortal Dynasty State Preceptor, Dr. She was no longer a member of the Tianji clan and had become a member of the Machinery clan under Dr. She was a spy sent by Dr. to stay by Yi Xian's side. Of these experts, other than Ying Tai, who still had some uncertainties because of Dr., everyone else was a trusted confidant that Yi Xian trusted. After leaving the demonic Emperor planet, Yi Xian rushed to the Black Hole of Life. He found a secluded place and directly issued an order to the Devouring system in his body. It immediately activated the plane-level interstellar coordinate jump ability. The locked jump coordinate was the Death Star field of Universe 3. This wasn't the first time Yi Xian had activated the planar coordinate jump ability. However, after the jump was completed, he turned around to look at the slightly familiar dark space around him. He still had an unreal feeling in his heart. In an instant, he had gone from the Black Hole of Life in the first universe to the Death Star field in the third universe. He had crossed the universe planes, but he hadn't even passed through a wormhole. This was simply unbelievable. No one would believe it if he told them. Once again, he marveled at the mystery and power of the Devouring system. As his cultivation level increased, Yi Xian became more and more curious about the ability of the Devouring system in his body. The technological pioneer of the human race, Xing Bo, was truly a great genius. He was actually able to create such a miraculous system. Even as the host, Yi Xian, who had grown to such a high level in the starry sky environment, it was still difficult for him to see through all of its mysteries. After adjusting his mood, Yi Xian quickly put this matter to the back of his mind. He summoned the Dongshu shuttle and rushed toward Planet Triumph. Not long after, the huge Planet Triumph came into view. Compared to when he had left, Planet Triumph was completely different now. On the surface of the planet stood many majestic cities. It was no longer the isolated Triumph City from before. Even in the void around Planet Triumph, Yi Xian saw a large number of warships patrolling the void. When he had left, the fleet of Planet Triumph was not large. But now, it looked like it had a myriad of wonders. It could be seen that the development of Planet Triumph was quite good. After all, it now had a production line of intelligent robots. Coupled with the fact that the countless stars in the Death Star field were free to excavate all kinds of ores, Victorious Return City was developing at full speed without any restrictions. However, compared to the 10 million battleship army in Yi Xian's hands, it was still far inferior. After all, the development time was still short, and the construction of battleships wasn't something that could be completed in a day or two. Soon, Yi Xian stepped out of the Dongshu shuttle. Using the appearance of young Master Linghu, he traversed the void with his physical body and rushed toward Planet Triumph. A demon scout fleet patrolling the void immediately arrived. Gui Hai Dao was the first to rush out and meet Yi Xian. Not long after, Yi Xian, accompanied by Gui Hai Dao, Naboshan, Ba Chai, Li Mosquito, Swifeng Tai, Head Steward Barker, and other trusted demon slaves, entered Triumph Main City and arrived at the main hall of the city lord's mansion. The wretched mosquito butcher and Naples rushed over. Yingtai followed behind Naples. It looked like she had already become his assistant. This woman's ability was very strong. She had no problem helping Naples manage such a large planet Triumph. Soon, a group of triumphant returns think tanks, including Old Man Du, also rushed over. The entire city lord's mansion was so crowded that not even a drop of water could trickle through. Everyone had not seen each other for a long time. It was really noisy for a while before gradually dispersing. After all, everyone had their own responsibilities. Xian was the only one overseeing such a large planet Triumph. The various departments and organizations could not be separated for too long. After the crowd dispersed, the only ones left were the wretched mosquito butcher and Naples. There was also Yingtai. She had indeed become Naples' assistant and held great power in her hands. You really know how to stir up trouble. How long have you been gone? The title of the current 7 unparalleled evildoers was made by you. These 7 unparalleled evildoers are all you, right? The wretched mosquito butcher was still the same as before. He had the virtue of an old hooligan who deserved a beating. However, from the way he spoke about the 7 unparalleled evildoers, although Triumphant Return City was isolated from the rest of the world, hiding in this lonely and desolate Death Star field to develop, they still had all the news of the outside world. They had always been paying close attention to it. Grinning at Xian, the wretched mosquito butcher then rolled his eyes and muttered in a low voice, "Don't you feel tired? Cough cough, you guys better not leak this matter." So far, the only 3 identities that have been exposed are young Master Ling Hu, young Master Netherworld, and the immemorial little demon ape. Xian smiled awkwardly, then changed the topic and continued, "I won't be able to stay for long this time. I'll have to leave in at most 2 days. I came here specifically to deliver resources and battleships, so I've accumulated quite a bit during this period of time. In addition, I made 2 allies outside, the first universe's demon tribe and the origin of all evil Starfield's vicious beast tribe." The farmer god cauldron was collected and refined by Xian after he left Triumph City. Therefore, whether it was old devil mosquito butcher, Naples, or Yingtai, none of them had seen it before. However, this cauldron was already famous in the 3 major planes. There were many videos about it circulating on the 3 major planes star net. Therefore, the wretched mosquito butcher had seen it before. In addition, when Xian waved his hand to summon this cauldron, it was not in its complete form. It was only about the size of a large stronghold with a diameter of 100,000 meters. Because of this, the wretched mosquito butcher, Naples, and Yingtai did not show much shock on their faces. However, as the 2 figures flew out of the cauldron, Xian waved his hand and stored the cauldron in his undying world. The 300 zhang tall immemorial porcupines and the 3 zhang tall immemorial hairy tortoises landed on the plaza of the city lord's mansion. After their figures appeared clearly, Naples and Yingtai immediately changed. Their colors changed. Even though the 2 vicious beasts had restrained their auras, there was still some leakage. In addition, the video of the battle in the source of all evil star domain and the ending of the demon domain's cauldron fee incident had already been released. Therefore, almost all the overlords in the 3 planes had seen the primordial porcupine and the primordial hairy tortoise in the video. Naples and Yingtai also knew that the 2 indigenous beasts were the infamous old monsters of the landlords. How could they not be shocked when they suddenly saw them appear in front of them? The main reason why Xian brought the immemorial porcupines and the immemorial hairy tortoises to Triumph Planet was actually to suppress the wretched mosquito butcher and see if he could get some information about his and the mad mosquito emperor's identity and background from this old guy. When the wretched mosquito butcher first revealed his identity, he showed his universe realm strength. Later on, Xian found out that he had been tricked. This old guy actually dared to say that even if a Star Lord came to Triumph City, he might not be able to get away with it. At that time, Xian was furious. After all this time, the universe realm expert was actually a conservative estimate. This old guy was actually a Star Lord. At that time, Xian had felt despair. He didn't have any hope of getting information from this old guy. He didn't have the ability to force a Star Lord to confess. However, it was different this time. The primeval porcupine and primeval turtle were both region lords, and they weren't ordinary region lords. Both of them had advanced into the advanced stage of the Region Lord realm, otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to torture Jiao Kong and that Region Lord from the multicolored Python clan so miserably in the root of all evil region. This time, Yi Xian was incomparably confident. Even if the old bastard mosquito butcher was still hiding his true strength, and his true strength had already reached the terrifying level of a Region Lord. So, there was no need to worry about him. Yi Xian was man tortoises. And Yi was Xian was man. Yi. At this moment, as soon as Yi Xian arrived here, he'd brought the primeval porcupine and tortoise out of the farmer god cauldron. That was the exact reason, however, Yi Xian was flabbergasted. While Naples and Ing Tai were intimidated by the appearance of the porcupine and tortoise, and they were terrified to the point they didn't even dare breathe loudly. However, the wretched mosquito butcher was still as before, and that filthy smile that deserved a slap hadn't changed at all. That wasn't the end of it. Right when Yi Xian was slightly stunned by this unexpected development, the porcupine and tortoise's gazes were already pressing down on mosquito butcher. However, the final outcome almost shocked Yi Xian to the point of falling to the ground. He thought that even if Mosquito Butcher was a Region Lord and was at the late stage of the Star Lord realm, he would probably be defeated by the joint forces of the porcupine and tortoise. However, the facts were the exact opposite. The two's gazes met, and in less than 3 breaths, the porcupine and tortoise were defeated. They both shrunk their necks, and the aura in their bodies was completely withdrawn. The tortoise even waved at Yi Xian, who was staring blankly with his mouth wide open, and actually didn't dare to approach and call him over to talk. "Two old brothers, you're not helping. What's the situation?" Yi Xian was so angry that his face darkened. He rushed over and leaned close to the 2 old ferocious beasts, lowering his voice as he asked repeatedly. The primordial porcupine and primordial tortoise grinned awkwardly and exchanged glances. Then, they glanced at the direction of the main hall of the city lord's mansion in the distance with fear in their eyes before they explained, "Brother, it's not that we don't want to help you. The problem is that we've met a tough opponent. We can't suppress them." Yes. It's just a competition of fierceness. This old tortoise was almost scared to death just now. Realm Lord is an old monster. What? Pooh. When the words Realm Lord Old Monster entered his ears, Yi Xian jumped up on the spot and almost spat out blood. He finally understood why this old man was so calm. One person competing with 2 ferocious beasts in a competition of fierceness, yet he was still calm and didn't treat it as a big deal. The opponent was a Realm Lord Old Monster. What was there to be afraid of? Pay. He couldn't trust this old bastard anymore. First, he pretended to be a demon slave, then he suddenly became a universe lord. Not long after, he became a Star Lord Old Monster. This time, he was even more ruthless, directly becoming a Realm Lord Old Monster. If someone jumped out now and patted their chest to guarantee Yi Xian that Old Man Mosquito Butcher's cultivation had reached the peak, that he was a Realm Lord Old Monster, and definitely couldn't be stronger, Yi Xian's reaction would definitely be a slap across the face, and then fiercely cursing, "F***ck your mother, you think this young master is easy to trick?" This old man definitely wasn't just a realm lord. This point, Yi Xian was almost certain, no choice, it was like this time and time again, he was truly in despair. "F***ck you old bastard, you're simply not human." When he thought about how he was so confident, yet now, he had such a miserable ending. It was simply a complete defeat. Yi Xian held miserably on the spot as he looked at the distant old ghost mosquito butcher and gnashed his teeth. Before he finished, someone suddenly pulled on his sleeves from behind. Yi Xian turned his head to look. The primordial porcupine and the primordial hairy turtle were hiding behind him with their necks shrunk, carefully accompanying him with a smile. "Brother, where's your cauldron? Quickly get it out, this Triumph City isn't fun, let's just go back." Yes, it's safer inside." Pooh, this time, Yi Xian really vomited blood. He thought that these 2 ferocious beasts were very tyrannical, but now it seemed that they were also people who bullied the weak and feared the strong. A Realm Lord Old Monster was scared to such an extent, how F***king embarrassing. Depressed, Yi Xian sighed and waved his hand, summoning the farmer god cauldron. Xiao. Two sounds of breaking through the air rang out. The immemorial porcupine and immemorial hairy tortoise fled into the farmer god cauldron. Probably even if Xian wanted to, he wouldn't be able to chase them out. What the fuck is this? With a loud thud, Xian subconsciously turned his head and looked in the direction of the sound. What he saw immediately stunned him. His mouth was wide open, as if he had seen a living ghost in broad daylight. You scared me to death. Old monster area masters, and two of them at once. In his line of sight, the old monster mosquito butcher, who had been calm just now, had fallen to the ground. His face was pale, and his forehead was covered in cold sweat. As he muttered, he raised his hand and kept wiping his forehead. Fortunately, this old man is calm. When it comes to looks and acting, I've never been afraid of anyone. After all this time, he was scared to death. Xian suddenly felt a little confused. His whole body was in a daze, and he couldn't figure out what was going on. He almost suspected that he was hallucinating. What the hell was going on? Both sides were scared out of their wits when they met. What kind of joke was this? He suddenly felt like crying. This wasn't fun at all. At this time, Xian was completely confused. Was this old monster mosquito butcher deliberately trying to cover up and act like this? Or was he really just putting up a strong front, relying on his willpower to compete with the two ferocious beasts in looks and aura, and barely surviving? No matter which was the truth, one thing was certain. Xian finally saw through it. In summary, there were two things he learned today. First, the primordial porcupine and the primordial hairy tortoise were unreliable. Second, old monster mosquito butcher was too good at acting. To roam the world, he relied on acting skills. He was also unreliable. What the f***ck? After summing up these two things, Xian held at the sky. After all this time, he actually didn't gain anything. In the end, not only did he not achieve his original goal, but the doubts in his heart deepened. This matter, after the commotion, Xian was full of depression and didn't want to stay in Triumph City any longer. Seeing old monster mosquito butcher made him extremely annoyed. Outside, you two, make the arrangements. This young master will throw out the resources and warships, then leave. There are still many things to do over there. I don't have time to stay here for long. Xian turned to look at old monster mosquito butcher and Naples with a face full of displeasure. As he spoke, he rolled his eyes. Boss, just throw the resources in Triumph City Square. This place is big enough. I'll get Gue Haidao to bring a group of demon brothers over. And of mind. And Xian nodded and glanced at Ying Tai. She was looking at him with her big eyes. When their eyes met, Ying Tai grinned. She looked quite pure and beautiful. She didn't have the feminine aura she used to have. However, Xian's heart trembled when he remembered that this girl was actually an intelligent mechanical life form. He quickly looked away and didn't dare to look at her anymore. Walala, with a wave of his hand, the mountain-like amount of resources in his undying world was taken out by Xian. They piled up in the huge square of the city lord's mansion. One had to look up at the top. It was at least 1,000 meters high. What the f***ck? Naples was dumbfounded. He opened his mouth wide and looked up to see how high this mountain of resources was. In the end, he cursed. Ying Tai was also dumbfounded. Her big eyes were spinning in circles. Clearly, she was also dumbfounded. Only old ghost mosquito slayer was still the same. Moreover, he curled his lips and had an expression as if he was nothing more than that. Seeing this, Xian's teeth itched. He only wanted to strangle this damn old man, who loved to act pretentious, to death on the spot. Oh right, how many battleships does the Victorious Return fleet have? It includes all the battleships with a diameter of 1,000 meters, all the way up to 100,000 meters. The cultivation resources and various minerals that were piled up like towering mountains were actually unable to suppress the wretched mosquito butcher. Xian still felt unhappy in his heart. It was as if there was a fish bone stuck in his throat, and he wouldn't be happy if he didn't spit it out. Fortunately, he still had tens of millions of battleships. This should be enough to suppress this old fellow, right? With this expectation, Xian turned to look at Naples, who still had some development. He purposely raised his voice and said proudly, "This time, this young master brought back some battleships as well. However, they can't fit here. I have to bring them to space outside of planet Victorious Return. There are quite a lot of them." Naples was obviously a little stunned. He nodded woodenly and followed behind Xian with the wretched mosquito slayer and Ying Tai. They arrived at the space outside of planet Victorious Return. Seeing Xian standing in the space in front of him, he remembered to reply. He quickly said, "Battleships with a diameter of 1,000 meters and above. There are more than 50,000 of them on planet Victorious Return. The scale is quite shocking." Naples was quite proud of this matter. When Xian left, there was only one Victorious Return city and less than 10,000 battleships. Now, the entire planet Victorious Return was filled with majestic steel cities. There were more than 50,000 battleships. To be able to achieve this in such a short time was indeed quite impressive. 50,000? This number was about the same as Xian's observation. He couldn't help but laugh. 50,000? That's not bad. As he spoke, Xian glanced at the wretched mosquito slayer. Then, with a wave of his hand, he took out all the tens of thousands of battleships that were piled up around the volcano in the central region of the Shinnon Cauldron. When these battleships were stored in the Shinnon Cauldron, they could only find a large amount of manpower to move them in one by one. With Xian's current strength, he still couldn't use the Shinnon Cauldron to directly store such a large amount of resources. However, he could easily take out everything in the cauldron. Hence, he was very relaxed at this moment. With just a wave of his hand, the space in front of him was filled with all kinds of battleships. They were all at least 3,000 meters in diameter. There were also quite a number of small fortresses with a diameter of 50,000 meters and large fortresses with a diameter of 100,000 meters. As for the fortresses with a diameter of 5,000 meters and 10,000 meters, there were even more. Oh my God, Naples was so shocked that he fell to the ground. His eyes were wide open and he was speechless for a long time. Ying Tai also took in a cold breath. His mouth was wide open as he looked around in a daze. Xian was very satisfied with this reaction. He chuckled and turned to look at Mosquito Slayer. He originally wanted to see a look of shock on the old man's face. Even if it was just a little, he would be satisfied. In the end, he was greatly disappointed. The old bastard still had a nonchalant expression. He curled his lips and muttered uncaringly, "Tens of thousands of battleships? What's the use of that? Once a sector lord old monster makes a move, they will all be wiped out." Originally, Xian thought that he would return home in glory and triumph, but the final result hurt him greatly. The immemorial porcupine and immemorial tortoise were unreliable, and that wretched old bastard mosquito slayer's acting was too professional. It was already difficult to distinguish between the real and the fake. Letting Xian return this time could be said to be a disappointment. Originally, Xian planned to stay in Triumph City for 3 days, but in the end, after handing over the 10 million warships, he immediately fled from Triumph City. He entered a secret room in the City Lord's mansion and directly used the planar-level interstellar coordinate jump ability to return to the black hole of life in the demon domain in the first universe. It was not until half a day later that the news of his departure spread throughout Triumph City. Ying Tai, who had been waiting outside the City Lord's mansion and was about to meet him alone, suddenly became absent-minded. A look of extreme disappointment appeared on his face as he muttered to himself, "Is he deliberately avoiding me? I originally just wanted to report a proper matter. I really do have a way to find the Tianji clan." The round trip didn't even take a day. There were still at least 3 or 4 days before the troops were dispatched to the Space Rat clan's ancestral land. Xian decided to make good use of these few days. After all, once the war started, it would be difficult to find free time. There were several things in front of him right now. Concoct the level 14 and level 15 liquids, refine the quasi-starry sky battle armor and warships again, making them quasi-starry sky treasure grade. After pondering for a while, Xian decided to use these 3 or 4 days to do these 2 things. There was enough time. Xian's battle armor, the indestructible glass armor, had already undergone 6 refinements. Currently, it was a quasi-starry sky treasure. Calculating the time, the last 6th refinement was actually a long time ago. There were two main reasons why he hadn't refined the indestructible glass armor a seventh time for so long. First, there was a lack of suitable fusion materials. After reaching the quasi-starry sky cardinal treasure grade, the next fusion target would basically be the starry sky cardinal treasure grade. This kind of artificially created treasure was different from the natural minerals, crystals, and natural treasures. It was very difficult to reach the true starry sky cardinal treasure grade. Therefore, the materials chosen for the seventh refinement were extremely important. After being mixed, the indestructible glass armor would undergo a qualitative change and upgrade. Even though Yi Xian had a huge sum of money and countless treasures and rare resources in his possession, he still hadn't been able to find a suitable item to fuse with. Another reason was that the further the refinement went, the higher the probability of failure. Although the Devour system's fusion system hadn't failed attempts, it didn't mean that it wouldn't happen. The fusion system's explanation was that there was a certain probability of failure. A treasure fusion. Although it wasn't high, it still existed. Yi Xian didn't. If the fusion, if it failed, in the case, if Yi Xian would. If should the fusion fail and cause and the treasures, in the case, Yi would be. If. Crying. It was because of these two reasons that his indestructible glass armor and Dongshu shuttle had not been upgraded since they had been upgraded to quasi-starry sky supreme treasures after the last refinement. In fact, even the withered demon blood blade hadn't been upgraded from quasi-starry sky level to true starry sky level not long ago. Yi Xian didn't use the fusion system to complete the upgrade. Instead, it was because the slumbering withered demon blade inside the withered demon blood blade was about to wake up, which led to the weapon's transformation. But it could not be replicated. Besides, his indestructible glass armor and the Dongshu shuttle did not have any artifact spirits. Therefore, the only way to upgrade them to the level of real starry sky treasures was to refine them with the system. Fortunately, Yi Xian had profited greatly from the incident in the source of all evil and obtained an enormous amount of resources. Amongst them, he had even obtained some minerals, crystals, and heavenly and earthly treasures that could be said to be the most precious treasures in the universe from the age-old monsters. He had finally found a suitable material to fuse with the indestructible glass armor and the Dongshu shuttle. They were the true phoenix Nirvana blood and the great Pung skybreaking plume. These two treasures were flesh and blood treasures, not minerals, heavenly treasures, or heavenly treasures. They were both starry sky level treasures. It was very rare for a living being's flesh and blood treasures to reach this level. The true phoenix Nirvana blood was said to be a drop of true phoenix blood left behind when a true phoenix Nirvana blood went through Nirvana. It had the power to bring the dead back to life. Yi Xian had indeed obtained this drop of true phoenix Nirvana blood, but not from the treasures carried by the age-old monsters. He had obtained it from the entry fee paid by a certain Genesis realm expert among the more than 100 million hostages. At the time, this drop of true phoenix Nirvana blood was sealed in a blood-red crystal. The other party did not know what it was, but felt that it must be extraordinary, so they kept it. Who would have thought that it would end up benefiting Yi Xian? Yi Xian planned to use this drop of true phoenix Nirvana blood to fuse with the indestructible glass armor. If he succeeded, the unique properties of the true phoenix Nirvana blood would be perfectly fused with the indestructible glass armor. At that time, based on past experience, the indestructible glass armor's name would change, and its grade would rise to the level of a true starry sky treasure. There was at least an 80% chance of that happening. Besides that, the new armor would gain new properties due to the fusion of the true phoenix Nirvana blood. It was most likely related to Nirvana and resurrection. For a piece of battle armor, this kind of elemental power was the rarest of all. It could be said that this drop of true phoenix Nirvana blood was an unprecedented fortune for Yi Xian's indestructible glass armor. It would transform it from just a powerful battle armor to something that was close to a life of its own. Creatures like true phoenixes had only appeared in the distant primordial era. They had long since disappeared. Even in the core of the source of all evil star region where large numbers of ancient beasts gathered, Yi Xian had not seen a single true phoenix. Even among the remains of the primordial era creatures that lay across the void, there were only two powerful birds that seemed to possess the bloodline of true phoenixes. They were not true phoenixes. In fact, even if one encountered a true phoenix, obtaining a drop of true phoenix Nirvana blood was basically an extravagant hope. the blood of a true phoenix could not be considered true nirvana blood. Only the last drop of blood left behind when a true phoenix was reborn could be called true phoenix nirvana blood. Generally speaking, once a true phoenix succeeded in its nirvana, that drop of nirvana blood would no longer exist. It would turn into a new true phoenix, signifying rebirth. Compared to the nirvana blood of true phoenix, the rarity of the rock sky-shattering plume was obviously a level lower. However, this didn't mean that it wasn't precious. Therefore, even though both were precious materials, this rock sky-shattering plume couldn't possibly be the same as the nirvana blood of true phoenix, a starry sky treasure. To put it bluntly, the rock sky-shattering plume was actually a colorful plume at the back of the rock's head. This colorful plume existed since the rock's birth. The rock's feathers would change several times in its life. Every time it changed feathers, it would shed one after another and be reborn. Only the sky-shattering plume remained the same from its birth to its death. It could be said that this colorful plume contained the essence of the rock's lifetime bloodline. Moreover, it would only shed itself after the rock's death. Because the rock's greatest characteristic was its speed, this colorful plume that accompanied the rock's life was called the rock sky-shattering plume. Although capturing a rock was basically equivalent to obtaining a rock sky-shattering plume, it wasn't like the nirvana blood of true phoenix. Even if you caught a true phoenix, to obtain a drop of nirvana blood of true phoenix, you still had to patiently wait for it to undergo nirvana. Moreover, the nirvana had to fail in order to leave behind a drop of nirvana blood. From this perspective, on the surface, it seemed that the nirvana blood of true phoenix was more difficult to obtain. However, in reality, this was incorrect. Because the azure sky rock was the same as the true phoenix. It was an ancient creature that only existed in the primordial era. It had long disappeared from the world. Moreover, even in the distant primordial era, the azure sky rock was extremely powerful. Moreover, it was known for its speed. A single flap of its wings could cover a distance of 30,000 miles. Who could catch it? It could be said that to obtain a rock sky-shattering plume, it was basically only possible to obtain it after the azure sky rock fell from its body. However, how could the azure sky great plume allow the one and only feather that had accompanied it for its entire life to wander about casually? Basically, before its death, this rock sky-shattering plume had already been destroyed or disposed of properly. The rock breaking the heavens plume that Xianxia obtained was obtained from one of the 8 region lords. Originally, this kind of flesh and blood type treasure was too precious, so it was normally impossible to hand it over. However, that domain lord old monster came from the top 10 races of the second universe. He was not an expert of the human self-cultivator camp who was good at refining weapons. It was useless for him to have such a precious material in his hand. He could not use it at all. For example, he could use it to refine weapons. However, he couldn't trust others to refine such treasures. Besides, even in the human cultivation camp, there were very few master refiners who had the ability to successfully integrate flesh and blood treasures of this level into magic treasures. Therefore, as time passed, this rare great rock's heaven-shattering plume fell into his hands like a chicken rib. It was useless to keep it, but it was a pity to throw it away. Usually, when he took it out and played with it, it would often cause him to feel depressed. Therefore, taking advantage of this opportunity, he simply threw it out. In the end, it also benefited Xian. Xian intended to use this great rock sky-shattering plume to refine the Dongshu shuttle. The Dongshu shuttle was basically an all-round warship now. It even had a killing array disc. However, as Xian's cultivation level increased, the level of contact he had with it was different. Its speed was gradually not enough. With this great rock sky-shattering plume, its speed would be reborn. After making the decision, Xian quickly took out the 4 treasures to be refined from his undying world. Then, a familiar system notification sounded in his mind. Ding, congratulations to the host. Discovered treasures that can be fused, indestructible glass armor, nirvana blood of the true phoenix. Will you fuse them immediately? Ding, congratulations to the host. Discovered treasures that can be fused, Dongshu shuttle, great rock sky-shattering plume. Will you fuse them immediately? Xian did not hesitate and immediately gave a definite reply. Furthermore, he wanted to fuse them twice at the same time. After making the decision, he waved his hand and handed over the Dongshu shuttle and indestructible glass armor. as well as the nirvana blood of the true phoenix and great rock sky-shattering plume to the devouring system. He also took out a large pile of star core sources from his undying world to be used during the fusion. After all the preparations were completed, the system notification sounded. Ding, congratulations to the host. The 7th fusion of the indestructible glass armor has begun. Progress 1. Ding, congratulations to the host. The 8th fusion of the Dongshu shuttle has begun. Progress 1. Yi Xian heaved a sigh of relief. His heartstrings inexplicably tightened, from the beginning to the end. Although his weapons, armor, and warships had been fused many times, there had never been a case of failure. Until now, he had succeeded 6 or 7 times in a row. The Dongshu shuttle had even succeeded 7 times in a row. However, the further the fusion went, the higher the possibility of failure. Similarly, the further the fusion went, the greater the loss to Yi Xian would be. Worried about the gains and losses, he could not help but feel a little anxious at this moment. However, the more successful the fusion, the more time it would take to fuse them again. This was really a kind of torture. This time, the fusion of the 2 treasures, the warship and the warship, would take at least 3 days to produce a result. This was because Yi Xian's cultivation had improved by a large margin, and the devouring system in his body had also evolved and improved by a large margin due to his previous victories in the system's competitive missions. Otherwise, it would have taken even longer. Not long after, Yi Xian finally calmed down and no longer worried about the result of the fusion. He threw this matter to the back of his mind. Since he was bored, he could use cultivation to kill time. After sitting cross-legged and closing his eyes, Yi Xian entered a state of cultivation. Soon, he forgot about everything and let time pass without any surprise or joy. About 3 days later, Yi Xian exited from the state of cultivation. As soon as he opened his eyes, the familiar sound of the devouring system sounded in his mind. The fusion of the armor and the warship was finally completed. Ding, congratulations to the host. The 7th fusion of the indestructible glass armor was successful. Treasure obtained, indestructible nirvana armor. Grade, starry sky treasure grade. Quality, flawless perfect. Ding, congratulations to the host. The 8th fusion of the Dongshu shuttle was successful. Treasure obtained, void shattering shuttle. Grade, starry sky treasure grade. Quality, flawless perfect. Sure enough, the fusion of the 2 treasures was carried out at the same time. The result was still a success without any accidents, which made Yi Xian completely relax. What surprised him even more was that after the 2 treasures successfully completed the fusion, their grades were both upgraded to the starry sky treasure grade. At this point, Yi Xian's combat weapon, battle armor, and warship, a total of 3 basic starry sky treasures, had all reached the starry sky treasure grade. If news of this spread out and was known by others, it would probably cause an earthquake. These man-made treasures could not be compared to those natural treasures like the Rai seal. After this fusion, not only had Yi Xian's battle armor and battleship successfully leveled up to become true starry sky treasures, their names had also changed. This change in name represented the appearance of a new attribute and a new increase in power. At this point, his battle armor, and battleship, the 3 basic treasures of the universe, had all reached the level of true starry sky treasures. Once the battle armor were summoned, Yi Xian's true battle strength would increase by at least 20% under the support of their power. As for the battleship, the void-shattering shuttle, it would also gain an increased speed. After activating the concealment array, it would no longer be as simple as concealing one's appearance. It was simply like the innate bloodline of the Space Mouse clan, able to perfectly blend into the void. According to Yi Xian's estimation, perhaps even the old monsters of the domain lords would not be able to discover it if they focused their attention on probing. This was definitely a treasure for escaping. To Yi Xian, this was of great significance. After all, not all dangerous situations were suitable for directly activating the interstellar coordinate jump ability to escape. In fact, after this fusion with a drop of true Phoenix Nirvana blood, his indestructible Nirvana armor already had a terrifying ability that was equivalent to a death substitution. As long as he summoned this armor, it would be able to help Yi Xian withstand a powerful attack that was certain to kill him. Of course, once this death substitution Nirvana power was activated, the indestructible Nirvana armor would definitely be damaged. This was indeed a pity, but it was impossible to not pay a price for any small gain, not to mention the additional life substitution nirvana power. Fortunately, even if the battle armor was damaged, there was at least a possibility of repairing it in the future. This made Yi Xian feel slightly more at ease. With joy in his heart, Yi Xian summoned the indestructible nirvana armor and the withered demon blood blade at the same time. With the battle armor on his body and the battle blade in his hand, he summoned the void-shattering shuttle and played around in the vast and silent void of the black hole of life. His heart was extremely agitated and his heroic spirit soared to the heavens. After a long time, his excited emotions gradually calmed down. Calculating the time, there was still about a day left. Yi Xian decided to use this day to concoct the level 14 and level 15 liquids that he urgently needed. At this moment, his body and blood qi had reached the 13th Great Realm, level 3 incipient realm. After a few more small realms, once he reached peak level 9 incipient realm, he would need the level 14 fluid to break the limit of human potential one more time. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to advance further. It could be said that the concoction of the level 14 liquid and the level 15 liquid was imminent. If it was in the past, this matter really couldn't be rushed. Level 14 and level 15 geno fluids were not ordinary materials. Even now, in the immortal dynasty of the human race, the major forces and families that researched geno fluids could only concoct level 8 and level 9 geno fluids. Only the Tuoba family could concoct the level 10 liquid. This was the result of Yi Xian throwing a level 10 liquid formula to the Tuoba family as young Master Linghu when the Tuoba family was consuming their family's resources. The level 14 liquid was one thing. After consuming one tube, it could only create a cosmic light realm expert of the 14th Great Realm. But the level 15 liquid was incredible. Once a cosmic light realm expert consumed one tube and successfully broke through, a cosmic light realm expert of the 15th Great Realm would be born in an instant. Even a cosmic light realm expert only needed 1 or 2 tubes of the level 15 liquid to create a cosmic light realm expert. It could be seen how terrifying its medicinal effects were. From this, it could be seen how precious the various heaven and earth treasures needed to concoct this level of geno fluid were. Even though Yi Xian had robbed, extorted so many times that it could be said that he had done all sorts of bad things, and his targets were all the top powers and clans of the 3 Great Plains. However, he still didn't have all the heavenly and earthly treasures required to concoct these 2 types of gene fluids. In fact, gathering all the required heaven and earth treasures only meant that the preparation work was complete. The most important and most difficult part was still the derivation of the formula and the actual concoction. For any top-notch faction in the research field of gene cultivation fluid, a formula for a gene cultivation fluid would require many years of careful exploration, countless concocting experiments, and a huge amount of medicinal ingredients. In the end, it would also require a certain amount of luck before it could be successfully finalized. Moreover, the higher the level of the geno fluid, the longer and more difficult this process would take. However, for Yi Xian, all this was no longer a problem after he obtained the 9-colored flesh paste and all evil elixir from the netherworld furnace deep in the core hinterland of the origin of all evil. The 9-colored flesh paste was already extraordinary, and the all-evil elixir was even more rare and difficult to find. Mixing a little of these 2 things together, even a formula and concoction that would originally fail would eventually succeed. It could be said that Yi Xian's current concoction of geno fluid basically had no possibility of failure. Even if it was a level 14 or 15 geno fluid, as long as he deduced the general formula and mixed these 2 things together, success would be guaranteed. Very soon, Yi Xian took out a large amount of various rare heaven and earth treasures that he had prepared in advance from the undying world in his body. These included the 10,000-year lunar spirit erosion fluid, phoenix blood 9 heavens sand, serene jade blood pearl, soul twining silk grass, 10,000-year pouch bamboo. They were all extremely rare heaven and earth treasures. Nearly half of them had been extorted from the top forces of the 3 great universes during the origin of all evil incident. If Yi Xian had to collect them himself, who knew how many years it would take him to gather all of them, in addition to the basic heavenly and earthly treasures required for concocting. Yi Xian also prepared a portion of the 9-colored meat paste and the all-evil origin liquid. In the end, he pondered for a moment before taking out some netherworld furnace lotion and the intermediate precious hell ant liquid. The 9-colored flesh paste and all-evil elixir could guarantee the success of the concoction of the gene fluid and increase its quality. On the other hand, the netherworld furnace lotion and mid-grade precious hellish ant fluid could increase the actual effect of the gene fluid after the successful concoction. After all, these two treasured liquids were body-tempering treasures that were extremely difficult to obtain. Needless to say, the netherworld furnace lotion was the mid-grade hellish ant fluid. Although the hellish ant clan also had high-grade hellish ant fluid, the one in Xian's hands had been purified by the 3-colored flame of the farmer god cauldron. Even the hellish ant clan definitely didn't have it. After completing all the preparations, Xian immediately began the concoction. With the experience of concocting gene fluids below level 14, Xian was able to do everything with ease. His movements were as smooth as flowing water and extremely skilled. This time, he even concocted the level 14 and level 15 gene fluids together. If news of this were to spread, all the leaders and higher-ups of the top families in the field of gene fluid research in the human race's science and technology faction would probably commit mass suicide in despair. They wouldn't have the face to continue living. What surprised him the most was that the concoction process this time was surprisingly smooth. Every step and link was completed in one go, and he succeeded in one step. Those days were of great significance to Xian. Not only had his battleship and battleship been upgraded into true star-state treasures, but they had also gained new terrifying and unique attributes. He had even successfully concocted the 14th grade liquid and 15th grade liquid, which were urgently needed later. In other words, he was already able to smoothly advance to the 15th level, the universe state, in terms of his physical strength. The time had come, everything would fall into place. By then, Xian would become a real universe state expert. If he activated the bloodline ability of the true form of the devil ape, his combat power would increase by at least 1 level, even if he couldn't instantly increase by 2 levels like before. By then, Xian, as a universe state expert, would be able to display the combat power of a Star Lord, which would be absolutely terrifying. Because of his other abilities, divine abilities, and precious treasures were included as well, then he would probably be able to fight a region Lord realm expert. To be able to fight against an old monster at the universe realm, even if this matter didn't end in the future, it was still unprecedented. Even Xian himself was shocked when he thought about it. Speaking of combat power, Xian suddenly remembered Shi Jin, the heaven and earth path disciple of the battle lions of the second universe. He still had one more day, so he decided to take advantage of the opportunity to see if he could subdue Shi Jin. Apart from Yi Jiuming of the hell ants and Meng Moshan of the ferocious giant, Shi Jin had also been detained by Xian in the Shenong cauldron. The only difference was that Yi Jiuming and Meng Moshan were still intact. Although their cultivation had been sealed by Xian when they were knocked out by the big-headed black stick, that was all. However, Shi Jin was different. His foundation had been destroyed by Lion Badeo, a young genius of the battle lions, who had already surrendered to Xian. Shi Jin had become a cripple at the moment. He was only being kept alive by Xian with heavenly materials and earthly treasures. He wouldn't die, but that was all. Even so, Xian had cast a seal on him to prevent him from committing suicide. As for the purpose of doing so, it was none other than the bloodline ability of the battle lions, the 9 changes of the wild lion. Shi Jin had only comprehended the 4th transformation of the 9 changes of the wild lion. Once it was activated, he would have a bloodline true body that was 100,000 feet long. His physical strength was simply invincible. Even Xian couldn't do anything to him when they fought in the void at the edge of the core of the origin of all evil. If he could obtain that bloodline ability, Xian was confident that he could modify the 9 changes of the demonic ape. If he succeeded, even if he was only able to comprehend the 4th transformation like Shi Jin, Xian's devil ape true body would still be 100,000 meters tall. At that time, with his other methods and abilities, even the old monsters of the domain lords would have to take a detour when they saw Xian. Of course, this was a little inhumane. First, he stole the foundation of his Tao. Now, he was going to torture him, extort a confession, and steal his bloodline ability. But Xian didn't mind. He had experienced too many things like this since he was an ordinary mortal. Cultivation was a heaven-defying act. How could he go far if he was too kind? Moreover, he and Shi Jin were mortal enemies. Even if Xian fell into the enemy's hands, if necessary, Shi Jin would still do the same to him. therefore, even if he used cruel methods to torture Shi Wanjin, Yi Xian wouldn't feel guilty. It wouldn't affect the stability of his Dao heart. After making the decision, he waved his hand and summoned the farmer god cauldron. After activating the concealment function, he stepped into the cauldron and arrived at the bottom of the central region volcano. On the bottom of the volcano, there were 3 cages in a row. Inside were Yi Jiuming, Meng Moshan, and Shi Wanjin. When they saw Yi Xian, the 3 of them were stunned. Then, Yi Jiuming and Meng Moshan became nervous and retreated to a corner. Shi Wanjin, however, remained where he was. He stood. His eyes were bloodshot as he gritted his teeth and looked at Yi Xian. He looked like a dead pig that wasn't afraid of boiling water. Don't stare at me like that. You and I are enemies. For you, everything is fate. If I fell into your hands, I would also have a similar fate. Yi Xian lightly smiled. If you're willing to bet, then you have to lose. If you lose, then you have to bear all of this. If you don't even have this bit of awareness, then the state of mind of your clan's Daoist is too disappointing. Although these words were said ruthlessly, every word was thrown to the ground without the slightest bit of exaggeration. Not only was Shi Wanjin stunned when he heard this, even Aunt Jiuming and Meng Moshan, who were in the cages on both sides, fell into deep thought after being slightly stunned. My Dao foundation has been destroyed. I am already a cripple. Why don't you let me return to the void? Perhaps Yi Xian's words had some effect, but the madness in Shi Wanjin's eyes faded a little. Although his expression was still ferocious, at least his tone was calm. Could it be that this is the state of mind you are proud of? Leaving behind a crippled captive and humiliating him for fun? Wrong. You are not worth this young master's time to humiliate you for fun. With this young master's current level, I have to at least be an old domain master. Otherwise, there will be no sense of accomplishment. Yi Xian smiled faintly and shook his head. His words sounded pretentious, but they were indeed his thoughts. Even if a Star-Lord old monster wanted him to wantonly humiliate him, the current Yi Xian probably wouldn't think that it was that amazing or that he would be interested in it. Shi Wanjin was clearly unable to keep up with his pace. His thoughts were a little too jumpy, and after hearing these words, he was even more stunned. Yi Xian didn't waste time and went straight to the point. Let's be frank. In fact, although this young master handed over Lang Gongqiang and the others, after all, their Dao foundations have been destroyed. Even if they return to the clan, the result will be the same. It's fine if they die, but if they don't die, it will be even more painful. The reason I let you stay has nothing to do with humiliation. What I want is the bloodline ability of your Battle Lion clan, the 9 Berserk Lion transformation. You are the Universe Dao child. Although you have only comprehended the 4th transformation, you must have the complete inheritance of the 9 Berserk Lion transformation. Hand it over and you will be free. This young master said before that I have no interest in humiliating you, nor do I have the time. But if it is related to benefits, then it is naturally different. At the end, Yi Xian's expression gradually became serious. Don't look at me like that. If we were in each other's shoes, you would do the same to me. So, this matter won't affect my Dao heart. Hand it over obediently and we will both save a lot of trouble. Otherwise, you know. I don't want to waste my energy. I will deal with you. Roar. Ling Huchong, you are delusional. After hearing Yi Xian's words, Shi Wanjin completely understood. He raised his head and let out a shocking roar, as if he had gone mad. You can try. Even if I, Shi Wanjin, die, I will not reveal the strongest bloodline ability of my clan. What do you mean? Yi Xian's words were mysterious, and Shi Wanjin was obviously a little confused. He was stunned for a moment, and then asked in bewilderment, obviously a little lacking in confidence. Your Dao foundation has been destroyed, so I can't search your soul. Otherwise, you will die directly, not to mention controlling your mind with the soul-controlling divine ability. Perhaps, it is because of this that you are so unyielding, right? At this point, Yi Xian sighed again. However, I have a secret technique that has nothing to do with soul consciousness, or even divine sense, but it can still control your soul. At that time, not only will you obediently reveal the secret of the 9 changes of the wild lion, but you will also recognize me as your master. TSK TSK TSK, the dignified heaven and earth Dao child of the war lion race. Even this young master can't bear to accept an enemy as his master. Without waiting for Yi Xian to finish speaking, Yi Jiuming and Meng Mashan, who were in the next cell, were already aghast. They stared at Yi Xian as if they were looking at a demon. Shi Wanjin's body shook violently, and his mouth was wide open for a long time before he roared crazily, "You're lying. How can there be such an evil technique? It has nothing to do with spirit soul, and you don't even need to use divine sense to control a person's soul. You are clearly tricking me. Is there a need?" Yi Xian sighed again. This kind of secret technique does have a certain success rate, but if your cultivation is still there, the success rate may be very small, but now that your Tao foundation has been destroyed, your cultivation has been lost, and you are no different from an ordinary person. This success rate is basically negligible. Are you ready? Of course, it's not too late to regret now. This young master can still give you a chance to take the initiative to confess. No. You're lying, don't try to trick me. Shi Wanjin's body shook violently again, his eyes filled with despair, but he was still unwilling to lower his head. As the heaven and earth Tao child of the war lion race, his pride did not allow him to lower his head to Yi Xian. Since that's the case, then I'll offend you. Yi Xian didn't insist any longer. He waved his hand as he spoke, and an invisible spiritual imprint rushed out of his palm and into Shi Wanjin's forehead. The secret technique Yi Xian was talking about was a mutated slave seal. The slave imprint was a secret technique of the demon's mental power. It had nothing to do with souls and did not involve the consciousness of human cultivators. In the past, the slave imprint had only been effective on demonic powerhouses, as it had to enter the spirit source core in the demonic powerhouse's brain. Only then could it control the spirit source core and achieve an effect similar to the soul-controlling mystic technique of the human race. However, this situation had changed ever since Yi Xian's slave seal had mutated. In the past, when the slave seal secret technique was used on demonic powerhouses, its effect was to control the spirit source cores in their brains and enslave them. Now, after the initial mutation, when applied to non-living objects, the effect was equivalent to refining. However, it was far from refining in the ordinary sense. It also had a unique attribute, which was concealment and confusion. The initial mutation of the slave seal secret technique not only expanded the range of its application, but it also had the two perverse unique attributes of concealment and confusion. If a magic treasure refined by the slave seal secret technique fell into the hands of another, the other party wouldn't be able to detect that the magic treasure had been refined. This was the concealment attribute. If the other party tried to refine the magic treasure for themselves, Yi Xian could take back the ownership at any time. With a single thought, the other party's painstaking refining efforts would vanish like smoke in thin air. The magic treasure that was originally in their hands would instantly turn against them and be controlled by Yi Xian for no apparent reason. This was the confusion attribute. Yi Xian had already tested the power of the concealment and confusion attribute when he was dealing with old ghost Zhan Tu and the eyebrowless ancestor. It was simply heaven-defying. Old ghost Zhan Tu, who was lucky enough to survive that battle, probably still didn't understand how all of this had happened. However, the reason why Yi Xian was using the slave seal secret technique now wasn't because of its unique concealment and confusion attribute. Instead, it was because of its ability to expand the range of its application beyond the demon dwellers. The initial mutation of the slave seal secret technique could only be used on the demon dwellers and the majority of non-living beings other than the demon dwellers. When Yi Xian had refined the Void Great War, he had relied on the effects of the slave seal secret technique to achieve that. But apart from that, although it was useless against Starry Sky experts, it had a certain chance of success against ordinary people who didn't possess cultivation strength. What Yi Xian was trying now was to use the initial mutation of the slave seal secret technique to refine, or rather, to subdue Shi Wanjin. What did you do to me? As this formless and shapeless slave seal secret technique entered between his eyebrows, Shi Wanjin's body shook violently. His expression suddenly became flustered as he asked Yi Xian incessantly with a face full of shock. Unfortunately, he didn't even have the chance to hear an answer. A trace of confusion quickly spread in the depths of Shi Wanjin's eyes. In an instant, it became so intense that his gaze became sluggish and dull. Success. The effect is quite good. It really didn't disappoint this young master. Yi Xian nodded with a smile and muttered softly. He subconsciously turned his head and glanced at Yi Jiuming and Meng Moshan in the cage next to him. In fact, he didn't say the second half of the sentence, which was that it was a pity that this secret technique was ineffective against Starry Sky experts. At least, it was indeed ineffective at the current initial mutation stage. But regarding this point, Yi Jiuming and Meng Moshan obviously didn't know. At this moment, a strong sense of horror appeared on their faces. Just a moment ago, they saw the whole process with their own eyes. Under the strange method of young Master Ling Hu, the dignified Battle Lion Clan's Universe Dao disciple, Shi Jin, couldn't even hold on for a breath. In an instant, his soul was controlled and he lost his consciousness. From then on, he was a slave and servant. This was simply horrifying, like a great horror, causing Yi Jiuming and Meng Moshan's figures to tremble with fear. Yi Xian was dumbfounded and found it funny. These two guys were obviously afraid that Yi Xian would use the same method to deal with them. Little did they know that this initial mutation of the slave seal was completely ineffective against Starry Sky experts. Unless they evolved again, it might be possible. However, this misunderstanding was also a good thing. At present, Yi Xian hadn't figured out how to use Yi Jiuming and Meng Moshan, but what happened just now must have left a strong shadow of fear in their hearts. In the future, when he needed to use these two guys, it would be twice the result with half the effort no matter what method he used. Now, recall the bloodline ability of the 9 changes of the wild lion, including all the profound meanings of the first to fourth changes in your mind. Soon, Yi Xian withdrew his gaze from Yi Jiuming and Meng Moshan and swept it over the calm and pious Shi Jin. His tone was cold as he spoke indifferently. The current Shi Jin had already become Yi Xian's servant due to the elementary variant slave seal that Yi Xian had used. Not only did he immediately carry out Yi Xian's orders, but he also did it without any hesitation. As soon as Yi Xian's divine sense entered Shi Jin's glabella, he captured a large amount of information regarding the 9 transformation of the wild lion. This included all of Shi Jin's comprehension of the first 4 levels of the first transformation of the wild lion to the 4th transformation of the wild lion. The entire process ended in less than 2 hours. In the end, Shi Jin collapsed to the ground again, but he didn't die immediately. After pondering for a moment, Yi Xian waved his hand and sent some netherworld furnace lotion into Shi Jin's glabella. In the end, his heart softened. Although the netherworld furnace lotion couldn't restore Shi Jin's destroyed Dao foundation, it could save his life. As for whether he could cultivate again in the future, it would depend on his luck. After all, he was now Yi Xian's servant. Yi Xian couldn't just watch him die, but he could only give him some netherworld furnace lotion at most. Yi Xian had a huge amount of this lotion, tens of thousands of cubic meters. However, it was impossible for him to give away the all-evil origin liquid. Yi Xian only had a little more than 2,000 drops. After doing all this, Yi Xian didn't pay attention to Yi Jiuming and Meng Moshan, who were already in shock. He left the area in a flash and came to the space inside the cauldron. He sat down cross-legged on a slope beside the central domain volcano. Yi Xian had given all the information regarding the 9 transformation of the wild lion to the Devouring system. The system would deduce and modify the 9 transformation of the wild lion into a 9 transformation of the demonic ape suitable for his demonic ape true body. This would definitely be a headache for any powerhouse, but it was nothing to the Devouring system. All the data and characteristics of the devil ape's true body were recorded in detail in the system's database. Now, even the 9 berserk lion transformations was the same. All the system needed to do was to integrate the data and information and deduce the most perfect transformation plan. Of course, this was definitely not a simple project. The further one progressed, the longer it would take. For example, after reaching the 7th or 8th transformation, it would take several months to complete a single transformation. However, the early stages, especially the 1st to 4th transformations that Shi Jin had already comprehended, shouldn't require much time. Sure enough, after a little more than 2 hours, a familiar system notification sounded in Yi Xian's mind. The first transformation of the 9 transformations of the demonic ape had been completed. Furthermore, all the key points of the first transformation of the devil ape had been converted into data and stored in the database of the system. Yi Xian could access it at any time and use it smoothly. Yi Xian was pleasantly surprised. all the profound meanings and essentials of the first transformation were readily available. He didn't need to comprehend them at all. In other words, he could use them now. Devil Ape True Body. In excitement, Xian immediately activated the Devil Ape True Body. The three-headed, six-armed primordial devil ape appeared again. It was 10 feet tall and looked ferocious. Then, Xian directly accessed the database of the system in his body. After thoroughly understanding all the profound meanings and changes of the first transformation of the demonic ape, he immediately used it. 9 transformations of the demonic ape. First transformation. An inexplicable bloodline power surged in his body in an instant, converging into a tide-like power, which greatly increased the power of the 3 primordial devil ape true bodies. In the blink of an eye, the 3 primordial devil ape true bodies had risen to a height of 1,000 feet. Originally, Xian didn't rely on the first transformation of the 9 transformations of the demonic ape. The size of the primordial devil ape true body could also reach a height of 100 feet. But now, with the help of the 9 transformations of the demonic ape true body, it was obviously different. Although there didn't seem to be much difference in size, under the power of the first transformation of the demonic ape true body, the power of the 3 primordial devil ape true bodies was obviously more turbulent. The effect was completely different. At this moment, the familiar system notification sounded in Xian's mind at the right time. Ding, congratulations host, your physical body's power has increased. Current realm, 4th level Genesis realm. The power of the first transformation of the demonic ape true body didn't just increase the size of the 3 primordial devil ape true bodies by 10 times. It benefited even more from the power of the 3 primordial devil ape true body, which directly affected Xian's true body, causing his power of blood to break through again. And now, his main body was at the 4th level Genesis realm, but in the form of the 3-head 6 arms demon ape, his cultivation was still at the 2nd level of universe realm. He didn't grow any stronger. This was similar to what Xian had speculated before. As his cultivation continued to increase, it was impossible for the true body of the 3-headed 6-armed demon ape to always be like before. The cultivation strength it displayed was always 2 realms higher than his true body. In that way, when Xian's true body attained the universe realm, wouldn't his strength rise explosively to the region lord realm under the state of the 3-head 6 arms demonic ape true body? That didn't make sense. According to Xian's estimations, after entering the Genesis realm, every time his original body broke through 2 small levels, his cultivation in the true form of the 3-headed 6-armed demon ape would increase by a small level. For example, his true body was at the 4th level Genesis realm, while his true body was at the 2nd level universe realm. When he reached the 6th level Genesis realm, his true body's strength would rise again and reach the 3rd level universe realm. According to this progress, when Xian's true body reached the universe realm, the gap between his true body and the true body of the 3-head 6 arms demonic ape true body would be reduced to only 1 level. By then, Xian would be able to display the strength of his true body of the 3-head 6 arms demonic ape true body. He would be a Star Lord. That wasn't easy. After all, it would take a real expert thousands of years to reach the Star Lord state, and they might not be able to make a breakthrough for the rest of their lives. The further one went on the path of cultivation, the slower one's progress would be. Xian was able to activate the true body of the 3-head 6 arms demonic ape true body while he was still in the universe realm. If the news were to spread, it would be enough to shock the 3 planes and cause countless exclamations of envy. Hardly had he finished analyzing everything when Xian heard the familiar sound of a system notification in his head again. The bloodline technique of the 2nd form of the demonic ape true body had been successfully deduced. That was within his expectations. After all, the techniques of the 1st to 4th forms were already available. The absorption system had merely changed them to suit the true body of the demonic ape true body. Overjoyed, Xian instantly performed the technique and raised his head, roaring, 9 transformations of the demonic ape. The 2nd form. Devil Ape 2nd transformation, level 5 Genesis realm. This result caused Xian to be incomparably excited. The 9 Devil Ape transformations was truly extraordinary. Every transformation would have an evolutionary effect on the cultivator's physical body, blood, and qi. In other words, every time he successfully cultivated a level in the future, Xian's physical body and blood cultivation would instantly increase by a small level. However, this was not all. One had to know that every improvement in the demonic ape true body would increase in size by 10 times. Therefore, the true combat strength displayed by the demonic ape true body was definitely not as simple as a small increase in the level of the demonic ape true body. At the same time, this result also verified Xianxia's previous speculations. When his original body's cultivation had advanced to the 5th stage of the Genesis stage, his cultivation was still at the 2nd stage of the universe realm under the state of the 3-headed 6-armed demon ape's true body. But his battle strength was completely different from before. After all, the devil ape true body was only 100 zhang tall during the first transformation. But now, it had grown to 1,000 zhang tall. Just the degree of vitality of the 3 true bodies was already a world of difference. Their endurance in battle was even greater, but this was clearly not the end. Xian did not expect to cultivate the devil ape 9 transformations to the 4th transformation in one go today. After all, the further he cultivated, the harder it would be for the system to deduce and the more time it would take. Moreover, the 4th transformation of the Mad Lion was Shi Wanjin's limit. Although he had comprehended it, since he had not cultivated the 5th transformation, he could not be sure that he had completely comprehended the mysteries of the 4th transformation. From this point of view, perhaps the time required for the system to deduce the improved 4th transformation of the devil ape would not be short. Xian also did not expect to obtain all the mysteries of the 4th transformation today. But the 3rd transformation was still something to look forward to. The current him, in the 2nd transformation of the devil ape true body, his 3 true bodies were only 1,000 zhang tall. It was indeed not enough. Once the universe Tao children of the various races activated their bloodline and manifested their bloodline true body, which one of them did not have a body of 10,000 zhang, although Xian was a human and did not have the bloodline of an ancient ferocious beast, he had to be at least 10,000 feet tall in his true form of the devil ape to be considered passable. If he wanted to have a 10,000 zhang tall body, the 3rd transformation of the devil ape was essential. Xian hoped that he would be able to cultivate the 3rd transformation successfully today. Fortunately, the system did not disappoint Xian. After waiting for nearly an hour, all the profound transformations of the 3rd transformation of the devil ape were finally completed. After the transformations were stored in the system's database, Xian received a prompt from the system. Roar. 9 transformations of the demonic ape. 3rd transformation. Xian raised his head and roared angrily. As the 3rd devil ape transformation was unleashed, the surging blood and qi in the 3 true forms surged like a roaring river. This caused the 3-headed, 6-armed devil ape true body to rapidly expand like a balloon. From 10,000 feet tall, it quickly grew to 20,000 feet, 30,000 feet, until it finally reached 10,000 feet. The entire process took less than a breath's time. Xian's devil ape true body finally grew to 10,000 feet tall. At this point, the name of the immemorial little devil ape no longer suited him. With the immemorial devil ape true body, this immemorial devil ape had truly matured and was no longer in its infancy. The process of his body expanding was too fast. In the blink of an eye, his body had expanded from 10,000 feet to 10,000 feet. Even the surrounding space was faintly rippling. When all of this was completed, a monstrous and savage aura gushed out from the 3 true forms, far surpassing that of the war lion true form of the same size. The giant ferocious true body and the other bloodline true bodies were activated by experts of other races. After all, in terms of bloodline grade, the devil ape true body of the 3-headed devil ape true body of the primordial era was comparable to the giant golden dragon, the Dongshu giant tortoise, and the primordial Xianxia. At the very least, it had to be a primordial almighty, so its aura was naturally extraordinary. Ding! Congratulations to the host for increasing the realm of the physical body's blood and qi. Current realm, 6th level Genesis realm. It was also at this moment that Xian successfully cultivated the 3rd transformation of the devil ape. A familiar system notification sounded out in his mind at the right time. Sure enough, the cultivation of his physical body, blood had increased once again, reaching the 6th level of the Genesis stage. Overjoyed, Xian immediately checked the cultivation of the devil ape true body. As expected, it was 3rd level universe realm. This result once again verified Xian's previous conjecture. When his main body's physical body's blood and chi cultivation reached 6th level Genesis realm, under the state of the three-headed six-armed devil ape true body, his strength had increased again. At this point, he was completely sure of one thing, and that was that in the future, every time his main body's cultivation broke through two small realms, his strength under the state of the three-headed six-armed devil ape true body would increase by one small realm. Everything was perfect. In just half a day, not only did Xianxia's main body's blood and chi cultivation break through three small realms, but he also obtained the nine-headed six-armed devil ape true body's blood and chi cultivation breakthrough. Moreover, he also obtained the bloodline ability of the battle lion race's 9 wild lion transformations, and through deduction, improved this ability into the devil ape true body's 9 transformations. Although he had only comprehended the first 3 transformations so far, Xian was already satisfied. It was only the 3rd transformation of the demon ape, but it already had a body of 10,000 feet. Because it was the ancient demon ape, which was famous for its ferocity even in the distant desolate ancient era, its body surged with an even more ferocious and brutal aura, far surpassing that of the bloodline true bodies of the battle lions and blood-flood dragons. Xian was extremely certain that if he were to meet the heaven and earth Taoist of the various large races again, even if it was rumored that the strongest heaven and earth Taoist of the various races had reached the late stage of the universe realm, Xian had yet to meet the heaven and earth Taoist of the Azure Rock clan and the blood-flood dragon clan, the 2 most powerful races in the second universe, and if they both activated their bloodline and manifested their 10,000 Zhongtal bloodline true bodies, he could still easily crush the other in terms of aura. The Devil Ape 9 transformations has already reached the 3rd transformation, and the 4th transformation will take some time to be derived and improved. Moreover, my main body's blood and chi cultivation realm has broken through 3 small realms in one go, reaching the astonishing 6th level of Genesis realm. After another 3 small realms, I will be able to enter the 14th great realm, the cosmic light realm. In the short term, it is not good for me to break through again. After calming down his excited mood, Xian took a deep breath and muttered to himself, if I had time, I would have sneaked back to the origin of all evil star field and see what the netherworld furnace is condensing this time, and whether it is finished or not, but... Xiao! A weak, almost imperceptible sound of breaking through the air flashed. In the blink of an eye, the void-shattering shuttle was already far away, disappearing into the end of the void. After this last refinement and the addition of an extremely rare Great Pung sky-breaking plume, the void-shattering shuttle was now a starry sky treasure-level treasure. If necessary, it could perfectly merge into the void. It was not just a simple concealment. Its effect, according to Xian's estimation, was that even a domain lord would not be able to escape. It would be very difficult for an old monster to detect it. Unless the void-shattering shuttle took the initiative to remove this state of merging into the void and rush out of the void to launch an attack. However, the current Xian did not merge the void-shattering shuttle into the void, not even a simple concealment. Xian deliberately did this because he wanted to see how fast the shuttle could reach after it was promoted to a true starry sky treasure level. The result was very satisfactory, under the situation where Xian did not care about the energy consumption and focused on controlling it. The current void-shattering shuttle could reach an extreme speed that was 10 times faster than a normal fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters. This was simply terrifying. At least, this speed was definitely far beyond the limit that a Star-Lord old monster could reach by crossing the void with his body. Even if it was a domain lord old monster, unless it was a race like the Space Mouse race or the Cyan Pung race that had special abilities in speed and space ability, an ordinary domain lord old monster could only reach this speed by crossing the void with his body. In other words, if he could obtain a certain amount of advance, even if Xian provoked a domain lord old monster, without using the interstellar coordinate jump ability, just the speed of the void-shattering shuttle would most likely be able to protect himself without any worries, from the black hole of life to the Demon Emperor star. With the previous speed of the void-shattering shuttle, it would take more than a day to arrive. But now, Xian only spent a little more than 2 hours, and the Demon Emperor star was already in sight. At this time, the inner defense circle of the Demon Emperor 3 stars was already full of all kinds of starry sky battleships. The lowest was a star-level battleship with a length of 3,000 meters, and the fortresses with a diameter of 5,000 to 10,000 meters, as well as the fortresses with a diameter of 50,000 to 100,000 meters. There were also many of them. Left and right, the demon race's 10 void battleships, 1 real and 9 fake, also lay in the void outside of the Demon Emperor star. However, these 10 void battleships could not be taken away. On the one hand, the demonic Emperor 3 stars needed to leave some soldiers behind to deter the other races from the demonic domain. On the other hand, these starry sky weapons were too huge and couldn't travel fast. It was impossible to bring them out of the demonic Emperor 3 stars for interstellar expeditions. It would be too slow. It could only be absorbed into the body. Only the Star Lord would have the ability to refine and collect such a big fellow. That was the Demon Emperor star battleship, Demon Emperor star, Demon Emperor Old Monster. Of the Demon Emperor 3 Demon Emperor star. The Demon Emperor of the Demon Emperor star of the Demon Emperor. B. Of the Demon Emperor Emperor of him. Therefore, according to Xianxia's estimations, he would only be able to take away 4 of these 10 starry skies at most. Moreover, they were all fake. He was just putting on an act. If none of the 6 spaceships that were left to guard the 3 stars of the Fiend Emperor star were activated and launched attacks, wouldn't everything be exposed in case of an accident? The impact would be too great. Neither Xian nor the Demon Emperor star could bear it. No one dared to take the risk. In short, the army of the space rat race had been assembled. They were waiting for Xian to return. Realizing this, Xian directly controlled the void-shattering shuttle and plunged into the atmosphere of the Demon Emperor star, heading straight for the inner city of the Demon Emperor. With his current status in the demon race, the Demon Emperor's 3 stars had long since been able to move unimpeded. "You brat, you're finally back." The void-shattering shuttle landed in the plaza of the Demon Emperor star. Xian waved his hand and stored the void-shattering shuttle in his undying world. Grand Elder Mo and Grand Elder Mo Qigong rushed over. The former was clearly unhappy that Xian had been gone for 4 to 5 days. He rolled his eyes and said, "You're not even at the universe realm, but you can make a sector lord old monster wait for 3 whole days. Other than you, no one can do that, sector lord old monster? Wait for this young master? And 3 days?" Xian was shocked. His face froze for a moment. Then, as if he suddenly thought of something, he asked in surprise, "The one from the origin of all evil is here? That's great, he broke through at this time. He can go with us to attack the space rat race." This young master was worried that those sector lords would hide. If a sector lord old monster is hiding in the rat, that would be troublesome. Your worry is not wrong. The space rat race does have a sector lord old monster. Although he hasn't appeared in tens of thousands of years, he should still be alive. Hearing Xian's words, Grand Elder Mo was stunned for a moment. Then, his expression turned serious. "However, the one who waited for you for 3 days isn't the origin of all evil's 3rd sector lord old monster. He shouldn't have appeared yet. Furthermore, the sector lord old monster waiting for you is on the Devil Emperor planet, but he can't do what you said and come with us to attack the space rat clan." "What do you mean?" Xian was dumbstruck. He stared blankly at Grandpa Mo for a long time before asking in puzzlement, "Other than the 3rd realm lord beast from the indigenous beasts, which other realm lord old monster would come knocking on our door?" This young master doesn't know either. "You don't know, but this old man knows, all the demon dwellers know." Old Master Mo rolled his eyes again. He looked left and right, lowered his voice, and warned Xian, "Brat, you better restrain yourself later. Not to mention anything else, just in terms of seniority, you're still my great-grandfather. Let's go, he's waiting in the Imperial Hall in the inner city." A generation of demon emperors. GA? The Demon Emperor? Grand Elder Mo purposely lowered his voice to prevent the ordinary Imperial family members from hearing. After all, the fact that the Demon Emperor was still alive was only known by a few core members of the Imperial family. To suddenly reveal such a shocking secret to the ordinary Imperial family members, the shock was too great. They wanted to avoid it as much as possible. However, even though he purposely lowered his voice to reveal this news, Xian suddenly roared. More than half of the Demon Emperor Star City heard it. In an instant, countless demon dwellers looked over. Grand Elder Mo was so angry that he almost spat out blood. At this time, a dignified yet easygoing voice came from the direction of the Imperial Palace in the Demon Emperor Star City. The voice wasn't loud, but it spread across the entire Demon Emperor Star. Countless demon dwellers heard it. That's right, this old man is the demon emperor Mo Zhutian. Little friend, I've been waiting for you for a few days. Come quickly, this old man will welcome you with open arms. What? The devil emperor? Isn't that the old ancestor? The old ancestor is still alive. The old ancestor is still alive. This is unbelievable. This is simply a miracle. This is definitely not a lie. The old ancestor's voice came from the inner city of the devil emperor. Who dares to make such a joke there? Our devil race is destined to prosper. Even the old ancestor is still alive. What cultivation level is he now? At least the sector lord realm. Our race is indeed going to prosper, but who is that little friend? Young masterling who? What is the origin of this person? To be able to make the old ancestor of our race call him little friend, this is simply. Shoo, lower your voice, do you dare to doubt the old ancestor's words? In the future, young masterling who is a true friend of our devil race. That's right, even the old ancestor values young masterling who so much. His origin is definitely not simple. When these exclamations sounded, Yi Xian had already entered the imperial palace of the inner city of the devil emperor with Grand Elder Mo and Grand Elder Mo. In the main hall, all the upper echelons of the devil race, including the devil emperor Mo Wen Tian, were present, but they were all sitting on the left and right sides. Sitting on the right was a middle-aged devil race man who looked about the same age as the devil emperor Mo Wen Tian, his expression dignified, but not lacking in friendliness. Looking at the nervous expressions of all the upper echelons of the devil race on both sides, this should be the devil race's first-generation devil emperor, the founder of the entire devil race's imperial dynasty, a sector lord-level existence, Mo Chi Tian. Seeing Yi Xian enter the devil race imperial palace, Missouri Chi Tian immediately stood up with a smile, appearing to be extremely amiable. It was obvious that the little friend just now was not empty courtesy on the surface. As a sector lord old monster, the old ancestor of the devil race, to be able to stand up and greet Yi Xian when he arrived, he indeed regarded him as an existence of the same generation. The more people acted like this, the more restrained Yi Xian's originally unruly personality would be. He had always been someone who respected him, and he would respect him 10 times over. If Mo Etienne had been arrogant and acted like a senior, Yi Xian might not have paid him any attention. But seeing him act like this, Yi Xian's expression turned serious. He clasped his hands and was about to bow. This was the old ancestor of the demon royal family, the old senior who founded the demon royal dynasty. It was only right for him to cup his fists and bow. Senior devil emperor, this little one is Yi Xian. Without waiting for Yi Xian to bend over, he was only halfway through his sentence when his vision suddenly blurred. The devil emperor Mo Zhutian who had just stood up was actually right in front of him, but Yi Xian did not sense the slightest ripple of space. A sector lord old monster was indeed extraordinary. Little friend, just clasping your fists is enough. This old man can't accept such a bow. After arriving in an instant, the devil emperor still had a faint smile on his face. His voice was gentle, but his gaze seemed to inadvertently sweep across Yi Xian's left chest. At this moment, Yi Xian clearly saw his pupils constrict. A trace of extreme fear and shock flashed through his eyes, giving off a feeling of panic. Was it because of the corpse lantern tattoo again? This thought flashed through Yi Xian's mind, and he immediately stopped insisting. With the level of the headless infant corpse, in this world, there was indeed no one who could accept Yi Xian's bow. Even if it was the heaven's eye that had just displayed its might in the root of all evil star field, where even 2 sector lord old monsters couldn't withstand a single move from it, it was the same. It wasn't like it hadn't been injured by the headless infant corpse before, and it still hadn't recovered. Regarding this, Yi Xian indeed understood, but the other upper echelons of the imperial clan did not, including the devil emperor Mo Wen Tian and even great-grandfather Mo. At this moment, when they heard the devil emperor Mo Wen Tian say something like that, saying that a bow was enough, everyone was stunned on the spot. When they looked at Yi Xian again, their eyes were filled with shock and disbelief, including great-grandfather Mo. Before this, they had been extremely respectful to Yi Xian. Other than Yi Xian's monstrous abilities, there was another factor, and that was his relationship with the mad mosquito emperor and the wretched mosquito butcher. These 2 old monsters weren't ordinary existences, but Yi Xian was extremely close to the 2 of them. Even so, he definitely wouldn't be able to make the demon emperor, Mo Tian Tian, say such words, In an instant, Yi Xian became even more mysterious in the eyes of the upper echelons of the imperial clan. The situation of the first universe has suddenly changed. The Tianji clan suddenly disappeared and moved away. This is very worrying. Yi Xian had just sat down when the Devil Emperor Mo Wen Tian changed the topic and said, "This old man originally did not care about worldly affairs and was in seclusion in a desolate void to break through to the universe realm. However, the situation today is special, and this time, this old man was also alarmed. The suppression of the Space Rat clan is imperative. Not only the Space Rat clan, but also the Hell Ant clan and the other slave clans of the first universe. It is not that we demons are too ambitious, but the clans of the first universe must be united before the Tianji clan returns. Otherwise, once the Tianji clan returns, they will be defeated one by one, and in the end, all the clans will be enslaved. Never underestimate the Tianji clan." This time, as for the whereabouts of the Tianji clan, our clan also used great divine abilities to deduce, but in the end, there was not a single clue. The Tianji clan's electronic life form is special, allowing them to not enter the 5 elements and jump out of the world. They have many divine abilities, especially in the area of deduction. It is useless against them. There's still a supreme expert above the universe realm in the demon race? Yi Xian was stunned. According to what he knew, the Devil Emperor Mo Wen Tian was only at the Sector Lord level. Of course. The Devil Emperor smiled faintly, as if unwilling to discuss this matter. Although I am the Devil Emperor, I am not the ancestor of the demons. To the Devil Emperor dynasty, I am the founder, but to the entire bloodline of the demons, I am just a junior. Right, Devil Emperor Senior, the Mad Mosquito Emperor and the Wretched Mosquito Butcher, these 2 old things, Senior should know them, right? What are their cultivations? The words of the Demon Emperor, Mo Zhao Tian, made Yi Xian realize that a powerful race with a long history wasn't simple. As far as the demon cultivator race was concerned, it was impossible for the Demon Emperor to be the source. If they traced it back, they would definitely be able to pull out a long string. He did not dwell on this matter, but at the same time, he suddenly thought of the Mad Mosquito Emperor and Mosquito Butcher and immediately asked. This was a rare chance. If he missed it, he would not be able to meet the Devil Emperor in the future. He would not even have a place to ask. Mo Wen Tian was stunned. He pondered for a moment before replying half-heartedly, "Their cultivations are slightly stronger than this old man." Yi Xian was unsatisfied and asked again, "Then may I ask, Devil Emperor Senior's cultivation, what is it?" The smile on the Devil Emperor's face disappeared. He frowned and said hesitantly, "This emperor hasn't broken through the universe realm. I'm considered Sector Lord level 9 peak, N, or half-step universe realm." Liars. Liars. They're all liars. When Yi Xian heard that the Demon Emperor, who claimed that his cultivation was inferior to the 2 old things, was actually at the half-step universe realm, he immediately became excited. He slapped the table and roared, "Those 2 old bastards are indeed not humans. From the looks of it, they should at least be at the universe realm. Master, I was wondering if that old bastard Mosquito Butcher was the Sector Lord not long ago. I was tricked so badly." All of the Demon Royal family experts in the Imperial Palace were shocked by Yi Xian. When they heard that the reason why he suddenly flew into a rage was because of this, they immediately looked at him with sympathetic gazes. Even the Demon Emperor felt a little guilty. He stole a glance at Yi Xian and quickly distanced himself from him. "Little friend, this old man didn't say that they were at the universe realm. I only said that they were slightly stronger than this old man. You are naturally stronger than this old man when you are in the universe realm. However, those who have surpassed the universe realm are still stronger than this old man. As for the specifics, this old man doesn't know. This old man has never lied. In the future, don't say that this old man deliberately misled you." Yi Xian was dumbfounded. He stared at the Demon Emperor, speechless for a long time. Mo Wen Tian was clearly feeling guilty. Judging from his words, the Mad Mosquito Emperor and the Wretched Mosquito Butcher were probably not just at the universe realm. Even the Demon Emperor, Mo Wen Tian, might be at the same level as them. At this moment, Yi Xian felt his mind go blank. It was as if 10,000 horses were roaring through his chest. His breathing became rapid. His eyes were red. He was trying his best to control himself. He thought that he would be able to find out more about the Mad Mosquito King and the old bastard Mosquito Butcher after seeing the Demon Emperor. At least he would be able to find some clues. It would have been better if those two old bastards had not been mentioned. After asking, Yi Xian became even more confused. It was driving him crazy. The Demon Emperor, Mo In Tian, clearly saw that Yi Xian was not in a good state. Due to his guilty conscience, he hurriedly said a few words and left. With a wave of his hand, a crack appeared in the center of the Demon Emperor Palace. When the old man stepped in, the crack closed instantly. Not a trace of his aura was left behind. When Yi Xian came back to his senses, the old man was long gone. After a moment of depression, Yi Xian quickly adjusted his mood and threw this matter to the back of his mind. Grand Elder Mo and the other higher-ups of the Imperial Demon Emperor Palace. For this crusade against the Space Rat clan, our demon race will send out an army of 10 million battleships. We will send out 4 battleships in the space war. Of course, they are all fakes. At this point, Grandpa Mo awkwardly smiled and turned to look at Yi Xian. At that time, if you need to use the Starry Sky battle armor, you'll have to rely on the 4 great killing weapons in young Master Ling Hu's hands. On the other hand, 3 star lords from the royal family and I will be leading the command of the army. As for the experts, the royal family will send 4 of them. If there are no other problems, the army will set off tomorrow. The space zone where the space rat's nest was located was called the Rat Ruins. The Rat Ruins space zone was quite vast. After all, the space rats were one of the top 3 groups in the first universe. It was located in the southwest of the first universe. Its territory was similar to that of the Demon Emperor Palace, but it wasn't as prosperous as the Demon Emperor Palace's space zone. Battleships were flying in and out of the void from time to time. It was almost impossible to see battleships of foreign races in the Rat Ruin space zone. Even if there were, they would only be small fleets. On one hand, it was because the Rat Ruin space zone was remote, and there were no precious minerals. On the other hand, it was because this star field was the ancestral land of the Spatial Rat clan, and it possessed a certain special characteristic. The Rat Ruin star field was a paradise for the Space Rat clan, but it was a nightmare for the foreign fleets outside the clan. It was well known that rats loved to dig holes, even the space rats. However, they weren't like ordinary rats, who only dug holes on the ground. Because of their bloodline talent, almost all the space rats had the ability to dig holes in the void. As the space rat's nest, the Rat Ruin space zone was actually a super huge rat nest. The entire space zone was like a giant beehive, with holes dug by the space rats everywhere. All the planets and the vast territory were like that. What was even weirder was that the countless rat holes in the space zone had been dug out by the space rats with their bloodline talent. Therefore, even though the entire space zone had become a sieve full of holes, the space in the entire space zone was still the same. It was extremely stable. There were no signs of it collapsing at all. This made people speechless, but it also made people gasp in amazement. Rats were not like other species. Their living habits were more chaotic and casual, and they could be found everywhere. Although the space rats were from the rat clan with a very good bloodline, they were still rats after all. Therefore, in the Rat Ruin star field, there was basically no order like other species. The entire space rat race was basically in a chaotic state of life. In the Rat Ruin space zone, only the largest Rat Ruins planet was a forbidden area for ordinary space rats. They couldn't set foot on it casually. Other than that, there were no restrictions on the other planets and voids. If they wanted to dig holes, they could do it as they pleased. The Rat Ruins planet, which was listed as a forbidden area, was the ancestral land of the space rats. The Rat Emperor of the space rats resided there. Moreover, according to rumors, there was a void entrance somewhere in the depths of the Rat Ruins planet. It was connected to an independent universe, and that mysterious and independent universe was the true holy land of the space rats. It was also the place where the bloodline ancestor of the space rats died. At this moment, when the news that the tens of millions of battleships that the demon race had sent to suppress the space rat clan had arrived, in the depths of the giant Rat Ruin star, where the surface of the land was also densely covered with countless large and small rat holes, in a bottomless vast black abyss, there was an old and thick voice. A fierce and ruthless voice rang out at the right time, resounding throughout the entire boundless Rat Ruin space zone. It was heard by countless experts of the space rats hiding in the stars or the void. Little rats, prepare your sharp teeth and polish your sharp claws. The demon race is here. Squeak. Squeak. Squeak squeak squeak. End of chapter 3803. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.